The rain came down on the huge stately mansion. There was a baby sleeping alone by the window, wrapped in white diapers, and a man with blonde hair stood over the crib. He looked sternly at his child. Looking at his child, he thought that a creepy creature had been born. That's how his father reacted to his birth. His failure was born on the same day and at the same hour as Kajin's. It appeared to be a cute and smiling child, and mother only wanted him to be Kajin. The boy soon learned that his mother and father were disappointed, for he had no right arm. Mom whispered words to her baby every night about whether he could just die. He mentally apologized to his mother. However, the baby does not want to die. He had heard what his father had said when he was still in his mother's belly. This child was their hope. He could never surpass his older brother, but this child will be their salvation. This child must be better than his brother's child. His father hoped that he would surpass Kajin, but the boy was born with one arm and without God's blessing. It was a disgrace that trampled on his parents' hopes. The maids wanted young Master Kajin to approach one of them. They thought this child had a smile like an angel. The woman was also watching the whole thing. Kajin has already started walking. Then why is this child growing so slowly? When he barely managed to stand up and take a step, he hoped to hear comforting words, but all he heard was that Kajin had already picked up his sword. What was the point of starting to walk now? And when the boy drew his sword for the first time, he heard that Kajin had already learned how to use mana. He began to train in swordsmanship. The mother only wanted her son to be Kajin. At some point, Kajin became his object of admiration and envy. When the boy was 7 years old, he was sent with Kajin as his servant. On the outside, he was known as the man he was sent to help Kajin as his cousin. But in reality, his parents had simply sold him for 300,000 luden. How insignificant Davin looked now in his eyes. This was the first time Kajin had ever seen a loser like this kid. The whip then struck the guy's body. Davin disliked Kajin from the start and became the person he took his anger out on. He had to hold back his tears. He didn't want to cry because it hurt. Davin had a hard time accepting the fact that all the adults walking past him were turning a blind eye to the situation. There were no adults there. His uncle was known as an incredible man, but he left his family for a long time and never returned. Because of this, no one had control over Kajin, so he grew up to be an uncontrollable psychopath. It was too fast for him, but Kajin began to assure him that he was just the one who was too slow. The guy took a knee and put his hands up in the air, indicating that he had lost. The superior talent and blessing of the sword god had become poison to Kajin. Did this guy really think it would end after admitting defeat? Next, he pointed to Davin. Davin envied Kajin's strength and talent. He wanted to be strong too. Their swords clashed in battle. Kajin wished he would stop ogling him. Davin doesn't like him at all. The guy wondered how a loser without an arm even dared to glare at him like that. Does he really think he can overpower Kajin if he works hard? Let him get up and try again. The likes of Davin may try their best all their lives, but they will never compare to Kajin. The protagonist really wanted to win. However, the boy's dream could not come true only through his own efforts. As Kajin grew older, he began to neglect his training, indulging in alcohol, girls, and illegal substances. But even so, Davin couldn't overpower him. Kajin was a lazy genius, and Davin was a laboring idiot. However, their situation will not remain that way forever. It was a huge arena with many spectators. Kajin and Davin fought as usual. Kajin threw a strike. Because of this, he was able to push Davin back. However, the protagonist did not think of giving up so easily. It was a huge flash of light and the rocks created a veil for him. Kajin tried to find his opponent, but suddenly felt that he was already on top. And the protagonist fought with all the anger and rage he had accumulated for so many years. There was an explosion in the arena. The spectators were shocked by the whole spectacle. But it was a situation no one had expected. The one-armed Davin defeated the storm sword Kajin. Until that day, his and Kajin's official score was 21 matches and 21 losses. In his 29 years, he was finally able to defeat Kajin. Davin had lost countless times in unofficial matches, and each time he lost, people told him to just give up. They mocked him, saying he was a talentless idiot who was just wasting his time. But still, Davin was able to win. Everyone shouted the name of the main character. Davin asked how much longer Kajin thought he would stay stronger than him. Kajin was furious at Togo for losing to a loser like this man. He listened endlessly to the words when he was younger. If the boy had been Kajin, if it was Kajin who was the father's son, if Davin were in his shoes, he wouldn't be living his life the way Kajin does. If it were him, the protagonist wouldn't waste his life on meaningless things like alcohol and girls. Davin would have lived a more meaningful life, instead of wasting it on entertainment. Finally, he could win. And just when he thought it was the end, he suddenly felt a sharp pain. The onlookers screamed as Kajin plunged his sword into Davin's back. Kajin was, and still is, the nastiest man in the world. But he didn't say anything back. It was painful. But the man was actually angry. He had finally been able to defeat Kajin, but it looked like he wouldn't be able to survive. The famous Mish of the Sun, which is only used by direct heirs of the Samyeon family, contains the mana of the Samyeon family, anti-democratic mana. Unless the miraculous Saint Rayla appears, there is no way he will survive. Kajin will now be remembered as a loser. Surprisingly, he was able to wake up, tied up in some kind of dungeon. The protagonist thought, is this really hell? In front of him, he stood a huge man in chains. And this guy's pretty lucky. Who would have thought the miraculous Saint Rayla would be in the arena? She cured the vile and filthy Deven. It's a miracle, just like her name. I can see why he survived. But he has so many fractures that Deven can only breathe. The man asked if he had signed contracts with the devil. The protagonist didn't understand what he meant. But why is he so surprised? A loser like Davin is only able to defeat Kajin by signing a contract with the devil. Plus, his parents recognized it too, so there's no point in denying it. It was clear to him now. The sacrifices and the main character's blood bottles for the contract were found in his family home. Davin is a devil who sacrificed 300 innocent children to gain power. Young Master Kajin stabbed the devil to protect the honor of the Samyeon family. He must have cried hard after killing his cousin and childhood friend. He seems to have overpowered. He only overpowered Kajin, but not Samyeon's family. His own family preferred Kajin over him. Deven tarnished his family's honor to seal his mana and serve a life sentence. Now let him suffer for all eternity and rot in prison. The tendons in his arm and his legs were cut out, and his mana was sealed with chains. And so Deven was thrown into prison. He could immediately sense the presence of Kajin, who seemed to be mocking him. He thought it suited Deven very well. The man revealed that he had become a sword emperor. People extol him for being a hard-working genius. And it was all thanks to Deven. He thanked the loser from the bottom of his heart. After Kajin humiliated him and left, the amount of food that was given to Davin had decreased a lot. The result of this decision was immediately visible. Davin coughed up blood. If he was going to die, he wanted to die with dignity. The main character felt that he should have died while still in the arena. It was cold in here. In that last moment, he thought of only one thing. Would his life have been different if he hadn't been one-armed? If he was born healthy? If he had the blessing of the sword god Kashak? Perhaps then his life would have been different. Deven doesn't want to die. He really wanted to live. A flash of light lit up the pitch blackness. After all, he just hadn't counted on a death like this. Suddenly he opened his eyes and heard a question. Whether he even listened when the adult spoke. The man touched his shoulder and called him Vincent. He hadn't expected to feel it himself, giving more in his right hand, which he hadn't had before. I wonder if this is really a dream. But if so, why does everything feel real? And the person in front of him definitely belongs to a noble family. But how does he know this man? Only then did the boy remember that he had just been named Vincent. And this was the 7th son of the Adenk family. Other people's memories began to seep into his head. But still, this dream wasn't so bad. The air was just as fresh. It wasn't as disgusting and stinky as the underground prison. Plus the dream where he has a right hand. I wonder if this gift was given to him just before he died. The man got even more angry and asked how long he planned to ignore him. And the protagonist felt that the man was trying to hurt him with mana. You can block this attack very easily. You just have to separate yourself physically from your opponent. Suddenly he was surprised. After all, he didn't intend to strike her so hard to push the man so far away. Besides, this man had good control over his mana, so it was unclear why his movements were so slow. The protagonist apologized. He attributed it to the fact that his hand had just slipped. The man, however, was unwilling to take his help and stand up, and called him an insolent puppy. He is acting so arrogant simply because he is in the main family. The man's son will crush the brat without mercy. And it'll be the first time a branch family has ever crushed a main family. Only then did the protagonist realize that this man was just like his own father. He always wanted to defeat his older brother, and when the father realized that his dream was unattainable, he began to project it onto his own son. And eventually, the boy stopped honoring his parents. The man stated that he will not forgive this arrogance and rudeness that the guy showed today. Let him just wait until the day of the True Swords meeting. When he left, the protagonist was finally able to be alone with himself. Is this really not a dream? If it was a dream, the protagonist should have woken up by now. Suddenly he felt pain, for other memories were starting to come back to him. The boy's mother passed away after giving birth to him. His father never took proper care of him. The other kids treated him like a scapegoat. They were the 8 children of the famous Adank family, and Vincent was the 7th. He was such a coward that he was choking back tears in his room after receiving a slap from the youngest child in the family, Loa, an ugly duckling abandoned by the others in the main Adank family. One who was hunted by branch families who wished to suppress the main family. The one-armed Davin of the Samian family became the useless Vincent of the Adank family. It's kind of called Reincarnation. He doesn't know much about it anyway. In a bookshelf, he noticed a diary. There, Vincent didn't understand why he couldn't do what his older siblings could do. All his kinfolk wait for any opportunity to trample on him. All the servants ignore him. He's a mistake who would be better off just dying. This diary is full of self-deprecation. It seems like this guy's self-esteem has dropped so low that he's just given up. Apparently, God had answered their prayers. In his last seconds, he wanted to live, and Vincent had always wanted to die. It's pretty interesting how that works out. The one who wanted to die disappeared, and the one who wanted to live came back to life. Suddenly he heard a question, wondering if he was really going to believe something so absurd. The protagonist immediately turned around and thought someone was in the room. He asked who it was. An unknown voice asked if he was naive or just a fool. The protagonist thought the demon was trying to trick him because his reincarnation was never supposed to happen. The stranger asked why he was thinking so miserably. Whereupon it appeared to be the original owner of this body. If it's the original owner, then it would appear that Vincent himself is speaking to him. That's really true. His real name was Vincent. But when he gave the protagonist his body, he was left without that name. So he asked to be called Julian now. The main character asked if he wasn't dead and how that was even possible. It was an epiphany, but isn't that a thing the gods give to people? The protagonist heard that people blessed from birth can sometimes hear about sight. Only then did he begin to realize that there was a god in front of him, and his hunch was correct. Even though Julian is a petty god, Julian originally intended to summon a ghost god, but the protagonist arrived instead. And if he wants to become a real god, then he needs to achieve several achievements. They call it a calling. If Julian completes his call, he can become a real god. The protagonist understands his intentions, but he is in no way interested in these accomplishments. If everything that Julian said is true, then he has a chance for a new life. And the main character will be busy living his life, so he will not have time to listen to the wishes of some ghost. That's right. Julian had given up on his life and he wished for another one. And eventually this one happened. However, Julian's spiritual energy is incredibly low. And if his spiritual energy completely disappears, this body will die. He heroically asked if that was a threat. This body is too healthy for an early death. It was only then that he realized that it really was. That bastard did it on purpose. If it's to show you that he did it on purpose. That kid is so naive. Julian wanted to show him his real memories. The butterflies turned into an endless stream that crashed straight into the main character's body. All the memories started popping up in his head. The people around him wanted to step on this cretin. What's wrong with that face anyway? It all makes sense now. He wasn't really desperate, he was just playing the role of a coward. In these moments, he was laying the groundwork for his death. Are these really the thoughts of a 13-year-old boy? The protagonist wondered what kind of world he had been reborn into in the first place. Julian's acting was simply flawless. He had to avoid being watched by his family. The subjects he wanted to study were at the level of an apostle. If this guy finally decides to listen to Julian's offer, it's a win-win for him too. The protagonist nodded. But he didn't expect to hear about Archidemon Devon and the hero King Kajin at all. He immediately jumped up and asked what that even meant. It happened 500 years ago. The one-armed swordsman Davin has escaped from Samian prison. Taking advantage of a contract with a demon, he devoured thousands of people to become stronger. They say he killed over 10,000 people. That is why he is a great demon in history. Has the main character traveled 500 years into the future? That doesn't make any sense. But what are the chances that Davin and Kajin both end up in the same Samian family lineage? However, he was sure he had died in prison 500 years ago. The Samian family preferred the storm sword, forgoing the one-handed swordsman. While the one-armed swordsman was dying alone, the storm sword became a sword emperor. However, to distort history and talk about a great demon and a hero king is completely absurd. This Samian family is full of bastards. Julian asked if it wasn't romantic when the king hero Kajin was a friend of the great demon and loved him very much. The protagonist demanded that he stop this nonsense. Julian asked why he was so angry. The boy replied that it was all a lie. It was only then that Julian began to guess that he came from those times. The protagonist replied that there are such. Julian started teasing that he was very old, and called him an old man. Anyway, the story is just a collection of short stories that are written by the winners. The boy asked what the world was like now that 13-year-olds were talking like that. Julian explained that children grow up very quickly now. This time is different from the time the boy lived in. Julian told me that the hero king swallowed his tears and teamed up with the greatest hero of the time, his best friend the Sun Sword Emperor, all to defeat the great demon Deven. Vincent asked who the Sun Sword Emperor was. He had never heard of him. Julian told him that it was an ancestor of the Adenk family, Arslan. At that moment, he immediately remembered that boy. So he was the first head of the Adenk family. It was a child who greeted Sir Deven. Arslan admired him very much. Arslan wanted to be just like this man when he grew up. Though Arslan was a child, he was a friend as well as Davin's apprentice. What was so good about a one-armed man like him? Arslan visited him several times while the protagonist was in prison. Then he said that Davin hadn't committed any crime. That truth would eventually triumph over evil. He'll do it to restore Deven's honor, no matter how long it takes. After that day, Arslan never came to him again. Julian revealed that he was the first head of the Adenka family who also left them with a life mission. And this is about his accomplishment. They must surpass the Samyeon family and face the truth. To face the truth. Was it really just a coincidence? Arslan had definitely said he would reveal the truth, and he knew Davin had been wrongly accused. It's not a coincidence, and though the protagonist doesn't know much, he's sure of it. Arslan Volker broke away from the Volker family and created the Adenk family. It was to uncover the truth. Adenka is the new family that was created to restore Davin's honor. It seems to be fate that he was born specifically into Arslan's family. Vincent wondered if he had been called to fulfill the mission that had been given to the Adenk family. And if he does, then Julian will become a god. And the protagonist will be able to become the true owner of this body. If Julian becomes god, then he can still reward this guy with an incredible blessing. It's a deal that's good for both of them. Doesn't that sound bad? O mentally thanked Arslan. He will inherit the mission the disciple left behind, and the Samyeon family will happen. The protagonist will climb the upper-class family that betrayed him by becoming a part of that family. Julian called him an old man again and asked where he was going. Vincent wished he'd stop calling him an old man. He'd already talked about it, hadn't he? But if this guy really lived 500 years ago, then he's definitely an old man. Vincent asked what it was. Could it be the summoning? He must be having trouble remembering because he's an old man. Julian tried to stop him by calling Vincent. The protagonist replied that it would probably do. Suddenly the two heard the sparring begin. Vincent wondered what kind of martial arts people practice nowadays, and how martial arts had improved in 500 years, and also how strong the descendants of Kajin have become in the Samyeon family. It's gonna be fun. But why is his body so heavy? Whereupon he fell. This kid's body sucks. It gets tired too quickly. Plus, it's in such a disgusting state that if the protagonist doesn't use mana to control it, he won't be able to live a normal life. Suddenly, he felt a flow of mana. He immediately called out to Julian. Julian yawned and wondered why he was suddenly needed at this hour. At that moment, the main character asked why he didn't study fencing. Julian revealed that it was because of a disability that prevents him from studying. And when Vincent asked again if that was really the case, Julian replied that he was born that way. Then the protagonist started claiming he had a sacrum. So why didn't he study fencing? Juliana flinched away from his grip and wondered what that rump was all about. And why is this guy making a fuss about it? The protagonist explained that he can store mana anywhere in his body. More specifically, he can store mana in his bones. However, it was noticeable that Julian didn't understand anything about it. The protagonist wondered how he could best explain it all. A martial artist needs to use mana to wield power that surpasses that of an ordinary person. The mana that works miracles is usually stored in the human heart, but if he has this build, in addition to his heart, Julian can also store mana in his bones. This means that he can use mana indefinitely. Julian recognized that it was really incredible. Did he really have something like that? Vincent noticed that he still didn't seem to realize how important it was. Kajin, whom they call the king a hero, also had something similar. How ironic that it was born with the same physique as Kajin. Something he envied all his life. But the world 500 years later is stranger than he first realized. Julian can't convey an image to his heart. The protagonist asked what the image was. Julian wondered if Gramps was saying, "Is this serious now?" And where should he start his explanation? An image is like an imaginary mana storehouse. Vincent was surprised that he didn't store mana in his heart. Then what happened to the meditation method? Julian then asked what method of meditation he was now talking about. That's when the protagonist couldn't believe that Julian didn't know about the meditation method. Volker, the first Adenk, had a great meditation method for storing mana in the heart. And now they store their mana in an image called a star. And the number of stars used denotes the strength of the martial artist. They gave up mana guarding the physical body a long time ago. Julian doesn't even think there's any record of it. The protagonist just didn't believe it all. This means that the adult in that family creates at least one image. The first connection to the image and the sense of mana is a requirement for people with one star. It turns out that the image was created to avoid the risks that can occur when storing mana in the heart. In the past, more than half of martial artists died from storing mana in their hearts, because it exploded, and it was certainly dangerous. But he still decided to take a chance. Julian tried to stop him, asking if this guy was now collecting mana in his heart. Vincent reassured him, saying that his heart was strong. He would have to take such a big risk if he wanted to become known as a full-fledged martial artist. One-armed Davinus learned this method, and survived because of it. Julian asked why he lets the mana spread everywhere. The order is wrong. He asked his grandfather if he was even familiar with the cycle formula. Julian is too noisy. Is there really a mana flow formula? Of course, there is a formula for efficient mana usage. It seemed to the protagonist as if they were back in his time. And it seemed to Julian that there must have been people who had failed. Vincent told me that the magic power of the cycle wrapped up and exploded in about half of the practitioners. Juliana was clearly not happy that they had died. But the other half survived. Isn't that a great statistic? Julian advised him not to be so reckless, but only because it wasn't his body. Let them treat it more gently. Vincennes agreed, and also mentioned that the body was valuable. The protagonist asked, well, why did he do that to such a valuable body? This body has a wonderful sacrum, and his magic cycle heart is also strong. Julian would definitely succeed if he practiced carefully. The sacrum is the kind of structure that is necessary to contain mana, but consumes it. And Julian's sacrum had been depleted for the past 13 years. If this continued, Winchin Adenk's body would die before even reaching maturity. Meditation will delay death, but there's a limit to that too. There's about 10 years left. This amount of time is quite a lot of time. In such a time, Stormsword had become the Sword Emperor, and the one-armed Davin had been forgotten by the world. For so long, Davin had been locked in an underground prison, slowly starving to death, striving for life. Those 10 years were incredibly scary and absurdly long. Suddenly he heard a knock and a question as to what the young gentleman was doing there. Someone demanded that the boy answer. The main character didn't even know who it was. After that, a man with a disgruntled look on his face walked in. He immediately marveled at the mess and asked what had happened here in the first place. Why the young gentleman's room was in such a mess. Vincent asked if the man was his servant. The one replied scornfully that he was. Who else could he be? So this man's name is Wilson, the one who Julian will slit his throat in 3 years. He immediately brushed those thoughts away. Wilson arrived on time. The protagonist threw his clothes and said to bring clean ones, and also to clean this room. Wilson wondered why the hell the young gentleman even looked stronger than usual. Could this be the wimpy Vincent he knows? The man asked the young gentleman what he was doing at this hour, since the room was such a mess. I wondered if he was conducting some strange experiment or something. Vincent replied that there was nothing of the sort. Had the young gentleman then gone mad from being ignored all the time and he was just reading here? He must have been studying dark magic or worse. Wilson should let the head steward know about it and report to the head of the family immediately. The protagonist, noticing that it is quite rare to find a gentleman who speaks respectfully to a defiant servant. It's fun to watch Wilson continue to insist on what his master has refuted. And it's even bolder to not listen to the orders his master has given him. Vincent gave him more assignments than usual. But isn't it Wilson's job to do them? The man asked if he hadn't said he hated doing things he didn't like. Did the young gentleman really think he was here to clean up after him? Vincent mentioned that there are such people. After all, this man is his servant. Or is he wrong about that? Since he doesn't want to do his job, in that case, the protagonist will do it all himself. Wilson asked the young gentleman where he was going. The kid explains that he is going to the head steward that Wilson mentioned to ask him to fetch his clothes. He will tell the head steward that he has come to him himself because Wilson's servant does not want to work. Those words infuriated the man even more. He took away the dirty clothes and asked who even said he was turning down the job. And he will also do the cleaning, so the young master should leave it as it is. No matter how cowardly and sensitive Vincent is, A servant cannot behave so insolently and arrogantly with him. They must have deliberately made themselves that way. He appeared Julian, who felt the same way. They probably want Vincent to solve the problem of the unruly and rude servant, and show what the seventh young master of the Adenka family should be like. Apparently Wilson used to be a gang member and had killed a lot of people. Julian asked what they should do now. Vincent only laughed as soon as he heard that he had killed people. A man who has taken many innocent lives has a certain energy. And that kind of energy the protagonist doesn't feel from that man. He's just an ordinary asshole. Plus, his eyes are a little too innocent. Also, the guy thinks he's just a coward. Julian asked if he even believed what he was saying. How does he even know so much about it? Because he's lived a fucking shitty life. Julian didn't even realize what had happened to him. He wondered if he had summoned something worse than the king's spirit. Wilson returned and said he had washed the young gentleman's clothes. He also asked if the young master liked the way he had cleaned the room. Vincent said yes, and thanked him for his hard work. Wilson asked that the young master not turn his room into a battlefield next time. Vincent replied that he would. He seems to be becoming more docile. But what he's even capable of is useless in Vincent, even if he acts so proud. The main character now told Wilson to bring a wooden sword about 1 meter long. It would be good if it weighed about 500 grams and was made of ebony. Have him look in the storeroom. Wilson asked what would happen if he refused to do it. Since Wilson won't, then he'll have to go get it himself. But how should the protagonist answer the guard when he asks why the young gentleman came here in person? I guess Wilson also forgot that the pantry guards are outstanding martial artists, and they are very loyal to the direct descendants of the family. Wilson wondered why he was acting like this again. He asked to wait a second, but suddenly he sat down on the floor by the main character. Vincent apologized. He just has bad memories of being attacked from behind. Wilson had never heard of such a thing happening to the young master's belt. In that case, he should remember it well. In fact, his body is screaming in pain because of this movement. It hurts like hell. Wilson was about to reply something, but he was suddenly noticed by the protagonist. Vincent asked if he had anything else to say. Wilson immediately replied that no, fulfilling the words that he needed a 1 meter long sword. But Wilson just said he didn't feel like doing it. He immediately walked out the door and mentioned that he didn't say such a thing. After which he closed the door loudly behind him, but he opened it immediately, talking about the door closing loudly because of the draft. He did it unintentionally, and Vincent didn't even say anything to the little rascal, for which he was already walking down the corridor with the sword the young lord had requested. Wilson was determined not to lose to him next time. He would show Vincent why he was called that. Then he held out the wooden sword. The little brat must feel bad, because he thought Wilson was going to give it to him so easily. Vincent asked Wilson if he knew about it. Among his acquaintances there is a man without a right hand. Since he has no right arm, he had a hard life. And eventually this man met a very horrifying end. Wilson immediately handed over the sword. He was ashamed as hell. Since Wilson had done the young master's errand, he would go for it. Now he needs a good little workout. Vincent was already outside practicing with the mannequins. The protagonist knows that this body is incredibly weak, but for him to be so tired after a few swings of the wooden sword, it seems he still has a long way to go. However, he likes the feeling. He was born to become a martial artist. Suddenly, a mannequin was cut in front of him, and the man apologized. Because of such weak mana energy, he didn't even notice that someone was training here. Vincent asked who it was. That was Revan Adenka, and that would be the useless Vincents. Julian revealed that Revan Adenka is a very distant relative of his. He is one of the candidates who has a good chance of winning at the next True Sword competition. And before that, the main character was dating his father. Now I know what kind of son that guy was talking about. Vincent should be careful. This boy is a rising star among the heirs of branch families. He's the best among the 13-year-olds in the Adenk family. Revan figured out that if he wins at the True Sword meeting, he will have to fight Vincent, so he sought this guy out. A collection of true swords. It's a competition where children from Adenka-affiliated families who practice martial arts gather to fight in real sword combat. There's no age limit there yet, but people usually participate from the age of 14. The winner of this gathering will be given the chance to face off against the direct heir of the Adenk family, who must be around his age. The heir who will fight against the winner of the True Sword competition will be Vincent, a useless guy who is determined to be the weakest among the direct heirs. Revan hoped he wasn't hiding from him anymore, because he was too scared. Things wouldn't end with simple wooden swords at a True Swords meeting. The protagonist asked how a martial artist could even be afraid of a ball. The boy only laughed. He seemed to have a good tongue since he was the direct heir. Vincent advised him to learn it too. Even the provocations must be at a decent level. How can he even mock a relative who came here to practice? This guy is too rude. The one-armed Davin was respected both on the training field and in the battle arena. Even Kajin respected him. This guy cut up someone else's dummy. Revan is a disgrace to all martial artists, so he should be ashamed. It seems it was his father, who is a distant relative of the main family, who taught the same manners. Revan immediately held his wooden sword against him, saying how dare that bastard insult his father. He had decided not to forgive Winshin since the moment he had spoken disrespectfully of his father. Julian mentioned that this guy is at the 2-star level, plus has the attributes of a man of steel. So we have to be careful because this man is much stronger than Vincent. In fact, the main character also knows that he will lose if they fight him now, but it's obvious that he's stung by the inferiority complex he grew up with, simply because he wasn't born into the main family. He uses mana even though he knows Vincent can't control it. His father doesn't act mature, and his son isn't familiar with the etiquette of martial arts masters. It seems that the level of culture in martial artists has declined in 500 years. The protagonist must make sure he learns this. He displayed a wooden sword that was filled with mana. Fortunately, the protagonist still has a good sense of understanding of the situation. He revealed that in his time, the likes of Revan would have been beaten up by the older families. Meanwhile, Equality couldn't believe that this guy had just pointed a sword at him. Not only does he have no mana, but he has no idea what mana is. How on earth could he act so confident? He knows this since he has faced his sword. Vincent doesn't even stand a chance against him. Well, what on earth is going on with this aura that screams so much that Vincent could chop him in half at any moment? The protagonist decided to take it easy. If Equality was scared of some wooden sword, then how could Vincent calmly fight him at the true ball gathering? Things don't just end with wooden swords. Don't those words belong to him? Raven attacked the protagonist, screaming about killing the bastard right now. Julian asked what he was even doing and let him dodge faster. Vincent told him not to worry, because the man couldn't hurt him. He was stopped by a man. He mentioned that the young master couldn't fight behind Vincent-san here. Julian exhaled with relief. And the main character said to look at it. If Revan injures young master Vincent here, he will have an excuse to refuse to fight. Revan has to fight against him at the true sword gathering, so he restrains himself for that afterward. In that case, they will meet at the true sword meeting with this coward. Julian didn't understand why on earth he was teasing Revan. If the attendant hadn't stopped this guy, he would have crippled Vincent. The main character just taught a lesson to an ill-mannered child. Juliana is about to lose his mind. How did he ever get involved with an old man like that? Julian was going to summon the powerful spirit of the king. The protagonist apologized, saying that was why he was now teaching him the things of this time. Could this be his portrait? Julian said to focus instead of looking at useless things. If he is done with image theory, let him now teach the blessing and features. Features artificially made power analyzed from blessings. Artificial blessing. The protagonist asked if he could really create a blessing. This is disrespectful to the gods, which will get him punished. But Vincennes doesn't respect him, so what's there to talk about? Let him be grateful. No one has ever died from God's punishment. Could it be that Revan has a specialty too? And what is a man of steel? The Dwarf King's blessing includes a lot of things, but this one especially focuses on strengthening the body. The more it grinds one feature, the more strong paths open up. This is called the technological tree. A man of steel is particularly mid-level. Defense and destructive power are her hallmarks. In such a case, battle techniques should be centered on a single trait. But he is quickly becoming strong. It's exactly as Julian said. Especially when you consider the situation with Revan chopping up the mannequin. Revan showed an accomplishment unmatched by anyone from his time. Isn't that a village of peculiarities? If he's going to compete against people like that, he needs to get used to these innovations. And here he is again, practicing. The others also noticed his presence. Since this guy is wielding the sword with his left hand, then he can't use the image. Besides, he starts panting after 2 or 3 swings. It's pretty funny. But another person arrived there and advised him not to speak of him so rashly. It was the deputy commander of the White Sword Division, Merlin. Merlin asked what was so funny about having a young master of the Adenka family training martial arts. They apologized to the deputy commander, after which they immediately fled. Merlin may have spoken on it. But looking at the young lord, people are free to call him a disgrace to Adenk. The boy is aimlessly swinging his ball around with no mana or specialty. he is doomed to be looked down upon by people. Julian noticed that they were all whispering to Vincina. Couldn't they do it in the woods? But does he have the time and stamina to get there? He was used to people looking down on him because no one expected the one-armed Davin to wield a storm sword. However, he was able to do it. He changed booing to cheering, and you can't argue that he won't be able to do it again. He was served an advanced recovery potion. It was Merlin, who thought it would be easier to train with him. Vincent asked who he was. The deputy commander of the White Sword Unit introduced himself. Vincent was surprised that the man wasn't even laughing at him. But Merlin admitted that he had at first. But it seemed to him that the young master's eyes were desperately searching for something. People should mock the man who mocks a martial arts master. The main character said he would remember Merlin's name. He also said that Merlin was probably on patrol, so he could go. The deputy commander noticed that something had changed in the young master. Perhaps he is quite fortunate. For almost a long time, his days passed ordinarily. He practiced, and Julian was teaching him the basics of the modern world. Balancing on the surface with your right foot, and by adding hip rotation, he can feel the mana in his heart. The protagonist began to see him. The path of the one-armed Davin to defeat Kajin. The path of the sword made and set by lines and dots to manifest abilities. He was able to chop up the mannequin. The protagonist was glad he was able to do it. His swordsmanship is complete. Wilson asked how many days it had been in general. It's not like he's a rooster to wake up in the morning and have breakfast at 5 o'clock. The young gentleman's training only makes him work. Wilson decided to humiliate him now. The man served the young gentleman his breakfast. However, it was noticeable that it was breakfast, as if someone had eaten it. And the main character mentioned that if he wanted to steal something for himself, he didn't have to make it so obvious. Wilson asked what he was talking about. And if he's so sure of himself, at least let him wipe his own kind. Right now, Vincent can turn a blind eye. But he hopes Wilson doesn't cross the line next time. Surely the young gentleman knows that he used to be a street thug. Though he may look it, he has killed many people. How scared Vincennes was. It is very easy to control through fear, but in this way he will not be able to gain a person's trust. So the protagonist presses his power upon him. Wilson asked since when the young gentleman was able to communicate through telepathy, and where he got his mana from. That's what makes all the difference. So let him stop showing off for the protagonist. Soon, Wilson will no longer be ashamed of serving Vincennes a denk. And when the time comes, he will have to choose to live under fear or show his loyalty. Even if the young master were to thrust himself upon him so unexpectedly, loyalty was out of the question. After which he closed the doors. His equanimity exploded. Merlin noticed that the young gentleman seemed to have arrived early today. But then he saw that the dummy had been cut. Besides, the marks looked like a real ball. But in fact he saw that Mr. Winchen only used wooden swords. But this surface is so flat. Is it even possible to move like this in just a few days? He wondered what kind of martial arts Mr. Winchen was studying. The protagonist dressed while Wilson scandalized his clothes and Julian watched him. The two men were mentally communicating. Julian asked if that bastard Wilson hadn't gotten so damn polite. Winchen told him that such people knew how to take initiative, but they didn't know how to take their words back. Afterward, the kid turned his attention to his clothes. The clothes are made of Leviton's cotton, after all. Wilson asked what was wrong. The protagonist replied that this cotton is very cheap, but harms the soil. Not good enough for an aristocrat. He also wants to make remarks about the food. Its quality is low compared to the family budget. Julian asked what that meant. Obviously, someone is stealing the money. That person must be embezzling it for themselves. It can't be Wilson. But it was noticeable that this guy didn't make any sense at all of what Vincent had just said. Wilson certainly wouldn't have thought of that. So someone higher up in the chain of command is behind this. Revan was also busy practicing. Suddenly, he remembered the main character asking about why he was so afraid of the wooden sword. Revan got angry and swung his sword, asking who here was even afraid. Afterward, his father entered his room and remarked that the training was going well. There wasn't much time left before the true sword gathering. And if they want to avoid a life of poverty and suffering because of status, Revan has a duty to overpower Winchen. The boy knows that himself. He grabbed his son's hands, saying that he was obligated to do so. Revan is obligated to become the man from the branch family that will defeat the main family. The closer the competition gets, the more irritable the father becomes. His obsession grows literally by the day. And if he defeats that bastard Winchen, his father and family can go back to the old days. He was finally able to gather all the information about the members of the True Sword Gathering. Vincent noticed, as he leafed through the book, that it wasn't just their personal information, but also the techniques they used, and their habits. Julian asked if that was incredible. But really, Julian gave him the creeps. He's absolutely terrifying. Julian decided to take that as a compliment. Julian's plan was to make a striking debut at the True Sword Gathering, taking the King's spirit power, and also to obtain the miraculous stone. This is crystallized mana that is granted to the champion. If you absorb it, your body and mana will become stronger in an instant. It really is miraculous, as the name even speaks for itself. Judging from the information Julian has gathered and his expression, Vincent can tell that he desperately wants to win. The protagonist will disgrace himself as a martial artist if he loses with all this at his disposal. He may not be the spirit of the king Julian expected, but this guy is going to give him a far more meaningful victory, one that the spirit of the king could never have imagined. Whereupon Vincent called for Wilson, and the latter ran at once, asking the young gentleman what he wanted. The guy wanted Wilson to do something for him. Meanwhile, she heard a knock, and then there was Wilson's voice asking if he could come in. Wilson hesitantly asked how she was doing. In front of one was Raelsa's chief chamberlain. Raelsa demanded that he state his case. That's what you'd expect from a 7-star martial artist. She's too intimidating. Wilson reports that young Mr. Vincennes has something to say to the head of the family. He did not seem to have the courage to come to his father himself. He asked the head of the family to personally attend the True Sword meeting. Said he would prove his worth as a member of Adank's main family. Raelsa mentioned that the head of the family has never attended a True Balls meeting. He has neither the time nor the reason to do so. Only then did the man mention that this was the price for embezzling funds from the budget. Let him do what is impossible. The woman inquired as to what he had just said. Wilson mentioned that he had merely relayed the young gentleman's words. Raelsa said that was enough, so he could leave. He could have crossed over himself. It would have been more effective if he'd threatened her personally. He deliberately sent Wilson to show his authority. Did this guy finally fully realize her intentions? The head of the family was also practicing, but suddenly he felt Raelsa's presence. The woman reported that young Master Winchin had invited the head of the family to a True Sword meeting, and the head of the family thought that age was taking its toll on her. Let her stop this senseless behavior and leave. Only then did Raelsa mention that the boy was ready to prove his worth as a member of Adank's main family. Does Raelsa think Vincent is experienced enough to talk about the value of his pedigree? It really isn't. For that reason, he promised to show his value this time around. She asked the head of the family to come, saying that she would have it notarized. The head of the family asked if she knew what that meant. If young Master Winchin couldn't prove himself, she would give her head on straight. The head of the family did not understand why she was doing this. The woman said that the young gentleman took advantage of her weakness. The head of the family asked if he was taking advantage of the fact that she was stealing money from the budget. She must have been doing it for Winchin's benefit. She intended to use the money for his future. Raelsa apologized. He has no reason to interfere. To be blunt, Raelsa is that woman's servant, not his. Nevertheless, this method is indeed her style, expressing her intentions without losing any part of his dignity. Is he really the son of Sarvana? The head of the family agreed to come to the True Swords meeting. The day of the True Swords assembly has come. Raven was mentally telling the protagonist that he would take the upper hand over him today. He also noticed the man sitting in the mountain along with the guards. No one expected to see her here. The head of Khan himself. Revan was sure the man had come here to watch a rising star among the heirs from molded families. Namely himself. This was his chance. He would tear Winchin apart right in front of his head. The gathering of True Swords begins. This opponent was already annoying him, so just let him die. The guy was able to block that sword with his shield. He immediately decided to attack, for he didn't understand how he dared to get cocky. However, his sword was shattered. Revan asked that, wondering if that was his strike. Did he really think it would work against the Steel Man's peculiarity? And after that, the fight was already over. The man shouted that this is how things are done. No wonder he's being hailed as a rising star among the heirs of branch families. He's so young, yet he's already earned 2 stars. This defense is impressive. A branch heir really has a chance to win this competition for the first time. By the standards of 500 years ago, they're all geniuses. Brilliant geniuses. But there is a hole in their martial arts. They derive their power predominantly from their own features. Vincent sees no experience in battle from their movements. These guys are like manipulated puppets. That was probably why he was able to use his specialty and attack so rashly. Revan bowed. He even gave Winchin credit for not running away. Mentally, the protagonist told him to win as soon as possible, because he wouldn't be running anywhere, and the head of the family just watched it all in silence. It's been quite some time since the competition started. The guy flew back from that blow. The match is over and the winner was Revan Adenka. Revan Adenka stated that he has defeated all his opponents. Now, according to the rules that have been set by the elders, he will fight his close friend, Vinchin Adenka, in the final battle of the True Sword Gathering. He wanted to fight against the direct heir of the family. Vinchin accepted the challenge. In between them was Zeron, who is a judge from the White Sword Division. Both sides must prepare themselves. He was stopped by Vincent, for he had a condition. After which Wilson arrived there. The protagonist will use this wooden sword, and his left hand to fight his distant relative. Vinchin will also allow him to strike the first 3 blows. The man didn't know what the kid was talking about. These guys had heard rumors about this kid. I wonder if he's really crazy. And until those 3 strikes are made, Vincent will not step 1 foot from where he now stands. Revan wondered what he was even doing. Was he really mocking him now? Even the audience thought it was absurd. Young Master Vinchin doesn't know any martial arts. So what if he is the direct heir of the family? How can he be so arrogant? The man stated that young Mr. Vinchin is doing this in order to create excuses when he loses. However, the head of the family allowed it. Vincenz had better prove his words with actions. The protagonist turned to the head of the family, saying that this is what he would do. In such a case, the battle with the direct heir begins. Both sides should prepare themselves. From the look on Revan's face, you could tell he was angry. Didn't this guy hear him a couple minutes ago? Vinchin said he'd let him take the first 3 hits. The battle has begun. In that case, this guy's just gonna die if he stands still. That was the first strike. High chance of it being a short punch. Revan really wanted to see how long he could be so cocky. The guy already thought he had managed to get his opponent. Most of them are simple feints. The real kick is the second one. This guy's moves are so obvious that he can see them, even without Julian's information. The main character mentioned that great swords aren't primarily meant for piercing. Revan couldn't believe how this guy was able to repel his sword. It was simply impossible. This guy would have to be several levels stronger than him to see the direction of the ball. Vinchin allowed his first 2 attacks. How dare that bastard act so cocky just because he learned a couple of pathetic tricks. But even now he was being pummeled to the ground by the protagonist. And that was already the 3rd strike. Revan didn't understand how he could do it at all. He will keep the promise he made to Julian, and the promise he made to his father. And now it was Vinchin's turn to attack. Everyone was very surprised at this outcome. Who would have thought that the rising star of the spanking family would lose to the useless Vincenz? The man asked his son what he was doing now. Let him get up. He still didn't understand why Revan had a problem with a guy who didn't even know how to use mana. Julian asked Vinchin what was going on. After all, he couldn't see clearly. The protagonist told him that it was a basic martial art. A martial artist should not stand poleaxed when he does not have a métier in his hand. There are many ways to defeat an opponent without using a weapon. Revan stated that this guy got the feature in such a short time. It all makes sense now. It must have been given to him by a petty god he was even ashamed to call aloud. Julian was angry, for he had been called a petty god. This guy is going too far. Vincent replied that if that thought made him feel better, then so be it. But his musings would end here. But the guy shut him up. Talking about how it was Vinchin's tricks that would be the ones that would end here. Julian realized that it was dangerous to block such an attack. He should dodge to the left. Vinchin did just that. After that, he decided to attack on his own. Revan realized that this was the end, for he was open to being hit, after which the protagonist attacked him. But Revan noticed that he wasn't even in pain. This is natural, as a practiced sword could never break a steelman's defense. A rotting rump and an untrained body. Vincent can't use much strength at the moment, but if Revan gains confidence, he will attack in the same way. That's what happened. Because he wanted to show the difference between them, which can't be overridden by a low-level feature. You can use the power of his punch and attack. This attack caused Revan to start flying off. The protagonist approached Judge Jaren and asked him to try his best to prevent the tragedy. He was surprised as soon as he heard those words. The protagonist has only one chance. If one uses this skill even once, his body will be destroyed. Gotta finish it while this guy's in the air. That bastard sure can't win. Vinchin sees it. The point Revan created and his sword path connecting the two. He mentally told Julian to watch carefully. It was a technique Vinchin had mastered. This was the final blow of the main character. Even with a wooden sword, he was able to cut off Revan's arm. The man was deeply shocked by the result of the contest. Even the head of the family couldn't have expected this. Cut the space, curl the flow of mana, and use it to break everything, including the enemy's abilities. That's called fencing. He began to scream in pain. The guy grabbed his arm, which was now gone. Even the judge couldn't believe it. Vincent asked the referee what he was doing. Perhaps the protagonist should cut off his opponent's leg as well, so that he can get the victory. The referee declares Vinchin Adenka the winner of this bout. The man immediately ran up to his son. The two men who were hovering around Revan noticed that the potions were not working. A priest must be called immediately. Vincent told Geron to prevent a tragedy. The man apologized, saying it was his fault. Julian didn't understand why this guy was so calm. His body is at its limit right now, isn't it? Gotta go rest now. Vincent knows, but he's not going to die from this. The protagonist turned to the head of the family. He did keep his promise, didn't he? Then this guy was saying he would prove his worth to the Adenk family. Chief Khan replied that there are such. The man then announced that Vincent Adenka was recognized as the winner of the True Sword Gathering. He then suggested we go inside for the awards ceremony. In the middle of the table was the promised reward in a box. The person who surpasses the difficulties will be rewarded with a miracle stone. And only the head of the family wanted to give the miracle-working stone as suddenly a man burst in there, shouting that it was of no use. Everyone present turned their attention to him. The man shouted that Vincent had definitely fooled everyone. He began to explain to the head of the clan that this guy had taken up in the power of an apostle. There was also a subordinate there who reported to the head that there was a small problem. Khan asked the priest what had happened. Many healers have tried to attach young Master Revan's arm to his body, but it seems this arm can't be reattached. His father asked if the priest meant to say that Revan would forever be one-armed. The priest apologized profusely. He grabbed the priest by his robe, not understanding why the priest could not join his arm. But the priest replied that they had never seen this wound before. Julian asked Winchin what that meant. Not only had the priest never seen such a thing, but it looked like the hand had been severed by something his divine powers couldn't handle. If they don't hurry up, even a high priest won't be able to do anything. He turned to the head of the clan, asking how such damage, which even a third-level priest couldn't fix, could be studied by the Adenka family's methods. The devil is definitely involved. The people behind them began to whisper that they were now beginning to believe it too. It happened very suddenly, and perhaps it was really the apostle's ability. Vincent asked the man if he could intervene. The head of the clan gave his permission, and Julian asked what he was going to do. This true sword meeting was held in the presence of the head of the Adenk family. Therefore, all proceedings must be held with the head's permission, and the head has already declared Winchin as the winner. Thus, the man's words directly deny the authority of the head, and in a place where all the special guests were gathered. Does Charles Adenka realize the situation better than the head of the family? He ordered Jaren of the White Sword Unit to arrest the man. Jaren asked if by that person he meant Charles Adenk. The protagonist replied that he did. The father of his friend, Revan. Charles asked how he even dared to give out such orders, even though he was the direct heir. Vincent explained that the man had questioned the authority of the head in front of other people. Wasn't that enough? Jaren indicated that he would honor that order. He then tied Charles up and fell to his knees, who screamed to be let go. Suddenly, he heard the words of the head of the family. The man wondered if Charles Adenka really did not realize that he was in debt to Vincent. In the Adenk family, you can't punish a person twice for the same offense. If Vincent didn't do it, Charles would face the family's punishment. Since Khan is also a father, he will forgive it, so Charles should not open his mouth again. The man agreed. Afterward, the head of the clan praised Winchin for doing a good job. The protagonist thanked for the praise. Julian was very embarrassed, and the main character noticed that he seemed happy. In fact, the head of the company very rarely praises anyone. Revan began squirming in pain. The priest said that at this rate, his right arm would be like this forever. After which, Julian decided to propose the idea to Vincent. Winchin mentally wondered if this was normal. Julian thought it would definitely turn out in their favor. In that case, the guy wouldn't do as he was told. Vincent asked the priest if his right hand could not be restored even with the help of a miracle stone. The reward for the competition was a miraculous stone, and now this guy says to use it. The priest didn't even know what he should say to that. Looking at the priest's reaction, apparently it's possible. It was Vincent who cut off Revan's right hand, so he should put an end to that situation. The head of the clan decided to leave it up to Winchin. Revan Adenka taunted him and mocked Vincent at the martial artist training field. Charles began to apologize for not training him well. He even apologized sincerely. However, all words must be proven by actions. Vincent drew his sword. He cut the ropes that restrained Charles. Charles Adenka must show remorse worthy of a martial arts master. And then Vincent will give the miraculous stone to Revan for healing. Charles asked what exactly he wanted. Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. For the sake of one right hand, he needs someone else's right hand. What a loser this man is. Vincent knows he's fully conscious, but refuses to say anything despite the situation at hand. Is his right hand really that important to him? Where is the respect for parents in this generation anyway? Charles agreed to sacrifice his right arm. His whole body was shaking. Julian noticed that the man apparently loves his son. Though this love is perverse, it is still paternal. He has to do everything for Revan. Even if he has to cut off his right hand, he had already prepared to perform this action. Vincent said to prevent any accidents. The boy turned to Jaren. He reacted instantly and slashed his sword. In the end, his right arm was fine. Vincent hoped Charles would use his bravery for a better occasion next time. And Jaren could only exhale in relief. The protagonist knelt down and informed the head of the clan that everything was resolved. The man praised Vincent. After the miraculous stone was in his hands, he gave it to the priest. "O goddess of healing, Gaia, please be merciful and grant us a miracle." This guy's hand was healed. It was a miracle. The man was glad to have Revan's hand back too. Julian even started to regret a bit that they lost the precious miracle stone. The main character mentioned that it was exactly Julian's idea to give the stone away, but he can't stop regretting it now. However, it is understandable, because this subject can even help with mental problems. Meanwhile, we were eavesdropping on Wilson. He's so cool. He remembered the young lord's words, that when the time came, one must decide whether he would either be ruled by fear or swear allegiance. Now he realized that loyalty was much cooler. Wilson cheerfully informed the young gentleman that he would soon begin preparing his dinner. Julian asked what had happened to him in such a short period of time. Vincent asked if that wasn't what Julian wanted. For Wilson to recognize him as his master. Of course, that wasn't what he wanted. He wanted even much more than that. Afterward, they heard a knock. Julian thought Wilson made dinner pretty quickly, and Vincent said to come in. It was the same priest who greeted the gentleman. This priest of the goddess Gaia is called Dulin. The protagonist asked the priest why he had come here. Dulin wanted to express his gratitude for his help, whereupon he held out one of the parts of the miraculous stone. Dulin explained that it was a reward for such a noble act towards young Master Revan. But Vincent wondered why the priest had decided to give it away. Dulin became a priest to help the sick get through their hardships and return to normal life. Today, however, there was nothing he could do to help young Mr. Revan. He compared the value of a miracle stone to the value of a human life, and as if laughing at the priest, Vincent willingly gave up his miracle stone. Thanks to this act, the priest rethought his life, so he asked to receive this stone. Vincent thought he had done nothing of the sort. The priest would realize it himself. However, accepting the stone, a fitting way to pay his respects. That is, they thanked the young master. He also handed over a plaque, saying that if he suddenly needed the temple's help, he should take advantage of it. It's still anyone's guess, but Dulin recently became a second-class priest. Julian marveled that he was now a second-class priest. Vincent wondered if this was a rare accomplishment. Endless treatment, free use of the temple. Anyway, showing this plaque means the same thing as telling them treat me as a second-class priest. However, the main character has no idea what being second-class means. Thanks to the young master, he learned a lot. Dulin thanked him for this valuable lesson. Vincent told the priest to take care of himself. Julian boasted that they now had a much better acquaintance than Wilson. The protagonist recognized that Julian was truly amazing. It was a little disconcerting when Vincent was so sincere with him. The protagonist wondered if it was because he hadn't been given any affection or praise in his entire life. Come to think of praise, his father usually eats alone. But there was one time when he invited a family member to have dinner with him after a true sword meeting. Vincent wondered who it was. It was the second child, Dea. She had won an incredible victory at the true sword meeting, so Julian is saying that the same opportunity may come for Vincent. Most likely it will. His whole body knows from the pain right now, but he supposes it looks like he won't be able to rest right now. Julian didn't say it would happen for sure. Vincent's just wanted to be sure, even if the odds of it happening were 1 in 100. It's a little disconcerting, actually. Wilson rushed in, who called out to the young gentleman. The protagonist asked what the rush was about. Just then, he had something to say about the head of the family. Vincent complimented that the head of the family had invited him. In that case, Wilson should drive him. Wilson didn't understand how the young gentleman had been able to predict that, but he's a hell of a tough guy. As he was walking, he was approached by a woman who told Vincent to hurry. It was Mom. The woman had heard that Vincent had shown an incredible achievement at the True Sword Gathering, so she congratulated him. The protagonist made a bow and gave thanks. Vincent's mom died as soon as she gave birth to him. The woman opposite is the stepmother, Versa Hallam. Before her retirement, she was such a ruthless martial artist that she was nicknamed the Giant. And for the moment, she's in charge of everything to do with the House of Adenk. She offered to go together, since his father was already waiting for him, whereupon they entered the office. The head of the clan greeted Winshin. But after that, the man decided to check it out. It was a terrifying pressure that even made it hard for him to breathe. The pressure was affecting his lungs. He didn't feel it today, which means it's a test. The man asks Winshin if he thinks Khan's form this morning was real. He doubts it's necessary, intends to put pressure on his son in a private meeting. The man asked why on earth he thought that. Mom called him father, not head of the family. She nodded. He praised from the guy for being able to spot it. He called Winshin here for 2 reasons. The first reason was to congratulate him on his victory today, and the second is to test the validity of Charles Adenk's concerns. He had said back then that even a 3rd-grade priest couldn't do anything with this injury. Then, how did this guy manage to accomplish this by studying the methods of the Adenk family? Suddenly he felt eyes on him. It was Versa. He was uncomfortable with this kind of scrutiny. The man asked if there was any possibility that he was an apostle. The woman replied that he was not, and it was unlikely that he had a helper. What was that horrible feeling he was feeling right now? It must be Mom's specialty. She has eyes that can see the truth. Khan asked what kind of martial art it was then. Vincheng well not yet managed to connect the image to his heart, as he was able to cut off the hand of a 2-star martial artist. As recorded, this art is similar to the swordsmanship of the hero king, and by that they mean Kajin Samyeon. He swung his sword in a strange way, and said that this was how he was able to prevent any incredible ability of the enemy. It was also said that his sword was able to subdue Archdeacon Devon. It happened again. This fake story leaves him completely confused. What Kajin and his family were trying to accomplish. She touched the protagonist's shoulders and demanded to be told everything. The swordsmanship that memorizes the hero Samyeon. How on earth did that son of a bitch learn it? Let him tell his mom everything. In fact, the main character thought it was his father who called him. But it turned out not to be so. It is the mother who is doing the dialogue now. He is being interrogated to find out the origin of the martial arts he uses. Julian yelled for the guy not to answer. She is able to distinguish truth from lies with her eyes. If she comes up with some excuses, she will definitely expose him despite her lack of knowledge about this era. What was he going to do now? Does he really have to tell her that he's not really her son, but a grown man who lived 500 years ago? Julian asked for time. Versa really wanted to hear his answer. He mentally begged Julian to hurry up. And Julian was so afraid of her. He was so afraid that she would realize his uselessness. He only has to take 1 step. He's only 1 step away from overcoming the wall of fear. And he just has to take 1 step forward. The rest will come of its own accord. Vinchin will take that first step for him. He reported that he had received an epiphany. Is he really saying that he received it without any blessing? Doesn't he know that it's mostly people who are involved in the dark arts who get insight? That's exactly what Julian hadn't told him. The woman asked why he wasn't answering. This guy's acting suspicious. Maybe he wants to go through the holy court, or maybe he just wants to stand in front of the judges of Jeremel, Julian said, repeating after him. If he is considered suspicious, you can check it out with a temple. Versa asked what he meant. If he is evil in any of his manifestations, does not the priest who wields the 3rd-grade miracle stone recognize it? It's the miracle stone she gave to Dulin, and Vincent accepted it as a gift. This guy doesn't lie. Her eyes didn't react in any way. Did he really learn this art of sword-wielding through insight? Winchin claimed that he had learned many things through insights, but he had not learned swordsmanship through them. He had long since looked closely at the mysterious sword-wielding techniques. However, in recent days, he had decided to learn them. The truth Davin speaks of. But he wanted to change. Even if it might entail suspicion from certain people, he figured he would be taken for a coward if he did nothing. And the truth of the real Vincent. 2 lives. Both truths would stand up to her eyes. He felt he had something to show for it. Only then would he be able to surpass the Samyeon family and fulfill the Adenk family's mission. Deven said it only took 1 step. The boy wanted to show how much stronger he was than his relatives. And also my father. He thought his father might make the right assessment. Since the temple had confirmed everything, the only thing left was his father's deprivation. The man scratched his chin. Versa noticed that. He doesn't realize it himself, but he does it when he's happy about something. He was ready to say his decision. Vinchin can continue to study his martial art. Your son asked if he was sure of his decision. He knows that the sword art of the hero King Kajin is similar to the sword art of the demon King Davin. Men really do know that. If he uses the sword art of the hero king, the Samyeon family will make a scandal, accusing them of stealing. But they won't be able to say anything if it's the swordsmanship art of a great demon king. Versa asked if she could assume that the head of the family's decision was based on all of this. He had already taken into consideration everything that needed to be considered. Since the head had given his approval, he would be responsible for all of this. Therefore, Winshin should try his best to become a better person, without causing him any inconvenience. It is not just a warning. It confirms the head's decision, and also gives him her authorization. The protagonist will remember that. Winshin showed great results at the True Sword meeting. Not only that, he also proved his worth as a direct heir to the Adenk family, and in this regard, the head of the family will grant him one wish, what the guy wants. Winshin wanted to get stronger. Khan admitted that so far, that was a good answer. But it's up to him to achieve it. Let him say what the head of the family can do for him. Julian was advised to say that he wanted access to the family library. The protagonist did so. Only martial artists with 3 stars could enter there. So, the man asked if he was able to connect the image with his heart, but he couldn't do it. So Vincent would like to take advantage of the opportunity to be a spoiled child. He allowed a lower-ranked martial artist to enter the library, which could only be visited by 3-star martial artists. He even requested that his lady hand the purple lotus to Winshin. It's a reward for a promise kept, the Crimson Lotus. It's the sword my father used when he was younger. He used it during his ascension. And it's an Adenk family heirloom. Winshin noticed that this incredible sword is many years old, but it's still so sharp. He also remarked that Juliana was very happy about it. But Juliana argued that she wasn't that happy. Indeed, it would be a disservice to Julian to be so excited just at this point, because they will achieve so much more in the future. At first, Julian was disappointed, because the one he had summoned was not the spirit of the king. But surely he could have achieved all this if he had summoned him as he had planned. Though this man is a bit reckless and old-fashioned, Julian feels he can trust him with his body. They were about to leave when suddenly Versa stopped them. She thinks he put a lot of effort into learning the technique and into training. The woman was proud of him. Winshin thanked her for that, and since he was the winner of the True Sword Assembly, he should enter the Purple Fortress according to the customs. Perhaps he had already thought of how and would subdue the Purple Demon. The Crimson Fortress is one of the training institutes under the Adenk family. Only those who fully complete their training at the fortress will be recognized as full martial artists. To get in there, you need to win the True Sword competition and subdue a low-ranked purple demon. He asked Julian what he should answer. Julian advised to answer that he did not know. Vincent replied that he wasn't sure yet. It was a surprise to her, for she had thought he had planned everything up to this stage. That strange sword movement. It seems like he had already experienced it several times. There must be a great pain piercing his body right now. In that case, let him listen to her. Right now, he is unable to overpower the purple demon. Winshin will die if he fights him in his current state. The Crimson Demon can't be defeated with one blow. Julian didn't understand why she was giving them advice. Vincent thought it looked like she was just starting to sympathize with them. Julian asked why he thought that. Has this guy already forgotten the main character's story? His enemies threw him in jail and faked the story. With the help of her eye, she could have framed them in a meeting with the head of the family. If she wanted to, but she wouldn't do that. She may not love them, but at least she's not hostile to them. The woman spoke, but she was immediately interrupted by the protagonist and thanked his mother for her advice. He would not let her down. In fact, Versa wanted to explain the peculiarity of the purple demon, but he left without asking about it. An amazing martial artist, a table of fear and indecision. Even my heart fluttered. Sarvana may be watching. After all, it was her own son who had taken a big step today as a martial artist. Wilson will be supporting the young gentleman as hard as ever today. Suddenly he was hit and asked what kind of support he was even talking about. What he planned to do this time, Wilson asked, and what did he do wrong? It was a Siri. The girl thought that Wilson must have wanted to hurt the young gentleman again. Wilson replied that he wasn't. Can't she see that he's doing the laundry for the young gentleman right now? I can't believe he's actually doing this. The young master has changed a lot lately. So Wilson, as his most faithful servant, must also change. Siri asked how the young master was doing. Rumors are too slow to reach her after all. So he decided to tell you what had happened to the young master in the last few days. They also made their way into the family library, accessible only to 3-star martial artists. The protagonist didn't understand why there was no record here of events that happened 500 years ago. Julian noticed that for some reason there were no records of only this period. Even if they did find something, they would probably only come across tales of a sword emperor and a great demon. Julian assumed that these records would not be here. However, it seemed to him that someone had deliberately erased those records. Vincent added that someone had definitely done their best on the 500-year-old history in swordsmanship. Later, he can free himself from the stigma of his family's shame, but for now, he will have to increase his sword skill to defeat the purple demon. Since he can't reach the image yet, he needs a methodology to practice. Anyway, he was curious about something. The man who called Arslan a child. And Vincent, who uses the sword-wielding method of the hero king. Who is this man? If the main character says directly that he is the great demon Davin, Julian will obviously be shocked, whether or not he should even care about it. It would be disrespectful to Julian, who was the previous owner of the body, who also shares the same fate as him. He sighed, saying that Julian might be surprised. And just as he was about to say his name, Julian was pierced by some unusual sound. Julian asked, saying it again, and then again he heard some loud sound. Vincent asked Julian if he was okay. Juliana's fine, but say no more, because he didn't want to know. Suddenly, the main character noticed a book called First Love at the Watermill. Julian didn't understand why it was among the mana training books. This is a family-run library, after all. What are the chances of a love story ever getting in here? The protagonist began to assume that someone had preserved a secret historical record in a hidden form. The truth of the past. Suddenly, their faces turned red. Retelling the truth in this form will certainly not arouse the enemy's suspicion. The protagonist of this novella has no image, but they have the power of love as a feature. This is an unusual short story. Features are not used to evoke mana flow. They are summoned by mana flow, and to accomplish this, you must discard your image theory. Without the image, the freedom of mana will make all of these things possible. It just can't be. If you save mana without an image, you can die. And this was a person who was saving mana without an image and managed to survive. A mana flow with a specialty. With this, they would be able to manifest the specialness. Even with the help of an image, it is dangerous to learn features. Features are very hard to learn, so even martial artists are unable to teach those others them. But now, they have found a clue on how to become stronger. Vincent wanted to check on her as soon as possible. Julian asked, "Didn't he just say it was dangerous?" Asiri ran up to him. The girl asked the young lord if it was true that he defeated Revenadenku and was honored with the purple. Vincent asked Julian from Jolie who it was. The latter told him that it was Siri's maid, who was away for a while because of an urgent situation that happened in her family. Then he remembered that there was a person who was blindly attached to the loser Vincent after all. The protagonist admitted that it was like that. Siri fell to her knees. In fact, she thought the young gentleman would be even more neglected after the meeting. But what a relief that it didn't happen. He asked Julian if he knew how to calm a woman. Vincent apologized for keeping it a secret. He is working hard to become a man that Siri will not be ashamed of. Suddenly, another familiar man approached them, who seemed to be looking for someone, and it was the famous Revenadenka. He had something to say to Vincent, after which they went into the room. Siri couldn't find a place between the two of them. The guy sat silently looking somewhere. Julian thought he had something to say, didn't he? Siri offered him a sandwich. Revan reached for his sword. He came to repay the events at the True Balls meeting. Vincent reached for his sword as well. He really didn't expect this guy to decide to attack like this. Now, he knows about swordsmanship skills, so the same method won't work. Vincent told Siri to get out of here quickly. However, she couldn't leave the young master behind. But it wasn't really what they thought it would be. Revan is now forever indebted to Vincent. This guy forgave Revan's rudeness and gave him the miracle stone. Like a coward, he tried to regain his arm at the cost of his father's arm. But in the end, he got his arm back, and his father calmed down. Revan has gotten everything, but can't give anything back. He was a coward that day, but he no longer wishes to be one. So that's the best he can give Vincent is right now. Revan swore his loyalty to Vincent. She was surprised to see young Master Revan take a knee. This guy isn't so hopeless after all. Julian wondered if he was really going to believe him. It's Revenadenka. This guy put his sword in front of the protagonist. And this is the act of giving your life to another person. It was noticeable that this child was serious. Julian did find these martial arts customs strange after all. Julian may not trust Revan, but he has one good idea. In that case, Vincent will take it as his agreement. The protagonist has taken his oath. Vincent will also stand by his side as long as Revan is loyal to him. He had his doubts, but it was indeed a purple lotus. Could this guy really have been awarded by the head of the family? In that case, Revan would not regret swearing his loyalty. The young master has really changed. The times when he was called a loser seem like a dream now. Julian apologized for interrupting right after the main character commandeered his loyalty. Well, perhaps they should try to get the Dwarf King's blessing from Revan. Looks like Winshin is planning to enter the Purple Fortress next year. Khan asked about the conquest of the Purple Demon. Versa was about to tell the guy about the Purple Demon's features, but he refused to help. This guy seemed confident. A Crimson Demon can be attacked with 3 stars or more, as these creatures have no physical form. The reason why subduing it is a rite of passage is because it is an observation of how we have a human handle the demon, and an opportunity to prove having 3 stars or more. She also noticed something else. In the last few days, Revan Adenka has begun to reside in Vincena's annex. He advised the guy to create the loop again. Julian was worried too. It turns out that he wants to get the feature of the Dwarf King's blessing through the methods that are described in this book. Since Vincent still hasn't acquired the image, the protagonist asked if Revan would help him with this. The guy replied that he would if the book was not a collection of nonsense. He'll have to direct the flow. And Vincent will have to meditate beside him. In fact, Vincent would have to entrust him with his life. So the boy asked if that would be a problem. Revan had sworn loyalty to him. Revan wondered if he could trust his life to Vincennes if he were in his place. Then he began to realize he couldn't. Once again, Winshin makes him look pathetic. But it's really not that bad. It's the first time the loss feels so good. But who would have thought that such a crazy method would be used by a direct heir? Mana without an image. Julian asked him to be quiet and slow down. Vincent asked if he would continue to tell him off. He'd offered to use Revan's help to get the specialty. Julian asks why he shouldn't be the one to tell him off when he continues to do whatever his heart desires. He just jumps off the roof. Even Revan said this guy was too abrupt. He sped up again, and there was no need to hurry. Julian began to agree with him. In fact, that's how he attached his past life. He couldn't accomplish anything. He didn't risk his life. Sometimes you need to take a risk and move on. However, at this rate, Vincent will simply die. He needs just a little bit. The flow will be complete if he just connects this one. But Revan tried to stop him, for it was too soon. The stream was connected. The boy was glad he could do it, but here again he was torn. There was an explosion. Revan was thrown back against the bed. His whole body was shaking with pain, but fortunately, he was all right. There's about 6 months left until the next entry into the Purple Fortress. Vincent had already defeated a martial artist with 2 stars, so it should be easy for him. Versa thinks so too. Revan immediately got up and asked Vincent if he was okay. The protagonist replied that he was fine. Vincent's overdid it. It took Revan 6 months. This guy is insanely fast, but it's still going to take him at least 2 months. 1 month. He asked Versa to pass these words on to Vincent. Vincent has to defeat the Steam Demon in 1 month. Julian asked what he had just told him about that. He thought he'd been reincarnated again. This is a message from the head of the house to young Master Winshin. It says he must complete the initiation rite in 1 month. The young master doesn't have much time, so he must hurry. She entered the young and gentleman's room and inquired if he was here. It was only then that she saw the room simply in a terrible state. Raelsa told the young gentleman to bother to explain what happened here. Revan's body shook with fear, seeing the head chamberlain who has 7 stars standing in front of him. The protagonist explained that he was just meditating, and the Siri told the young master not to lie. She doesn't know anything about mana, but meditation certainly doesn't lead to that outcome. Does the young master really want her to continue worrying about him? The protagonist apologized. His attitude towards others is definitely different from the past master. The woman can't keep asking since the young master said not to worry. But whatever this meditation is, the gentleman must hurry. The head of the family handed him the message. Vincent must complete the rite of passage in 1 month. As far as he knows, his father has never moved the timeline before. This means that his father has big plans for the protagonist. When the place from this day passes, Raelsa will personally accompany the young master as a protector. She mentally requested that the young lord overpower him. But the woman replied that she expected the deck lord to train hard until that day. Vincent will be able to get the blessing from the Dwarf King in at least 2 months. But 1 month is too short. If he had 1 month to live, he'd better hurry. But suddenly he was grabbed by the arm. It was Sari who asked not to be overworked. Vincent promised that he would rest, and then he felt a cluster of mana around her. This girl has a huge amount of mana. Sari asked again if he was sure he was promising that. Vincent answered that he did. Now he asked her to leave because he had something to discuss with Revan, after which she left. Revan thought that 1 month wasn't enough, so he had to find another way. And Julian asked what they should do now. Vincent inquired if this mana chain was correct. The two were surprised that the main character was able to complete the stream. Vincent did well this time. With that, he would be able to start manifesting quickly. Julian knew that capable people could do anything, and Revan was very surprised. Now they don't have to wait a month. They have to exceed their father's expectations. 2 weeks later, Revan, Winchin, and Julian came together. The protagonist wanted to start a manifestation of the peculiarity. He advised Revan to take a step back, because there could be an explosion like last time. However, Revan wanted to see with his own eyes Vincent's success. The protagonist agreed. Julian noticed that this guy was definitely loyal to him. Whereupon he began. His flow transformed. Julian felt a strange sensation. That's where the king of the dwarves showed up. Julian's entire body shook, but he welcomed the thoughts on the dwarf king. But how did he even have the ability to see gods of that level? He pointed the hammer right at the protagonist. After that, a flash of light surrounded them. By now, Vincent was seeing a new pattern as well. Revan told me that it was a blessing from the king of the dwarves. The first of the blessings of defense is to strengthen the body. It's a notch below the man of steel. This guy couldn't really do it. It didn't even take a month, and he had already received the blessing from the king of the dwarves. The spirit of the king was still present there. Julian replied that he could already be on his way back. With this, Vincent would be able to surpass the servants in swordsmanship. He has established the foundation for conquering the purple demon, and it was all thanks to Revan. So the boy thanked him. Revan said he should be thanked after Vincennes had dealt with the purple demon. In that case, he had one more request he would like to ask Revan for. 2 days later, it was time to go to the lair of the purple demon. Vincent apologized to the chief chamberlain for such an unexpected request. He had simply decided to exceed his father's expectations. This guy didn't even take advantage of the full term the chapter gave him. It was also 2 weeks early. Relsa wondered if he was going to be all right. The woman said that she had defended those undergoing initiation rites 3 times. His father, his brothers, as well as others in the history of the Adank family. There was no one who failed this test. Sarvana's son should not be the first to fail. She asked them to be careless while passing the test. Vincent replied that she didn't even have anything to worry about. He would be able to defeat the purple demon without a problem. Julian, Vincent, and Raelsa rode in the carriage. A guard is useless on a mission like this. Loot falls from the purple demon. It acts to keep an eye on Vincent. Vincent didn't understand why he had to go through the same thing generation after generation just to prove his abilities. Julian sighed, saying that a lot had changed in those 500 years. Raelsa asked if he was able to study the purple demon. If he had 3 stars or even higher, it meant that the first condition for conquering the purple demon had been met. But in her opinion, the young master had not reached 3 stars. If you think about it that way, the main character never once questioned about the purple demon. However, there was no need to worry. The guy wondered if Arslan had arranged everything for this. The Crimson Demon was the very first monster that Davin defeated. Therefore, this was the kind of monster he didn't even need to study. Even if he has an unusual type of fencing, there is still no need to let your guard down. Vincent asked why the head chamberlain was trying so hard to help him. The woman replied that she was merely a guard and observer for the ordeal. Was she really trying to cover up stealing money? Raelsa explained that she just didn't have enough money, and Vincent can't stop thinking about it. Perhaps she had deliberately shown him a weakness he could exploit. She was silent. If she doesn't want to talk about it, she doesn't have to. Since she didn't ask about the protagonist's training, they're even. They're finally here. This was the lair of the purple demon. It doesn't have a specific name, but people call this place the Old Temple. This is the memorial to the first head of the Arslan family. It was erected after he destroyed one of Archidemon Davini's followers. Arslan again. The Crimson Demon certainly can't be a mere coincidence. Raelsa drew her sword, indicating that she was ready, after which she raised her sword upwards. A protective barrier appeared there. It is a mana barrier that is set up so that only one monster is able to pass through it. After which, a purple demon appeared there. The protagonist told the chief chamberlain to watch carefully. She must not miss a single detail when she reports. Now Vincent will prove his worth to the Adank family. He was attacked by a purple demon. Julian advised dodging and then using the sword path. But Vincent felt that creating distance would be advantageous to the wielder of the longer weapon, and it would be better for them to get closer. The Crimson Demon blocked that lunge. Let him not even think about waving that in the slash. When fighting against an enemy with big weapons, the best solution is to get close. It's a pretty obvious solution. But there was one question. How many people would even be able to use this tactic perfectly, especially in their first real fight at the age of 14? He looked like a man who had conquered the purple demon many times before. The peculiarity of the Dwarf King is without a doubt incredible. The protagonist could move so much in an untrained body. But all of this was just the beginning for finding the way of the sword. He stepped on the purple demon's scythe, after which he jumped into the air, and then the guy landed on the ground. Now was the perfect time to increase the distance. The Crimson Demon is very aggressive. However, he must be fatigued due to the constant defense. The next attack will undoubtedly be significant, and will also have many gaps. Against an opponent who is open on all sides, it will be even easier to find the path of the sword. Vincent gets rid of the recoil of sword skills with his feature, sword skill, body strengthening. After that, the protagonist slashed the purple demon. A red core appeared there. The protagonist asked the woman if she was able to see everything. Doesn't this guy really know? The Crimson Demon can't be defeated with one blow, because he has 2 lives. The scythe was almost near his head. Raelsa began to worry for the young lord, for he simply stood still. Vincent reacted quickly and managed to lean in during the monster's attack. The Crimson Demon hadn't changed in any way in these 500 years. Suddenly, the cash register reappeared right in front of his face. Fortunately, the kid managed to jump away from the impact. That was pretty quick. There are changes after all. If one looked closely, his appearance had changed as well. Could it be that these bastards have evolved in 500 years? The revived purple demon goes into a rage, and its speed and attack power improve. He wanted to attack the protagonist again, and Vincent recoiled. The Crimson Demon is dangerous. The escape route through the wall is blocked. The Crimson Demon even cut through the wall. Julian started to call out to him, and the protagonist turned his attention to the incision site. Things are not going well, so they need a change of plan, Julian thought. But Vincent thought it wasn't time yet. They should get him to lower his guard. The Crimson Demon thinks exactly the same, and so tries to corner them for a finishing blow. And the moment he is fully prepared for it, the protagonist has realized his own plan. She is, after all, the observer of the rite of passage, and her interference would mean the young master's defeat. Raelsa didn't want to ruin the future of Lady Sarvan's son at all. This girl is very strong, so she thought it was a waste of Raelsa's potential to waste her potential here. Doesn't she want to join Sarvana's journey to become a martial arts master? After leaving a shattered family, Raelsa survived by stealing on the country's frontier. It was already shock enough to face such a monster, but she had asked to just join her. Raelsa thought she was just nuts. Then Sarvana realized that she had forgotten to introduce herself and gave her name, and she was glad to meet her. Sarvana asked Khan and Versa if they were okay with it. Khan didn't care, and the Versa thought she was too spontaneous. Even if she refused, Sarvana would still insist. Maybe she lost her mind because of a head wound from a fight, or maybe she just got tired of the thief's life, or maybe she was influenced by Sarvana's bravery. Raelsa eventually joined them on their adventures for the sake of becoming an Adank legend. There they met an ogre. Sarvana apologized to that monster, but she's not really the main character. Raelsa is the best, after which Sarvana overpowered the ogre. Sarvana was so beautiful and strong. The mission to conquer was a success. She possessed a power that made people smile. In Raelsa's hopeless life, this girl was a ray of light, but now even that ray has perished. She mourned the death of Lady Sarvana. Only then did she turn her attention to the child. The woman realized that this was no time for sadness. Lady Sarvana had left behind this child. Raelsa was ready to protect this child from the cruel life of the child heir of the main Adank family, until he became a respected martial artist. But things were not as she thought they would be. The sister demanded that this loser brother not pretend to be her friend. I mean, he's useless. Why don't he just talk to her formally? The sister is indeed right. The girl only laughed, for he really only did it because she said so. In 14 years, Raelsa had counted hundreds of incidents of bullying. What could she even expect from that loser Vincent? Perhaps she should leave Adank. Wilson said he was so cool. Raelsa appeared behind Wilson, talking about being resourceful in her foolish behavior. Wilson began to explain that this was not what the chief chamberlain had in mind. He acted as a servant to young Mr. Vincent. The young gentleman was recognized by the head of the family. At last, Raelsa saw a ray of hope. She asked the young master not to give up. He can't just stop here. It's time. The boy called out to Revan, and he immediately ran past Raelsa. Revan blocks a jab from Scythe. Raelsa didn't expect to see Revan Adenku at all. Was Revan Adenka planning to help the young master in the battle against the purple demon? Vincent was counting on Revan. Revan asked to end this before he dropped his sword, after which he began to meditate. The woman thought that he must be out of his mind to even want to meditate in such a situation. If Revan was pushed away and even if something minor hurt the young lord, he would die. The The Crimson Demon only paid attention to the protagonist. Revan wondered where he was looking. He was blocking the demon's scythe now, wasn't he? Whereupon the guy threw a punch to repel the scythe. The Crimson Demon only grew angry and struck again. Since the Purple Demon didn't defeat Vincent, he is now Revan's prey. The guy used the Steel Man's specialty, after which he blocked the Purple Demon's punch. And this monster was even weaker than Revan had first thought. If that was all he could do, the Purple Demon was doomed to lose. But suddenly the Purple Demon struck again. Unfortunately, the sword didn't transfer the Steel Man effect to the sword, and it breaks. That bastard aimed for Revan's sword, and with that blow, the guy's sword was shattered. Revan can't protect Vincennes without the sword, so there was nothing left for him to do but stop the scythe with his bare hands. The scythe was already near his face, so Revan shouted the name of the protagonist. Afterward, Vincent intervened in the fight. He praised Revan for doing a good job. The protagonist utilized his sword-wielding skills. After that, the purple core reappeared there, and the core itself began to crack. And after that, it completely broke down. Vincent thanked Revan. Revan even felt almost sorry for the Purple Demon. Raelsa wondered if that was the young lord's plan. She congratulated him, but the woman didn't think the head of the family would like such a prank. Didn't Vincent say he would exceed his father's expectations? The protagonist replied that she was getting too ahead of herself. Raelsa asked what he meant by that. She did create a mana barrier so that only one monster could enter, and since the first one died, another one will take his place. The victory they had just seen was for Revan to prove his resolve, and now Vincent is going to prove himself. He ate the miracle stone. Vincent's mana increased dramatically. Even with his body strengthened, he would only be able to use the sword art twice. And the protagonist meditated to determine the effectiveness of the miracle stone. Vincent mentally asked for his body to hold on, after which, the protagonist used the art of wielding a sword. If you look closely, the core of the Purple Demon shows when it regenerates. Against him now is an opponent who has a lot of open spots. And with such an opponent, the protagonist will be able to find the path of the sword much easier. After that, he used his sword art again, and this time he split the core in two. It seems her fears were entirely in vain. She recognized that what the young gentleman had done was indeed remarkable. After that, the guy started coughing up blood. Julian asked what the art of wielding a sword was. Besides, his body had gotten to that state after using it a couple times. The specialty, meditation, and the miracle stone. If there wasn't at least one of them, it would become impossible. Julian advised him to rest. Even if Vincent passed out now, Raelsa would take care of him. However, Vincent replied that it was just like the true balls meeting here. A true winner is someone who stands firm until the very end. He'll never fall. She was happy for the young gentleman. Suddenly, a summoning circle appeared there. The barrier that Raelsa had created began to disappear. Revan's face reflected shock. Julian hadn't expected that either. Raelsa saw that it was a summoning circle, but after all, there was no information about it in the initiation rite. All the stones began to feel as if they were drawn to one. The guard's relic appeared in front of them. The fact that such a large guard has yet to be discovered means that it was most likely created with the temple. Raisel Beladion introduced herself as a servant of the current Adenk family. She demanded that he tell a member of the main Adenk family of his mission and show respect. But it was all to no avail. Raelsa realized it too, for it was not functioning properly due to its ancient age. She told Revan to take young Master Vincent and get out of here. Revan took her advice. Julian also asked that this guy get the Vincent out of here faster. The Art of Sword-Wielding Beladion, Chapter 7. Suddenly the boys heard some very loud sound. They immediately turned their attention back. It's like that snake ate the chief chamberlain. Well, of course, that wasn't the end of it. Raelsa used the north wind. She was able to freeze the guards with her technique, after which she was able to crack the frozen guardian. This was the level of a 7-star martial arts master. Vincent muttered that that wasn't all. After which he used his sword to aim his strike. It hit right into the column that was behind Raelsa. Revan became worried. Julian didn't realize what he was doing either. Raelsa didn't understand why he was pointing the ball into the void, if it was to say something to her. Only then did she see that a real guard's uniform was sitting there. The real guard's form began to move toward the young gentleman. However, he was stopped by Raelsa. She activated the blessed feature of the Wanderer of the Milky Way, Snowy Footsteps. In the same second, she appeared behind the guys, and then she cut the guard right in front of Revan. The woman asked if the two were okay. Revan thought they were, and Julian wondered if she was that fast. She didn't sense the presence of the guard's true form. It was probably because the building was very old. However, the young gentleman noticed him and warned Raelsa. But the protagonist asked her to look over there. It looked like that was where the guard was standing. She looked inside. Vincent inquired as to what was inside. As it turned out, there was a dragon bone. It seems that this relic was left by the first head of Arslan himself. Dragon bone is an incredibly rare magical relic. It is a priceless treasure. It seems to be the reason why Arslan Paradise created the initiation rite. She requested that the young gentleman take this bone. Of all the family members who came here, it was the young master who found it. Therefore, this relic belongs to him, which trophy was to be given to the family through the church. Raelsa will get in trouble if anyone finds out about this prank, but she can handle it on her own. In that case, he decided to chop the bone into 2 pieces. Now he'll be an accessory. He couldn't have gotten such a relic without Raelsa's help, so she should take it too. The woman thanked him. The grave of the heads of the Adenka family. The cemetery of swords. Raelsa had returned from young Master Vincent's initiation rite. Khan said it should be reported to the church. She saw something significant about it, so she came to him. He was already anxious to hear what she wanted to talk about. The young master had an effect on Revan Adink. He even risked his life to resist the attack of the purple demon. In addition to that, young Master Vincent was successful in subjugation. Doesn't that mean it was too hard for him, and he had to go to the use of subterfuge? But after that, he defeated another purple demon all by himself, and found the dragon bone that the first head of Arslan had left behind. It's the half that young Master Vincent shared it with. Khan was surprised that Vincent had done it himself. Raelsa confirmed that he had chopped the bone with his sword. Still, she's missing something. The head ordered the dragon bone to be broken. It was an order from the head. That's what Raelsa wanted to do. However, it didn't work out the first time. Raelsa apologized to the esteemed ancestors of the Adenka family for her insolence. Yours, she used the north wind. But even so, the bone was whole. It was impossible, for she had used the strongest attack. The head explained that only a top-class blacksmith could break a dragon bone. Khan mentally turned to his father, saying that it looked like it would soon be his turn. As it turns out, Winshin has a special power, so Raisa has to take care of him. About his own son. Wilson began to sob. Sari mentioned that the young master needs rest after the conquest, so Wilson should be quieter. Wilson asked if he really had to go to the Purple Fortress. Sari replied that he did. Does he really want to let the young master go alone? But the VEDB Purple Fortress is full of scary monsters and even more frightening martial artists. Is street thug Wilson afraid of monsters? Vincenz asked Julian if he still hadn't noticed. Julian wondered what it was. It was about the mana that emanated from Sari's body. Julian doesn't feel her, but he's been with her a lot longer than the main character, hasn't he? If he had, he'd know about it. And the protagonist saw a similar stream 500 years ago. Vincent asked Sari what her last name was. That's the Heasley family name. She was from the ruined Heasley family. Now he realized that Sari really did have a magical body. Julian asked what that meant, for this was the first time he had heard of the magical body. The Heasley family had studied mana and the body. They were also the ones who learned about the divine sacrum. Heasley has an ability called the magic body. Like the divine sacrum, it allows you to fill your body with mana. This means that the magic body prevents deaths from the sacrum. Winshin inquired if she might know anything about the Heasley family. Wilson asked if the young gentleman knew why Sari had come here. Her grandmother had died, and she was the only relative the girl knew. Vincent apologized for such a question, but Sari replied that it was fine, for the young master had been through a lot. From the true sword gathering to the initiation rite. Julian didn't understand why a family with such abilities went down. Vincent thought it might have been a Samian family prank, and that makes sense. If they were trying to hide the existence of the divine sacrum, they needed to shut the mouths of its discoverers. Namely, the Heasley family. There was another person. She had already died, however it was the young gentleman's mother. Lady Sarvana, who was also of the Heasley family. Julian had never heard of it. Perhaps it was because it was forbidden to mention Lady Sarvana's name aloud. Because the head always looked sad when he heard her name. Lady Sarvana hired people without discrimination, even from broken families. These two are all here because of Lady Sarvana, especially the head chamberlain. Lady Sarvana personally brought her into the Adenk family. Julian admitted that his mom was an amazing person. It also means that Raelsa is looking out for them because of his mom. The chief chamberlain walked into them. She reported that Mr. Revan was leaving. Vincent wondered if he was really leaving. They'd already killed the purple demon and Revan couldn't stay here forever. However, the protagonist had another request. Revan wanted to hear it, of course. Winshin wished he had looked into the history of the Heasley family 500 years ago. It just seemed to him that it had been altered by someone, but maybe the detached family hadn't been affected. Revan asked if it was anything like the first love near the watermill. Something similar was bound to remain. In that case, Vincent should leave it up to him. Vincent suggested that he meet again. By then, the romance would be stronger. He didn't want to embarrass Vincent. The protagonist informs the chief chamberlain that he has learned new things about his mother. Was Raelsa's kindness to him a way of repaying his debt to Sarvana? The woman replied that there are such things. The guy wanted to ask her for one favor, no son of Sarvana Adenka, but as Vincent Adenka. He wanted Raelsa to train him until Vincent went to the Purple Fortress. He asked for this in no way as his mother's son, but as a martial artist. She mentally asked the Lady Sarvana if her loyalty to her could be dedicated to young Master Vincennes. However, she would never hear an answer again. Raelsa begged forgiveness for her weak resolve. In that case, she won't be soft on him. Vinachin is counting on Raelsa. He can indeed get the specialty without having an image, but to do so, Vincent has to chain to mana and to the specialty. Since the main character asked as a martial artist, she won't just tell him everything. Vincent asked if she wouldn't use the sword from the initiation rite. The woman replied that this guy will meet the sword called Black Moon when he becomes worthy of it. He has 5 months before he leaves for the Purple Fortress. If Vincent wounds her even once, she will give him a special. Let him try to hurt her with his strange sword path. The guy asked if she hadn't seen what he'd done to Revan. Raelsa appeared right in front of his eyes and asked, tirelessly looking like young Master Revan. It was her specialty. The protagonist immediately swung his sword to hurt her. It just so happens that she is also familiar with the power of the sword path. Therefore, she doesn't plan to give Vincent a chance to use it. Could it be that this woman had just deposited herself in his eye? It was very dangerous. Raelsa had heard that he was friends with Priest Dullen, so they would ask him for help if they needed it. The protagonist asked if she wasn't being overly ruthless. Hadn't she told him about not being soft on him? A week later, the two were fighting, as usual. Raelsa appeared behind him, talking about how he was too slow. After that, there was an explosion. 2 sword technique attacks in a row. If young Master continued, he would only overexert himself. Therefore, she decided to stop there. Vincent replied that it was cruel. The main character is getting better and better. She decided to call Sarian Wilson. Just a little more and this sword would break. She'd lost count of how many times she'd changed the sword in the last few days. Sounds like she should come to the blacksmith. Looks like the title of master isn't the only thing he's lost since their last meeting. It would be tragic if he was supplying trash to the Adenk family arsenal. This blacksmith Ha is called Hansen. Hansen asked who she was. Could she be a follower of Sarvana? Hansen inquired as to the purpose of her coming to annoy him in the middle of the night. Raelsa asked to look into it. She threw out a whole bunch of swords. Raelsa said that she had been using these balls for the past week, and she only used them during sparring. They can't let Hansen supply them with such fragile balls. Hansen does pick up on her puzzlement, but it's rather odd. Hansen assumed she was fighting against a monster with sharp teeth. But the answer was no. In that case, it was a martial artist with 9 stars or more. Raelsa asked if he really thought she would have gotten such an opportunity. Then it was a Ma with more than 7 runes. Raelsa asked if she really sounded like a crazy person. In that case, she might have faced off in a fight against the Great Sword. But the answer was again no. The woman doesn't even know if Hansen will consider it a great sword, but she fought against young Master Winshen's Purple Lotus. Was it really that ugly 7th young master? Why is there a Purple Lotus in his possession at all? Whereupon Raelsa called out to the protagonist at this late hour. The woman apologized for such a late appointment, but the man wanted badly to see the Purple Lotus. Hansen asked if there was a reason why he couldn't see it. He had created this sword himself, after all. The two of them marveled that the man had made a Purple Lotus. Julian immediately recognized the bottom as the blacksmith Hansen. Hansen introduced himself as a dwarf who could summon even Khan if he wished. He's a famous blacksmith, a longtime friend of his father's and a former master who is related to the Adenk family. Vincent asked if that meant he was not a master now that he was a former one. A few decades ago, he stopped making great swords and concentrated on making large quantities of ordinary swords. Other blacksmiths looked down on him because of his obsession with money. As a result, Hansen lost his honor and its place in the Adenk family. It's been a long time coming. Many people were able to survive because of his creations. He prioritized the survival of others over his own honor. Vincent introduced himself as the 7th young master of the Adenk family. He was pleased to meet Master Hansen. Look at this guy. He really knows how to suck up to others calling him a master. So Hansen apologized for meeting so late. He hoped they were now rotating. Vincent didn't humiliate him at all. The master chose the right path. It was the same words he had heard before. It was Khan who spoke. He realized that Hansen would be mocked by many. However, Khan believes Hansen's decision was the right one. It seems to run in the family. He actually thought the young master was ugly, but it seemed to be only a false rumor. Vincent would take it as a compliment. After that, he wanted to take a look at the purple lotus. He should check the condition of the sword. He looked at the blade. The young lord fought a purple demon and trained with a follower of Sarvana, but why isn't there a scratch on the sword? It's as if he's chopping using his own strength, not the sword's. Hansen asked what kind of sword wielding we use. He needs to see it. But why is the young master hesitating? Is he really going to carry around a purple sword and say that he's too tired for today to just leave? Julian thought he couldn't do that because he had already used the sword skill twice today. Vincent knows it himself, but it's not every day that he gets a chance to meet a master. It would be a waste if he missed this chance. Whereupon Sari appeared behind him. She knew, of course, Sarah Hansen. Why do they make any noise at all when everyone is asleep? Hansen began to explain himself. Vincent didn't expect that they knew each other. Raelsa explained that Hansen donates money to children who live in poverty, and Sari was one of them. They're exactly like father and daughter. Sari was upset. How should she even feel when Hansen comes in and makes a scene at another person's work? In that case, Hansen would just come back tomorrow. Vincent mentioned that he would be stopping by the forge tomorrow with Sari. Hansen asked for a promise that he would bring Sari. Julian noticed that he was acting stupid in the presence of his daughter. Now it's clear where the goodness in the heart of the series comes from. The next day, the main character used the art of wielding a sword to chop down a tree. It's amazing, but Hansen thought that this technique was strange. It is similar to the technique of the Hero King and the Great Demon from the legends. That's pretty good. Now it's clear they gave the purple lotus to this guy for a reason. The protagonist inquired if the introduction had been sufficient. The young master even interested him. Almost enough to want to make him a sword. However, there is one detail missing. Hansen had his eye on one ball a long time ago, but it required a rare ingredient to create it. Vincent was ready to buy it. You don't have to do that. It is something valuable that no amount of money can buy. It was about mastodon horn. Julian and Vincent glanced over. Afterward, Vincent asked if he could make a sword out of it. It was indeed a horn. Hansen sure didn't think he'd be able to see that ingredient right today. Vincent asked to be quiet, since only his father and Raelsa knew about him. Hansen immediately covered his mouth. It seems he was destined to meet this young master. In that case, Hansen agreed to make a sword for him. The boy asked if it was possible to add rock to the purple lotus instead of creating a new sword. Hansen replied that he could just get a new sword, right? Vincent explained that this ball symbolizes the beginning of his father's career. Also, the purple lotus is superb, and he really dislikes this sword. And the young master has a good tongue. He took the sword and said to come back in 3 weeks. Hansen will put the horn in the purple lotus. 3 weeks later, in front of them was a burning workshop. Siri was worried, for she didn't understand what was wrong with Mr. Hansen now. Vincent demanded that she pull herself together. The fact that Siri is pretty shocked means that something unusual has probably happened to the blacksmith before. They have to save their Mr. Hansen. Julian asked what he was going to do. It's not like he's going to jump straight into the fire. The attacks of his sword will cut through anything. Vincent will break through the door and quickly get inside. Julian thought he was acting rashly. However, that doesn't matter now. He destroyed the front door. Afterward, Julian noticed Hansen. Vincent immediately ran up to him. However, the man is now unconscious. It was only then that they noticed the purple lotus. It looks like mana filled the whole place. The dragon bone must have been a lot stronger than Hansen expected. They have to get Hansen out of here first. Burning sticks began to fall from above. What to do now? The exit is blocked. If they did nothing, they would be completely consumed by the coal fire. Vincent didn't understand what they should do now. Julian was trying to think of something too. Julian asked if he knew any defense techniques. He realizes that it's a dragon bone, but it won't be able to keep the fire going forever. So they should probably just wait it out. Vincent has something. A sword technique that is completely designed for defense. In that case, they can wait here using it. We need to remember, for he is not only Vincent Adenka, but also Davenham Samion. Samion's sword technique, Chapter 1. Mild Steel Destroyer. A soft sword destroys stand-ups. The quality of its mana depends on its desire. Slowly, he strikes the fire that is close to him. A completely silent sword. This is the first chapter of the Soft Steel Destroyer. It's amazing. Julian realized that it was indeed the Samyeon family's sword-wielding. He's this old man. Fortunately, they were able to survive. Hansen came to his senses. Vincent inquired if he was okay. Hansen asked how he was able to utilize the Samyeon family's ball-handling technique. Since it's a man talking complete nonsense, he must be fine. Even if the master is able to recognize it, the protagonist doesn't seem to have forgotten anything. That really wouldn't be possible. It was probably just a dream Hansen had. Either way, the sword is complete. Hansen had never forged Dragonbone before. How was he to know that mana would leak out of nowhere and start spitting out fire? The protagonist gripped the hilt of his sword. It felt as if this sword was resonating with him. A magic circle appeared on the sword. Hansen asked why the young gentleman was stunned. Did he not like it? Vincent replied that he didn't. This sword is incredible. Julian sensed that something was wrong. If this was all built by the head of the family, Arslan, then how could he not know that the dragon bone would behave this way? If it were him, Julian would have left the clue with the bone. Wouldn't he keep it for just such an occasion? Practice before using the next dragon bone. Vincent asked Hansen if he could make him a new sword. Since the man wanted a new sword, he didn't like this one after all. Since Hansen had already finished one, the protagonist was sure the next one would be even better. It would take some time since Hansen still had to clean up the mess, but they don't have bones like that anymore. Do Vincennes think Hansen will still be alive when he sees her? Julian laughed, and the protagonist just smiled. And there in front of him was a new piece of dragon bone. Raelsa brought him the dragon bone as he had requested. Hansen was shocked. How did he even have another dragon bone again? Raelsa said to keep quiet, for only the head of the family knows about her. Hansen closed her mouth again. This Sarvana follower is no doubt a loyal follower, for she even gave the dragon bone. But the Rails replied that it was only for the sake of the young master. They know how to convince people. Hansen agreed, even if he doesn't know how long it will take, but he will make a perfect sword with dragon bone. She gave up halfway through. To think that he had grown so much. Raelsa was extremely impressed. Vincent apologized to the woman. He wanted to share it with Raelsa, but apparently he had just taken it away from her. So Vincent asked how he could repay her. You shouldn't do that. She had already received her payment for the dragon bone 14 years ago, when the young master was born and perfected as a martial artist. This is the most valuable reward for her efforts. In that case, Raelsa will be overjoyed. He thought about it when he defeated the purple demon. About the way he could defeat the Raelsa that is the 7-star martial arts master. He will defeat the Raelsa today and learn her specialty. She decided to repeat for the young master one more time. The woman would not go soft on him. It was another attack from Raelsa. The protagonist was pierced by a chill. She said it wasn't enough. The young master said he could defeat her, but he didn't even come close to winning. Vincent blocked her lunge with his sword. After that, there was another explosion. It was noticeable that this whole fight was not easy for him. Raelsa was surprised that he was able to block it. She was using mana equivalent to 4 stars, after all. Her sword, and the young master's sword, remained unharmed. But this amount of mana would normally break swords. After that, the protagonist attacked her, but she sensed his intention, so she managed to recoil. This time, this guy didn't engage a completely different flow and power. What kind of power did the Purple Lotus have right now? That was what she was interested in. This sword will not break. Thanks to the feature of the Dwarf King, the Purple Lotus absorbs all vibrations and blows. It is a sword that absorbs the features of its wielder. This is the new power of the Purple Lotus. She landed, talking about making the Purple Lotus stronger. Vincent recognized that Master Hansen had done a good job on it. In that case, she would try to be even tougher. At that moment, she appeared behind the protagonist. Ice began to form around him. You can't let her speed fool you. You just have to feel the mana she's using. Thanks to that, he had a sense of where she was. His judgment, however, was wrong. However, what the protagonist foresaw was that she would target his back. This guy was able to grab the sword with his bare hands, and even in a month he had learned how to track her actions. Variation. Double Sword Strike. Chapter 1. The Dwarf King. His attack was stunning. Well, of course she was fine. The young master had used up both of his punches. But to her surprise, Raelsa lost her sword. The protagonist threw her sword back. There was no way Vincent wanted to get an easy win against a man who had lost his sword. She noticed that the young master acted rather arrogant. Not all monsters and martial artists would be as soft on him as she was. Opponents who would be stronger than the young lord would completely ignore his condition and show him not an ounce of sympathy. Therefore, the young gentleman should keep this in mind. He would follow her advice. Also, the guy couldn't help but notice that she had a very impressive aura. Raelsa asked as he tried to counter it. after which she headed towards him. But something was wrong. He managed to touch her shoulder, after which she punched the woman in the forehead. Vincennes was able to wound Raelsa. There's about 4 months left before we move to the Purple Fortress. Raelsa wondered how he was even able to do that. She couldn't be hurt even with a double sword strike. However, Vincennes was able to slash the mana around earlier. This was possible with the additional strength of the Dwarf King. It turns out the young lord cut the mana to block her specialty. But is that even possible? The protagonist always exceeds her expectation. In this case, Vincennes would like to get what she promised him. Raelsa was ready to tell him of her blessing. A flow of mana from a galactic wanderer. Who would have thought that he would be able to study it in 2 days? When the young master let mana flow along this path, it would begin to manifest. And it did happen. Julian just hoped that with that size, it wouldn't go through the roof. But suddenly, he noticed the spirit of a woman beside him. Crimson Fortress. The man wondered why she hadn't touched the documents yet. The woman was a martial artist, so she didn't want to waste her potential on paperwork. Crimson Fortress, Dean Vargon Pagoda advised her to stop talking nonsense and check the following incoming students. Crimson Fortress Principal, Helga Kubel. It was only then that Helga noticed that Vincent Adenka was on the admission list. This boy is from the main family. Vargon confirmed that he was the 7th son in the main family. She was upset because she was going to have another unpleasant character. All Vargon could think of was that if Vincent, a loser, came here, and he was a loser, he would tarnish the name of the Crimson Fortress. Before he moves here, they need to nip the problem in the bud. The woman lowered the cold air there. The Galaxy Wanderer feature consists of only 1 stage, after which it disappeared. Raelsa explained that he wouldn't leave a mark even in the snow. And there's a name for it, and it's a chilling move. Crimson Fortress is more of a fortress than a training academy. It is right in the mountains, on the border of Samion House. In the past, when Archidemon's followers invaded this house, Arslan, like other heroes from that era, fought them off. It was then that they founded a training academy. In that case, maybe they could find Arslan's will there. Perhaps even another dragon bone. Juliana told him that there was a legend that it wasn't a dragon bone hidden there, but another treasure. Specifically a divine fruit. It is said to be more effective than any medicine in the world, and rumor has it that it can even resurrect the dead. And also that the academy has a divine tree that grows this fruit. And there's even this strange rumor around the Purple Fortress that it was built specifically for the sake of the divine tree. In the past, Julian wouldn't have believed in such legends. But if you asked their situation, one would assume that their next target would be a divine fruit. They could heal the rotting rump and escape death. When they were accepted into the academy, they would only have 9 years left. But Winchen replied that they had overexerted themselves, so they had even less time left. In that case, they will unlock the secrets of the divine fruit because of getting their hands on it. Based on the information the protagonist has found, they will have to survive in the Purple Fortress without financial support from their family. This rule was introduced for the sake of preventing any lawlessness that could be achieved with money. Because the heirs of their other families and their poisoned ones will also study in the fortress. In that case, where should they find the money? Julian told him not to worry. After all, he had invested in a place called the 6th Magic Tower. While the Adenka and Samion families are known for their swordsmanship, the 6th Magic Tillage is famous for its elite magic training. Therefore, it can sponsor the study of mages, and after a while, it will pay off. And the magician Juliana invested in, named Varnelli Pagoda, recently became co-owner of the tower. The only problem is that their investment will turn to nothing when the co-owner dies. Varnelli asked if they hadn't finalized the discussion earlier. She has no intention of working with him. But could it even be that the co-owner of a magic tower could die so easily? The co-owner of the 6th magical tower, Varnelli Pagoda, has died. She is presumed to have died as a result of an explosion during her research. Julian didn't understand at all how that was possible. He began to mourn for his invested money. Vincent asked if perhaps he should first pay his respects to the deceased. Does this guy really think about Julian being in a position to pay his respects right now? They're going to starve to death in the fortress. They also discovered her will, which states that she leaves all her property and research to her only younger brother, Vargon Pagoda. He knows they were both born into the Pagoda family, but he didn't have a fraction of her genius potential. He was, after all, recognized as a disgrace to the family. Later they must find this Vargon first. There are 4 months left. They must gather as much information and become as strong as they can before that day. 4 months later in the mountains of the Crimson Fortress. For safety reasons, he'll continue on foot. Vincennes understands, that's why he agreed. If he goes down this road, the director of the Purple Fortress will come out to meet him. He doesn't even know how he should thank Raelsa. The protagonist thanked her, but the woman replied that it wasn't difficult for her. He was sure his mom would have thought the same thing. If so, she would cry with happiness. The woman also asked that he take care of himself. The man informed the principal that young Master Winshin will be arriving soon. What a nuisance. It wasn't her style to act so formal and see people off. However, it is her job to do so. In recent days, the monster has been invading residences in the neighborhood. In that case, she just has to go. Her duty as headmaster is to defend against the residents of the fortress. But the transmission on the other end said that it's a weak monster, so just have her send some swordsmen. She replied to Sir Vargon that there was no need to thank him, and she left the direct heir of the Adenk family to him. The man tried to stop her, but she just jumped down. A subordinate asked what they should do with young Mr. Vincent. In that case, Vargon will go in place of the dumbass. He arrived near the guards. The guards paid humble homage to the absolute greatness. Vargon asked where young Master Vincent was. The man indicated that he was that way. Using his binoculars, he saw that Raelsa's chief chamberlains were also standing there. It was the same Raelsa with the Galaxy supporter. He had heard that this guy was good for nothing. But was he really useless enough to need such a strong man to guard him? A man asked what to do about the exam. Do they have to lower the difficulty? Vargon replied that there would be no changes. He would personally monitor the process. Still, he was going to get rid of this guy before he had a chance to join the Purple Fortress. The first exam of conquering the illusory monster begins now. The main character's subordinates followed him along with his belongings. A purple fortress began to loom in front of them. Suddenly they saw some sort of flash of light, and after that they heard a roar. It turns out the exam has already begun. It's for the best, because it's time to see my own results from training with Raelsa over the past 4 months. Winshin will gladly accept this greeting from the Crimson Fortress. This animal is the strongest predator in the Snowy Mountains region. Blue-eyed white tiger. That was the reason Wilson didn't want to come here. Sari was trembling with fear, just like him. Vincent informed the two that once he was out of their sight, they were to run as fast as they could towards the Purple Fortress, without looking back. After which, he began to lure the kitten after him. If it was the same blue-eyed white tiger the protagonist knew, it would definitely chase the fastest target. That's what happened. The guy was able to capture his attention, but something didn't seem right to him. Even though it's a blue-eyed white tiger, it's like it doesn't look like itself. It feels like it's not alive. But that won't affect the fact that Vincennes will defeat him. Suddenly, however, another tiger appeared there. The appearance of another opponent he certainly didn't expect. He used body strengthening, after which he jumped away from the tigers, Julian said, looking over there. 5 blue eyes, a few more on the mountain, and there are 18 in total. Julian thought that it would be impossible to kill everyone with just 2 perfect sword strokes. Winshin admitted that it was strange. Blue-eyed white tigers do not move in groups. They are strongest predators, so there is no need for them to do so. Although carnivorous, they cannot tolerate the smell of blood. It turns out they're just an illusion that was created with magic. I can't believe this guy saw everything, but it still won't make a difference. It's a high-ranked magic that summons illusionary monsters. It's only a small difference between real tigers and these illusions. They are even smarter since they are controlled by a human. What will this worthless 7th son of the Adenka family do? If they could hold out, they would soon run out of mana because they were made of magic. But Julian thought that was unlikely to happen. Surely their creators must be using a binding element. The protagonist asked what it was. This is a method by which you can use multiple spells of the same type at the same time. And instead of multiple spells, you can create one as a linking element, and multiply that spell. This method is much more efficient because it reduces the amount of mana used. It turns out that if Vincent finds the main illusion, all the others will disappear. But Julian asked how he thought he could do that. He will be able to find it because it is controlled by a man. In cases like this, the real beast is ahead of the rest. But man will try to protect the connecting element. That which is on top of the mountain does not move, and that is the element. He used the Galactic Wanderer's specialty, Ice Walk. Vargon recognized the icy walk immediately. And that's Raelsa's specialty. But how is that even possible? He appeared in front of the binder in an instant. The protagonist immediately recognized the binding element of this spell. But Vargon won't be defeated that easily, and he won't give him a pass. He pointed 2 tigers right at the guy. His purple lotus was reinforced with dragon bone, and it absorbs Winshin's mana properties. Absolute sword cut with Blessed Galaxy Wanderer feature. Absolute sword sensitivity changes. Chapter 2, Galaxy Wanderer. With this ability, he bypassed the two tigers and headed straight for the binder. His spell was broken. Send them flying outside the path of the sword. All illusions dissipated. This guy didn't destroy the illusion, but traced the real mana chain that formed the magic. Vincent has a deep understanding of magic. Winchin Adenka. What kind of scumbag was that anyway? The protagonist wondered if the examiners of the Purple Tower were quite... The man asked how they are supposed to process the results of this exam. Vagron inquired. Didn't he see anything? This guy had destroyed his magic. So they must open the gate. We must greet the young master. The subordinates immediately wanted to carry out the order. The fortress is the main gathering place for martial artists. He wondered if it was common, or if it was a matter of finding a mage of that level. Wilson and Sari were already waiting for the young master. Julian thinks their research was correct. The gates began to open. Varnelli Pagoda's younger brother. Also, the mage in charge of all important matters in the fortress. They began to greet the young gentleman with words of humble respect for absolute glory. Dean Vargan Pagoda. He welcomed young Master Vincent into the Purple Fortress. This fellow had passed the first test. Vincent replied that it must be Sir Vargon. The boy was glad to meet him. Julian mentioned that they can't bring money from the family to the fortress. But there is a sponsorship system in place here. A talented student can get a sponsor within the fortress. Now they're going to score a lot of points with this man. It was time to return all their money that Julian had invested in the Magic Tower. Quite a few people live here. The principal, teachers, students, military, and children from various families. If this list includes their roomers, this number will increase. The young gentleman will be living in a dormitory. It may be uncomfortable for him, but that's okay. When Vincent starts living here, he will become a cadet and temporarily lose all the statuses he had. These are the last moments when he is treated with respect. And the protagonist is aware of all of this. Siri noticed the uniforms of the students. The girl wondered if the young gentleman would also wear this uniform. It would suit him very well. Vargon mentioned that the uniforms would be issued tomorrow. There was a slight delay. Vincent asked what rank he was currently at. The man explained that all cadets started at rank 9 and progressed through semi-annual exams, ranks from 9th to 1st. But if he succeeds in passing the exam after reaching the 1st, he will become a full-fledged martial artist and graduate from the fortress, with the confirmation of being a true martial artist. First, he needs to spend at least 4.5 years here. Before that, he needs to find the divine fruit so that he doesn't die. Vargan wondered about the binding element. The young lord was aiming for the blue-eyed white tiger that was the center of his spell. Vincent replied that he was. It turns out the man was right. But how did the young master know so much about magic if he lived in a family of swordsmen? In the past, Julian was simply terrible at martial arts, so he tried his hand at absolutely everything. Vincent replied that knowledge of that power, so he saw no point in spreading such information. Surely this confidence is grounded in the young gentleman's talent and insight. How could such a child be called worthless? Winchin Adenka is definitely generating interest. The boy remembered that there was something he wanted to ask him too. Namely, how he could obtain the divine fruit. Despite everything, he's still a kid. To think he believes in that legend. It is said that the divine fruit chooses its owner. Perhaps Vincent could stumble upon it by chance if he devoted himself to searching for it. Julian thinks the office thinks it's a cover story. Looks like it's going to be hard to get information. For which they arrived at the dormitory for the 9th rank. His servants would reside on the 1st floor, and Vincent would stay on the 3rd floor in room number 5. He also handed over the sun badge, which denotes that he is a cadet of the 9th rank. And then the man spoke those very words again, a humble respect for absolute glory. Vargan explained that it was a Purple Fortress greeting for a 9th rank Vincent. Needless to say, he too greeted the dean with those very words. Room number 5. Vincent entered with his luggage. And there were the rest of the cadets waiting for someone. The protagonist asked what was going on, and if he had done something wrong. Julian wasn't sure he had. Suddenly, Julian heard a familiar voice. Cadet of the 9th rank, a member of the main Adenk family, 6th son of Malone Adenk. He welcomed the worthless Vincennes. The main character asked who the stupid big guy was and why they felt bad around him. Julian explained that it was their damn older brother. This Malone was the one who bullied Julian the most. He even made him eat leftovers. It was only then that he felt bad. That was when Vincent realized that this memory was not a figment of his imagination. This scum bullied the weak daily at the expense of their power, and he seems to continue to engage in this behavior, even here. He's defaming the honor of the Adenk family. The guy asked Julian if he minded if the protagonist told him off a bit. Julian didn't mind, even if the bastard dies. He grabbed his hand, talking about how he hadn't seen his brother in a while. Vincent didn't even think they would meet him like this here. He was really glad to see Malone. Malone replied that he thought so too. However, he doubts that they were close enough to have a conversation like that. But the protagonist couldn't even imagine that so much time had passed since the day Malone left home, but he still remained a 9th ranker. This situation was beginning to piss him off. Malone told Saizen to come over here, after which he punched him in the face. The boy wondered how he even kept track of the newcomers. Is he allowed to behave like that around a member of the main family? Next time that bastard tries to climb up, it will be Saizen who will be in charge. This man is horrible. To think that this bastard is a descendant of Arslan. The protagonist even began to see echoes of Kajin in this behavior. Julian asked what was wrong. The boy felt Vincent touch him and wondered if he had anything else to say. After which the protagonist punched him in the face. Everyone present began to panic after that, and Malone only got more angry. Their little Winchin must have missed his big brother's whip, something he was able to learn from this era after all. Vincent was able to deflect a punch from Malone. Here, a penchant for martial arts is not considered essential. After which, he decided to drop the guy all over the floor. The one could only retreat after such a blow. Vincent then addressed everyone present in this room. The only fear they are allowed to feel as a martial artist is respect. Therefore, they must overcome their fears. This is the only path they can take as martial artists. Malone quickly came to his senses and lashed out at the sword-wielding bastard, asking about his decision to go up against him in this dormitory. The protagonist managed to bounce back from that blow. Julian believed that with any luck, this situation would turn out to be a new opportunity for them. A village near the fortress. There, the principal helped to deal with all the monsters that had attacked the village. The man thanked her for that, because now they could sleep in peace. Since she's here, he suggested she stay and have a drink. In fact, she is not allowed to drink during the working day. However, it would be rude of her to refuse such a generous offer. Vargan appeared there and asked for a drink as well. He needs to get drunk because his boss keeps making him suffer from stress. It turns out the direct successor to Vincent Adenk only defeated the binder. Vargan assumed she had no idea what he was talking about. Of course she didn't. Did he really think she was a mage? The man explained that he had destroyed something that even a 7-star martial artist like Helga hadn't heard of. Does she really not realize how incredible this is? It's actually not that unbelievable. Didn't the other direct heirs destroy an entire snow mountain or something? If anything, he's more of a coward. Sir Vargan must be very glad to have found a man who can match him in cowardice. A communication stone appeared there. The man, on the other hand, asked the dean to return to the fortress. Vargan asked what was wrong. It was about cadets of the 9th rank Malone and Vincent. Namely that they requested a mediator for their duel. He immediately teleported back, in charge of the dormitory. Blond, rank 9. He apologized to the dean. Since this was a duel between 2 direct heirs, he had to fulfill Cadet Vincent's request. The dean, on the contrary, praised him. He also said to keep reporting everything related to Cadet Vincent, even though he had caused a disturbance in the dormitory and should be held accountable. However, they would turn a blind eye since they had received a report from Cadet Winchin. This guy's a sly fox. Vincent will take that as a compliment. Using his powers as dean, he authorizes a duel between 2 cadets. And these 2 must fight fair. Vincent took out a purple lotus. Of course, Malone immediately recognized the purple lotus. Malone asked if he was going to imitate his father too by using a replica. Vincent asked if he looks like a replica. He even put his right brush on the fact that it's fake. The main character mentioned that he has to keep those words of his. Soon he would force this guy to surrender. He used the blessed characteristic of the daughter of fear. Suppression. Cadet felt that terrifying aura. Siri was trying to hold on too. Julian recognized that special feature that throws his opponent into terror. For some reason, however, Vincen's was fine. But how did it happen? And all because of his spirit. A swordsman should not fear another swordsman. Is he really going to bullshit again, along the lines of the only fear a martial artist is allowed to have is respect? Julian asked if it was even possible to ignore the peculiarity of this nonsense stance. Vincent replied that it all depends on one's state of mind and fortitude. Malone didn't understand why the peculiarity didn't affect the jerk. The others were also confused because the suppression didn't work on him. This guy was fine. Vincent must have just pulled some kind of trick. So he'll win with his sword and mana. The man threw a punch, however it only hit the floor. Malone didn't realize where his opponent had gone. Just when he was about to ask where the bastard was, Vincent appeared behind him, swinging his leg. He immediately turned his attention back. not realizing when the man had just managed to get there. Winshin attacked him with a leg kick. Malone manages to put up a block with his hands, and after that, the protagonist used a swift blade, engaging an ice walk, and he strengthened his body. The protagonist attacked him with his sword. Everyone knows Malone is just a lowlife, but despite that, the reason why he holds his position as a family representative is because of his immense strength. It surpasses the strength of other rank 9 cadets, but Winshin is now threatening his position. A girl appeared there and asked what was going on here and why no one was in the rooms. It was Selbera. Only then did she notice Malone lying on the ground. The dean was still there too. The guy told me that this Winshin, who had just entered here, was incredible. He said that the only fear a martial artist can have is respect. The boy wondered if he could ever be like him. Selbera asked if it was really that bad, but he must realize that this is far from over. Its suppression is a secondary feature, and the primary feature is much stronger. Julian wanted the protagonist to finish him off before the end, but Vincent thought that was strange. He made this guy drop his sword, but the dean didn't declare victory, after which there was a huge burst of power. One of the greatest gods who wielded the power to control electricity. The blessing of the intelligent giant. Such a force even tore his clothes. Winshin's arm was injured. Malone inquired, and how it was special to him. A blessed feature of a sentient giant, a micropulse. Julian didn't understand how this was even possible. After all, he only had the trait of a daughter of fear. He had been bullied since she was a little girl, so Julian couldn't help but know it. Of course, he didn't know about it, because he had had it since birth, but he had only mastered it after coming to the fortress. Vincent wondered how many years he had been hiding this peculiarity. Malone hadn't really hidden it or anything like that. He just didn't see fit to show it. Even with the suppression feature, kids his age couldn't even get the upper hand on him. Therefore, he felt that there was no need to go through painful and hard training. When he came of age, the fortress had no choice but to allow him to enter it, as he is the direct heir. And unlike others, he doesn't have to work like some kind of dog. He demanded that Malone stop all this nonsense. Talent allows you to accomplish in a couple years what others devote a lifetime to. He ignores not only the responsibility that comes with strength, but also the efforts of others. What does he even think the Adenk family's reputation hangs on? And that kid's been talking a lot since his right arm got completely burned. The only way he's worth all this crap is if Vincent beats him. After which, Malone unleashed another charge at him. He swore with his brush that the purple lotus was fake, didn't he? In that case, Winshin would take away at his right wrist, as he had not said. He has 2 strikes, one of which he spent on the beast illusion. The protagonist will put a stop to this with an absolute cut of the Dwarf King. Does this guy really think Malone is going to let this happen? Succeeding, he managed to move to the side in time to avoid being hit. He was really pissed off at the fucking parasite, so Malone wished he would just die. The dean noticed that the lad had gone into a frenzy of his own mana. Malone has no control over it at all. The impact hit the ceiling, which caused rocks to start falling on the Siri. Vincent was beginning to worry about her, and was thinking of going on the defense already. However, Vargan helped her by putting up a magical shield. The dean asked if she was okay. The girl replied that she was. Vargan told Bronda to evacuate all cadets. He teleports her to safety, however she is concerned for the young master. But he noticed something. Turns out her body was full of mana. Malone demanded that the cowardly pup come down to him. Though it's a strong feature, it has a lot of open spots. The protagonist must find one of them and sneak into the center immediately with the help of an ice walk. But it was only then that he felt it was difficult. The explosion threw him to the floor. Seems like it would be too hard for him to maintain an ice walk for as long as Railsa can. Probably his max is one big jump. Malone laughed at the worthless spectacle. Vargan thought it was his mistake. Even though they were still children, they were direct heirs to the Adenk family. He should have done this from the beginning, so he activated the mana barrier. A barrier appeared there, confining them to a small space. Vincent realized that there was much less space left for Togo, so he could avoid Malone's attacks. What's he gonna do now? Looks like the dean is on Malone's side. Right now, it's going to be a little hard to use the absolute cut. He's already broken through the main character's body reinforcement, and he's on the ice walk limit. What's he supposed to do? Julian reported that they could cut something else with an absolute cut. Malone wanted to kill that loser. Vincent decided to trust Julian's strategy. He recoiled, and that attack hit the barrier. Vincent took that leap, completely using up the ice walk. Julian told him not to worry and just follow his plan. Malone believed that this was the place where this kid would meet his death, which was perfect for such a worm. After which, the guy attacked. He bought it. Now it's time to act. Cracks appeared in the barrier. after which he enlarged these small cracks with his attack. He clearly didn't expect the barrier to be broken. This attack hit right at the ceiling. Malone didn't realize what had just happened at all, whereupon the stones fell on the place where he was standing. This guy, however, was fine. Vincent's foot stepped on the stone. He began to argue that a martial arts master's oath carried more weight than anyone else's. With the sword his father gave him, Vincent will defend Malone's honor. Malone tried to stop him. A younger brother can't turn an older brother into a liar. After which he cut off Malone's hand. Vargan's barrier of mana is of a completely different class. It is not something an ordinary martial artist can create. Created with multiple layers through countless spells, it is an enclosed space completely fenced off from the outside world. But with just one swing of his sword, Vincent was able to destroy it. Malone began to scream in the pain of losing his arm. The dean appeared before them and suggests they stop there. Vincent Adenka is declared the winner. Vincent noticed that the man did not stop him for some reason. Vargan replied that Malone had set that condition himself during the duel, so the dean was powerless here. Whereupon Wilson ran there, who brought the priest as the young gentleman had requested. The priest of the purple fortress of the 5th class, Shevin inquired as to the owner of the 2nd-class priest symbol. Vincenz replied that it was him. The one lying on the ground was Cadet Malone of the 9th rank. He only wanted to ask if the protagonist had really defeated him. But then he realized that it wasn't the most important thing right now. How did something of value end up in Vincent's possession in the first place? How strange. He was told that this symbol allows him to receive the same treatment as the original owner of this plaque. That is indeed true. Such a low-class priest should not be asked such questions. So he wants the priest to heal the wound. There was nothing wrong with the protagonist's arm now. He called the guy a sneaky bastard. It was all planned, so now they have to heal his wound too. Vincent asked if it would really be in his own best interest to rebuild his arm. That was what he was thinking about now. He did, after all, put his right hand in an official fight. Therefore, if his hand is returned to him, doesn't that mean his honor will be destroyed? The bastard wants Malone to choose between his honor and his right hand. Julian recognized that revenge tasted so sweet. The protagonist realized that there was no way he could allow himself to become Julian's enemy. The other cadets immediately ran over and realized that Vincent had won. It was unbelievable. Malone should decide now. Even with a divine miracle, it will be impossible to reattach the arm once it's gone. He said to heal the arm. Julian didn't hear him. Have him say it loud enough for the other cadets to hear his words. Malone shouted for him not to pretend as if he hadn't heard his words and healed his hand. He was ready to disgrace himself for the sake of saving his own hand. Now Julian was satisfied. Vincent asked the priest to take good care of his older brother. After that, the healing began, and the dean was busy rebuilding the destroyed building. He was advised not to overdo it, and to avoid any strenuous exercise because this treatment would not get rid of all his problems. The boy thought that what Vincent had been able to do, namely defeat Malone, was simply incredible. Selbira recognized his rightness. Up close, this guy doesn't look so bad. Guy asked the protagonist if he thought he could become like Vincent. Vincent replied that it was possible if he overcame his own fears. Then, he would be able to achieve much more than he currently expects. Those words touched him to the core. Malone couldn't see the bastard getting overconfident and pompous just because he won once. Saizen and the other bastards were already sucking up to him. Let him better not forget that Malone is still king here. It's not too late. The guy can embed the energy of the unreasonable giant's blessing into this stone and smash its head. But suddenly, his hand was stepped on. It was Vargan who said he would turn a blind eye to this arbitrary behavior for one reason only, because his hand must be fully restored. To hold the sword that very day. He's got enough trouble with a principal who doesn't do his job. Let this cadet try to add more cases. A week later, the protagonist still complained to Dean Vargan Pagoda's office. You need to put your opposite hand on your heart. This is the time to express your condolences in this way. So this guy was his sister's guest. But if he came here to offer his condolences, he's 4 months too late. And it's pretty embarrassing. Vincent will be the direct heir again. But Vargan is just a dean who is used to being a mere mercenary. He thinks this relationship is rather awkward. Come to think of it, this guy knew his name from the beginning. Vincent had been digging for Vargan and his sister, and had deliberately come to him. Therefore, the man was anxious to know what purpose he was pursuing. Vientian had no choice but to admit that he was looking for information about his sister, about Varnelli Pagoda. Vargan asked if he wanted the heir, meaning him, to pay the protagonist to investigate. He had originally wanted to, but after learning a lot about the dean and hearing the full story, his opinion had changed. It made Vincent take a second look at himself. a talentless child who was suppressed because of his past. When the main character heard the story, he just wanted to talk to him. Vargan is also well aware of his situation, but doubts Vincent will hear anything new from him. He ran away from his family and the magical tower that belonged to the Samion family, who abandoned him. That's when he started to make a living as a mercenary. After a long time as a mercenary, he started working for the Adank family here. Unlike Winchin, he did not retain a connection to his sister or family. In that case, the protagonist wanted to know why he didn't discard the name Pagoda. Meanwhile, Malone had returned to the room. Everyone started to stop talking as soon as they saw this guy. But after that, they kept talking about their own. Malone lay back on the bed and closed his eyes with his hand. He was furious. There was only one thought going through his head. The guy wanted to kill Vincent. Suddenly, some spirit appeared in front of him, who had heard about the wish about killing Vincent. Maybe this guy wants the spirit to help him. If he was living the life of a mercenary, he hardly managed to hide his origins. Only Vincent wanted to say another guess when suddenly he was told to shut up. I mean, he's just a kid with no stars, so why does he talk like he knows everything? He couldn't understand what Vargan had been through, or how he felt when he left the magic tower. If Samion and Adenka's families went to war, the first thing he would do would be to destroy the magic tower that ruined his life. He knows that very well. In fact, the protagonist was the same way. But what he wanted for himself at the very end was not revenge at all, an understanding and love. The man did not get rid of the name Pagoda because he still feels attached to his family. Those words made him sit back in his seat. His sister was so talented and bright. It would be an exaggeration to say that Vargan endured all the abuse out of pure respect and appreciation for her. But at the same time, her radiance made him suffer even more. Why couldn't you do half of what Varnelli could do? Those words followed the man wherever he went. They were everywhere. He could not stand up to this pressure and ran away, leaving his family behind. Vargan thought he had seen right through this guy, but it turned out to be quite the opposite. Vincent replied that he could be honest, for human emotions were not always as simple as they seemed at first glance. To think he got advice from a boy. It was a great condolence. His sister may be dead, but he can finally be honest with himself. Since he had invested in the magic tower, the man assumed that it was quite a bit of money. In that case, Vargan will become his sponsor. No longer would the protagonist have to worry about the cost of living in the fortress. Julian was glad that his money was coming back. Julian recognized that he did have a knack for choosing good words. Revan, Raelsa, Mr. Hansen, and now Dean Vargan. They all fell for Winchin's words. The protagonist asked why Juliana was treating him like some kind of fraud. His words were sincere, and he spoke them from his heart. Of course Julian believed him. The perception of this man from 500 years ago was something. These two thought it was incredible that the guy was able to get sponsorship from the dean himself. The dean never sponsored anyone, because he's so demanding. Susan he already knew. And next to him was Selvira, the second representative. Cadets of the 9th rank. Since the girls live on the 2nd floor, they were the ones who never had the chance to meet. This was the first time Winchin had heard of the second representative. Did he really think his older brother was properly performing his duties? She was responsible for reporting to the teachers. While it doesn't compare in level, it was the same feeling that came from his mom's feature. Her specialty is clairvoyance, through which she can recognize the strength and hidden potential of her opponent. She was eager to find out how he was able to defeat Malone. Well, just then, she saw that this guy didn't even have an image. Plus, there was a purple color around him. That means she can't appreciate his hidden potential. Vincent immediately pulled his hand away, indicating that he didn't like this way of introducing himself with a peculiarity. Selvira apologized if she had hurt him with that, but how could he even recognize it? The first time, even the teachers couldn't sense it. Vincent wondered what they were doing here. She wanted to ask him the same thing, because it was forbidden for a cadet to walk alone at night. The protagonist inquired as to why. Saizen replied that it would be dangerous if he got lost in this cold. If they ever want to go out, they always go with someone, or he might fall into the hands of Devon's evil ghost. Saizen asked her to stop it. Vincent immediately wanted to know everything in detail about the evil ghost Devon. She was starting to blush at the fact that he'd come up and touched her so abruptly. He must know about the Archidemon who lived 500 years ago. After the Archidemon lost to the Hero King, his spirit began to roam the world. However, fragments of his soul remain, which contract with martial artists and grant them tremendous power. They give them enough power to accomplish their goal, and in return take their soul. Could it be that this Archidemon Davonus really existed? so it wasn't a legend for the sake of making him a scapegoat himself. Every once in a while there are victims. Well, to be fair, she doesn't believe in any of this. An evil spirit that appeared 500 years ago. I mean, it can't exist. The same evil spirit offered to make a contract with him, because then Malone could help him achieve everything he desires. Malone couldn't believe he was facing the very evil spirit of Deven. Spirit asked, "Well, is it really that important right now? All that matters now is that he is able to bestow upon him the power to accomplish his own goal. Isn't this guy the king of this place? He's got to get his throne back." He began to give in to these provocations. After the two entered the room, they noticed that everyone was asleep. In fact, because it was getting late, Saizen said he was up on night watch tonight, so he would go. Vincent thanked him for being escorted out. Only then did the boy notice that Malone wasn't here. Saizen came outside warmly dressed and carrying a flashlight. He had a horn hanging from his shoulder. It's really scary at night. He saw some ominous mana clustering there. The guy asked who was there, but he didn't even have time to react before his hand was immediately chopped off. Then he heard a voice saying that he was actually aiming for his throat. The boy saw the face of his attacker. He knew who it was. It's Malone. He was looking for that bastard Vincennes. Judging by Malone's appearance, one might assume that he had made a contract with an evil spirit. Malone was only amused that this coward dared to point his sword at him. He even seemed to be getting braver. Saizen shouted that he was no longer afraid of Malone Adenku. However, he was grabbed by the throat. Since this lowlife has decided to point his sword at the king, there's a short conversation here. For this, he will simply be executed. The sword was almost near his face. However, someone used their power to flip Malone away from him. It was Blonde. Looks like he really did make a contract with an evil spirit. Malone renounced his pride as a martial artist. If he kills the blond mentor, it will be far more satisfying than killing Saizen. Blonde noticed that his blow didn't even leave a scratch on this guy. He told Saizen to raise the alarm. Malone still hadn't returned, but Julian didn't care if the bastard even froze to death. After which he heard some sound unfamiliar to him. Vincent asked what that sound was just now. The other cadets immediately woke up, saying that it was an alarm. Something had happened during the night watch. Then he remembered the words that Saizen was in charge of the night watch tonight. They went downstairs at once. That's where the main character saw Selvira and the other girls. Vincent asked what was even going on. However, she hadn't found out yet. The girl went out as soon as she heard the alarm. And that's when the guy smelled blood. Vincent asked Selvira to notify the dean of the situation with her crystal. Have him tell her it was an emergency. It's worse than it looked at first glance. They need to call in someone stronger. He told everyone else to follow him outside. And Selvira went to do the main character's errands. While the guys were running, then they heard the alarm stop. The mana flow had stopped as well. Did this mean that the battle was already over? Selvira offered to hurry up. Vincent contacted her via telepathy and told her to just listen and not react. The boy asked if they could put some sort of protective seal on it. The girl asked what he was talking about. The first battle was over. Since they hadn't been contacted, it meant that the enemy had won. She knows one security seal, one of the 7 basic seals of Adenk, a 3-sided security seal. However, a master with 5 stars or more must stand on top of the triangle. If this condition is not met, the seal will lose its balance and collapse. If they can find a blond mentor, they will be able to manifest this seal. It wasn't until they got outside that they noticed the blood, and then the body of Mentor Blond fell before their eyes. Malone had finally found his main target, so he headed straight for them. Vincent immediately repelled his sword strike. The protagonist asked who it was. From beneath the black smoke, Malone appeared, glad that everyone was gathered here, all the bastards who had opposed him. Vincent asked the guy what on earth he had done. Selvira wondered if that dark aura was real. Hihiro asked what she meant. Then the girl said that she had the same properties as the masters who were possessed by the evil spirit Davin. That's impossible. He's standing right here fighting against himself. Malone was determined to show who was the real king here. The guy used his specialty, suppression. The cadets felt that this guy was much stronger than he was. Vincent shouted to everyone not to be afraid. They are martial arts masters after all. They must put aside their fear and bare their swords. The entire group of cadets heeded his words and bared their weapons. That bastard is freeing the rest of us from Malone's pressure. Malone was able to easily defeat a martial artist who had 5 stars. The boy wondered if he could handle Malone now. However, it's obviously too soon for him. They need the reinforcements that Selvira requested. Until it does, we need to buy time with the help of the inexperienced cadets of the 9th rank. The boy asked Selvira if she could perfectly apply the seal they were talking about. Selvira remembered her. Then she should tell everyone that they will manifest the three-sided defense seal together. Had Vincent forgotten what she was talking about? They need a 5-star martial artist, and above who will stand in the center of the seal. Then Vincent said that he would replace this one with a master. He himself will stand in the center of the seal. It can't be done, because he doesn't even have 5 stars, let alone an image. He'll be dead the second they set the seal. The main character mentioned that she is now representing the family. Therefore, Selvira must make a decision that will protect everyone. Now it's becoming clear that this guy knows how to push a speech. She shouted for everyone to form a 3-sided defense seal. Winchin will stand in the center. These kids are really going to set the seal. Looks like they'd rather commit suicide than die at his own hands. That may be true, but if Malone is locked in that seal even after making a contract with the evil spirit, it will be a total humiliation for him. He even gave up. Let them form a seal. Julian knew that wouldn't work, so he suggested just running away. They could use an ice walk after all. They could actually run away a long time ago, but if they did, everyone else would die. All the cadets of the 9th rank became in formation. They began to create a 3-sided defense seal. It felt like his mana was exploding. However, the protagonist needs to endure it. They shouldn't hesitate. Malone only laughed because of the fact that this guy was already breaking down. He aimed a punch right at the seal, however the seal was intact. It was a surprise to him. Could this bastard be able to withstand the power of the seal? Winchin wondered if that was all he could do. Malone only got even more flustered, and asked if he was sure he could take more of this. It was what he was used to. He unleashed a new blow on the seal. Its power is unbelievable. Because of the evil spirit, the intelligent giant's radiance became stronger. Malone wanted this guy to shake with fear. It was difficult for ordinary cadets to withstand such an attack. Suddenly they saw a pair of eyes that was in front of them. Then the boys remembered that it was Archidemon Davin. That was the look on his face he had been waiting for. It was exactly what he wanted to see. Vincent shouted over them not to let the fear consume them. The only fear a martial artist is allowed to experience is respect for the strongest. They shouldn't fear the scum who had discarded humanity. This guy is trying to boost everyone's morale while at the same time holding back the weight of the seal. You get the impression he's not 14 years old. In that case, she wouldn't stand idle either. Selvira turned to the cadets of the 9th rank, speaking of releasing mana at her signal, after which she counted to 3, and everyone released their mana together. He was able to stop with his weapon. These useless idiots annoyed him too much. Vincent advised this guy to give up because the masters will be here soon. Time is on their side. If he gives up now and reflects on what he's done, he can avoid the worst outcome. The spirit thought Malone wanted to kill them all. Has he forgotten what he wanted? He really does. He wants to see them die, trembling with terror. He would even give his life for that. The main character felt his mana getting heavier. This guy is preparing to launch a major attack, and Big Malone also wanted to see that bastard Vincent die. He swung his sword and a black slash appeared there. That cut touched the seal the cadets had made. Even the ground shook. She told everyone to watch out for rocks flying up from the ground. However, one of the stones hit the girl's head. The seal began to crack. The protagonist wanted to be attacked by Malone, saying that it was already over. He then unleashed a devastating attack on the seal. But surprisingly, the seal was still intact. Vincent was surprised at that too. Saizen joined in their fight. Malone didn't understand why that asshole was here. He'd already dealt with him and Brande's mentor. Saizen did say he was no longer afraid of Malone Adenku. The guy demanded that these bastards stop looking at him as if capable of defeating him. The guys need to hold their ground. They need to hold on a little longer. The seal is at its limit. Saizen won't be able to hold on much longer. Suddenly, bright dots appeared in front of him. He wasn't even going to strike. So why does he see the path of the sword? The black sword path through Malone's right hand. But waiting for reinforcements is the top priority right now. However, the defense seal is already at its limit. He was torn between two thoughts. Whether he should strike or not. A huge crack appeared on the seal. There's no more time to think. He told everyone to get ready, because the seal is about to break. Selvira asked what he was going to do. Vincent wanted to engage the absolute cut, alternate form. Malone wanted this guy to fight him for real. Chapter 2. The Galactic Wanderer. However, even so, he couldn't get his opponent following the path of the sword. We should try again. Malone laughed. Is that really all this guy is capable of? Did he really think Malone would stand still? He'd fry Vincent's to a crisp. He aimed this attack directly at the protagonist. Selvira and Saizen were worried about Vincent. His left hand was staggered. He can't hold the sword properly. But right now, Vincent can't back down. This time he's gonna get the bastard. Malone, however, seized his hand in which he held the sword. The guy asked him that he really thought he could slay him like an idiot, especially when he was holding the sword with his wounded hand. Malone let loose another attack on his wounded arm. It made him let go of the sword from his hands, and the boy only smiled, for Vincent was roasted to perfection. If this had happened in the protagonist's past life, he would not have had this opportunity, but that is not the case now. Vincent used an absolute cut, helping hand. His severed arm began to crumble, and the guy himself was flung away. And then there was an explosion. Could it be that the protagonist was able to overpower him? But that wasn't the end of it. The bastard had dared to chop off his arm twice. Then Vincent felt that the evil spirit aura was gone. The unknown black sword path that had been shown before. Was it really to break the bond between Malone and the evil spirit? He would never forgive the bastard. Malone wanted to tear him to pieces and feed him to the blue-eyed white tigers. Let it burn to the ground. It's not over yet. If the protagonist wants to stop him completely, you have to hit him one more time. Well, then he felt like he couldn't move at all. He tried to get his body to move. Did everyone pull themselves together for him? How could he come all this way and just die like that? He can't stop right here. He has to find out what happened 500 years ago. Suddenly they heard a voice telling Malone Adenka to stop messing around. The paralysis feature had been used. Malone demanded that he be released. Behind him was Dean Vargan. Vargan told the idiot not to act like he knew him. A seal appeared underneath it, and the feature that had been engaged before it began to disappear. The guys were telling them to stop and not to do it. Malone should give up already. They were able to grab this guy so he can't escape. The principal also arrived on the scene along with his staff. Helga explained that it was a magical seal that completely binds Malone to his image, Crystal Prison. Its only drawback is that it takes a long time to set up. But any martial artist who has mana is unable to escape from it. To the last, he shouted to Vincent, telling him that this wasn't the end. After that, Malone was frozen. It turns out, in front of her eyes, is the very same Vincent Adenka. The scoundrel Sir Vargan praised so highly. He's so badly injured he can't even speak. What exceptional stamina he has. He was able to save a lot of people today. Sir Vargan and she would take care of everything now, so he could rest easy now. After which his eyes began to close. The guys immediately ran up to Vincent, worried about his condition. And after that, the main character found himself in some white room with mirrors. Like the guy didn't realize where he was at all. Julian's image began to appear there, asking why he was so overstimulating the body he'd inhabited. If it really is Julian, Helga greeted Sir Adenk. Khan suggested that we dispense with formalities. Helga can speak as she pleases, so she called him by name. The head of the family inquired as to what had happened. This news will definitely not make Khan happy. There are 15 wounded among the cadets of the 9th rank, though none of them are dead. But there is a casualty among the mentors. His name was Blond, and he was a 5-star master. Also, Cadet Saizen managed to survive a deadly fight against Malone. They will pay their deepest respects to the fallen mentor Bronde and his family. They will also do the same for all the wounded. Helga must pay them generously until they are fully recovered. The principal thought it was her fault. If only she could have gotten there sooner. However, there are always plenty of factors that involve evil spirits contracting. Helga's decision to stop him with a single blow after much preparation was not wrong. However, another question remains. Why is Malone still alive after becoming a contactor? As far as Khan understands, the contractors are given unimaginable power in return for their lives. So when their power runs out, they die. The mages from the fortress analyzed it, but they couldn't find a definite cause. Based on the words of the cadets who participated in the battle, then Malone ceased to be possessed after Vincent's blow, and his hand, which had been cut off, could not join back in. It was that strange swordsmanship that Vincent used during the True Sword Gathering. He suggested that disciplinary action be taken against Malone. Since he had violated all the rules by contracting with the evil spirit, he would be confined under house arrest for the rest of his life. Also, his image will be selected and the tendons in each of his limbs will be cut off, so he'll never pick up a sword again. Khan mentioned that they needed to reward Vincent, so he asked where he was now. As it turns out, they brought him to the main house after treatment, but the guy still remains unconscious. For the past few days, Vincent asks Julian what this place is, but Julian doesn't know that, for he was sent here after Vincent lost consciousness. But looking around, he realized that they were now inside Malone's memories. However, it's still unclear what they're doing here. Julian doesn't think it has anything to do with the swordsmanship that Vincent applied. This had never happened in his past life. The protagonist has never penetrated his opponent's memories. Malone contract an absolute cut. How connected they all are. Malone said he didn't want to, because he was the strongest cadet of the 9th rank. So why would he train to control a sentient giant? Sounds like this guy's talking to the dean. This happened before Winshin got to the fortress. Vargan thought he was one of the honored children of the Adenk family. Does he really want to make a fool of himself among the others? If he doesn't want to end his life on the stage, then have him release a sentient giant immediately. What kind of scene we're talking about? But there seems to be a reason why the dean let Malone get away with what he did. He agreed to do it. The two of them felt the mana flow of the intelligent giant as well. The white space began to fill with black. Vincent looked around for Julian, but he was nowhere to be found. Suddenly he heard a woman's voice asking why couldn't he just die. It was his mother. It seems his old memories are now surfacing. Master Nedia, Falcon, Arslan. He tried to stop them to find out what happened after his death 500 years ago. His chest was pierced by a sword. Of course, this guy will be here too. Kajin. After that, he ended up in the Samyeon family prison. This was his life inside these walls. An unknown person showed up there who believed this guy had done nothing wrong. The Force can't always hide the truth. That man was Arslan. He would fight for his brother's life, even if it takes a long time. After that, another unknown male appeared in front of him. Could it be that Arslan was standing in front of him? But the last time Davin had seen him, Arslan had visited him in prison. He'd never seen the boy grow up. The man pronounced that Arslan was Julian. However, the protagonist did not hear him. He asked Arslan to repeat what he had said. The protagonist asked if Arslan could hear him at all. Arslan offered to meet again, 500 years from now, no matter what. It was only then that he woke up and shouted Arslan's name. What had just happened to him in the first place? Julian appeared there and asked if he was all right. Julian was so scared when Vincent suddenly disappeared. The protagonist replied that he was fine. His body seems to have healed, but what a memory that was. Did the adult Arslan visit him before his demise? Afterward, the guy noticed the water bowl and towel fall down. Wilson and Sari came to see the young gentleman. The two began to cry and rushed over to the young master, happy that he had finally woken up. Wilson really thought the young gentleman would never open his eyes again. That's a relief. Vincent thanked them for worrying about him. Helga was also there, asking if perhaps she should come back a little later. She would probably interrupt such a touching moment for them. Vincent recognized the director immediately. Helga Quibel introduced herself and was also pleased to meet him. Only the protagonist wanted to say a greeting, as Helga said she could do without it. The title of director requires strict behavior, so call her Nuna. The protagonist, on the contrary, asked why she was here and who she had left the fortress for. Helga had to report the incident that had happened recently to Vincent's father. Vargan is much better at handling things at the fortress than she is anyway. She'd better not get involved in the paperwork. Helga plans to go on some business in the central region to return in 3 days with Vincent. She also addressed the guy, saying that his Nuna had a small request. The protagonist inquired what that request was. He might want to fight a young master from the Samyeon family. To be honest, she wants Winshin to participate in a friendly exchange meeting. This is an event where members of the Samyeon and Adenka families who study martial arts compete against each other. This is a big event where the heads of both families will be present, and the friendly meeting this year will be held in the Purple Fortress. This means that the young master and the head of the family, Samyeon, will arrive at the fortress. The protagonist asked why on earth she was only telling him about it now, and all because Malone was originally supposed to be in the meeting. But because of the way things turned out, the only direct heir with the right age and skill level is Vincent. Could it be that the scene Dean Vargan was talking about was a friendly exchange meeting? His opponent will be the 6th son of the family, Samyeon. He is a genius who already has the prospect of becoming the next head of the family. Everyone, including Malone, had no hope of defeating him. Other than Dei, no one has ever won a friendly meet before. So let him not worry and think of it as just a meeting for a good experience. If Vincent agrees to a duel with the intention of losing to the Samyeon family, it would be against Adenk's will. Does he really want to try to win? Helga liked the way he thought. The head of the family appeared there and asked if he would take responsibility for those words. Vincent thinks that he has already shown how he can answer for his words during the True Sword meeting. Khan replied that that pressure would be incomparable to this. The protagonist promised that he would return victorious. That's a pretty good mindset, so he'll be looking forward to it. Khan knows that the internal wounds are pretty serious for Vincent's mana, so let him rest some more. He and Helga will go. As soon as they came out, they remembered that they still hadn't rewarded Vincent. Helga asked if he had decided what the reward would be. The man decided to go with her to the Purple Fortress. There they will engrave Vincent's name on the Purple Monument. He will personally do it. There is a great monument in the fortress on which the names of the heroes of the Adenka family are inscribed. It is engraved with the names of people who have made great achievements. Helga realizes that Vincent has done a great thing. But aside from Dea, no one else's name as a cadet of the 9th rank was inscribed on the monument. Doesn't her brother remember that? The man only replied that they would see each other in 9 days. Meanwhile, the guy was thinking about a friendly swap meet. The Adenka family wants to crush the Samyeon family. The day will come when they will have to suppress the Samyeon family with their swords. This is a great opportunity to find out the current level of the Samyeon family. However, he does have some concerns. The protagonist asked Julian if he knew anything about Samyeon's 6th son. Unlikely, because Julian never thought anything like that would happen to Malone. He'd never been interested in a friendly exchange meeting. Vincent then asked, what are the chances of Togo defeating the 6th son of the Samyeon family, given that they are about the same level as him? Since they have the element of surprise in the form of an absolute cut, it wouldn't be impossible. But Julian still thinks the probability is low. Without considering the image theory, at best, the guy will reach 3 stars. However, his opponent is someone who has been trained to the elite standards of the Samyeon family, and he will have at least 3 stars or more. He is confident that the difference in strength will be significant, so the protagonist decided to start practicing. Julian asked, hadn't he heard that he had some serious injuries that he needed to rest with now? His body is already fully healed. He only needs to limit his use of mana. He can't be serious. That old man should use Julian's body with caution. After that, the guy started practicing. Meeting Samyeon's current family. My mind was spinning with feelings about this fight and feelings about my past life. He saw in front of him a familiar man who said it reminded him of the old days. It was here that they clashed their swords for the first time. It was Revan. It had been a long time since the two of them had seen each other. Revan had heard that Vincent was badly injured, so he was glad to see him well. Vincent thanked him and said he hadn't expected to see him so soon. He had come because he had learned something that Vincent had asked him to learn earlier. The protagonist was immediately excited, because he realized that this guy had found out what happened 500 years ago. Revan ends up discovering something, but he doesn't know what it is. He was curious about his family. Aside from Revan, there wasn't a single person in his family who was particularly gifted in martial arts. The size of his house, finances, and all was average compared to the rest of the families on the sidelines. They are so vastly different that he was repulsed by the weak Vincent. Isn't it strange that his father, who isn't gifted in martial arts, and who isn't particularly rich all these years, was an observer at a true sword gathering? After Revan asked him persistently, he finally answered him. Anyway, Revan would replace him one day. He told the guy to go with him. The two walked over to the bottom closet, and Revan didn't realize where exactly they were supposed to go. A magical seal appeared there. A secret passage has been opened. Even the head of the Adenka family can't come in here without permission. These are the hidden archives. The story of the Adenka family, unknown to the world. All the records of the first member of the Adenk family, as well as the light and dark parts of history, are here. Their family has achieved a high status by preserving this archive for generations. Even if disclosed now, 500 years later, their family would experience a loss because they treated the preservation of the archive as a family affair. There he noticed one interesting book. There are still records of the Heasley family. In that case, there must be records there that prove Deven's innocence. However, Revan must take his father's place before he can show Vincent any of these recordings. It would have to be a long wait. The protagonist replied that he had already helped enough, but he's not allowed to talk about it. It's highly classified information about his family's case. He already owes Vincent his life, so it's nothing. The protagonist thanked Revan. He also forgot something important. In his hand was a magic crystal. Revan went to replace his broken sword, and he said to give it to Vincent. Hansen's hologram appeared there. He didn't know if the thing was working properly, since he hadn't used it in years. Vincent was glad to see Mr. Hansen and asked how he was doing. Revan replied that it was a recorded message. Doesn't he know that communication crystals are incredibly expensive? The protagonist replied that of course he knew. He was just messing around a bit. Hansen left him a video message because Vincent doubted their future meeting. He also told him to keep this crystal in his possession. It has basic video recording functions. Now he wanted to tell her what she had learned about the dragon bone. To be honest, there's nothing special about it. Hansen learned that forging the perfect sword from dragon bone would not work. But why is everyone talking like this today? He must have remembered the fire in the workshop. Hansen figured out the cause. When Hansen began to forge the purple lotus after transferring the bone into it, A fire that could not be stored in it ignited. Dragonbone absorbs its wielder's mana temperament. Hansen has a blessing, an unwavering flame. The purple lotus must have absorbed his power and caused an explosion. It's almost impossible to safely forge anything from that bone. So Hansen doesn't think he can forge a sword more powerful than the purple lotus right now, unless he makes a hammer out of the dragon bone Winshin gave him. After experimenting on a small piece of bone, Hansen learned that the force absorbed by that bone had no effect on other parts of the bone. But if that were to happen, they would have nothing left as material for Vincent's sword. Hansen says this so the protagonist just knows, even though it's highly unlikely. After which his hologram disappeared. If only he had more dragon bones, he would be able to get his hands on the perfect dragon bone sword. Revan will return to the workshop with his sword. If Vincent wants to leave any message, let him speak. He will pass it on. Then have her hand him over to forge a sword out of dragon bone. The protagonist will try to get more bones to create the sword. That's what he was thinking. Winshin is talking complete nonsense, as if that were possible. Revan will go, and also ask that he not put himself in so much danger anymore. Vincent replied that he would be careful, after which he thanked the boy. Juliana was disappointed that Revan and Hansena had given them useless information, but the protagonist replied that that wasn't the point. All possibilities are open to them. All that's left is to get stronger and find a way. And above all, Vincent will defeat the sixth son of the Samion family. He informed Julian that they had to do it, then asked if he could think of a way. Vincent is always up to something and expects Julian to finish it. The protagonist asked if he would help him or not. There's no way to beat him right now. They barely defeated Malone, who was possessed. How can Winshin think they can beat someone even stronger? It was incredibly difficult to deal with Malone's specialty. The wide range of attack and powerful strength was enough to break through Winshin's body reinforcement. If they had the blessing of an intelligent giant, they might be able to win. But is that possible? But why is that impossible? They've already seen the mana flow. It happened in Malone's recollection. But after all, Julian knows they can't just get the specialness by tapping into any one memory. But there's a catch. If it were a person's memory, no. But if it was the remembrance of a god, then the situation is different. Doesn't Winshin think that would be possible? It turns out he really was able to memorize the mana flow of the intelligent giant. Julian had memorized it by heart. Then why don't they act? We need to get a blessing now. That's why Julian is standing still. What a blessing with a body like that. The mana of the sentient species is the most destructive element of all, and the sentient giant is the strongest among all sentient gods. If they try their luck now, Winshin's body will collapse without receiving any blessing. So now they would return to the fortress and recover as much mana as they could. Meditation for no more than an hour a day. No exercise. 9 hours or more of sleep every day. No going to the training ground, and no use of other 500-year-old training methods. If he broke any of these rules, Julian would not train the mana flow of a sentient giant. 3 days later in the Purple Fortress. They're finally here. Shouldn't they have walked for safety reasons? In fact, he was lied to at the time. And how would they be able to hide such a female fortress? That day, Vincent did it then as a welcoming ritual. He had gone through it, so he could forget about it now. The protagonist noticed that there were more carriages than them. Didn't she tell him? Vincent will go through the engraving ceremony. This was, of course, the first time he had heard of it. Vincent was already waiting for the others. The first-ranking cadet representative, Hannah Adenka, has arrived. Direct heiress, third daughter. All cadets of the second rank stood up. All cadets of the third rank and fourth rank did the same. A representative of the cadets of the fifth rank, Abel Adenka, fourth son, and the other 15 line up. All cadets of the sixth and seventh ranks line up. The representative of the cadets of the eighth rank, Damien Adenka, fifth son, and the other 15 line up. For the first time, he sees other direct heirs besides Malone. They're all incredible, especially the first-rank cadet representative Hannah. Her aura was so sharp that it gave him goosebumps. The representative of the cadets of the 9th rank, Selvira, and the rest of the 19 built up. It's so good that they're okay. Others didn't know whose name would be engraved. Besides, if the head of the family did it personally, after which they saw the head of Adenk. Khan told Vincent Adenka to come over here. He uttered the words of greeting, a humble respect for absolute glory. He began communicating with the head via telepathy, saying that he didn't know he would be given such a great gift. Khan replied that it was not a gift, but what he deserved. He ordered his sword to be given to him. The protagonist handed over the purple lotus. Now he will engrave Vincent's name with this sword. He started the process for the engraving. The man barely put his mana into this sword and swung it. However, this is already the result. Selvira and Sizin tried to hold on. Damiana felt the level of the head of the Adenka family, and Hannah didn't even budge. After which the engraving was finished. All pronounced, modest respect for absolute glory. He must not forget that his name is Winchin Adenka. The main character will never forget it. That's really his name. It was just awesome. The head of the family is very cool. He is what you would call a true Adenk. And Sizin was just happy to see Winchin in good health. Selvira walked in there and asked if they had seen the main character. Turns out he hadn't come in yet. Didn't they talk on the second floor? The girl wanted to throw him a birthday party, but she can't find him anywhere. Maybe he's at the training ground. But I don't think so, because this guy just got back. But it happened just as they thought it would. Julian was being guided in which direction he should go. He needed to feel 3 points, and starting here, it's important. Julian couldn't take it anymore and cried. To think that he'd gotten engraved after they'd all called him worthless. The protagonist asked if he was really that happy about it. Of course he was glad, because his father recognized him as his son. Didn't the protagonist feel the least bit moved by it? The guy had already said that they had so much more to accomplish. That's why they can't cry or laugh over such trivial events. That's why Julian has to stop sobbing. If they want to surpass their father's expectation, they need to get the blessing of the intelligent Titan. Julian is going to try hard. Since they have already been through this a couple times, he may have already felt it. He needs to focus on forming the perfect triangle. Fortunately, it happened. The wave of power manifested even through the roof of the purple fortress. Did they really make it? A sentient giant appeared in front of them. Julian wondered if this was the sentient giant. He was only glad they could do it. They couldn't get a new blessing. But it was only then that he noticed something was wrong with Vincent. Julian didn't understand at all what was happening to him. The protagonist could feel the lightning energy overwhelming him. It was quite interesting. A man who had mastered divinity on his own. Occasionally there are others like him. Julian didn't understand what was going on, and what had happened to this intelligent giant in the first place. He was summoned here by invoking the blessing. The intelligent giant gave him the blessing as he wished. That was the end of it. But a person can't go through something like this just because of that. They've even rebuilt the body completely beforehand. It was about his sacrum. His physical body absorbed the mana like a cotton ball, and he gained far more power than he should have. It turns out all of this happened because of the divine sacrum. Julian didn't understand what they were supposed to do now at this rate. This guy was going to die. The sensible giant replied that it was quite simple. We need to stop the flow of mana, then the lightning will stop too. Julian already wanted to tell Vincent what needed to be done. However, the sensible giant added that if Julian stopped him now, he would no longer bestow the blessing on Vincent. He can die, or he can live by receiving the blessing. You have to choose one of the two. How did this even happen? It's completely absurd, and doesn't make any sense. These words were beginning to anger the intelligent giant. They summoned the blessing themselves and called upon the intelligent giant. Is there any point at all in him taking more power than he may have? This inferior god should know his place. And that boy will not stop the flow of his mom. He realizes himself that he won't get the blessing if he stops now. He must take control of the intelligent energy and contain it in his body. He must do this to fully receive the blessing of the intelligent giant. Julian can't just sit back either, especially while Winchin is barely hanging on for his life. His divine energy might be weak, but he could try to protect Winchin's heart. He put protection on the heart of the protagonist. Julian rejoiced that he was able to envelope his heart with his divine energy. It wasn't at all what he thought it would be. His defenses had been breached. This is not a level Julian can handle. Lightning energy overflows from his heart. He asked Winchin to be patient a little longer. If his heart exploded, it would be the end for the two of them. It was as if his hand had begun to become transparent. Could it be that he had used too much divine energy and was now disappearing? Julian didn't want to die at all. But if he got rid of his powers now, Vincent would die too, which meant his own death. Lightning ripped through the shield. It went straight to his heart. Winchin fell right in front of Julian. It wasn't supposed to happen right now. Anybody. Let someone help them. It was as if his prayers had been answered. A priest arrived there. It was the same priest who cured Malone. Julian now realized that his voice could reach those with sacred powers. Meanwhile, the priest did not understand what had happened to young Mr. Vincent. In addition, Vincent himself had not given up yet. The mana flow had not been disrupted. In that case, Julian won't give up either. He's going to outdo worthless Vincennes. He turned to the priest and asked if he could hear his voice. Shevin heard the voice again and asked who he was. Julian called himself God, an acquaintance of Vincennes. This guy needs healing right now. However, Shevin couldn't even get close to him because of the lightning bolts. Julian only needs to block the lightning. He will do his best to do so that the lightning doesn't affect the priest. In the meantime, the priest should try to cure him. The priest just has to get in touch with this guy and heal him, and then the battle will be won. Julian will have to block the lightning energy that surrounds his body. We have to be patient. Even if he has to disappear, he'll still do it. He shouted to the priest that the time had come. With the light of Gaia, Vincent's lifeless eyes began to take on new colors. A Siri nailed into Dean Vargon Pagoda's office. The man inquired if she was ready. Siri replied that yes, she did. She asked Dean Vargon to teach her magic. She must surely still remember the duel between Vincennes and Malone. The moment he saved her from the falling rocks, he felt that there was incredibly strong mana in her body. Like young Master Vincent, the mana it encapsulates is beyond the comprehension of the current study of magic. The dean mentioned that learning magic would be difficult, and he hadn't taught anyone before by request. She was well aware of this herself. However, the girl wanted to study her. Young Mr. Winchin continues to grow, and he is at the point in his journey where she can no longer help him. What she can do is quietly only concern herself with him when he comes in injured, and Sari doesn't want to do that anymore. Even if this help is small, she still wants to help him. Young Master Vincennes has a loyal servant after all, but since she has servant status, she needs to get Vichin's permission before she can start training. It was only then that they saw the bright glow of sap. Vargon didn't understand what was even going on. Siri was frightened too. After that, they arrived at the scene and saw the protagonist as well as the priest. The dean asked the priest Cheven what it all meant. The priest replied that there was no need to worry, for the young master was fine. He doesn't know for sure, but young Master Winchin seems to have received a blessing. Then Siri told him that he wanted to learn magic. However, his permission is needed. She could start right now. Vincent has a servant who will be trained by the dean, which is an outstanding wizard. This is a great opportunity, so he should tell her to start immediately. The protagonist noticed that Julian looked a little faded. Julian replied that there was no need to worry. He would rest for a while and get back to his old self. The guy asked her if she was sure of her decision. It wouldn't be easy. Siri replied confidently that she wanted to help the young master in any way she could. In that case, she should train with diligence. She thanked the young master for his permission. Vincent also asked the dean to take care of her. Vargon replied that he would train her with the utmost rigor. Since Vargon had been watching Malone's growth, he could say with certainty that Vincent had now gotten a giant lightning bolt. The man only turned away for a moment, and Vincent grew even stronger. Now that they've made sure the main character is okay, it's time for them to make lesson plans. If you think about it that way, Winchin doesn't have a teacher that even Siri has. He had not learned any of the sword arts that Arslan had left for Adink. He turned to the dean to say that he already knew for sure that there would be a friendly exchange meeting soon, and Vinchin needed to put all of himself into training. So he wondered where his teacher who would train him in the fortress was. Vargon didn't understand what he was saying, what this teacher's idea meant. Didn't he know he needed to find his own teacher? But after all, the fortress is an institution for training members of the Adink family. It's actually about their capabilities and conditions. This is the first and main fortress. The eldest of each family gives a teacher to a child who is a potential heir. A martial arts master can also get involved. The children of the main family are tutored by the oldest. Vargon asked not to be told that at his age, Vincent had never found an elder to sponsor him. It's hard to admit, but that's the way it is. The dean only sighed. Was this guy's choice really the wrong one? The protagonist decided to ask Julian just in case. Julian replied that they had no elders, so let him not expect a miracle. I hate to say it, but who would ever sponsor a worthless Winchin? There's nothing he can do about it. If anyone can help them, there is only one person. Raelsa asked Wilson what it was. Wilson said it was a letter that was addressed to the head of the family from young Mr. Winchin. Since Wilson had come in person to give it, there must be something important in it. But why did he bring the letter to Raelsa instead of taking it straight to the head? There's no way Wilson's gonna do that. He can't go alone to the chapter. The woman only sighed and agreed to pass on, and that's why she came to give the letter to him. Raelsa wanted to even know the contents of the letter the head was reading, if that was possible. Khan revealed that Vinchin is asking for a teacher to be provided to him. She probably should have realized this earlier. The woman had been so distracted by his enrollment in the fortress that she had completely forgotten about it. And Winchin also said he acquired the giant lightning bolt Malone. She must surely understand why he sent that letter to Khan. A son asks his father for help, because Chief Khan is the only one Vinchin can turn to. Khan had heard that Raelsa had previously trained Vincin. She might want to go as well. However, the woman can't do that. She uses the sword arts of her destroyed family, not Adink's family. If it trains him for too long, he will only acquire bad habits. In that case, Khan inquired what he could do to help him. Raelsa replied that there was someone suitable, someone Khan knows well, a strong man who utilizes the sword arts of the Adenk family, wielder of the lightning giant, formerly referred to as the Thunder Giant. With the authority of the head of the family, Khan can grant him a position to enter the fortress, and then he will become the teacher of young Mr. Vinchin. The man replied that he should want it himself. Raelsa began to assure that there was no need to worry about it. Since it was also her friend, she would be able to convince him. That man is the vice captain of the White Sword Group, Merlin. As Merlin walked to the training area, a mannequin caught his attention. That was many months ago. He even wondered how the young gentleman was doing now. Raelsa asked, wondering if he had decided to take a walk. She said hello to Merlin. Since Raelsa was so busy, Merlin was sure she wasn't just here to hear about his business. Raisa wanted to offer him a new position. Merlin inquired, and exactly what position and where exactly was being talked about. In an educational institution, in the Yellow Dragon Group. Now the word sword isn't even included in the band's name. Merlin said no. Raelsa would really like Merlin to train someone. The worthless young Master Vincent. Merlin must know about him. The elders haven't even looked at him, and he's young. The likelihood of him becoming the potential head of the entire family is pretty low. He doesn't have any sponsors. Merlin was thankful that she was making excuses for him. He couldn't handle it. But just recently, the young master had mastered the lightning giant's blessing. Now Merlin was interested. But he has too many reasons not to train Vincent. Merlin has been shunned in many places for not being an elder. And does she really want Merlin to train a man who hasn't even been chosen by the elders? Raelsa offered to make them a bet. Soon, young Lord Vincent will fight a duel with a young lord of the Samian family. If the lad wins, Merlin will become his master. A few days later, 7 days to a friendly exchange meeting. That's not all. He needs to make the giant's lightning power completely his own. Small current amplification. However, it's not enough to wrap a sword around a lightning bolt. You have to combine it into a beam like Malone did. We need to increase the power. But this time he had to dodge one of the lightning bolts. Julian only sighed, for Vincent is not capable of controlling him at all. The protagonist can feel the lightning charges filling his body. And because of this, it's harder to get them under control. The current speed is not enough even for a small current boost. How did that asshole Malone ever manage to use so many of them? And he was using a more advanced technique. Efficiency is an order of magnitude lower compared to the amount of effort invested. Julian was right here. Even though he had worked so hard to get the blessings, shedding tears and all. Had Winchin been listening the whole time, Julian wished he could forget about all of this right now. Winchin advised him not to be embarrassed. He shouldn't forget the fact that he was alive because of Julian either. Vincent remembered about Raelsa's answer. She apologized to the young gentleman. Judging from the current situation, it seems they won't be able to offer him a teacher before a friendly exchange meeting. The first reason is his rejection. The second reason is the influence of the elders. They do not want Vincent to interfere with their formulated structure of heirs. The elders are an association that exists to keep the power of the head of the family under control. Even the head of the family is not able to interfere in this matter. Raelsa would like to help him in some way, but she can't leave her duties as chief chamberlain for long. This year's friendly exchange meet will be won solely by their strength. They will utilize the absolute cut, as well as other features, as much as possible. Julian remembered there was another way. He knows the art of sword-wielding Samion. He wields it himself. He used it in Hansen's workshop. Winchin can use it, but then how will they deal with the aftermath? If they use Samion's sword art in public under expert supervision, they'll be taken back to their mom. He's right this time, but Julian can't lose. Vincent is also annoyed that he can't use the swordsmanship from his past life. He thought of other skills from his life. Perhaps he could use them, given his current condition. Archduke Samion, the main family castle. So this is the blue-eyed tiger. A beast from the frosty mountain of Adenka must kill a person as soon as they enter the purple fortress. Julian Samion arrived to join him. He said that an adversary had been selected for a friendly exchange meeting. The seventh son of the 7 Adenkas, who is called Worthless, Winchin Adenka. He is a direct heir who has shown strange accomplishments and is growing rapidly compared to other children of his rank. For Samion, this encounter does more harm than good. If he wins, nothing will change, but if the guy loses, they'll suffer total annihilation. People want to see the touching moment when the underdog rises up and wins. So what should he do? His choice is an obvious one. The blessing of Keshak, god of the sword. He must surpass his opponent, and to let everyone know that there is no place in this world for such a moving story. the sixth direct heir to the Samyeon family, Kajin Samyeon. Sylvira had a blue crystal in her hand. She hoped this gift would please Vincent. She entered the room and cheerfully asked if the main character was here. But suddenly mana enveloped her. It was Vincent, who had succeeded in covering his sword with mana, creating a new form. Just then, the mana began to dissipate. Sylvira wondered what that skill was even. Like he was holding a different MCH than the Purple Lotus. The protagonist noticed her presence and asked how she was doing. They hadn't seen each other for quite some time. The girl replied that she had brought him a gift. Vincent asked if it was an enchanted crystal. Sylvira replied that there was something inside it. This crystal contains the sparring of the sixth son of the Samyeon family, Kajin. He took her hands and thanked her for such a wonderful gift. The girl began to blush again, but replied that it was nothing. But he has to be careful with that last part. That part is a little brutal. After which, a hologram appeared in front of them sparring. Vincent is looking at this for the umpteenth time, but the technology of this time is still mesmerizing. Julian noticed that he sounded like an old man. Suddenly he noticed something that struck him. Julian saw the look on his face and asked what was wrong. He'll put his left foot forward and attacks the lower half of the body, but it's actually a hoax. With a swift kick, he will force his opponent to adopt a defensive stance. Then he'll engage a strong punch that will be hidden between his continuous attacks. And with that, he will destroy the enemy's sword. At that point, the man admitted defeat. But even when the opponent gives up, this guy doesn't stop. Kajin asked if he really thought that once he lost, it was over. I don't think so. That's the price his man would pay for challenging Samyeon to a duel. Even Sylvira couldn't understand why this creep was so cruel. From the very beginning to the very end. Why Kajin's movements are identical to Kajin's. The similarities in appearance could just be a coincidence. However, it is quite another thing when his basic techniques to the slightest habits resemble only one person. Specifically the Kajin of those times. Vincent now clearly understood that he needed to meet with Kajin Samyeon. He asked for a moment of silence. Magician Captain Alberto. They welcome the mages who have gathered here for a friendly exchange meeting. As they already know, the friendly exchange meeting is held in 3 stages. A treasure hunt with the goal of finding a treasure chest in an enchanted dungeon. A battle with a captured monster. And the highlight of the meeting, sparring. They're responsible for the first stage, namely the treasure hunt. He would like to determine the type of monsters they would create with their magic. Vargan raised his hand and asked if he could speak up. Alberto replied that the Dean of the Crimson Fortress could do so. The Crimson Fortress was thinking of reptiles or level 8 demons if one considered the abilities of the 2 young lords. Such monsters should be difficult enough for 3-star martial artists. It would be enough for the first stage. The person from the 6th Magic Tower Association wanted to speak next. They were offering a level 8 giant beast, Fracture. Vargan asked, wondering if the Magic Tower was speaking seriously to 6. Giants in difficulty were only suitable for martial artists with 4 or 5 stars. But he didn't understand why the Dean was so angry. This is the first friendly meeting in tens of thousands of years. There has to be a change to stir up the crowd. Doesn't that obligation fall on both sides? Why would it be a commitment too when the Magic Tower already has a K-Shock? If they use giants, it will only make the 6th young master look better. Since the man keeps looking for excuses like this, the Purple Fortress better be worth giving up now. Looks like the Samyeons got themselves a loyal dog. The man asked how he can talk such nonsense regarding the Magic Tower while he carries the name Pagoda. It makes him upset. Alberto shouted for them to stop. It would be the young lords who would fight, not them. Alberto suggested that this discussion be resolved by a vote. Those who agree on the giants should raise their hand. The majority of those present at the meeting were in favor. The conclusion is obvious. These bastards are already dancing to Samyeon's tune. In that case, given the majority vote, they will prepare a gigantic illusory beast, Fracture. From the expression on his face, one could tell that this person was also a Samyeon dog. 1 day left until the friendly exchange meeting. Helga asked Dean Vargan where the Samyeon's guest list was. The man replied that it was here. She complained that the amount of work was not decreasing. She shouldn't have been stopped by the director of the fortress. Helga even wanted to die. Vargan told her to stop because he was helping her too. Helga asked about the preparations for the first stage, and if he would be preparing the illusions. He asked me not to even mention it. All the mages who did not belong to the Purple Fortress, including the captain, were bought by the Samyeons. That's why Dean Vargan is in such a bad mood. Apparently so. But what can you expect if the 6th Magic Tower is located in their territory? There's nothing to be done about it. Now they've decided to influence the Magicians Association. They're just idiots who are worthy of nothing but pity. Helga wouldn't be surprised if they turned out to be demons. In any case, if Vincent wins the other stages, everything will be fine. The woman asked if Dean Vargan really thought Vincent was capable of winning. Vargan asked, wouldn't it be better for them if Adenka won? There was less than a 10% chance that the young gentleman from the Adenk family would win. Helga remembered the way he had spoken when Abel had been presented as a candidate. Vargan asked if he had said such a thing. He seems to be crazy about Winchin right now. Vargan offered him sponsorship and all sorts of other things. Does he really want to make his little sister jealous? Vargan asked what kind of little sister was that. Instead of being childish, she'd better get to work. Tomorrow there will be a friendly exchange meeting, after which the man left. But she meant what she said. A day of friendly get-togethers to share experiences. All eyes were fixed on Vincent Adenku. Apparently he is replacing Malone Adenk, as the latter will not be able to attend the meeting. Initially, the Adenka family was at a disadvantage, but now they're in an even worse situation. Kagan Samion. It's like he's imitating Kajin. Or maybe it's just déjà vu. A young gentleman has arrived. Kagon Samion entered the fortress. He was glad to meet the people from the Purple Fortress. Vincent was glad to see him as well. Kagan introduced himself as the 6th son of the Samion family. Vincent introduced himself as a cadet of the 9th rank of the Crimson Fortress. They shook hands. Others noticed that these young gentlemen looked pretty good side by side. Some even thought that Vincent would look worse. It's always nice to make friends with someone your own age. Vincent agrees with this. However, he was somehow uncomfortable. What it is in the first place. There's nothing strange about him. But why his smile makes the protagonist very uncomfortable. Kogan hopes that Vincent can prove himself with the help of his power. To that end, he called the protagonist his friend. This man wants Vincent to prove himself, so they just think Adenka is worse than them. Vincent wanted to say the same thing. The protagonist also hopes that Kagan Samion can showcase his talent. To think that Vincent had decided to provoke him. Vincent is definitely set up to win. Those in attendance also noticed that these guys weren't even in the arena yet their confrontation had already begun. It was announced that the friendly meeting of the Bobinu experience had begun. There were many spectators gathered in the arena. The majority of the audience supported Samion, and the girls shouted that they loved young Mr. Kagan. From this point forward, Helga declares the friendly exchange meeting officially open. The first stage is a treasure hunt. Both participants must enter the enchanted space and bring a chest that looks like this one. However, inside the enchanted space, they will meet a monster that was created by magic. A giant fractor will be guarding the chest. The complexity seems to have increased this year. Each competitor will select 2 9th-ranked cadets to accompany them during this phase. Adenka, as the loser of the last friendly swap meet, will pick first. She was sure he would choose a representative of the 9th-ranked Selvira first. She was just telling him in case he didn't know. However, Vincent had chosen Sizen and Harmon. She hadn't expected this decision of his at all. Helga immediately cried out, not realizing what he had just said. After that, the principal apologized. Others began to look for Sizen and Harmon on the cadet list. These two have the lowest scores among the 9th-ranked cadets. Some couldn't believe that he would really choose these two who looked so skinny. Well, if they were chosen, they must have a lot of potential hidden in them that you can't see at first glance. Principal Helga asked Cadet Vincent if he was sure about this choice. The protagonist replied that he was. She hopes this guy isn't going to use them as an excuse for his loss. Helga will be very disappointed if he is. He's not going to do that. The first reason Vincent chose them was because of his unwillingness to give any excuses to young Mr. Kagan. They are distant, but still related to the Adenk family. They may be from families on their mother's side or offshoot families. But it is important to overpower Samion with the blood of the founder Arslan. However, Selvira thought he would choose her, so she was a little upset. The protagonist trusts her completely and respects her. Thanks to her leadership skills, Vincena also manages to defeat Malone, so she should try her best at a friendly meeting. Selvira asked what that meant. She'd thought he'd said he hadn't chosen her, hadn't she? It's to provoke Kagan. If he falls for it, it will be a serious disadvantage to him, and Semyon's offspring will try to completely overpower Vincent. In such a situation, we can definitely expect who he will choose. In that case, Kagan will choose a representative and a vice representative. He will show the consequences of Vincent's arrogance. It's a great choice. All the conditions were created just for the Samions. What is it that Vincent wants to show them? In that case, Vargan should just trust him. What the hell is going on, and why did he give up rep? Vargan asked what was the matter. He thought they were eager to start the first phase. That's the way it is. After which they began to cast a spell. A portal opened up in front of the two teams. From this point on, They begin the first stage of a friendly exchange meeting. Treasure hunt. They appeared in a cave that was so dark. Saizen suggested using a glowing crystal. Vincent replied that it would be a good idea. Silvira asked young Mr. Kajin if he needed lighting. Kajin noted that he did not need it. He also wanted those two to slot a little further away from him. Does he really want them to move her away, since he was so sure he could handle everything alone? The master is completely neglecting them. The audience was even bored because they were still looking for the chest. The fun would only begin when the giant appeared. They have completely different approaches. Vincent doesn't consider them his assistants. Harmon knows it's too late to talk about it, but does he really think they can help him? There's no need to worry. They are, after all, excellent martial artists who have surpassed their fears. Suddenly something appeared in front of him. That punch knocked Saizen and Harmon back. Saizen asked what had happened in the first place. Only then did he see the monster in front of him. It was a giant. Saizen asked if everything is definitely going according to plan. It's very huge. Harmon tried to find Vincent. Did he get crushed by that boulder? However, the protagonist was already in the air. After which he struck the giant. After that, he landed in front of his team and the giant went down. The guy yelled out to do it now. They will proceed according to plan. Vincent will leave the giant to them and go to find the chest. They were beginning to get the giant's attention. Saizen even called him a big dumbass. Fracture is a giant with poor eyesight. He automatically reacts to loud noises. Saizen offered to take him back to where they came from. It's about time these guys believed in themselves and their courage. Now it's time to head for the chest. But you can't do that. This stage is only called a treasure hunt. But the main thing is to show off your martial arts abilities in the process. The man believes this guy has completely missed the real meaning of this stage. As Vincent ran, he finally spotted the chest. However, he was attacked by another giant. Only now did it become clear that there was another adversary here. He attacked the protagonist again. Fortunately, the guy managed to bounce back from that blow. For Winchen's plan to work, you have to make at least one absolute cut. Having two giants made things much more complicated. This time he decided to grab the guy with his big hands. This giant is much faster than the one he encountered earlier. This one even has time to react to the speed of the ice walk. He managed to dodge another lunge. Meanwhile, Vargan didn't realize there was another fracture to do. Looks like they made a mistake in the beginning. The man grabbed him by his clothes and asked how on earth this bastard dared to bear the name of the Sixth Magic Tower and pull such dirty tricks. He was stopped by Helga, talking about there being too many eyes here. They'd be on the losing end if they made a fuss now. She understands why he's angry, but it won't change anything. Contrary to the rumors, she is quite calm. Her demeanor is worthy of the man who stands at the head of the Purple Fortress. Helga told the fucking bastard to stick around after this was over. Silvira, meanwhile, was in shock. The giant's arm was cut off. It was noticeable that it brought him pleasure, after which he delivered another blow to the giant's face. That's when the monster went down. Kargan asked what the hell that was all about. He had high hopes as they said there would be a giant. But it's too little too easy. Another opponent appeared behind him, preparing to take him down. Silvira didn't expect two giants to be here. What was even going on? She shouted to the young lord to be careful. At the same time, Kargan was preparing to use the art of sword-wielding on the Samian family. Chapter 1. Mild Steel Destroyer. Because of this, he was able to chop the giant's arm into pieces. After that, the Kargon decided to get close to him. He jumped up. In fact, the boy wondered how long he could last. Whereupon the Kargan struck a blow. The giant fell. Silvira really hated to say it, but this young lord is strong. Even if someone else was here, the result of the Kargon wouldn't change. He told the giant to stop laying down and get up. Kargon wanted to demonstrate many more techniques to him. Silvira hoped that things were going well for Vincent. Julian didn't understand why nothing was going according to plan. Vincenz told him to keep his cool, because now they needed a new plan. Absolute Cut is an incredibly strong skill. Can't they just corral them in one place and kill them at the same time? The protagonist didn't think it would be so easy. Julian asked why not. They're too big. If a guy aims at one spot, he won't be able to see the path of the sword. Julian began to argue that the skill was terrible. But he had just called it incredible. Now he needs to take them both down. If only he had a target. And then an idea popped into his head. Meanwhile, the two men were cornered. They had nowhere else to retreat to. Besides, they hadn't seen Vincent. Looks like they're in big trouble. Afterward, they noticed that Vincent had brought a chest. So now they could leave here. The protagonist said there's been a change of plans. He'll be here soon. Saizen asked what it meant to be here. Then another giant appeared in the distance. And now they have to fight against two of them. Saizen and Harmon began to sob because another one had appeared. They pounced on a group of cadets. Saizen shouted that they were finished. Harmon began to call for help. Vincent shouted to Julian to be ready. Julian was at the back of these giants. Do they really need to do things this way? Julian didn't want to be a target. It's just as he thought it would be. Because of their size, the protagonist won't be able to find the sword path for the absolute cut to kill them both. In that case, he needs to find something they'll both face. He could even feel his other half of his soul, Julian's presence, through which the path of the sword was open to him. Julian asked if he was sure it was safe. He was afraid of being hurt. The protagonist used the absolute cut, alternate form. Chapter 1, The Dwarf King. One enemy he had dealt with. After that, the impact caught up with the second giant, who was standing in front of Julian. Julian began to panic, for he did not stop. He started sobbing and begging for help. There was an explosion. Those present couldn't believe that he was able to fell two giants with a single blow. Now she understood what Vargan was talking about. That's the death knell of Vincent's. Absolute cut. That's to be expected, though. Even with an absolute cut, he wouldn't be able to defeat a god. Julian grabbed his clothes and asked him what he was talking about. Wasn't he sure about that? You can't kill God. But even so, this guy has no idea how scared Julian was. The protagonist just thought about it. But how did Julian hear his thoughts? Saizen and Harmon asked if there was someone there. They had seen Vincent talking to someone. Vincent replied that there was no one there. And now they must go. Julian immediately hid behind his back. The guy explained that he had saved the absolute cut for a similar occasion. In fact, there's one last thing he has to hit with his absolute cut, and this was all the space that had been created with magic. He used his sword to shatter the portal. The guys thought it was unbelievable. After that, they found themselves in the arena. The magic dungeon had been destroyed. He ordered the mages to recheck the spell. There seems to have been a mistake. He was stopped by Vargan, who mentioned that it wasn't necessary. The mage asked what he meant. Then he proudly declared that Vincent's sword was capable of cutting magic. However, it was still an incredible fact that he was able to cut through the dungeon. What Vargan is most impressed with is not his sword skills, but Vincent's creativity. Alberto stated that is not possible. It is the destruction of the arena itself. Therefore, they should disqualify young Mr. Vincena. Helga mentioned that there was no rule against it. After all, no one had ever done something like this before Vincent. However, the question is different. For a captain of a mage association who is supposed to take a neutral side, he looks quite upset, as if he cares so much about Vincent's defeat. The boys presented the principal with a chest. They were happy that Vincent had won, but that's not yet the case. The first stage is a show of strength. It doesn't matter who finishes first. It wasn't bad that he had a sword that could cut through magic, but that was the end of it. Young Master Kajin wasn't finished yet. He can show his fighting skills in the time he has left, and then the victory will be for the Samion family. Vincent approached the mage, saying that he had a very different opinion on the matter. Kajin will quickly leave the dungeon. The man asked what else it meant. The protagonist asked the dean if the connecting element had been used to create the dungeon he had entered. Vargan replied that he had been. Since equal terms must be given, the connecting element was concealed, and the Venshan entered one of the two identical dungeons. Vincent destroyed his dungeon. If that's the case, then where did the mana that created his dungeon go? The water can be divided into two streams, and then block one end. At the other end is Kajin. In that case, all the water will pour into the other stream. The same will happen to the mana that was used to create Vincena's dungeon. Now Kajin didn't understand what was going on with this giant either. Giant looking to strike with his opponent, although this giant had gotten stronger. But his intelligence should have remained at the same level. For such a simple blow, he would only lose his arm. Has he already forgotten about that? The guy used the mild steel disruptor again. However, this time, the giant was able to break through the sword technique. That's just impossible. Has the giant become that much stronger? After that, the giant's fist reached Kajin. And then he decided to use his other hand as well. Kajin flew through the rocks. Something must have happened outside the dungeon. Otherwise, how else could a dying monster even gain such power? After that, he decided to deliver another killing blow. The situation is dire, as he doesn't even have time to adapt his form. After which he was distracted by some other sound. It was Selvira who did it on purpose. Since the monster was distracted, he now needed to find the chest. Selvira kept making noise so that the monster would only look at her, so he went after her. Everything went according to her plan. It could be considered lucky for this Kajin. If Vincent hadn't told her to try her best, there was no way she would have helped an arrogant bastard like Kajin Samion. Suddenly she was attacked by someone else. This caused Selvira to fall down, and she didn't understand what happened this time. Another giant stood in front of her. What a surprise, because it turns out the first giant wasn't dead. And now she was surrounded by two giants. These two were preparing to attack her. Selvira was beginning to think there was a bit of a problem here. Suddenly she heard Kajin's words. How dare they treat him like that? How dare they even dare to ruin his performance? The Scarlet Song, final chapter. Full blood moon. Thanks to this attack, he was able to get rid of the two giants. Selvira was in shock because of the fact that this young gentleman was able to hit both of them with a single blow. Kajin was originally outstanding. He intentionally left the giant alive to continue his show and kept his stamina reserve. How dare they ruin his plan? Kajin will never forgive them. Now we need to come to our senses. Even though he had shown inappropriate behavior, he had successfully completed this stage. He found the chest, and even managed to put on a memorable performance at the end. Even if Kajin did terribly, it was still a long way off for Win-kun. Suddenly he saw the main character in front of him who said he was late. Judging by the look on Kajin's face, he seemed to like Win-chun's gift. Kajin was surprised this guy couldn't finish before him. But what kind of gift were we talking about? Vincent revealed that he has a friend who is quite talented in magic. Thanks to this friend, the protagonist managed to overflow Kajin's dungeon with mana. It turns out the giants had lost their temper over this Win-chun. Kajin wondered if he could have made a fool of him from the beginning of the phase. He only exhaled and admitted his utter defeat. It looked like he shouldn't have underestimated Win-chun, but from now on, everything would change. Because he began to consider Vincent his true friend. The protagonist is looking forward to the change. Win-chun also called him a friend. Helga wondered if the two of them were picking the winner. Why they thought they had judges at all. Cadet Win-chun Adenka was declared the winner. The next stage will take place in 3 days. Selvira only sighed, for she was glad Vincent had won. Suddenly Kajin, who was just looking for Selvira, approached her. The boy wanted to thank her. Because if it wasn't for Selvira's cadet representative, he might have looked like a complete fool. She stared at his hand, but for some reason she had an uneasy feeling. Selvira doesn't know why, but she felt like she shouldn't touch Kajin's hand. The boy mentioned that it was a little hard to keep his hand in the air. Selvira came to her senses and apologized. After which she shook his hand. In that case, Kajin will go. The girl asked as he took care of himself. Had Kajin really come just to thank him? In fact, he had already mentally and with a creepy smile said goodbye to Selvira, the cadet representative. Meanwhile, Sari was busy practicing, summoning images of animals. Then Wilson came to her. He was glad he'd finally made it. Wilson brought clothes and food for her. Sari inquired about what happened at the friendly exchange meeting, and how young Mr. Wilson had served him, so naturally the young gentleman won. His adversary admitted his own defeat. Sari breathed a sigh of relief. Wilson wondered if it was hard for her to train here. Fortress she can't concentrate because she's distracted by the young master. The dean also said she would be better off training here, since it was snowy or easier to communicate with spirits. It turns out, she says, that being a spirit mage suits her best. Soon she will need to find a spirit to sign a contract with. At her current level, she can only control one. However, there are many spirits she likes. Suddenly she heard words for help. Sari thought at first that it was Wilson who had said something. But the man replied that he had been silent before. She heard the plea for help again. Sari didn't realize who he was at all. Meanwhile, the cadets decided to drink to Win-chun's first stage victory. In fact, there was juice in their mugs. However, they didn't care much about it, as they wanted to celebrate such a joyous occasion. Win-chun mentioned that he only beat him by 1 point. Do they really need to make such a big fuss over this? Which means only by 1 point. It's a monumental moment in Adenk's history, though she shouldn't have said such a thing, being Kajin's assistant. The main character mentioned that she was the deciding factor in Win-chun's victory. And all because he believed Selvira would be a great supporter of Kajin. Kajin and Win-chun may have the same level of martial arts, but Selvira played a key role in Kajin's victory. So even if he didn't recognize the result after the scores were tallied, the odds would definitely be on Win-chun's side. Could he have planned this too? If the opportunity arises, she will help him again, as the girl is a representative of the 9th-ranked cadets. He trusts Selvira. The two of them bumped fists. Just then something came to his eyes that demanded attention. Vincent immediately grabbed her arm. The girl was confused, but didn't understand what he wanted to do. That's just impossible. When and how this thing came to be. But in her hand was the binding seal of the Samyeon family. Vincent wondered if she had had contact with Samyeon in some way. Perhaps it was physical contact. Then she remembered that such an incident had happened recently. Kajin shook her hand, for he wanted to thank her for her help. What else could one expect from a bastard of the Samyeon family? Julian asked what the binding seal meant. The thing may bear the name binding seal, but it's more like a curse. Binding Seal is an ability that gradually drains your opponent's mana and leads them to a slow death. Why the hell would Kajin act so low? Julian asked if he knew how the seal could be removed. First, you have to determine the type of seal. Depending on it, you have to find the right method. The protagonist suggested practicing together every day at dawn. These words drove the Silvira into even more color. Vincent replied that they would start tomorrow. There was nothing left for her to do but agree. Winchin and Julian were standing near the tree. If he directly cursed her, he was confident that no one would be able to detect this seal. Since Julian doesn't know about the binding seal, it could have been erased from history, just like an absolute cut or a magical body. Julian thinks it would be best to keep it a secret between them, including Silvira's curse. He won't forgive that bastard Kajin. That bastard used a dark swing on a man who wasn't even connected to the competition. After that, a disguised Silvira got there and apologized for being late. It took a while to get ready. The girl asked what she looked like. Julian and Winchin were amazed. But really, the main character asked why she dressed that way for practice. Julian only sighed and asked Vincent if he had been a eunuch in his past life. The protagonist didn't understand why Julian was trying to provoke him. It's obvious that she likes Vincent. Doesn't he notice her obvious feelings for him? Isn't she too young? 500 years ago, he was 29. It would be hard for him to accept the feeling of a 14-year-old girl. After which, Silvira suggested that they start practicing. She was just trying to change the subject. And since he had called her here, it meant he had a plan. Vincent suggested starting with meditation. Silvira and Vincent were holding hands. The main character said to keep circulating mana like this, and let him tell me if he feels anything strange. Silvira replied that it was just meditation, and asked if anything strange could happen. The boy replied that no, he was just saying that. The flow is severely disrupted. Doesn't she feel it? Apparently, martial artists have lost a lot since the advent of the image theory. Julian asked if he could break the curse. Suddenly, the tag lit up. The curse is stronger than he first expected. There's no way to break it on his own. Julian asked, well, what would he do then? An offering must be presented for the binding seal. It is usually the living heart of an animal, spirit, or human being. Most likely he has sealed the offering somewhere on the snowy mountain. Once they can find and release it, the curse will be broken. And if they fail, Silvira will be dead in 3 days. It may sound heartless, but a friendly exchange meeting is of the highest priority to Julian. In 3 days, the second phase would begin, and they should prepare for it. Vincent hopes Julian realizes what's most important right now. Those who follow only their own goals lose their people. For example, if his comrades who sided with Samyeon had been by his side, he wouldn't have spent the rest of his life behind bars. Silvira wondered if they needed to keep going. She was already a little tired. In that case, they'll call it a day for now, Julian asked. But how did he know so much about the curse? Could it be that he was a magician in his past life? In fact, the main character just experienced something similar. When he was in prison, his mana was sealed. He had heard that at that time they used the heart of a prisoner to carry out the death penalty. His life really was too horrible. The protagonist replied that he didn't need to be told twice. However, Julian didn't realize what crime he had committed that he was locked up in prison for 10 years. In fact, it was because of the fight with Kajin. Only then did they see that Silvira had fainted. They were able to fix her up and left her to rest. However, this is the first time the priest has seen such symptoms. He doesn't think there's anything else they can do in the fortress. It would be best if Vincent sent her to the Gaia temple in the capital. But will the priests in the capital even be able to break the binding seal as well? It's a skill that has been erased from history. It's likely impossible. And the progress is too fast. She may not survive the trip. He asked the priest Shevin to take care of Silvira. The priest asked what he was going to do. There's only one way. We need to find the offering that was used for the binding seal on this huge snowy mountain. The priest asked what Cadet Winchin was doing. The protagonist will jump. It's Samyeon's bastard family. He won't lose another man to these dirty tricks. Someone's voice calls out to her for help. It seemed to be a spirit voice, but it was so far away. Suddenly, she saw a young gentleman in front of her who had just jumped off. Vincent asked Sari what she was doing here. Only then did the young lord reveal that he was looking for the offering that had been used for the curse. And it was sealed somewhere on this mountain. Sari asked what was usually used as an offering. It was something small that could be hidden, a small animal or a spirit. Sari replied that she might be able to help with that. There was less and less time left. Sari indicated that she heard the voice from there. He was between the canyon walls. They walked down into the canyon. Sari asked where he was. She had come to help. Not that the protagonist didn't trust Sari, but Selvira doesn't have much time left. He can't just keep looking for the spirit here. There's not much time left. If the spirit is somewhere nearby, it will just destroy everything around it to break the binding seal. However, Sari lowered her hands into the snow. She was able to find the spirit. And it has the same type of binding seal that Selvira had. How cruel. Isn't there any way to help him? He hasn't had a chance since becoming an offering for the binding seal. The best thing for him would be to be quietly sent to the other world. However, she didn't want to do that. There was one way. A magical seal appeared underneath it. Julian replied that this contract is with the spirit. If a Siri makes a contract with a spirit, it will have a higher priority than a binding seal. The seal has broken. She was glad the curse was broken. The main character thanked her for it. She had done something amazing. She was even happier because of the fact that she had been able to help the young master. What a relief that it had happened. The calm didn't last long, however. Vincent immediately took notice of it. He immediately jumped to block the blow. 2 hits hit the canyon walls. The main character asked who he was and what he was doing here. He heard a rather familiar voice, which of course he recognized as Vincent's. It was Kajin, who asked how dare he interfere with the traditional ceremony of the Samyeon family. Vincent had better have a good excuse. To think that Kajin Samyeon would come here in person. Kajin isn't sure if this guy knows what he just did. However, he just interrupted the traditional ceremony of the Samyeon family. To put it another way, Vincent has just caused a huge diplomatic conflict against Samyeon. They should put that thing back and walks away. Only then he won't let anyone know about it. The protagonist asked how he could even call it a tradition when he was trying to kill Selvira. Kajin only sighed, only then realizing that this guy knew everything. This attitude only made Vincent even angrier. As Vincent already knows, there is a certain class he is born into. The likes of Kajin and Vincent were born to bear the heavy burden of fate. But there are also exempted people from it, and they are different from these people who dare to cross that line. He was furious. How dare that wench even dare disrupt his plans? He wouldn't forgive her for this. Such people should of course be punished. An associate from the same class should understand that. It's their right. Vincent's sword was right next to Kajin's throat in the same second. These people haven't changed even from 500 years ago. Kajin asked what he meant. Vincent said not to kid himself. Kajin's right is false, at least for Vincent. The guy thought he had such beautiful eyes. Because of those eyes, Kajin doubted they could become good friends. After saying that, he presented his sword to Vincent's throat. Eventually, they'll see who was right. And it will naturally happen at a friendly exchange meeting. The binding seal on Selvira's hand was gone. The girl finally regained consciousness. Selvira didn't understand at all what she was doing here. Shevin was glad the cadet was okay. That's where Vincent immediately came running in, inquiring about Selvira's condition. Shevin explained that she had just woken up. The protagonist wanted to look at her hand. He was now convinced with his own eyes that the binding seal had completely disappeared. What a relief he felt afterward. Shevin mentioned that there were only 2 days left until the next stage. Doesn't a cadet need to prepare? Of course he needs to prepare, as he simply cannot lose to a man like Kajin. During the second stage, they will meet a real monster. It's a punishing duel. The main castle of the Adenka family. A shocking turn of events at a friendly exchange meeting. The Adenka family's first victory in 5 years. Who is Vincent Adenka? One of the 4 great elders of the Adenka family. Yagal Adenka. Could it really be true? One of the 4 great elders of the Adenka family. Fidanel Adenka. Even Samyeon had shown subversion. However, Kajin admitted defeat. It turns out that Samyeon was pressed into the 6th magic tower. Some even thought he was worthless, but it looks like Vincent has grown up. One of the 4 great elders of the Adenka family. Delbek Adenka. Is this the time for such jokes? Jagol replied that the man had frightened him. Fidanel asked the elder Dalbek what was the matter. The old ones had always been the authority that had held sway over the Adenk family for the past 500 years. Except for the last 25 years. Khan Adenka. Before the scumbag rose to the position of head of the family. He has constantly, since his childhood, shown his dislike towards the elders. And now he continues to increase his authority as the head of the family little by little. That is why they sponsor the first son and second daughter as potential heirs. The first son, Carmen, is overflowing with ambition. And a second daughter, Deja, who has no interest in anything other than martial arts. Because the elder forgot that they are going to make one of them the next head of the family to rule the Adenk family, using them as their puppets. Dolbeck asked if they had thought about what would happen if Winchin won. The 7th son, especially the son of that annoying woman Sarvana Heasley. They first and foremost cannot allow her family to influence Winchin. That would mean they would lose control completely. And not too long ago, Khan personally engraved Vinchin's name. Vinchin is now using the purple lotus that was in Khan's hands when he was young. Jagal wondered what this elder Delbek was getting at. Right now, Khan is using Winchin to point his sword at the elders. They can't allow Vincennes to make any more progress. But how should they do it? Perhaps the elder already has something in mind. One of the 4 great elders of the Adenka family, Tilawan Adenka. He thinks they should send a letter to Samyeon, with the content stating that the Adenka family will not consider the illegality of the Samyeon family's actions during the first phase as a problem. However, the second phase should be led by the Adenka family. 2 days later, from this second, they begin the second phase of the friendly exchange meeting. The second stage is a punishing bout with only one rule: crush the monster in the shortest amount of time possible. The monster the contestants will meet is a lizard man. This individual is known for creating long spears from animal skeletons, a powerful attack from the lizard man. Kajin, however, was not at the scene of the hit. Vargon was surprised that the guy hadn't vaporized, but Helga replied that he wasn't. It's actually on top. The Scarlet Song, the opening chapter, a flash of moonlight. This monster he sought in 2 with a sinister smile. 14 points in 86 seconds. Even Helga was surprised it was that fast. Kajin Samyeon set a new record that surpasses Lady Day's score by 20 seconds. The Samyeons really do seem to be on another level. Winchin must have seen it. This is what happens when Kajin is serious. There will be no shame like the first stage. The next thing that Kajin cuts off will be exactly what Vincennes will do. Julian asked, and how they were supposed to beat his record. Vincent advised him not to worry, because when it came to speed, they would not lose. They'll break through in the beginning. Kathet Winchin, as a member of the Adenk family, goes in for another round. The protagonist has indicated that he is ready. Then the second phase begins for Adenk. But there was something that did not escape Vinchin's eyes. This lizard man was in some kind of strange state. And what he did? Tilawan replied that it was nothing. Fedinel asked me not to lie. She knows that the elder intervened in the second phase. To be fair, he wasn't doing anything about the monster Vincent would face. He used no special magic or any other substances, and grabbed the same lizard man that would go to Mr. Kajin. However, he hadn't fed him for the past 2 days. Normally, a martial artist would hardly notice it, but a hungry monster becomes much more fierce. So brutal that the time to defeat him will no longer be measured in seconds. Vincent certainly noticed those bloodshot eyes. Definitely a sign that he was incredibly hungry. In that case, they should try asking for this fight to be stopped. But it was too late. In the same second, he rushed straight towards the protagonist. Vincent must dodge. But if he starts doing that, he can't break Kagan's record. In such a case, there is only one way out. Helger asked what Vincent was doing. Vargon also shouted for him to dodge now. However, the guy took the hit for himself. Helga was deeply shocked by this decision of his. But the truth is, that was Winchin's plan. Thanks to that, he was able to shorten the time. If this monster pierces him that deep, he won't have to control his lightning. Lightning struck the lizard. The guy used the lightning giant's blessing. Microcurrent pulse. One could feel the powerful lightning energy in the arena. What was that all about? Looks like they should call the priests of the fortress. However, Helga suggested that we check out Winchin's record first. She recalled the main character's words that if he were to engage in a duel with the intention of losing to Samyeon, it would go against the interests of the Adenk family. Helga wondered if anyone else would go to such extreme measures, even if that was the reason. The headmaster even suggested that he was possessed by the spirit of someone who had died before the Samyeons were defeated. 5.39 hundredths of a second. Cadet Vincent won. The priests immediately ran up to the young gentleman, who was evidently seriously injured. They have to pull out the spear first. Shevin said to pull it out on his signal. They'll start the treatment at the same time. On the count of 3, the spear is out. Meanwhile, Kajin didn't understand why he had chosen such a barbaric method. However, Vinchin was smiling, which meant that he had won. That bastard's gonna regret this. On that note, the second stage ended. She asked the audience to leave the set immediately. They must transfer the patient. Helga also stated that the third phase will begin in 3 days. The stranger reflected on the fact that this child was the son of Sarvana. The woman looked forward to seeing him. Shevin had applied for a job at the Purple Fortress, because he'd heard the work here was unpretentious. And to be fair, it was. But everything was like that until young Mr. Vincennes showed up. The protagonist had nothing to say for himself, but the priest had so skillfully treated the wound on his chest as if it had never existed. Vincent thanked him for that. However, Shevin mentioned that he does not own this wooden token and cannot provide the same level of treatment as from it. The protagonist inquired as to what it meant. Shevin thinks he experienced something akin to a miracle. The treatment of a second-class priest is without a doubt miraculous. Therefore, the holder of this token is granted the same treatment as its owner. But since Shevin is only a 5th-grade priest, his treatment is equivalent to simply stitching up a wound. To put it another way, young Master Winchen's heart is not completely healed. If the young lord overstretches his heart until it is completely healed, there is a chance that then he will never be able to use mana again. Helga rushed in and asked if Vincent's treatment was finished. If so, then he should go to dinner. Vincent asked about the dinner and what the principal was talking about. Brother and sister have arrived, the heads of the families Adenka and Samyon. The Samyons invited Vincent and his father to dinner. Vincent walked beside his father. He had no idea what Samyon was up to this time. She hadn't seen Khan in a long time. It seemed like a whole year had passed since they'd last seen each other. The head of the family Samyon, Valkia Samyon, she was happy to meet Vincent as well. After which they walked to the dining hall. Valkia advised Vincent to eat to his heart's content, for it is the specialty of the Samyon family. Vincent agreed and thanked for that. So this is Valkia Samyon. Like the protagonist's father, her presence is already a symbol of the Samyons as one of the rulers of this continent. Valkia noticed that Khan had become more petty with age. Khan wondered what she was talking about. She pointed the knife at Vincent. Valkia was very curious to know where he had been hiding this cutie all this time. Vincent reacted to the woman's mana. His chair fell over, and he immediately got into a fighting stance. This child was able to respond to the mana that had been discarded in secret. The protagonist felt that she was strong. A murderous aura that makes you think he's about to die, and mana sharp enough to slash him. She's a true martial artist. And this kid is very principled. Wincham even longed for a duel with such a person. He thanked her for the compliment. Khan inquired why he was smiling. Vincent replied that it was strong. Khan asked him that he felt that. The boy replied that he had. Afterward, he turned his attention to Kajin. The man decided to do the same trick by pointing a fork at him, after which he released his mana. Kajin asked if there was a problem. The man replied that young Master Kajin is quite polite. He doesn't pull out his sword in the middle of dinner. Valkia told his son not to worry about it, let him just eat. The two of them certainly understood what was going on here. At first, Julian, even for a moment, hesitated. However, they decided to have a duel to find out whose son is better. The real rulers of the continent. Valkia remarked that his good-for-nothing son was quite matured. And Khan replied that her prodigy did not leave much of an impression. The woman only laughed at the mention of being caught here. After which, she started talking about someone plotting something wrong. How dare they interfere with a friendly exchange meeting when the heads of families are watching? Khan asked if it was the elders of the Samyon family. He's half right. She thinks the first phase was a prank by the Samyon elders. However, the Adenk elders interfered in the second phase. Valkia believed that the 4 Adenk family elders had something to do with this. And their target is Vincennes. Although they have different points of view, they want to get rid of the anomaly Winchin as soon as possible. So she was keen to know what he thought about it. In such a situation, Khan's son, who is following Sarvana's footsteps, whether he can win in the 3rd phase. There was only one thing he could say right now. The Adenkas will definitely outnumber the Samyons. Is that really their goal? If they fail to do so within 500 years, they can abandon it. What about the intervention of the Council of Elders? How's Khan gonna stop it? There was not a single person left on this continent who dared to commit treachery in front of him. Nothing will stand in the way of Winchin's victory, not even in the 3rd round. He talks as if he knows something. It was as if there were no obstacles, Vincent would have defeated Kajin without reservation. He promised his father that he would return with victory. Khan explained that his son had made him a promise, so the man was confident of his victory. Adenka won the 1st and 2nd stage, but the real prize is on the 3rd, which the contestants still have to fight for. Samyon's credibility is shot, so obviously they will take the win no matter what. The question on everyone's mind was whether anyone else of the hue would repeat Princess Day's feat. They noticed Valkia Samyon sitting there, and even the very Khan who sat beside her. 2 of the greatest martial artists of all time were gathered here. It was the last stage in a friendly exchange meeting, and it starts right now. Each side was determined to win. The crowd cheered. Julian asked if he remembered everything. Vincent should remember their status. The protagonist replied that he knows everything. A wounded heart can only take one absolute cut. We need to capitalize on Kajin's weakness and win the fight solidly. Vincent will first provoke him to use the skills to explore them. Kajin asked if that was the lightning giant. He touched the lightning, absorbing it. Kajin only smirked when he realized it was a test attack. Looks like he's going to have to pulverize Winshin to calm down. Winshin recognized the black burning mana. He wouldn't be able to forget such a thing even if he tried. Samyeon had used this secret technique in their last fight. This technique, by burning out one's inner powers, multiplies magical abilities. Meridian of the Red Emperor. Kajin noticed that he seemed to know something. So there was nothing in this world that he didn't know, but really wanted to see if Vincent even knew how to stop it. The protagonist wanted to block the blow with a purple lotus. It was only at that moment, however, that he noticed that he had been hit. Kajin was already behind Winshin. The guy didn't understand at all how his opponent got such speed. A completely different effect. This guy was even able to surpass young Kajin. Kajin moved to attack again, talking about the venture thinking too much. This time, Winshin managed to block a punch from the purple lotus. Kajin kept advancing, not realizing where his smug look from the first and second stages had gone. Why he wasn't acting like he used to. Kajin will make sure that Vincent will never be able to pick up his sword again. Two powerful forces clashed in a duel. There was an explosion in the arena. Khan has been watching this fight closely. Valkia was doing the same thing. From that place, the protagonist bounced back. The Red Emperor is not suited for long battles. We need to get the timing right. However, Kajin didn't even want to give even a second of respite. Chapter 2. The Terrible Song. New Moon Strike. And then there was another explosion. A mark was left on the arena after such a blow. Kajin only laughed. This is what happens to people who defied Samyeon. Suddenly he heard a question. Was this really all he could do? It was the main character that involved wielding an Amaluna sword. Chapter 3. Sword Bastion. At that time, Kajin was bullying his opponent. He also broke his wooden sword. After which I kicked him. Kajin was very bored. Why is this man worse than that one-armed loser when he has two arms? Sounds like he should quit fencing. Davin watched this fight. Another person showed up there who didn't understand why he just kept beating them up, even when a winner had been decided. Davin replied that Amelin had done a good job. A martial arts master who was trained by the Amilin family. Falcon Amilin. Davin is too nerdy, so let him call him Falcon. How many more times does he need to repeat that? Deven met him on the battlefield of the Samyeon family. They were just puppets used to develop Kajin's abilities. Falcon asked if what he said last time was serious. Namely, that he would be able to defeat a monster like Kajin, to overpower a young gentleman whose whole existence is a fraud. Davin only sighed and replied with a smile that, yes, it was. It must be a silly dream. That's not really true. Deven was the only one who actually makes an attempt to overpower Kajin. Falcon thinks he's the only one who can do it. Falcon was a consummate martial artist, a loyal friend who took Deven's dreams seriously, and cheered him on to the very end. But he got very strong, too fast. Can't a pawn of the Samyeon family become too damn strong? But when it did, Falcon fell into a trap set by the Samyeon family elders and died. However, he left his swordsmanship for the main character, a skill that is the exact opposite of the Samyeon family skills, and it requires very little mana to use. Kajin didn't understand the art of sword-wielding at all. Vinshin replied that this was the justice of the Samyeons. It is the art of wielding the sword for which its creator died. In that case, the guy was sure it was a useless skill, after which he threw his sword directly at the protagonist. These words of his are completely wrong. Vincent blocked his opponent's sword, after which, as he immediately approached him, he drew his sword and used the sword art of Samyeon. Chapter 1. He will break that weak skill with ease. The Blade of Deadly Rain. The pressure that comes from Kajin is unbelievable. It's like he's fighting against young Kajin again. However, that is not the case this time around. Kajin was determined to finish this guy off with his next move. He disappeared from the protagonist's sight. Others also noticed that the young master of the Samyeon family had disappeared. He will appear out of nowhere like in the second stage. It's really going to happen, just like they say. The protagonist managed to sidestep Kajin's lunge. The guy didn't understand at all how he was able to predict the direction of the attack. Kajin always lands with a right foot, and now he would leap in the air to dodge. It is at this point that Winshin attacks. Kajin asked what the cheap tricks were. He was approached by Vincent, who noticed that he liked to remove from the top down because of his arrogance, after which the guy attacked him. He could easily fend off that blow, and now Vincent was confident. Kajin uses the same strategies as Kajin. In a normal situation, this would mean that he is incredibly strong. But in the case of the protagonist, things are different. Because no one else knows Kajin's swordsmanship as well as someone who has fought against him dozens of times. Kajin already wanted to kill him. Kajin was a genius. He could control any situation with his power. But if a situation arose that he couldn't control, he would completely lose his mind and pounce directly. This guy even adopted his flaws. The Art of Wielding the Amillan Sword. Chapter 1. The Double Cut of the Great Sword. The protagonist announced that he was coming, whereupon their swords clashed. Kagon's sword was destroyed right before his eyes. The others were shocked that Vincent was able to break his sword. Did that mean Vincent had won? To think that Adenka wins in all 3 stages. It's a miracle. Fortunately, it was over quickly. Absolute cutting isn't the only skill that negatively affects his heart. However, Kagon didn't think that was the end of it. The protagonist didn't realize what had happened to his mana. Its concentration became stronger. Since Kagon is still a rookie, it could be dangerous. However, Vincent is not the only one who has hidden aces up his sleeve. He recreated his sword using mana, a feature of the blessing of the sword god Kashak, the sword of the soul. Even Valkia didn't know when Kagon had managed to get the peculiarity. The blessing of the sword god Kashak grants its bearer incredible talent in swordsmanship. When it reaches its peak, the wearer gains another specialty, and the power of this feature makes the sword a different component of the character. Kagon is now at the peak of his 4-star milestone. Vincent asked what that feature was. He had already spent most of his power on the Crimson Emperor. It would be dangerous for him to use even more power. He was immediately rushed at by Kagon, who was even thankful that this guy was worried about him. How in the world did he still have so much strength left? Vincent tried to block that kick. The wind was so strong that it reached the bleachers, but even that didn't stand up to Kagon's strength. Vincent risked his life in the 2nd stage, just for that smirk. In that case, Kagon will also risk his life. Even if his body disintegrates due to the power of the Kashak, he will destroy Vincent. That guy is acting exactly like Kajin. The protagonist refuses to lose to him too, even if he has to put his life on the line. They continued to fight without stopping. Kagon struck again. The mana created around the main character's sword was destroyed. He was even glad he was able to break it, while at that moment, he had to put his arm out to defend himself from the fist. However, that punch was able to bounce Kagon off of Vincent. They have already reached their physical limits. But even so, Kagon was willing to bet everything on his final blow. Scarlet Song, the last chapter. Alternative form, Absolute Cut. Chapter 3. Bloody Full Moon. Lightning Giant. Final chapter. Absolute Cut with the power of a lightning giant. He'll be able to break through the target and blow it up. Kagon didn't see anything. However, at that moment, Vincent had already gotten close to him to deliver the final blow. Only then did Kagon begin to realize that he had used his last movement to form a smokescreen. Samyeon must be looking at this carefully. From now on, they will be blood enemies for Adenka. Young Mr. Kagon was put out of commission. The winner of the 3rd stage is Cadet Vincent Adenka. Everyone began to celebrate, for the Adenk family had won. How many years had it taken for this to happen, and why such talent was only now emerging? All the spectators shouted out Vincent's name. It happened. Everything is the same as it was in my previous life. He finally overpowered him again. Interviews will be bloody after treatment. Priests must help urgently. Whereupon the elder destroyed the stone. Raelsa asked what he thought about it. The young master is quite strong. Looks like Merlin lost that bet. This year's inaugural swap meet was so exciting. Both participants were excellent and very strong. The guy with the sword asked if he could overpower the 2 men. Sir Khan, who was wearing a cloak, answered the young Lord Raven that he was very strong. The representative of the family which stands on par with the Adenk and Samyeon families is he, the Valthyken star. He wanted to fight that asshole Vincent. Raven wondered if there was any way to organize it. He stated to Cherkone that he had a great idea. Raven was sure that since Vincent was a cadet, he spent his every day in the fortress. Raven said to contact his father, for he wanted to enroll in the Purple Fortress. He woke up in some other place that was definitely not a fortress. However, the protagonist remembered that he was definitely resting after defeating Kagon. Could this be a measure of the memories he'd seen a little earlier? From some dark portal there, enemies began to show up. There was nothing left for him to do but defeat them, for these creatures were attacking him. A slashing sensation, as if it were the great evil spirit demon Davin. Suddenly, Kajin appeared there. He finally found one-armed Aven. The protagonist asked what the hell he was doing here. He was attacked by Kajin, who wished the man out of his sight. Because of such a strong mana pressure, the main character's body didn't move. Suddenly someone had just cut Kajin open. It was none other than Arslan. He came to the Hyung. The protagonist asked what it all meant. A huge demon appeared in front of them. The guy didn't understand at all what else it was. Arslan replied that it was a great demon who was responsible for everything that had happened. There's no time at all. He must have already found out about Hyung's existence. Arslan said that the protagonist should bring them back as soon as possible. He must go beyond Samyeon and look the truth that Arslan had left for him in the eye. What do those words even mean? From now on, everything depended on Hyung. The protagonist tried to stop Arslan, for he had so much more to ask. Whereupon Arslan lunged at the great demon. He then woke up, and there were other cadets waiting for him in the room. Selvira asked him if he was all right and if he had any pain. Go beyond Samyeon. Then he will face the truth. Adenk's mission, left behind by the Arslanov. Vincent has already surpassed Samyeon, but the truth is that he never reached the true one. Is there really any more conditions that need to be met to fulfill Adenka's mission? There entered Khan, who greeted the cadets of the 9th rank. He clearly didn't expect to see his father here. The other cadets were getting nervous. They even wanted to give him a low bow. Khan explained that it wouldn't take long so they could relax. However, the head of the family is here. Khan replied that Vincent did a good job and kept his promise. Therefore, he should be given an award. The man inquired as to what he wanted to receive. This is it. The main character lacks the very basics. Vincent pronounced that he was still not an Adenka. He needs a master to teach him how to wield an Adenka sword. Khan asked if he knew what the Board of Aldermen didn't like. He really knows that. Today, however, he defeated Samyeon and is one step closer to his family's mission. Still, if they were against appointing a mentor for Winshin, he himself would become displeased with the Council of Elders. Khan smiled as if those were the words he had been waiting for. Then Khan did too. After which he told the protagonist to follow him. Raelsa and Merlin were waiting for them there. Vincent told Raelsi that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. He also recognized Sir Merlin. Merlin remembered the very words of the protagonist about memorizing his name. Raelsa said that this man was an 8-star martial arts master with incredible mental abilities. She thought that Merlin would be a good teacher for the young master, so she recommended him. Now he decided to formally introduce himself. The future chief of the White Sword Corps. He was currently a member of the Yellow Dragon Corps. Merlin Pelko. It was only then that the protagonist remembered that Pelko was Arslan's real surname, Samyeon Castle. Does Kajin really not realize he's lost? Vincent saw right through him. Kajin, on the other hand, had lost his cool and could not control his own emotions. Eventually that shame would be carved into his arm. Kajin apologized to his mother. She stroked his hair, telling him it was okay. There was good in defeat too. But if he makes the same mistake again, Valkia will slit his tendons herself. Kajin will keep that in mind. Suddenly he felt something. Kajin knows he's upset about the defeat. But now they are in front of Mom. He already told them not to lose their temper in front of her. He was addressing an ancestor. Now he's finally found the one-armed Deven. Merlin replied that his last name was indeed Pelko. Is there really a problem with that? Vincent replied that there was not. He could not even think that Sir Merlin was above him in status. The Pelko family is one of the oldest families of knights, just like Adenka. It is an ordinary family, not particularly high or low in stature. And how is it even worth understanding? The Pelko family definitely changed their surname to Adenka. Then why does Pelko still exist separately? Now that Merlin was registered at the fortress, then he could begin his work as a teacher tomorrow. Merlin noted that the next time they met, he would treat Vincent as a student. He apologized in advance for his rudeness. The protagonist replied that he would learn humbly. Khan also advised the guy to be diligent. That's the way it's supposed to be. Who knows what some personalities can do, especially those who dare stand in Winshin's way. In the end, what they feared happened. Winshin became the hero who defeated Samyeon. It was no longer in the power of the elders to stop his growth. So how is Elder Tiliban going to handle this situation? He's actually very embarrassed. Vincent's growth has gone beyond their expectations. So why is he talking about their shared expectations? Wasn't that Elder Tiloban's own plan? These bastards think they can chop off the tail like lizards and remain uninvolved. Even though it's a way to smear and get rid of Tiloban, we need to develop countermeasures. There was bloodshed before his eyes. He didn't understand why she was doing this. The corpses of the man from the Magic Association and the 6th Magic Tower lay in front of him. On the contrary, she wanted to ask that. Why he was inciting these mages? Elder Holloman must answer. All he wanted, after all, was a perfect win for Samyeon. Valkia kicked her foot where it had been near the elder. So, what happened in the end? Did the perfect victory end up in Samyeon's hands? Political shenanigans and bosh. She hates that more than anything. That sort of thing doesn't suit a warrior at all. Because of all this, she never had a fair fight with Khan. These people never belonged to the Bug Tower or the Association. She'll do it for Samyeon's honor. However, with Elder Samyeon, she can't do anything with her hands. So for now, let him sit quietly and take care of the flowers on the estate. He's got it all figured out. After which, he returned to his room. He contacted the man on the other side and asked if they weren't supposed to block the 2nd and 3rd gates. He brewed with Elder Tiliban. Since Khan and Valkia had appeared, there was nothing more that could be done. Besides, Vincent's skills were beyond their expectations. Hilliman asked if that was what he called an excuse. If this continues, they can't get away with not stopping Winchin. It's not the Council of Elders that's the problem now. They've already fallen out of favor with him. We need to make a plan to get rid of Vincenz as soon as possible. He immediately sensed the one who was targeting his life. Vinchin immediately jumped off the bed. The protagonist drew his sword and asked who he was and how he got here. He was definitely asleep, which means he has a good feeling. It was Sir Merlin. It's past midnight. That's why Vinchin should call him teacher. Good sense, though. But his powers of observation are lagging behind, unless the surroundings seem strange to him. It is a magical dungeon that is used in the first gate. It was created by the previous head of the fortress. If Vincent gets a passing grade in training, Merlin will let him out of here. Until then, getting out of here using Vincent's strange sword is forbidden. He's going to rip and then fix the giant Winchin. The main character's feature got up snagged. The guy asked what it all meant. Vincent doesn't understand its power. That's a primary concern before talking about Adenk's sword. Whereupon Merlin pulled out a locket. It is a special pendant that has been treated with magic. If it is touched by anyone other than Merlin, it self-destructs. Winchin must destroy that pendant. Until then, he must not even think about the ceremony of handing over Adenk's sword. He needs to grow up as fast as possible, to be reborn as a true Adenk and learn the truth. He will surely destroy that pendant and wield the sword. The protagonist engaged the pulse current. However, Merlin didn't even think of giving in to his apprentice. What he saw was startling. Vinchin must be watching carefully, for in front of him is the true form of an intelligent giant. The two of them had nothing left but to admit that the giant was simply enormous. Besides, didn't he look completely different? Merlin, of course, wasn't going to stop there. The giant struck a blow to the protagonist. That kick threw Winchin off. The guy was curious to know what kind of blue lightning was. It is completely different in strength from the giant of the main character. He was approached by Merlin, who apologized, but he was not the right person to be a teacher. He doesn't have the confidence to control Winchin with easy-to-understand explanations. So he decided to teach in the way that he does best. Merlin's lightning bolt will constantly strike him, as long as Vincenz doesn't have his mind giant. Meanwhile, Wilson was busy cleaning up, and Helga was asleep as usual, annoying Vargon with it. The spirit of Ciri decided to take a walk through the academy. Not only that, even the Elder showed up. It's been about a week since Winchin started training, whereupon he came to the Ciri with a report. So everyone's doing well. She praised the puck. He's worried about the Lord too, isn't he? It's been a week since he started training. The Lord can't even get out of that space. One wondered if he was resting well. We can't let Vincenz get hurt. Merlin and the protagonist fought as usual. Everything happened just as Merlin thought it would. If you push him to the limit, he'll turn on his brain. He began to mix the odd sword swing with energy. However, he still has a long way to go. But it was a great opportunity for Vinchin. The protagonist used accelerated microcurrent. Merlin also attacked. The two attacks collided. The protagonist noticed that the range was too large. A wave of energy enveloped the small area, weaker in power than Winchin's yellow lightning. However, what is that overwhelming range and incredible pressure? It's not enough to admire the power. The guy managed to duck from that blow. In front of his eyes was a clone of the teacher. If only he could get a hold of that pendant. Of course, Merlin had no intention of losing so easily. Could it be that this man set up the pendant on purpose? After which he was struck with a sword. The protagonist fell to the ground. Merlin noticed that his apprentice's movement was getting better. There was no progress on the giant's part, though. The teacher said they'd end it there. Let him rest. Julian advised him to drink more water, because you never know when Merlin will take a break. Even if Vinchin uses all of his abilities and increases his range to the limit, he wouldn't be able to even closely grapple with that blue lightning. It's like two different guises of a giant. There's some significant difference. Well, that's not it. Julian was annoyed that the water was pouring out of this bottle so slowly. The main character advised him not to complain, because the bottle might not even exist. A thought struck his head. What if the bottle wasn't there? If there is no bottle, the water is poured outside. The guy yelled that he understood. He'd always thought that you had to control the energy and release it yourself. Like pouring water out of this flask. But it wasn't necessary from the beginning. You need to get it to flow naturally through your body and sword, and then let go. Finally, he was able to achieve it. Practice isn't over yet. The enlightenment of the protagonist does not remove the condition of finishing the trial. Whether he'll even be able to do it. He stated with confidence that yes, Winston could handle it. Merlin again decided to attack all of the protagonists. However, Vincent was right behind him, preparing to strike. Merlin managed to block it with his sword. After that, there was a small lightning strike. Merlin managed to bounce her away from that spot. I started noticing snow all around me. These are moves he recognizes. It was Ralsa's technique. After that, the protagonist engaged a technique called King of the Middle Sword. However, even this blow was taken. Vincent had heard the words that Merlin and Ralsa were longtime friends. They know each other's frequently used techniques well. Vincennes was unlucky. This man was able to interrupt Ralsa's medium sword technique. It's dangerous to be in this state. Suddenly his attention was drawn to the scar on Merlin's face, deep and apparently old. This means that the enemy was relentlessly pushing Merlin back and there wasn't even time to heal him. Pain, fear, shame, a sense of defeat. For a martial artist, such a place is akin to something else. It's an Achilles heel. After that, the protagonist managed to grab the medallion. He quickly made his way to Merlin while he was busy doing something else, after which the medallion was destroyed. Vincent went down, and Merlin touched the scar. I can't believe he was really aiming for the side of the scar. That's not bad for a 14-year-old. The test is passed. Merlin will teach him the artificial sword of Adenk. He'd better look forward to it, because it's going to hurt a lot more than it does now. How many days later? The main character said that he had been fighting in that space the whole time for over a week. Saizen thought that Vincent was peerless, and the guy replied that there was nothing special about it. Julian revealed that today's young warriors don't do such things. Afterward, Sari ran up to them. Vincent asked what had happened. She told me that the gentleman received this. It was a mission order for a cadet of the 9th rank. It also came to Winston personally. The protagonist asked if this was an unusual case. Silvira told him that the 7th rank usually dealt with such things. There was something that alerted Julian. The customer was Elder Adenka. Silvira inquired if he didn't need helpers. Susan replied that they had gotten stronger since they had become his comrades, so they would be useful. However, the protagonist informed that he would be going alone. Merlin wondered why that was. Vargan, too, thought it was dangerous to go alone on the first-to-first mission. Just because it could be dangerous, he wants to go alone. The Council of Elders has ostentatiously so ordered him. Winston thinks it might be an exam of sorts, or a trap. Winston is a speck in their eye that they want to get rid of. Vargan, too, agreed with Sir Merlin's words. It was dangerous to leave him alone in a situation like this. The main character mentioned that this is his war, and the victory will be to overcome this trap with pride. There is a truth that he wants to know the composition more strongly. In the process, the protagonist will inevitably be drawn into a power struggle. He will have to cope with this alone. He is, after all, an Adenka. The dean, of course, noticed that Vincent had already made up his mind, so he gives him permission. As a cadet of the Purple Fortress, he must not lose his dignity. Cadet of the 9th rank, Vincent Adenka, advances to fulfill the mission. Vargan appeared at Helga's side and asked if she was fooling around again. It was a shame, because Helga was on vacation. She had heard that Vincent had been given a mission. Vargan thought she wasn't interested in the cadet's business. Helga replied that he was overreacting to that. It is the director of the fortress, after all. Helga asked who the assignment was from. It was said to be from an elder. The man thinks it was Elder Tillowen. There was no way that old man would have given Vincent a task with good intentions. Suddenly, a communication stone appeared in front of them. A man informed them that they were in trouble. Right now, an unidentified armed man is crashing through the fortress gates. He only repeats that he needs to see Vincent. He doesn't respond or react to commands, so they fight him back. They'll block the gate so they don't go any further. So the man should give his name and affiliation. The man in the robe thinks it's still better to go through the formal process of requesting a visit and then come back. Raven asked why. He had just come to have a little chat with Vincent after all. He decided to repeat for these uncles one more time. The boy wanted to meet Winston, so Raven was eager to know where he was now. They will stand to the death and prevent infiltration of the fortress. In that case, there's nothing you can do. The right to use the partisan spear. Chapter 1. However, he was stopped. It was a whip that also bound his own self. Just now, thanks to the spear technique, she was able to see for herself who it was. Raven Valtican. That's enough. It's only going to get more complicated if they continue. He wanted to help his master. Vargan appeared behind him and said that if he moved, the man would slit his throat. Against him now is a mage above rank 5. A mage of the 5th rank and a woman with a shape-shifting whip. It turns out they are from the Purple Fortress Command. Helga replied that he was quite knowledgeable, but his hunch was correct. Helga introduced herself as the director of the fortress. Now let her tell him how they dared to use a partisan spear. As soon as he heard that the headmaster of the fortress was in front of him, he immediately freed himself from the whip. She was surprised that this guy was able to free himself from the tail. Raven had a request. He asked to be her apprentice. The entrance to the town of Turnicon. It had been a long time since they had seen a forest without snow. This forest was different. Aside from the assignment, isn't this a little too easy? You can't even see what the elders are up to yet. At first glance, it really seems that way. The mission the elders have given him is to suppress one goblin. Could this goblin be bait for a trap elsewhere? One cannot be careless in such a small matter. Goblins are creatures that live in groups. One at a time, they are very weak. They usually hunt with a numerical advantage. But for some reason, this one only walks alone. No one knows why, but it's possible he got separated from the group. Or he's so strong that he doesn't need this group at all. And he's taking care of it himself. Julian's got it all figured out. We need to assume the worst-case scenario and plan a strategy. Vincennes wanted Julian to do it. According to the report, it's somewhere around here. The protagonist climbed onto the roof of the carriage. He also threw him a toll. However, the man replied that it was still a long way to the city. Vincent replied that he would come out here. The man wondered when he had just managed to get on the roof. He should get out of these woods as soon as possible. Toth asked what it all meant. It's dangerous, so he'd better get down from there. But in the same second, he disappeared. Using the ice walk, he went downstairs. Now it's worth trying to find the goblin. The peculiarity of supporting the lightning giant. Truth. Deafening thunder. Blue lightning is weak, however it is capable of covering a large area. Cover the entire area with weak lightning and detect all moving objects in the area. He found an object that moves alone. Could this be the god goblin? And his hunch was correct. This creature was too huge for a goblin. He also has some strange markings all over his body. Who the hell is he? Julian assumed it was a chimera that had been created by black magic. You can't judge his fighting strength because he's a goblin. We must fight carefully. Suddenly he felt something. Something had penetrated the barrier that had been created by his lightning. It's coming. Could it be the assassin who was sent by the Council of Elders? Something hit the tree. It was a spear. He was finally able to catch up with Winshin. Raven was pleased to meet him, and it was probably their first time meeting. He came here to challenge Vincennes. Raven was eager to fight. The main character was stunned when he heard all this. He also had a rank 9 cadet badge, and if he had such a rank, Vincent simply couldn't help but know him. However, this kid was unfamiliar to him. All of this caught the goblin's attention, whereupon he began to rage. Vincent immediately jumped back from the impact. Raven didn't expect the goblin to be here at all. Vincent shouted at him to be careful, for it could be a chimera. The monster's attention went to Raven, and he immediately ran to his new target. That's not good. Vincent shouted for him to run, for it was dangerous. Suddenly a spear flew from behind the goblin, even if they don't know all the details. But he realized he had to defeat the creep first. Helga was glad that finally all the annoying factors had left the fortress. Vargan wondered if she had done it on purpose. He about the headmistress quickly finished the admission procedure and sent Raven after Vincent. Even Adenk found it hard to encroach on the Vatican's restraint. Raven, who is interested in Vincent, will be a good backup and insurance. It's a great plan. But who knows? Helga doesn't quite know what he's talking about. Helga also asked if she had any vacation days left. Equus, meanwhile, was busy destroying that nasty goblin. The goblin didn't even have time to recover from the blow before he was immediately attacked by a guy. However, the goblin managed to jump away from the point of impact, after which he struck the goblin with his spear of equality. The protagonist was watching the whole fight. It doesn't even make sense for him to get involved in all this. Who is this man anyway? At least he's not comparable in strength to his peers. He's probably on the same level of strength as Vincennes and Kagon. Raven used the skill all-penetrating spear, defense attribute, after which he attacked his opponent. At first glance, it seemed that he was able to defeat the goblin. Julian and Vincent were surprised by this as well. However, a new body part began to grow in place of the severed body part. In addition, this part was even covered in scales. While Equality was surprised, the protagonist told him to stay focused and dodge faster. The goblin was already behind the guy. Equality already seemed to know what was up because of the scales and physical abilities. The protagonist already wanted to join the battle too, because he didn't understand what the hell this guy was doing. He needs to dodge faster. At the last moment, the goblin was bound by threads. He knew who those threads belonged to. At last he was able to find the master. You can't just run off without telling him. It was Sircon who inquired of the young gentleman Anne whether he had hurt himself. Thanks to Sircon, he is alive and well, so the equality thanked him. Vincent jumped down there as well, who guessed from his uniform that the butler was standing in front of him. However, Goblin was able to get rid of these threads. Even Sircon guessed that this was an unusual goblin. A magic circle appeared beneath the goblin. Raven asked, "But can goblins use magic?" After that, the goblin disappeared. This was done by the cloaked man who was watching the battle. The stranger informed the elder that they had a problem. Julian also didn't understand what had happened or why he had suddenly disappeared. His mono felt further away, but what's more important right now is something much different. Who these two are. It seems they were really contained by the representation of themselves. Next to the butler is a representative of the Valthican family, the young Mr. Raven Valthican, and he is Butler Sirkin himself. Raven Valthican also introduced himself, and from today he became a cadet in the Purple Fortress. He came to Vincent's aid on the orders of the fortress director. Julian seems to know this family, especially their young master. They are one of 3 warrior families on the continent, along with Adenka and Samion. Valthican, a family of spear masters. Now it's clear where he got his skills from. Julian also revealed that the head of the family, Ponciano Valtican, has only one child. So this guy's their only heir, the future head of the Vatican family. So what's the only son of the Valthican family to do in the Purple Fortress? Above all, the protagonist must stick with them. Winchin wondered why. Valthican's only son is a big shot that no one dares touch. If they move with Raven in a situation where you don't know what the elders might throw out, it will be a good defense for them. Besides, they're pretty strong warriors in their own right. They'd make excellent reinforcements. Sounds like he should thank the fortress director. The butler stated to Mr. Winchin that they needed an explanation. Old Goblin, and that the Lord had directly single-handedly gone on this mission. Obviously, this mission isn't just about enslaving a monster. He cannot allow his master to put himself in danger in a power struggle in Adenk. Anyway, the cadet status is only nominal for now. Depending on the explanation, they'll decide whether to intervene or not. Raven stood in front of the butler, saying what did it even matter? There were more important things to do right now. He challenged Winchin to a fight. Come to think of it, so far he's also said something about winning, or something like Togo. Raven saw the paired-up protagonist. An amazing match between Vincennes and Kajin. His chest was burning as he watched the match. His original goal was to defeat Kajin, but now everything had changed. Raven wanted to improve with Vincennes and become stronger, and then surpass Vincennes. Julian remarked that this guy is so full of passion. Vincent replied that he was so honest and straightforward and eager to win. He even thinks they're a good match. However, he refused. Raven didn't understand why, because Winchin is on a mission right now. Understand that Togo Goblin is his first priority right now. He asked if they couldn't have a one-on-one fight. The protagonist didn't want to, because he has to focus on something else. Raven started calling him a cruel coward and nasty. Well, no matter what he says, Vinchin's opinion won't change. So the protagonist decided to say one more time. As long as he doesn't catch the goblin, he's not going to fight the equal. Of course, the butler realized the implication of those words. In case the ramen catches the goblin, the protagonist will fight it. Who knows? If there's time, maybe. Raven was glad that now they would have a goblin hunt to begin. The butler knew that the young gentleman had such a temper that once he was interested in something, he would follow through. He hadn't even listened to the explanation, and the gentleman was already hooked. Winchin and Adenka saw them off. A bustling street in the town of Turnican. They'll be staying at this hotel tonight. Rest is important, too. Sircon mentioned the Adenk elders, saying that they seemed to be meddling in some problems. Raven asked if he was being serious about it now. First, we need to deal with the goblin. It seemed to the protagonist that this chimera was created by someone. Butler thought so too. And Raven was worried about his scales and horns. In that case, they should be looking for a chimera with that in mind. He smelled a painfully familiar odor. It's a musty odor, like from Samion's dungeon, but why is that smell even here? Only then did he see a man descending, from whom the very odor emanated. The man was approached by Vincent and asked for a moment of his time. He recognized Winchin Adenku immediately. The man decided to run away, however, he fell. He was immediately grabbed by the main character and asked who he was and on whose orders he was here. But only then did he notice that red mana was enveloping him. His eyes began to glow and it felt like his body was about to explode. Vincent noticed that the man's mana was spiraling out of control. Raven and Sircon also approached him. The butler asked if there was a problem. The main character is informed that his mom is out of control and about to explode. But it was noticeable that these two were hearing about it for the first time, for they didn't even notice or feel anything. It turns out such an intense flow of mana is only felt by Vincent at the moment. But it was too late. The main character yelled for everyone to get out of here. It happened just like he said it would. The butler immediately decided to use his threads to protect the young master. And the equal was worried about Vincent. It's too dangerous. Everyone present also noticed how the explosion started. Why didn't Sircom feel it? The man really doesn't know who's behind this. But right now it's necessary to protect Mr. Raven. Raven told the butler to help Vincent. The man replied that it was dangerous, and the young lord should stand behind him. He can't afford to save Vincent. Even inside the shield, it's still not safe. After that, there was an explosion. That's where the cuts came in. Vincent was able to fend off the blast. This is a turn of events no one expected, after which the protagonist began to fall. Raven immediately jumped up to him, worried about his condition. It's amazing. Vincent was definitely engulfed by the explosion, and he saw it with his own eyes. Could it be that this guy was able to repel his blast with his strange sword? Raven helped Vincennes to the room. Sircon pulled the man bound by his threads. It was dangerous, but it was the fastest way. Julian noticed that he used the absolute cut 3 times. It was just a gift of fate that his heart didn't burst from it. The mana chain is in utter chaos. Nothing. They came into the room and Equality asked if they should get a doctor for Vincent. The protagonist replied that all abnormal. Him just a little too much. He needs to meditate urgently, so he asked for security. Speaking of guards, it's the first time they've met today, and this guy already trusts them. What's he gonna do unless he's up to something terrible? For Vincent's feeling is correct, then Butler Sircon is a warrior no lower than 7 stars. If they're up to something bad, whether the protagonist meditates or not, won't even make much difference. A cocoon has also formed around the protagonist. Inside this structure, the protagonist began to meditate. Raven asked the butler if he realized how Vincent had just survived the explosion. Butler seemed to cut through the explosion itself. But is it possible? And whether a butler can do it at all? Sircon wasn't sure. It turns out he couldn't guarantee it. Besides, this man was the cause of the explosion. He's dead, but his body is relatively unharmed. It's like the explosion never happened. Afterward, they noticed that the man's body had turned to dust. After all, there's so much a man doesn't know. Now the equal understood everything. The butler asked what he meant. Vincent the Outstanding. Therefore, he wanted to fight him as soon as possible. It was already night, and they had finally left the cocoon. It took longer than the protagonist had thought at first. So much has happened, and the equal is sleeping peacefully. That's the mentality of an aristocrat. Or he's just stupid, Julian asked. But is it true? The mana that came from the man resembled something. Vincent replied that it was true and there could be no mistake. Who maybe the others didn't notice. So the mana was stored in the heart, just like them. But he didn't look like a warrior. He smells like Samion prison, which means he was a prisoner. We have to assume the poor guy was sent away after the mana was forced on him. So Samion sent the killer to them. First the actions of the council elder, and now Samion. Is it really just a coincidence? Or is there someone more powerful behind all of this who is not even unknown to them? Suddenly there was a butler who wanted to ask the young gentleman something. Vincennes knew this guy was going to explode, didn't he? He also had a quick way to escape. Vincent did not, however, and so the butler wondered why. The protagonist replied that there were many civilians in the hotel restaurant, not just them. There was a girl cradling a baby. Butler asked if this was more important for Vincent's comfort or purpose. In response, the protagonist wondered what would have happened if he were an equal. Would he have been able to turn his back on all these people? Of course not. There is also no doubt that not everyone would have acted as Mr. Vincent did. It was the most righteous sword Adenka had ever faced. Vincent thanked the butler. So, out of respect for the protagonist, he is not going to interfere in this mission of conquering the goblin. It was too noisy. Couldn't he just quietly follow this person? Let him wait a little while, and then he'd have Vincena Adenku for his lunch. And for dessert, the heir to the Valtican family will remain. Raven hummed about hunting for a goblin. We need to finish this quickly and get back. He's such a simple guy. Well, the butlers really didn't go. Vincent asked yesterday if he really wasn't going to participate in the hunt. His goal was to ensure Ravensan's safety. Even during the day, he thought about killing the goblin immediately if he had to. But this action would undermine Vincent's confidence in carrying out what he had planned. He can't wait to see how far the head hero's righteous sword can carry him through his family's obstacles. Sircon made a promise that he wouldn't touch a single hair of the goblin. Who would have thought the butler wouldn't show up at all? But isn't that a good thing? Such a strong warrior supporting Vincent's sword. If Julian had known this was going to happen, he would have healed the mana wound first and come back in a few days. But if someone is really behind this, giving someone the form is too dangerous. Raven asked where they were even going. The protagonist asked if he really didn't think about anything at all and just got in the front and went. They drive to the place where they encountered the goblin yesterday. However, the guy still doesn't feel anything. His location is not near here, it's much farther away. That means he was sent here just as he disappeared. Raven asked what they should do then. They just have to change the search method. The classical method serves pretty well here. Raven had read that they couldn't handle it. It would be possible if there was someone here with that kind of specialization. But why would they even want to do that? That monster is too big for the ecology of this forest, so it must have left some kind of footprints, hunting or defecating. It's not hard to find footprints like that. It's a stalking technique he honed while hunting monsters of his past life. This one's just an easy day for him. For starters, the protagonist caught the scent of blood. For a while they followed the footprints the monster left behind. Surprisingly, the goblin search occurs without any attributes associated with tracking. Equality is a lot to learn today. However, the protagonist thought it was too easy. The trails are laid out too evenly and without breaks. Thanks to this, they never once got confused or lost their way. Monster tracks aren't usually easy to make out. It's like someone's leading them to something. Looks like that hunch was right. Fortunately, the boys were unharmed. They stepped on a magic mine, and it was a trap. Julian thought even this cane field was strange. Reeds grow in moist and sunny places. You really are a strange place for a cane field. In that case, he will use blue lightning to detect the one who is hiding here. Thanks to his peculiarity, he really got a kick out of this man. An unknown person placed a magical seal to counteract this feature. That attack had left behind a noticeable mark. Raven asked who it was. Vincent replied that he must have been the one who had brought them here. It turns out they already realized it was a magic trap. Pretty smart kids. The unknown man thanked them for accepting his offer. As it turned out, his name was Carbal. The protagonist wondered if the order was given to him by an Adenki elder. That is indeed true. He's been given an assignment. If he kills Vincennes, he gets 100 million in ludens. The fact that he made it so simple means only one thing. He's just not going to let them live. The Chimera appeared behind the boys. Vincent immediately engaged Emilin's sword-wielding power, and Raven used the Valthican spear, after which they pierced that Chimera. But even so, they failed to defeat the monster. How is it even possible that this creature was able to fend off all of their attacks? Carbal asked if they had forgotten about him. This man won't let you forget about yourself so easily. Raven immediately asked if Winchin was okay. The aftermath after using the absolute cut is still making itself felt. It didn't seem wise to recover with a night's meditation. Carbal revealed that he was his Chimera special, so he wondered if they could fight them at the same time. It's not really possible. They'll just die here. However, the main character revealed with a smile on his face that Carbon couldn't control the goblin. The man asked what that meant. Suddenly, threads enveloped him. These threads tore the man's body apart. Raven was glad to see Serkan. The butler tried to conceal his presence, but as expected, Mr. Vinchin noticed him. But the protagonist was just sure that Sarkhan couldn't let Raven go alone. The man apologized for that. He had just stabbed the thug who had threatened Mr. Equus. Suddenly, Equality noticed that his body had gone somewhere. All that's left are the torn clothes. Surprisingly, the bondage was fine. He also remembered Serkan's name. A string assassin who had made a name for himself in Valthican territory. "This is the king of assassins, Serkan." Raven asked which assassin king he was referring to. The butler only smirked, not expecting anyone else to remember the name. What now? Isn't he still going to run? In fact, he had already changed his plan. He'll just take their corpses and make a better chimera out of them. Vincent asked if he could count on Serkan's help. The butler replied that, of course he could. Winchin and Raven decided to attack first. The protagonist involved an absolute cut. However, the chimera was able to block this attack. It wasn't very comforting since he was able to block the strike with the technique. Winchin felt like he was rejecting the mana itself. Cabal and Serkan fought as well. He told the king of assassins not to overwork himself. That's not his specialty for head-on collisions, is it? Serkan noticed that he didn't look like he could keep the goblin under control for long either. Does the king of assassins really think he's tamed a goblin? This is his special leash. It can be used to subdue the beast and make it move at will. The man snapped his fingers and the goblin disappeared from their sight. At that moment, the goblin appeared above Serkan, after which the goblin attacked the man. It was quite a powerful attack. Serkan had time to jump back to the young gentlemen who were worrying about the butler. The man replied that he was fine, and it seems that Mr. Equal was right. He was sure it was the scales of the dragon ancestor. This is one of the now extinct subspecies. Outwardly, they differ little from the human race, but once their abilities manifest, their entire body is covered in scales with extremely high mana resistance. Just like real dragons. After that, they noticed Carball start punching, calling him a jerk and asking how dare he attack like that. He could have hurt Carball too, after all. Controlling oneself is a must. That stupid goblin is freaking out. He was then attacked by Carball, asking how dare this creature defy him. The goblin can't get out from under his features. If the goblin gets angry with him again, Carball will draw the blood of the dragon descendant out of him and get rid of him. It is now clear that he is controlling this goblin with his peculiarity. In that case, there is a way. The protagonist revealed that he had a plan. Afterward, Carball noticed that the three men had disappeared. I wondered if they had escaped in the meantime. That complicates things a bit. Well, at the same time, Sirkin knocked that man off the goblin's back. While Carball is busy with that asshole assassin king, at the same time he was greeted by an equal. The man managed to teleport away from the point of impact. Raven used a blessed spear that pierced through everything. Carball realized he wouldn't be able to block it. However, all attacks will be useless in front of the dragon's scales. The Chimera grabbed Raven's spear and flipped the guy off. The man thought the bottom line was even. The protagonist joined their battle, using an absolute cut. Chapter 2. Those bastards were clearly targeting him from the start, after which he impaled the two of them with a galactic wanderer. That attack left a wound on him. Even though this attack wasn't bad, it doesn't change the fact that they are still at a disadvantage. He ordered the Chimera to destroy them. However, the Chimera became furious looking at Carball. It wasn't what the protagonist was originally aiming at. In fact, Vincent was aiming for the so-called special leash that restrained the goblin. He just hopes they had a good relationship. Carball has set up a seal to defend against that strike. However, this seal is nothing before the dragon's scales. That's what was the end of it. Julian noticed that this goblin didn't seem to be feeling too sorry for his tamer. Though he couldn't even be called a tamer. A true tamer shares his soul with the beast and has a connection with it, and fights with it. This one just used his specialty to control it. The scales began to melt. It's a good thing this is happening. After all, these scales are really a problem. Because of the dragon descendant's strength, it was hard to attack the Chimera. It looked like he was using magic to forcibly maintain an alliance between them. And now they can do what they have to do. They came here to subdue that goblin. It's going to be easy now. Much later, he bagged a confirmation of the assignment. Raven was glad that the first errand had been successfully completed. The butler asked Vincent what he was going to do next. This mission was directly entrusted to him by the Council of Elders. And since there's such a problem here, Winchin plans to hold those responsible accountable at the family level. Plus, he has a very reliable witness that can corroborate his words, so they won't be able to get away with it. The butler asked what kind of witness they were talking about. This is the king of killers. Don't the marks that were left on this jerk's head clearly show that this is the work of the assassin King Sirkon? He thanked the butler, for it makes things so much easier. Sirkon only sighed, saying that he had been dragged into an unpleasant situation again. An unexpected guest appeared there and clapped them, telling them that it was pretty good. Did the butler miss a beat again? In front of them was the head of Helga Fortress. What a coincidence that they happened to meet during their vacation. She praised Vincent for a job well done. Helga also mentioned that she would help everyone finish successfully. First, however, she wanted to see the heads of those he carried in the sack. The protagonist inquired if perhaps she knew any of them. Naturally, this is the first time she's seen them. Anyway, she agrees with him. This is something that needs to be addressed at the family level, because it smells really bad. Helga doesn't know if Vincent knows, but there was someone at the Council of Elders who supported Kagon. Holloman Samian, an elder who represents the Samian family on the council. And the instigator of all that has tasked the protagonist with this mission is their mutual acquaintance, Elder Tilawan. They're old friends. What a coincidence. She was worried that Sir Vargon would have a hard time, so she decided to check on the end of Vincent's mission herself. She also remembered that the boy had some business to attend to, so she sent him back home. Let him do a good job there. Working hard even on vacation is the commander of Helga Fortresses. How about you finish your duties since you're working so hard on vacation? He hates working overtime. He was approached by a subordinate. Vargon asked what was wrong. Didn't the man see that he was busy? A man reported that a report had arrived from Cadet Winchin. As soon as he wanted to read this report, he was surprised. The case is concisely and accurately summarized. With such a report, he could ignore the fortress commander's report and finish the documents faster. However, he's stressed out by the Goblin Chimera, the Assassin King, and the Mage. And this is the kind of mission they'd entrust to a cadet of only rank 9. What the hell is going on inside Adenka right now? The report was also read by the head of the Khan family. Khan inquired, and what he meant by that. Winshin has two suggestions. The first sentence is that this assignment was a purposeful trap for him. Khan was a little disappointed that this level of mission was a challenge for him. Naturally, it wasn't a problem, because he had successfully completed the mission and was now standing in front of the head of the family. However, while on a mission, he felt the power of Samyeon. Adenka elders enjoy testing their successors with the power of Adenka. However, it is unacceptable to use Samyeon's power to test Vincent. He had heard that elders Tilawan and Holliman had a close relationship. Helga seemed to have told him that. In that case, Khan wondered what the second sentence was. The incompetent elders didn't really know anything about the incident. If you admit suspicion, you'll be labeled a coward. If you deny it, you'll be labeled incompetent. That's pretty funny. Khan was curious to know which of these sentences Vincent was leaning towards. He really likes the second option, because it's better to be incompetent than to be an evil coward. However, their discussion was interrupted by Versa. She said that there was trouble. Khan asked Gianni what had happened, and Vincent didn't expect to see his mother here. At that moment, she revealed that Elder Tilawan Adenka had just committed suicide. He pierced his heart with a sword and died instantly in his room. The elder left this suicide note. It says he takes full responsibility for what happened on the mission with Winshin. However, the protagonist stated that this suicide was faked. If he had understood the responsibility from the beginning, he would not have let something like this happen. Either behind-the-scenes forces massacred him and disguised it as a suicide, or he faked the suicide himself. However, this is the center where Adenka's lands are concentrated. It would have to be someone so strong and confident to kill an elder here. He doesn't even want to think about it. So this suicide is just a planned play. This guy was able to see something that Versa didn't. The woman asked the head of the family if she could take Winshin away from him for a while. Khan replied that it is the responsibility of Versa. This it can do as it sees fit. Versa told the boy to follow her. She wanted to borrow his abilities and use them to watch the incident. They then arrived at the room where the so-called suicide was committed. Versa told the guy not to exert himself too much. It must be his first time seeing a suicide body. He decided to examine his eyes first. Already dead, so everyone is equal. That's pretty weird. This sword is too clean. Plus, it's like it was stabbed in the first time. But isn't that strange? He's a swordsman too, to his heart's content and using mana. Winshin pointed out that there was a more fundamental problem here. Death implies more regret and pain, no matter how strong he was in life. But there's none of that in Tilawan's death. There's no sign of hesitation, no sign of stopping. It happened just as he thought it would. This corpse is just a fake. In that case, where is the real Tilawan now? The protagonist already had a confident face and wanted to say where the real man was. However, he asked Julian with particularly sparkling eyes where the real Tilawan was now. Julian asked, meaning he was saying all this without knowing it. The protagonist's knowledge is limited to what he said, and if the guy was rambling, Julian would have stepped in and stopped him by now. And if he didn't, he was thinking about it too. Winshin said all the right things, and it's infuriating. It looks like dark magic, specifically the technique of copying a corpse. The protagonist knew Julian had figured it out. He relayed Julian's words. It turns out it's dark magic. But how is the protagonist able to figure it out? Doesn't the mother with the help of her eye see it? Her eye discerns in truth and falsehood only through people. She cannot see their essence of things, or the essence of what has happened. Like this, for example. Where did Winshin get the information about this kind of black magic? And so once again, Mother uses her eye on the boys. She doesn't care if the old man committed suicide or not. She must find out where Vincent got such mental powers and boundless knowledge from. At the same time, Khan paid a visit to the Council of Elders. They might want to have a cuppa. All three of them were silent. What a nice flavor this tea has. This is Elder Tilawan's favorite part. But wasn't this corpse already expelled from the Council of Elders? Do they think they've already cut off all the tails? I wish the chapter would just get right to the point. Didn't he come here to voice his displeasure about what happened on the Vincent's mission? That was really mean. For the head to personally come to voice his displeasure to the Council of Elders. He seems to especially cherish Winshin. Is it because he is the son of Sarvana Hisley? Jigol asked if he wasn't worried that Mistress Versa might be jealous. Delbek mentioned that his wife's family, the Hallams, might even start protesting. Fidanel asked, wondering if that wouldn't be too shameless. What's the point of taking care of her son anymore? Hanu Adenka that he became stronger because of her death. Khan begged Sarvana to agree to this. If he uses it, she can live. So why does she continue to be stubborn? Sarvana asked me to understand her choice, and to take care of their son. She asked Khan not to cry. After all, it is Khan who will fill the void in Sarvana's absence in Vincent's life. Judging by this unrestrained reaction, did Khan really think they didn't know anything? Immediately after his death, he dazzlingly quickly and suddenly rose up, gained status, and became that Adenka. Anyone would think it was his interesting fate that had something to do with her death. Sarvana Heasley. She was a bright and beautiful girl. The whole family was in sorrow. Or perhaps it was only Khan who had sent her to the other world with his own hands. A sword suddenly appeared in front of her face. It would seem that Khan only drew his sword. However, that boundless power seemed to shatter parts of the Adenk mansion and rushed into the distance. At that moment she came to her senses. The whole room was intact. Fidanel fell to her knees, not realizing what it had just been. Was it really an illusion that was caused by the explosion, the energy from just reaching for the sword? This is the limit of what man can achieve. 9 stars. Khan advised Elder Fidanel to memorize his words well. Her name was Sarvana Adenka. At the same time, Versa asked Vincent to tell her how he sensed the dark magic. Julian asked what he was going to do. However, the protagonist remained silent. Whereupon he replied that he could see her. Julian said that was the wrong answer. It is impossible to see in the traces of dark magic its name. It's true. He cannot know everything from his perception, the eye that sees the truth. The only way to counteract that ability. A revelation came to him. If you think about it, it's pretty simple. You just have to stop telling lies. Isn't one more revelation like the time of the true sword meeting? When Vincent uses perception and analysis to understand something, a revelation comes to him. And this time, thanks to that, he recognized the name of this black magic technique. The eye is unresponsive. She advised keeping it a secret from the others. There would be no way out of revealing this ability if everyone knew about it. Vincent agreed. Julian was surprised that the number went through. Versa asked, and what else the revelation had told him. Perhaps it said where Tilawan was now. The protagonist, if we have Julian, why he's frozen. Let him give us a new revelation quickly. Since Mother couldn't even get a hint, ancient dark magic was used, and it must have used up a large amount of Tilawan's life force. Versa asked if there was any chance that a third person had helped. Since he was trying to cover his deeds in this way, he had become useless to like-minded people, and the probability of outside help was extremely low. Physically exhausted and without any support, Tilawan. He's still hiding inside this room. Therefore, the protagonist had a request for his mother. He wants to take Tilawan's life personally. Tilawan has committed a crime and must be punished, no matter who carried it out. But still, he was an elder of Adenk, so Versa asked if he could handle him. That's why he needs Mother's help. Vincent would forcibly pull him into the light, and he was sure that Tilawan would use a very strong attack right away. So he asked his mother if she could block it. Versa agreed. She assigned the case to him. After that, the main character used blue lightning. Thanks to this, Tilawan came into the light. His sword was stopped by Versa. He marveled that she was able to do it with her bare hands. Afterward, the woman broke his ball. She looked at him with contempt, for Tilawan was Samian's dog, and he lost all his strength. If it hadn't been for Versa Hallam, he might have escaped. The funny thing is, he was even thinking about running away. Did he really think he could avoid it? Going by the last name of Adenki. The protagonist attacked him. It's over. However, suddenly he felt a sharp pain. He fell right in front of Versa's eyes. His whole body shook with pain. Julian was worried, for he didn't understand what was happening. The boy replied that he suddenly felt a sharp pain after using a strong sword stroke. Only then did he see his fingers begin to disappear. There's only one conclusion. The protagonist didn't even think about it. Has it really already begun? Collapse of the sacrum. Versa will get a priest right away. But that simply could not be, for the collapse was still several years away for sure. However, Julian thought it was no surprise that the collapse had begun. With a body like that, they have made unimaginable achievements. There were many instances where they went beyond their own capabilities. Time and again they used their strength against opponents who were stronger than they were. It's a natural reaction that may have caused the collapse to accelerate, and the main character asked if he had failed in this life too, but Julian replied that it wasn't. His methods were reckless and unreasonable. However, Julian doesn't think they were wrong. If it wasn't for the main character, he wouldn't have been able to get approval from Mom and Dad and the rest of us. Just like when he received the protection of the Thunder Giant, Julian would support his rump with his divine power. Vincent asked him to stop. After all, if Julian continued, it would mean the end. It's really true. In time, Julian will disappear. So while it exists, he asked Winchin to find a way to fix his sacrum somehow. He kept asking Julian to stop. However, Julian disappeared with words about having faith in Vincent. There was a butterfly in his hand. He mentally asked Julian to trust him. The protagonist is sure to find a way to fix it. A priest came running in, who asked if the young gentleman was all right. It was Priest Dullen. Meanwhile, it was also time for the butler to account for the situation. In front of the sitting dignitaries, Helga didn't realize when the notarization would be over already. They were just bullshitting anyway. And the equal wanted to sleep. Sir Merlin came to them. Helga asked if he had come all the way from the fortress to the house at night. Merlin read the report and worried about Winchin. Merlin asked what was wrong with him. Helga replied that he was fine. He's with Khan now. Sir Khan finally came out of there and apologized, saying that it took a little longer than it seemed. Helga replied that Mr. Butler had done a good job. He had to deal with something anyway. However, something happened that they didn't expect. Helga wondered if the two knew each other. Unfortunately, that's the way it is. After all, it was Sir Khan who had left the scar on his face. Merlin immediately wanted to bare his sword. Sir Khan used his threads as well. She tried to stop these crazy lunatics. Raven hadn't expected that either. It's simply impossible to bring the body to such a state. The news about Elder Tillowin had reached him. That's why he came on his own, and if he hadn't, there might have been a disaster. Healing is not a panacea. Just because everything is fine outwardly doesn't mean everything is fine. Vincenz apologized. He had heard a similar grunt somewhere before. Priest Dullen may know the way. The protagonist asked the priest if he knew anything about the sacrum. Only then did the protagonist explain his situation. It turns out the god who protects Vincent is now supporting a particularly weak bone. There is very little time. The boy asked if there was any way to fix it. The priest apologized, for it was the first time he had heard of such a special body construction. Is there really no way out? Julianne and the main character were both wrong. However, he knows nothing about the bone, but there is one way to protect and support this god. This is possible if Vincent develops his spiritual power. Does that mean he should become a priest? That's a way too, but it's not that easy, especially when time is short. Next to the Gaia Temple is a place called the Grave of the Holy King. The Holy King is the legendary priest who built the Gaia Temple. There is a legend that the Holy Grail was left there, an instrument that grants the owner immense divine power. It turns out he needs to find an item that is only legendary. But it's actually not an empty legend. There is a warrior who gained divine power thanks to the Holy Grail. The protagonist wondered who it was. He must meet him now. There has only been one warrior in history who has held the Holy Grail. Arslan Adenka, the progenitor of the family, the Sun Sword. It happened during a battle on the Sarvadan Plain. Sir Khan as a mercenary of the Tamerlan family, and Merlin as an Adenka warrior. They have met as enemies many times. He talks as if something would be different now. In that case, he apologizes. Raven didn't understand at all what Sir Khan was doing now. Merlin wanted to deal with the King of Assassins once and for all. Luckily, Helga managed to stop the two assholes in time. Had they forgotten that both of them were now teachers at the Crimson Fortress? If the two of them did something, Helga would have to take the blame. They can have their fight after the Winchin and Raven match. And if they keep this up, they'll get both from Helga. Suddenly they heard the priest shout, asking if he was really going. It could be dangerous. But what is the priest talking about if he himself suggested the method? Now they must go to the tomb of the Holy King. Merlin asked why he wanted to go to the tomb of the King's Saint. And Sir Khan noticed that the Lord seemed to be getting into some trouble again. Next time, he wishes Sir Merlin Pilko a victory. He turned to the King of the Assassin, speaking of hoping to do so as well. After which Raven and Sir Khan left. Helga heard that last name too and wondered if it was true. The priest tried to stop him and asked him if he was thinking of going in there right now. If Vinchin wasn't going to enter, he wouldn't have come here. He doesn't know how much time Julian has left. If Arslan really did have the Holy Grail, then there was no time to delay. Dullen asked if the gentleman had forgotten what he was talking about. No one who entered has ever come back from that place alive. No one knows anything about what this place is like inside or how big or deep it is. And no one knows what's in there either. In that case, the protagonist also has a question. So why did the priest tell him about it in the first place if it was so dangerous? There are some shabby-looking sentries outside. You can't get in here without a second-ranking priest escorting you. So why does Dellen send the protagonist here? Perhaps he knows of the Holy King Lenmgo. The boy replied that he knew in general terms. He had heard of him when he was studying history with Julian. Holy King Lenmgo is the hero who established the Church of Gaia. He took an agonizing death when he led the fight against the great archdemon Davin. However, all information about him exists only in the form of legends. Dullen was a priest who inherited the power of the Holy King. And to the priest who inherited the power of the Holy King, one prophecy was delivered. Only those who have survived death and met God will be able to find the Holy Grail. Nothing is particularly clear, especially about what is meant by survived death. It all remains a mystery. Due to the power of the Holy King that is in his body, he feels as if it is pointing to Vinchin. Perhaps Mr. Vinchin is the man from the prophecy, but he is worried that the gentleman is so hasty in his decision to go straight to the tomb. However, the lad replied that the priest need not worry, because the prophecy of the Holy King actually points to him. After which, the protagonist went inside. Some unknown force emerged from there. Dullen will pray for Mr. Vincennes. It was an awfully long staircase. Vinchin had been descending for so long already, and there was still no end in sight. It was dark, so the sense of space and time were dulled. Out of habit, he asked Julian if he'd learned anything. However, there is silence in response. Julian couldn't hear him now. People are such strange creatures. 10 years alone in a dungeon, and now he is alone again, just for a day. And already he feels uncomfortable. And yet these stairs are strange. There's not even a hint of an end. Could he have missed something in this darkness? We'll have to check it out. Suddenly, Vinchin heard a voice telling him not to look back. Once he looks back, he will lose his sense of direction, forever wandering in this grave. The main character bared his sword, inquiring as to who it was. Let it show. The space brightened. Shadows appeared in front of him. In the middle stood a man who called himself Melon. They are a clan of immortal shadows. They waited for the man who seeks the truth. Those words made him tense up a little. Suddenly he heard the familiar words. Go beyond Samion and face the truth. They were the ones who stayed behind to fulfill this mission. They have been guarding this place for 500 years. Now he must prove himself to be that which seeks the truth. Let him release them from this mission. It seems that these shadows are also the work of Arslan. The protagonist asked how he should prove it. All you have to do is chop them up with your sword and set them free. The proof will be his mana. The protagonist agreed to chop them up with Adenka's sword to fulfill their expectations. Adenka's sword as taught to him by his mentor. The style of Adenka's sword. Chapter 1. The Slit of the Moon. The protagonist went by the name of Vincent Adenka. He is a descendant of Arslan who left them here. However, it wasn't enough. New shadows haunted him. They all said the evidence was insufficient. Vinchin used the Thunder Giant, giant lightning. With this attack, he hit some parts of the shadow's body. However, the hand of the shadow takeout grew anew. After that, these shadows took a new form and headed towards the protagonist. The guy jumped, and those shadows hit each other. These shadows are pretty strong. Even if you knock them down, they get up and attack again. Behind him was Melon, who said that the encroaching tomb would be destroyed. He remembered those very words. The moment he looked back, he would lose his sense of direction and wander forever in this tomb. So he had to take that hit. Let him stop being seduced by this Vinchin Adenka. He is not the protagonist of the prophecies. What the hell is going on? Isn't that what Arslan left him? If Julian had been by his side, he would have definitely given him some sort of clue. Does it end up being nothing on its own? He was surrounded by many shadows that were ready to take his life. Is this really the end? While Dullen was praying, he heard the words that they were not allowed to come here. He did say it wouldn't be long, didn't he? But the guards said it was a restricted area. In that case, what's that man doing over there? He seemed to recognize these people. They are the keepers of the prophecy left by the Holy King and Sun Sword Emperor. They must adhere to prophecy, therefore they can use absolute power. They were hoping that this guy was him and could free them. But the fact that he can't beat them means he has nothing to do with prophecy. One who sees the truth and one who has experienced death and met God. In that moment he realized. There were 2 points in the prophecy, neither of which applies to him. So he just decided to make it easier for Vincent Adenk. Red mana filled that space. The protagonist has freed himself from the shadows that were holding him back. It's a black and red mana like Samion's. Black and red magic power. Red song, the last chapter. Red full moon. From the beginning, he gave the wrong name for proof. It wasn't Winchin's name he wanted. It was the name of the one who had experienced death. The one's commitment to being Davin Samion. His name is Davin Samion. He came here after defeating death. Let him follow the prophecy and take him to the holy kraal of the Holy King. They're free at last. A huge door appeared in front of the protagonist. The space inside this door was like a temple. Could this be where the Holy Grail of the Holy King is? The coffin opened and a spirit appeared in front of him. It was the Holy King of Laemgo. The Holy King replied to the heir of Arslan's blood that it was so. He turned to Arslan, saying that the power of attorney left by his friend seemed to have finally been executed. The Holy Grail appeared in his hand. His role is over. Now he can move on to the next contract. The Holy Grail will lead to heaven. Thanks to this guy, he was able to keep his promise to his friend and leave quietly. The Holy King thanked him for it. The protagonist expressed respect and honor for him. The temple began to crumble. So this vibration was from the tomb collapse. Is this really the next treaty? There was a mentor there. Or should I say Knight Paleco. Meanwhile, the woman didn't understand what they were even taking so long to talk about. It had been so long already. The priest inquired if he was getting it right. Helga wants to say that the prophecy referred specifically to the lineage of Sir Merlin, the director of Quibel Fortress, and Pilco. That's really true. Only those who can see the truth about Adenk will enter the tomb. That's where the descendants of the Quibble family will be. Helga doesn't know exactly what she should do now, but one thing is clear. The prophecy is being thwarted now. She hopes Merlin is in one piece. After all, if Vincennes is really that truth-seeker, then Merlin is definitely finished. Paleco was the real surname of the founder Arslan. It seemed strange to him that his surname, which had been changed to Adenka, still remained. Vincent asked what had happened to the Paleco family in the first place. Merlin explained that some of the military families to belong to Adenka had a prophecy that those passed down from generation to generation. Like Arslan's shadows, they too have their own mission. Paleco's descendants must sacrifice their lives in the tomb of the Holy Grail for Adenk that remembers his name. Does someone really have to sacrifice their life for this? A large rock was falling on the protagonist. Merlin quickly cut him down with his sword. Vincent probably doesn't know it, but this place has done its best to put up for all of those 500 years. A collapse begins that cannot be stopped. Only one way to get out of here without too much trouble. We need to destroy this pillar. It's like a spine that supports the walls of the Holy King's tomb. Once it is destroyed, everything around it will collapse, and there will be a small gap that leads to the ground. In that case, the protagonist will do it himself. But alone he will definitely not cope, so he asked for help. However, Merlin refused. After all, this was his mission. Does Merlin have Merlin mean to say that from the truth of Vincennes to that crevice, and he himself will die? On their first meeting, something in Merlin's heart trembled when he heard some of the words. I remember your name. That's when Merlin finally realized it was his turn. There is no greater joy than to die doing one's duty and being a warrior. Vincent should know that he was a good student. However, he was stopped by the protagonist. Is that really all Merlin has to say for the last time? Didn't the last name Pilco mean anything to the master? The real Arslan, or the Pilco he knows, would never try to achieve his goal by sacrificing someone. Arslan was an innocent child. There was no way that this child, who had shed tears because of injustice to his mentor, would decide to dispose of his descendants as expendable. A huge rock fell near them. Merlin wondered if he had already finished his moving speech, and was he really going to stand there now? At this rate, they would both die here. Not necessarily. They can leave here alone too. It must have been in the master's plan to stay here and do his best to show Vincent the way. But what if the protagonist is able to escape faster than the master intended? He'll concentrate all his power into that one jump. Defense of the Dwarf King. Song of the Galactic Wanderer. Lightning Giant Defense. Merlin realized what his apprentice wanted to do. He's melding it all together. All blessings have become one. The protagonist shouted now. Merlin attacked that very post. After that, it was destroyed, and there was a gap there. With lightning speed, the guy jumped to get out of the place. He saw the light. He's still a little ways from the surface. Just a little bit more. However, his blessing dissipated. Don't tell me that wasn't enough. Just as he began to fall, he felt the master's hand. Merlin asked Vincennes to be sure to get to the truth. After which, he was ready to use his feature to toss the guy up. He's almost to the surface. Vincent shouted for the master not to do it. Merlin was falling. At that moment, the protagonist saw Helga jump in there as well. Her whip managed to wrap around Merlin's waist. She only breathed a sigh of relief, for she had barely caught him in time. Now she realized something. Quibel's name was mentioned to save Pilco. A little later, the protagonist woke up and immediately shouted the master's name. Afterward, he saw Merlin lying beside him. What a relief that the master was alive. Dullan noticed that the Lord was awake too, so he asked how he was feeling. Helga noticed that he was sleeping too sweetly for someone who had done so much damage. Afterward, the two wanted to know what the thing he was sitting there holding was. If this is the one. Vincent told him that this was the Holy Grail that His Majesty the King had left behind. He invited the priest to take a closer look. Dullan never thought he'd get to see the Holy Grail in person. As soon as one touched the Holy Grail, his divine powers began to be absorbed. The Holy Grail was filled with golden water. The priest didn't understand at all how she ended up here. Perhaps that's where its power lies. Vincent asked what would happen if he drank it. Who knows? It might have divine powers too. Helga wondered if he was really going to drink it. For the record, This afterburner had been underground for a full 500 years. However, he didn't care about that. The protagonist felt his body overflowing with some kind of energy. Could it be the so-called divine powers? Julian began to appear in front of him. He greeted Julian with a welcome back, but Julian clearly remembered what had happened then. Julian rejoiced, for he thought that this guy hadn't really found a way for the exoskeleton to be repaired. To be precise, Vincent had found a way to restore Julian's divine powers, not the exoskeleton. With this amount of divine power, the energy would be more than enough to sustain Julian as well as the celestial exoskeleton. But he was also curious to know what had happened here in the first place. The main character told them that this was the tomb of the king. As soon as they completed the task, it all collapsed. Julian called him a bloody old man and asked what he had done. The residents were, of course, discussing the latest news about the king's tomb collapsing. No one's ever gone into these ruins anyway. There's no use for these tombs. But most importantly, this tomb was destroyed by Adenka's seventh son. Versa read the news too. She remembered what was said about Vincent not even being able to get out of bed long enough to get up because he was so sick. The protagonist replied that he was able to recover quickly thanks to Priest Dullen. That's what she thought, right down to the fact that he was able to wreak such havoc. Gaia Temple, main building. They just have to get to the bottom of it. Mr. Vincent's had no reason to deliberately destroy the Holy King's tomb. The man who sat at the head of the table replied that this priest was too naive. A priest of the first class. Nelik. Did he really think it was that important for them to know the reason for what he had done? All that matters is that Mr. Adenka has destroyed one of Gaia's historic sites. Dullen wanted to object. However, he was thwarted by Nelik. They have every right to demand compensation from Adenka-san. It wouldn't be a big problem for Adenka-san if they demanded some kind of donation from him, if only to preserve the trust between the Adenk and Gaia clans. That has lasted for the last 500 years. It would do the church good to strengthen its influence. What donation? They're gonna spend it themselves. As they said, the elders express great disappointment at the actions that young Mr. Winchin has taken, and he must answer for all the shame he has brought upon His Majesty the Holy King. For example, it would be appropriate if he sacrificed his left arm. Versa mentioned that he can't even imagine what he's done. Vinchin destroyed one of the most massive historical assets that the Gaia had protected for 500 years. The Temple of Gaia and the Adenk clan have been allies since the war with the Archdemon Davin. It's hard to imagine what your political consequences would be if that alliance collapsed. There's talk that the temple is going to send a protest delegation. They must be demanding something unimaginable in exchange for maintaining friendly relations. Since she already knew everything herself, we could dispense with the formalities and get down to business. Versa asked, wondering if there was more to it. The main character told Railsey to come in. After that, the guy told me that he found this in the tomb of the Holy King. Versa asked if it wasn't a regular cup. Well, it was only then that she realized the value of this item was immense. It has nothing to do with this incident. They'll try to look out for their own interests too. Winchin couldn't get away with it, so she wondered how he was going to be held accountable. And he won't have to answer for it. The woman asked what he meant. They will, on the contrary. Rather even thank him. Versa told him to keep going. The Holy King's tomb was a place to which they were in no way attached. It's an important historical site, not neglected in any way. In addition, the entrance is guarded by only 2 guards. They will need a priest to get in. But if there is one, anyone can get in. Most importantly, they knew nothing about the tomb itself. The temple was no longer investigating the site. If they truly believed that the relic had value, they would have started inspecting the tomb without delay, despite the possible casualties. Simply put, the tomb was just a burden they were sorry to get rid of, nothing more. Should he really be punished for that? Versa was greatly disappointed in Vincent. Even knowing of her ability, he has the nerve to stand here and lie to her. Lady Versa's specialty is being able to recognize a lie. It's written all over her face. She was tired of hearing these pathetic excuses about the value of the tomb. Let him tell her now what he was hiding from her. Julian was even scared, but that was to be expected. Mom always notices lies. He'd better look over here. A bright glow appeared there. Versa asked if it could be done. Railsa replied that there is no way. It's an old model, and it can't be done. That means one thing. Things are fundamentally changing. Now the protagonist hoped his mom was satisfied. A few days later, a huge delegation from the Gaia Temple arrived. If Mr. Vinchin's atrocities become public knowledge, he will not be able to escape punishment either. Nelik said to look at what ended up happening after all the nonsense Dullen had spouted. Dullen replied that his reverend was making a mistake. Nelik asked, and what exactly is he wrong about? He is only doing what he has to do. Even if one of the elders tried to protect him, it would not prevent him from becoming high priest. Dulin only remained silent. Delbecq wondered if what she had just said was the truth. Of course he did. Thanks to Delbecq, Vincent was able to be in such a high position. It's the least she can do for them. If Vincent can't prove his innocence, Versa will personally leave him headless. That intention made goosebumps run down his spine. If Mistress insists so, there is no reason for him to refuse. It's just meaningless chatter. They'll just see if she can do it when she actually has to. Versa was pleased to welcome the members of the Gaia Temple delegation. It looked like they had a lot to talk about, so she offered to follow her. They all came to the main hall where the main character was awarded for winning the True Sword competition last time. It is unfortunate that the cause of this meeting with Adenk's longtime comrade was such an unfortunate accident. Is there no need to predict what happened again? The Council of Elders must take a stand. Under such circumstances, if the operation on Gaia's temple, the Council's power would become his. Suddenly he noticed the protagonist's expression. Vincent smiled. Delbecq immediately asked the young gentleman what was so funny. Did he really not realize that he was only here because of his own lack of seriousness? The protagonist only stood up with a smirk and apologized. He simply realized that Lord Dalbec had deliberately excluded Mistress Adenka from the discussion. Everyone present was as shocked as the elder himself, and Julian only laughed. Nellick got very angry and called the boy nasty. If Vincent didn't explain himself now, he would pay for it with his life. Then to begin with, he decided to introduce himself. The 7th Prince of Adenka, and cadet of the 9th rank of the Crimson Fortress, Vincent Adenka. The image of the Holy King appeared there. The Holy King thanked the protagonist for being able to keep his promise to his friend. After that image disappeared. Nellick, of course, recognized the image. Because of this, he was deeply shocked. Looks like they can finally start making this meeting official now. There was a girl in the workshop carrying a crate of weapons. A man came up there and inquired if Hansen's workshop was here or there. The girl asked if he had come for the sword. But the man replied that he had not. He's actually a journalist. The sword that belongs to Prince Vincent is the Purple Lotus. With it, he was able to defeat Lord Samion. Could it be that she is the Hansen who created this sword? She demanded that everyone stop coming here. The girl had heard the very phrase that they had made the famous sword, or that the journalists wanted to write an article about them. They probably don't realize that it interferes with commerce. Hansen finally came out and called her Millie. And here she is again, arguing with customers. I thought Hansen asked her to tone it down a few times. I don't think she's trying to scare off all his customers. Millie called him Mr. Hansen. At the same time, the journalist realized that it was the real Hansen. The journalist wanted Hansen to talk to them and answer, but only a couple of questions. And Hansen was not happy because the reporters had arrived again. All these problems started because of Winchin. Suddenly the man called him Master Blacksmith Hansen. All he has to do is answer a couple questions. Millie said that wasn't going to happen and to get the hell out of here. And the reporter kept saying it wouldn't take that long. Still, we should thank the protagonist, because it's been a long time since Hansen was called a Master Blacksmith. However, he hadn't seen Winchin himself since Togo. That guy took the magic crystal and disappeared. At the same time, the protagonist suggested that this meeting should officially begin. Everyone was shocked that they had just seen the image of the Holy King. It turns out that the king's tomb had fulfilled its purpose and collapsed on its own. The magic crystal that the blacksmith Hansen had given him was useful. The boy didn't even think that one day the day would come to finally use it. Nellick claimed it was all a production. He couldn't have been real. Vincent had faked the whole thing to atone for his sins. However, the others also realized that if he had such magic crystal, it was impossible for him to fabricate anything. Elder Delbecq began to get angry. After all, these idiots are useless. In that case, the protagonist offered to take a look at it at the same time. A holy relic left to him by the Holy King himself. It's the Holy Grail of legends. Does he mean to say that this obscurely obtained item is the Holy Grail? Who does this guy think they are? He's only defaming the name of the Holy King. Regarding the recent series of incidents he must say that Merlin the Imperial Dragon Knight sacrificed his life in the authenticity of this, as Nellick said, thing. Merlin was one of the 12 swords of Adenka, and he's the one who sacrificed his life. Dulam confirmed this too, and he was ready to forfeit his life and the divine power that had been given to him. But this Holy Grail is real. Nellick mentally asked the scumbag whose side he was even on. If that's the case, they should raise their rates. A son's responsibility is also his mother's responsibility. She's willing to bet her right arm that Winchin was telling the truth. And Elder Delbecq just might have put his left hand. He didn't understand at all what was going on here already. The two of them seemed too sure, but he couldn't back down. The elder agreed. He bet his left hand that Prince Inchin had lied. The main character mentioned that as soon as he walked in here, you've already put your life on the line. He approached Priest Nelik, talking about how it was his turn. After all, he was the only one who didn't bet anything. Just have them put something worthwhile up, like they just did themselves. It can't be the Holy Grail. It's all just a bluff, pure and simple. Nelik asked, wondering if this guy really thought he'd actually be scared. In that case, he'd bet his own life too. The other priests were silent, and in a second, they too put their lives on the line, following the example from the priest. Vinchin replied that it was the turn for Dulan A. The priest touched the Holy Grail. A golden glow appeared there. And then the Holy Grail was filled with golden water. The priest mentioned that it is this power of the Holy Grail. He absorbs its powers and creates holy water. There was nothing they could say in response to this. The protagonist asked the priest Nelik what he was going to do now. Perhaps he should recognize that this Holy Grail is real. The priest had a panic attack and didn't even know what he should answer. Seeing the priest's condition, the other spoke up, saying that he refused to believe it. It's just some water. Must be some kind of trick. And at that moment his head flew from his shoulders. Nelik only called out the name Makilian as suddenly his head flew down as well. Versa fulfilled the sentence of all those who had put their lives on the line. Elder Delbek asked what she was doing. And after that, his left arm was severed. Afterward, the man began screaming in pain. Versa Halam, as mother and mistress of Adenka, she respects the honor of her son, Vincent. Julian was surprised that she had just called him son, and the protagonist's attention was riveted on the fact that the mere sweep of his arm left him with infinity. And Vincent didn't even have time to blink an eye. She is an Adenka giant, Versa Halam. The protagonist asked if he could say something. Versa asked what it was. He wished they were still alive. Here is the Holy Grail of the Holy King, as well as high-ranking priests of Gaia. If we hurry, it may still be possible to bring them back to life, Versa asked, wondering why. The protagonist does not want to remain in the eyes of people as a child for whom everything was done by mom. He asked for permission to settle the matter with his own forces. In that case, she agreed, whereupon the guy told the priest Dulan Yu to start. He ordered the other priests not to stand still. They must come together now and present their divine powers. After which, the priests began the ritual. Up to that point, everything had gone exactly as Vincent wanted it to. Julian looked forward to what was to come next. Nelik woke up, not realizing what had just happened. Not long ago, he had been lying there without his head. Dulan was glad to see him again. He wanted to call the man his reverend. Only then did he change his address to Priest Nelik. Afterward, Dulan told the elder to come over here as well. He would try to remake his arm back before it was too late. That would be nice. However, the protagonist was against it. In fact, Elder Delbek looks great without his arm. Unlike the priests and the others, Elder Delbek is a noble warrior of the Adenki family. If they now restore the hand of the elder, who himself was willing to give it up, it would be like razing his honor to the ground. At that moment, the elder realized that this bastard was doing everything on purpose. Now his hand was the real proof that Vincent wasn't lying. The protagonist replied that it was brave of the elder. He suggested that they remember this feat of Mr. Delbek's for a long time, and try to become the same. There was nothing left for him to do but agree to it. Now they seemed to have it completely figured out. She went up to Priest Nelik and asked if that was what it was. It's true. Since Prince Vinchin is innocent of anything, the temple no longer dares to demand compensation from the Adenka family. In that case, it's time for them to go. Even though they had behaved extremely dirty, by ending there, they still wouldn't lose anything. Sooner or later, they will still be able to profit from these creeps and increase their influence. However, they were stopped by Vinchin saying that these dear priests still owed him something. Again showed the projection with the Holy King, who said that because of this fellow he was able to keep his promise to his comrade. The Holy Grail was placed by the Holy King and Emperor of the Sunball, but the Temple of Gaia never managed to get him for a full 500 years, leaving the walls of the king's tomb without proper care. And the protagonist found him, for which he was also thanked by the Holy King. As descendants of the Holy King, aren't they supposed to do something? The Temple of Gaia is extremely grateful to the protagonist for being able to fulfill the will of the gray-haired king. Also for handing over the relic to them. Nelik as well as the rest of the priests bowed before Vincent. They also wished him the favor of Gaia and his entire family. The priests kissed the floor. It is considered the highest praise from the priests of Gaia. It was quite a sight after all. Now it's time for the fun part. There were a bunch of journalists outside the doors. Everyone wondered how it was that the priests themselves were kneeling. They themselves had said that this was the meeting for the 7th prince's case. They started taking pictures of the priests' faces. and someone even demanded that they explain what was going on here in general. Nelik tried to shield himself from the flashes. The elder ordered to call the guards and get rid of these people as soon as possible. The contents of a meeting organized by the Presbyterian Council must never be divulged. Is Winshin really going to go against Adenka's laws? However, there are exceptions for Togo content that is extremely useful to the public interest and Adenka's very reputation. This may be followed by something like this. Even any jackass is able to realize that this situation benefits the Adenk family more than ever. Hard to admit, but he was right. A few days later, the incident between Vinshin and the Gaia Temple was reported on the news, so the information quickly spread throughout the continent. The fact that the influential figures of the temple, including the first-rate priests, bowed their heads to some prince who did little more than belittle the dignity of the temple. So also further plans by the temple to seize the long-awaited opportunity to gain the upper hand in dealing with the Adenka family were completely in vain. Dulin was shocked that he was willing to be entrusted with the Holy Grail. It had to be a joke, but the truth is that it was he himself who received the power of the Holy King. Aside from Dulan, Vincent has no one else to leave the Holy Grail to. Moreover, he would still need divine power periodically. Therefore, the protagonist would like someone close to him to be in charge of the Holy Grail. If that's the case, there's nothing you can do about it. As he could see for himself, the current temple was rotten to the core. Living there, Dulan could safely use the Grail for personal gain. Dulan could easily use the Grail for his own personal use, such as selling it for 3 times the price, or giving it as a bribe. So he asked again if he was sure the gentleman trusted him. Vincent replied that he believed him. How could he do otherwise if it was Dulan who handed him the magic stone on that momentous day? So, the guy believes that in Dulan's hands and the Holy Grail will be used for good. Dulan swore he was willing to fill it with holy water just to help with the prince's business. Vincent replied that it was already unnecessary. He advised the priest not to overdo it. Ralsa entered there, looking for the young master. Winshin asked what was wrong. Julian remembered that someone had called them before and during the True Swords meeting. There's no time to sit around. The young master needs to start preparing now. Mistress Versa called him to dinner. Versa asked if he was going to return to the Purple Fortress. Vincent replied that since he was still a cadet, he needed to return as soon as possible after the current mission was over. My mother, like my father, never invited anyone to dinner. Versa glanced at them. Julian hid behind Vincent's back. Vincent wondered if he was still trembling in front of her. He'd already told her that Mom could see the truth, hadn't he? Julian was always on pins and needles around her because he was afraid she could recognize his lies and the fact that he was pretending to be nothing. However, the protagonist thinks there is no reason to worry. They could have found a sacred relic, so they punished the heads of the Presbyterian Church. There's only one reason she called them here tonight. Versa mentioned that he was probably still wondering why she had invited him to dinner. It's pretty simple because she wanted to give one small gift. He rebuked the Adenki elder for his infidelity, and thanks to Winshin, they were able to gain a leading position with the Gaia Temple. In recognition of these honors, she just wanted to please her son, so she asked what he would like. The protagonist asked if he had some time to think. Versa replied that he could think as much as he wanted. On the one hand, it could also be a punishment for him for her failure to properly handle the role of hostess. The protagonist stated that as a student of the Purple Fortress, he would like to be able to pass the exam in order to advance his career. Surely she didn't expect him to want an exam as a gift. It seemed to Versa that he was underestimating his mother's influence. She is the mistress of Adenka. One word from her and Winshin can be anything he wants to be. Is that really all he needs? That's exactly what it is, the woman asked. And why is that? Because it's the right thing to do. He knows that the promotion exams are graded extremely rigorously, and a certain number of people take them as many as twice a year. Of course, it would have been much easier to take advantage of my mom's connections and quietly move up the ranks. But that would mean he just took away someone's well-deserved spot. So it's not a good option for him at all. Vincent wanted to accomplish all of this on his own. To get what he wants with the protagonist's persuasion, he will have to spend a lot of time. But with that kind of resilience, he'll be able to accomplish a lot. At one time, Versa was just like he is now. The protagonist asked if anything had changed or not. Now she's too old to chase something like that. Besides, there were a lot more responsibilities. At some point, she found an easy way to get what she wanted quickly. When Vincent returns to the Purple Fortress, he will receive a letter of recommendation for his mission. Completing it will mean that he has passed the exam to be promoted to rank 8. Versa supports her son for his correctness. He thanked his mom for that. It was time to leave. This was also watched from the window by Versa. She told Relsa to get everything ready, for the woman was going to write a letter of recommendation for Vinchin. Raelsa asked what kind of mission she planned to entrust this guy with. Maltium. Vinchin will go to Maltium. Maltium is a coastal town run by the Viola family, and this place is excessively wealthy, with no special raw material. Rumor has it that the Viola family exploits its citizens in every possible way, and this is one of the places that the head of the family himself keeps an eye on. It turns out that she wants to infiltrate it by using Prince Vincent. However, Versa didn't think it would be possible to do that. Even though he is special, such a mission is even too much for him. Versa will ask him to escort the priest of Gaia who is headed there. But just a few days ago, Prince Vincent had trashed the Gaia temple. Even so, she's going to ask the prince to accompany them, and the head of the Viola family is a greedy man. What if the temple tries to bribe the Viola family to harm the prince as well? Of course, that would be dangerous, given the fact that there are many ways to disguise any crime as an accident. Since Vincent has chosen the path of truth, it will definitely not be an easy one, and maybe even a dangerous one. She wondered whether it was appropriate to call it an exam in such a case. Helga greeted him with a welcome back. Surely he must have been tired during this long journey. She was touched that he had accomplished so much. The protagonist noticed that the principal was in a very good mood. She'd heard he dealt with that elder. How could she not be happy about that? He finally got rid of one of those nasty bastards. She doesn't seem to like him much. That nasty elder asked Helga to be his mistress. He'd be drooling a little more. Vargon distracted the mistress from that. Helga mentioned that she had called him here for a reason. In her hand was the next assignment for Vincent. She realizes he's just off the road and must be exhausted, but he's going on this assignment in 3 days. The protagonist inquired as to the purpose and where he was being sent. The southernmost part of the continent, Maltium. If they haven't changed their name in the last 500 years, then that means only one thing. Silvira was also there, who had heard the word Maltius. She wanted to know from the protagonist when he would go there. Afterwards, Silvira asked to take her along. That's what they did. It's currently run by the Viola family. And also Maltius is famous for his barrier. Moreover, though it borders the Halem family, they had no conflict at all, while there is no record of Maltius ever paying tribute. In fact, there are many theories on the subject. He remembers, too, that the Halem family was closely related to the Viola family. This is also his mother's family, Versa Halam. She must have given him this assignment for a reason. Her interests are involved, too. The remains of a sea battle that took place 200 years ago. The protagonist noticed that she seemed to like the story a lot. The girl didn't even know what she should respond to that. In fact, she never dreamed of becoming a warrior, but always wanted to be a historian. Afterward, Silvira asked why he was looking at her like that. Does he mean to say that she has a strange dream? Vincent replied that it is not. On the contrary, he thought it was a very cool dream. He just wondered why she had come to the doorstep of the Purple Fortress then, if she never wanted to be a warrior. You can't make much money from history alone, and research can be dangerous, so military education is a must. She could help him with that task, though. Silvira wanted to go with him, and also to accompany him too. Where all Sizen and Harmon burst in, who had heard that Vincent had a new assignment. If he's okay with it, they definitely want to go with him too and give it their best shot. He agreed. In that case, they would all go together. Sizen and Harmon cheered. Juliana pointed out that he had enough helpers, and Vincent remarked that he was kind of inhuman. That's not why he chose them. Julian wondered why then. He didn't really believe that these friends could really help him. The protagonist advised to look into their eyes. They have so much faith and trust in Vincenz. Their sincerity in wanting to help him. That's what he's sure of. There's one more person left. It was an equal. The protagonist promised to come out to fight him if equality would help him in this endeavor. He even gave his word of honor as a warrior. They shook hands. Raven called the protagonist his friend, saying that these were excellent suggestions. If the equals join them, the Sercom butler will get involved as well. After all, Maltius is notorious for constant unrest. Julian remarked that the little brother was getting smarter and smarter every time. Vincenz replied that Julian had that effect on him. He'd almost forgotten about it. Sercon wanted to say something to him. Threads surrounded him. The protagonist inquired and what it meant. Sercon apologized, saying that he hadn't meant to scare him at all. Butler wondered why he didn't get his sword. In response, the protagonist remarked that he didn't look like he wanted to kill him right here and now. He doesn't seem to care at all. This gentleman just amazes him. Vincent asked what kind of technique it was. Sercon replied that it was a kind of barrier. It completely isolated them from the outside world. Julian noticed that this was the territory of the King of Assassins. The lucky ones who managed to get out of here alive could be counted on their fingers. Few could get out of the Assassin King's territory alive. It's the perfect way to kill. Very useful for uncovering secrets, and what this man wanted to talk to him about. Butler doesn't even know where he should start. I guess we should start with the fact that very few people have made it out of here alive. Just like Winchin said, there was actually one. He was the only one who was perfectly able to escape from here. And his name is Merlin Pilko. He was a young genius. Despite their age difference, the Assassin King's territory was mercilessly destroyed. It was one of the most humiliating defeats. After that incident, Sirkon began researching different ways to use mana to then counter his powers. And at the end, Sirkon left a scar on his face. However, 15 years ago, when Sirkon became butler in Valthicon, he lost all contact with Merlin. His task, or words about his teacher 15 years ago. It suddenly dawned on Julian how old this Sirkon was then. Isn't that strange? In theory, he should be about the same age as the Lord's father. Doesn't his face look too young? Julian recognized that it was that backwards reception. Rumor has it that the King of Assassins supposedly has a secret skill that allows him to impersonate his own face in order to confuse his opponent. Whereupon Winchin called the technique, so the young master knew about it too. Then perhaps he knew why the butler had shown him the trick. To be honest, Vincent doesn't even fully understand what this whole conversation is for. First, because of the fact that the protagonist saved the butler and the master, and secondly, they want the young prince to live up to Mr. Raven's expectations. Now he's even more confused. Memories of the young lord's training slipped into his mind as well. He turned to the rabbi, saying that they could not simply ignore the severe restrictions from the Purple Fortress. That's all for today. This is the second straight defeat. It was Winchin who saved the people from the explosion, and he came up with a plan to deal with the Chimera as well as defeat the enemy. Every time. Raven is just watching from the sidelines as Vincent bravely deals with all sorts of problems. Isn't it even cool to have someone stronger than yourself? So be it. From now on, Equality will try to become stronger to be like Vincent. He will do as the master says. Let Equality follow him on and on. Prince Vincent must become even stronger. As a role model, the prince will lead Mr. Raven as well. But if the protagonist, on the contrary, suddenly becomes weaker, then unfortunately, the butler will have to get rid of him. Julian asked who else is here to get rid of. That's a pretty dire warning. But he's more interested in something a little different. Why would the method be reversed for the sake of this conversation? The reason Sirkon developed it in the first place was to create some sort of body that could resist Merlin Pilko's powers. This technology not only allows you to change your face, but also to change the position of the magical power chain, and also to rearrange the position of bones and muscles. He also noticed that some outside force prevented the main character's body from disintegrating. Vinchin replied that this was correct. If the prince passes out and is now dead, he will also have a problem. So Butler asked what he thought about Togo if he too would learn to use this method. Maybe he'd like to learn how to reincarnate too. You don't even have to ask. Vincenz has no reason to refuse. If they learned how to use the technique in reverse, they would be able to stabilize the exoskeleton even more. He really could do with learning how to protect himself not only with his spiritual power, but his own as well. Then the young prince must promise him something in return. Vincent can't say for sure that he will be an example for Raven. For starters, he's not sure he deserves to be anyone's dream or ideal at all. However, someday he will surely surpass Samion. He can promise just that. And that's quite enough. And now they must begin their training. 3 days later, Vargon suggested dropping the formalities and getting straight to the point. The corresponding exam will be administered as a refresher exam. After Mrs. Versa of Adenka accepted the request of Dulan a second-class priest of the Gaia Temple, the dean hopes they will do their best not to become a threat to the two forces of Gaia and Adenka's temple, regardless of whether they pass the promotion exam or not. Originally, the commandant of the fortress was supposed to grade the test, but in the end, it is now done by him. He'll talk to him about that later too. First, they must go on a mission. All of them expressed a humble reverence for the great power. Even if they went through the teleportation gate, it would still take several days to get to Maltia. In the protagonist's time, this trip would have taken about a year of driving across the land. Julian keeps forgetting that he's an old man. 4th departure day, teleportation gateway 5. Wilson asked, "What the hell is that?" "That's a long time. What a ripoff in broad daylight. I can't help it if it's always been this price. If he can't pay it, then don't let him ride." Let's not forget who she's even talking to. There's a cadet of the Purple Fortress who's supposed to go on a mission. Siri was trying to calm Wilson down somehow. The girl asked what this Purple Fortress even was. The two were surprised that she didn't know about the existence of the Purple Fortress. Wilson asked if she even knew who was traveling there. Prince Adenka and the Valthican himself. So, what about Togo? If he's such a high-ranking man, he can easily pay such exorbitant prices. Wilson kept saying it was a ripoff. Does she really want to see what Wilson is capable of in a fit of rage? Vincent told him to stop. It would only ruin everyone's reputation. If he feels he can't control his anger, then let him return to the Purple Fortress then. There's a lot of people here who don't even know what a Purple Fortress is anymore. The farther you get from the center of Adenka, the worse it gets. It couldn't be helped. It was expected that the farther away Vincent is, the less influence he has. It looked like they were in for a rough ride. Day 6. Silvira told the guy to look at it. These are the Maltese barricades. They were built during a naval war that was 200 years ago. It is said that thanks to them, Malta was able to defend itself against frequent attacks by pirates. The protagonist asked what her words about participating in a pirate attack meant. Until recently, pirates attacked the walls and made a lot of noise. It's weird. Somehow he didn't feel comfortable saying that. He asked Julian to inspect those barricades, whereupon he immediately flew. The coastal town of Malta, protected by a wall that dates back 200 years. Despite the wall, security in the city is still highly unstable due to frequent pirate attacks. In addition, a severe famine has recently hit the city, making life even more difficult for locals. Raven had heard, of course, that a hunger strike had started here. But he hadn't expected it to be this bad. Even the butler had noticed that it was much more serious than it seemed. Siri asked, well, where they needed to go. Wilson was angry that they hadn't even sent any guide. Are they really just being bullied like this? Probably all because Adenka doesn't have much credibility in the south. But there's still something wrong here. Halem is Adenka's wife's only birth family. And the fact that this town is right next door to Halem suggests that Adenka, on the contrary, should have stronger influences. More information is needed. First, they will go to the priest in the temple. Maltium, Temple of Gaia. I think the third-class priest, Roseanne, heard something about the guards. Vincent held out the paper, saying that he could look at the assignment. But the priest only waved his hand and said they could do without it. The protagonist asked what it meant. He simply advised them not to waste time and to leave. It would be more convenient for both of them. Rosen doesn't need any security. Everything is peaceful and quiet here. Raven was starting to get angry. After all, they had taken days to get here, and now they were being told to just not waste their time. Rosen asked what was next. The subordinate replied that tomorrow was still to go to the sun camp for vagrants. After that, the door closed in front of their faces. The man just ignored them. I guess that happens too. Winchin asked Julian if he'd made it to the wall. Julian didn't even realize that the farther he got from the guy, the weaker his abilities got. Winchin asked, and how is it? That the wall. There wasn't a scratch on the wall. Not only was there no guard magic on it, there wasn't even any shield magic on it. What's with the frequent pirate attacks? It's all just lies. Like he said, there's clearly something wrong here. The same goes for people's attitudes. There was an explosion. Sizen was frightened, for he thought he had made the explosion for the pirate. And Equality told him to wake up. Others also began to shout that pirates had appeared. Again it began. The first explosion was followed by other explosions. The protagonist asked Julian if this was really a pirate attack. It just can't be because it's all lies. Besides, there were no pirate ships beyond the wall as far as the horizon. A priest came out to them and told them all to hide in the temple. They all saw his reverence. The people worshipped him. Taking him away, with the help of this, they could survive. Some priest is too calm in this environment. I mean, he said he didn't need security. And it's peaceful and quiet here as well. Rosen must know this attack is a setup. Then the protagonist remembered the words about the sunny hobo camp. Merlin, meanwhile, was standing there thinking about something. He was visited by Vargan, who inquired what he was thinking so hard about. Sir Merlin recovered quickly. Merlin replied that he was thinking pink. He wanted to fulfill his destiny in the tomb of the Holy King. It turned out to be his destiny. But Prince Vincent changed it. Merlin didn't think about the rest of his life after that. He didn't try to figure out what he should do now. Vargan also had a hard time with worrying about his own family. And though he's ashamed to admit it, he was supported by an ordinary child, who didn't even cry and was able to face his true feelings. Marilyn already immediately realized who the child was. It was Prince Winchin. If it was Winchin who changed the course of Merlin's destiny, then maybe he could tell the knight how to proceed. The next day, a sunny camp for hobos. Winchin is blocking the way. This is the property of the Viola family. Entry without permission is forbidden. The main character called himself a cadet of the Purple Fortress. Therefore, they must allow them to enter. You still can't. They can't let in a warrior from another family without proper justification. But here it comes. Vincent's proper basis. The Vidi priest said he didn't need any security, and the protagonist mentioned that they were just following orders. Roseanne demanded that he stop talking nonsense and get out of here. He's so stubborn. Vincent tried to keep his mouth shut so that it wouldn't reflect on Priest Dulan. After which he showed the plaque of a second-grade priest. Let Rosen, who is a third-rank priest, look at it. He immediately knocked the sign out of his hands. I can't believe this man is deaf. Rosen told him to get out of here quickly. He also reacted harshly, that even the church hierarchy didn't stop him. Now the protagonist is definitely sure that something is wrong here. Suddenly they heard another voice. It was an equal who noticed a lot of boxes of all sorts. The others didn't understand where this guy was coming from. They were guarding the entrance. Raven asked, "And what the hell is that?" He was grabbed by the arm by another huge man who told him not to touch that box. Threads appeared around him. It was Sirkon who demanded that he let go of his hand quickly. The protagonist advised the butler not to touch this man, for they would get a lot of flack like this. They are merely escorting the priests and have followed them here, only to see if there's any danger. And if they don't like something, then how will they look at this proposal? What if Comrade Vincina reports right now that he was abused in one of the establishments owned by the Viola family? He started to get nervous as soon as he heard the main character's words, and the priest thought they were scum. However, the man reassured Rosen. They can be here as long as they want. With warriors like these around, the priests shouldn't have to worry about anything at all. This man's name is Edmund, and he runs the place. He's the director of the Sun Camp for vagrants. Afterward, Edmund offered to look around the place. Winchin thanked Edmunds for his assistance. There's nothing wrong with that, after all. It's peaceful and quiet here. Those were the very words he had heard from Rosen. Winchin inquired as to what these crates were. The priest noted that these are magical stones. Later, they will make magic crystals out of them. In return for shelter, local vagrants help them to forge magic stones. And the priests are here to heal the wounded. It's a tough job, so it's not uncommon when there are all kinds of injuries, both big and small. But how can they entrust it to some vagabonds when only wizards can do something like that? Therein lies the whole mystery of the Viola family magic. Edmund doesn't know much about it himself. Saizen wondered if that wasn't then the secret to the wealth not even of the city itself, but of the Viole family. As far as Harmon knew, these kinds of magic stones sold for next to nothing in many places. It's a working ozone. Their job is to do nothing more than help the workers once on their own feet, with all the good treatment they can give them. Whereupon Edmund suggested we go on. Lastly, he showed me the roof. From here, you could see the beautiful sunset behind the walls of Maltia. The guy inquired about the buildings. Is it really some kind of warehouse? Edmund replied that it was a warehouse. That's where all the magic stones are usually stored. But what kind of idiot would think to put a warehouse so far away from here? He's sick of hearing these stories. The priest came in and said that there had been no casualties today, so he had to go. The warden could use a lie down too. It's night. Everyone was asleep. Vincent was the only one awake. After which he activated his specialty. The man asked how many people there were in total. The man replied that there were 10. They must make sure that none of them escaped. But what escape can we talk about if you look at their condition? How can they even ride up the mountains in such a state? Helk, a warrior of the Viola family. He wanted to get this over with quickly, or it would start to get light soon. A man with yellow hair began to ask to be released. He's not some vagrant. The priests brought him here. His daughter is waiting for him at home. She's just a little girl. I wonder if he has a house too. The other prisoners could only watch the beating with horror. Helk demanded to know where he was. They're bringing his daughter here. Doesn't the man want to see her anymore? The rest of us should stop talking nonsense too. Even if they escape, there is no need to worry, for the city is full of such beggars. Who knows? It might turn out to be one of their friends or family. He wanted to go home. Suddenly someone grabbed him by his clothes. The man was then pulled into the bush. No one even noticed it was missing. Here they come. This is where their real work begins. He asked the blond man why he stood up. Let him come in. Or maybe he wanted to get some more. Helk then asked how many there should be. The masked man replied that there were 10. So he decided to do the math. However, there was no 10th person. Helk asked why there were only 9 in place when he said there should be 10. The masked man replied that it just shouldn't be. One bloody scumbag had escaped, so he ordered him to find him quickly. Suddenly the boys heard an apology. He just fell off while he was walking, so he got lost. He had almost caught up with them. In fact, it was Vincent who used the technique to hide his face. She tapped her hand, indicating that it was all a lie, 2 hours before Vincent's plan begins. Anyway, Silvira still doesn't understand how you can work magical stones with a pickaxe. It's just not possible. There must be some mystery hidden in this hobo camp. However, the facilities looked clean, and there didn't seem to be any problems at all. The protagonist began to argue that they just didn't see everything, especially the very warehouse that sits on the side of the mountain. Even with Edmund, there was some kind of problem. For a mere headmaster, his gaze was somehow very sharp, as was the tone with which he spoke to Vincent, and his eyes reminded him of a man who'd had many people die on his conscience, like the mage who had once attacked them. Besides, Vincent doesn't think his mom would have sent him here for nothing. He was determined to solve the mystery of the place. So he announced that he would try to sneak into the camp alone tonight. Raven asked, wondering if they wouldn't suspect anything if he disappeared like that. And there's a solution to that. Butler should know about it by now. The protagonist asked if he could turn into a person smaller than himself. Rosen mentioned that by the grace of God, they had become brothers. These guys can sit here as long as they want. The snotheads just attacked the wrong guy. Raven turned to the man sitting beside him as Vincent asked if everything was okay. He replied that everything was fine. Silvira noticed that Vincent spoke a little like an old man. Like, you have nothing to worry about, or yes, everything is fine. He's gonna get his ass handed to him again because of Prince Vincenz. Meanwhile, the real protagonist was kicked right into the dungeon. Helk complained that he was getting pretty fed up with the man. He thought he'd lost one, and then he showed up again. It looked like he was just trying to get on his nerves. Let her try to make one more move. Julian never thought he would ever end up in prison. The protagonist replied that he would eventually get used to it, and it's really not that critical. A magical seal appeared. Bam, 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 bam. And then a hologram of Asiri appeared there, asking the prince if he was okay. Vincent replied that for starters, he was able to sneak in undetected. Now he needed to gather information. The man kept shouting that he wasn't some tramp, so they should let him out. Maltium, Midway 12, House 3 with a green roof. That's where his daughter is. He asked to be allowed to at least pass her some food. Helk entered the cell and said it was time for lunch. Could it be some kind of cure? Helk grabbed his face and asked why he froze. Let him eat what he's given. Julian was telling the protagonist to at least do something. Let him at least try to free himself, because who knows what it is. They really don't know what it is. But there's the easiest way to figure out what the ingredients are. He should sit this one out himself. Julian thought he was crazy, and Helk ordered the others to be fed too. It was only then that Julian noticed that the skill on the contrary was keeping the drug from dispersing through the body. Plus, if he tries to break this drug down with brain power, you can figure out what it is. Only then did he notice the highly refined mana. But if you feed something like this to ordinary citizens, mana will gradually accumulate in the heart. If it exceeds the limit, it will explode. It's a very dangerous substance, even for modern warriors. What are these scumbags doing here anyway? Kidnapping innocent people and feeding it to them. However, for those who can store mana in the heart, this substance works the opposite way, as only a strengthening agent. A few days later, he had never been in this building before. Helk reported that they had finally arrived. Now each of them must take turns going through this door. Others walked calmly inside, not realizing what was even supposed to happen. Helk didn't understand what else it was, or why it wasn't working with anyone either. It was the next man's turn. As soon as he stepped into the room, and suddenly the space around him changed. A multitude of eyes appeared there. It was as if he had begun to absorb all the black-red mana into his body. He only laughed, saying something to the effect that it was pretty good. At least something should come out of one. The man only repeated the words, Maltius, Midway 12, House 3. Bring food for the daughter. Daddy will be back soon. The protagonist already knew what it was. Memories flashed through his mind, the events of which had happened earlier. It's a right of contract with the devil. However, the protagonist didn't understand at all how such a thing was possible. He wasn't even a warrior. How could they make a pact? After Togo, he remembered how they had been fed some kind of medicine then. Everything must have been done for that. Chains were put on the man. At least one is ready. Mr. Edmund is sure to be pleased. The masked man then began to push the protagonist around, not understanding why he froze. Maybe they'll get lucky the second time around. With that much energy, the guy started getting pushed inside. He found himself in a different space. It's his bad memories again. With them, an evil spirit is trying to get into his heart and dwell there. There appeared images of a father and mother from a past life who were thinking of getting rid of their child. And his father and mother never accepted him, even after he passed away. He was truly sorry, but he wouldn't fall for it again. Then someone shouted his name, Deven. Helk wondered why he'd frozen that. The man didn't understand if the ritual had worked or not. After that, there was an explosion. Blue flames were burning. The locals thought it was another pirate's prank. The priest knew exactly what was there. Did something happen to Prince Vincenz? The building was destroyed. It was like he knew there was something wrong with this scumbag. He was very suspicious. He ordered everyone who could move to catch that skinny idiot now. However, he didn't even have to catch anyone. He decided to attack them himself. Helk had time to react and put his sword out to take that blow. That was the one that caused the explosion. That damn hobo must have lost his fear. His sword was shattered, and after that, the protagonist stripped him of his arm. His disguise began to fall away. As a warrior and a common man, Vincent is disgusted by what they are doing here. He was jumped on by two men who wanted to teach a lesson to the cheeky rash man who dared to attack Mr. Helk. Vincent used an ice walk to do this. In a second, he was gone from their sight, and after that, he was able to deal with them with a single punch. Helk complained that the bleeding kept not stopping. Of course, this sword wasn't endowed with just any power. If he were Helk, the protagonist would have called a priest as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would never be able to use his limb again. He used the crystal, talking about the urgent need for priests as he has serious injuries. This was exactly what he wanted. If the priests came here now, the rest of the soldiers who were responsible for their safety would have to follow. Afterward, Vincent suggested that Julian uncover their conspiracy. He broke into the fortress. The others realized it was an invasion, however, here was only a common little guy. A lot of people started rushing to the scene to kill Vincent. I'm not supposed to let him into the workroom. Absolute cut. An alternative form. Chapter 1. Dwarf King. After that, there was another explosion, to which the others took notice. This time he used a giant discharge. Because of his peculiarity, he amazed all the other people. There didn't seem to be anyone else. However, the guy had spent a lot more mana than he had bargained for. Now we need to find proof. The sword flew right next to his face. There's a new adversary out there. Looks like the little master was too greedy. Julian was attracted to this Pagliacci costume with a funny mask, and Winchin noticed that it was the 7-star warrior of the Viola family, Harlequin Lensothor. He was very curious to see what dance skills the ugly Prince Adenka would show them. It turns out that this 7-star Lensothor warrior is in the top 5 strongest warriors in the Viola family. He hopes this guy should realize how much stronger he is. Lensothor doesn't look like them at all. Take the 7-star Raelsa, for example, or Sirkon the butler. If you take them all together, he's much weaker than them. The Harlequin Lensothor had better believe that Vincent has seen strong warriors, and this man has a long way to go. And he wondered if he'd be able to continue this nonsense if he had a hole in his body. He threw his balls right where Vincent was. Harlequin laughed, because he thought that guy probably didn't expect that. Let him remember the fact that no matter how strong Vincent was, he could not be defeated. However, the main character was already standing behind him, saying that he was even scarier up close. He thought it was simply impossible. Harlequin wondered then who he had just charged at. I mean, he's already told me. Harlequin is still a long way from the 7-star warriors the protagonist knows. Only then did the man realize there were 2 of them. But how is that even possible? At that moment, his head was severed with strings. Sirkon assumed his guise and wondered if this was all his plan. The timing of Sirkon's appearance, so also the appearance of this clown. It just all came together suspiciously well. In fact, Vincent was just expecting them to do something, since he had shown his skills at the camp. Besides, he also had faith in Raven, who would not tolerate injustice. Raven asked where the scoundrels were. They are clearly not here, so we need to go lower. Raven asked why they were standing up then. We need to move now. Looks like he's going to get hit again. In that case, they need to go. It's time to finally find out what they're hiding in the shadows of Maltius. It turns out the only ones left inside are these poor souls. And Winchin asked Grandpa if he was okay. Grandpa thanked them. Apparently, this is where the real magic stones are smelted. He wanted to ask his grandfather what exactly had happened. The old man said they were captured by this priest named Rozan and forced them to cleanse the magic stones. And those who had even the slightest predisposition for mana were forced to go through the door and make contracts with the evil. Most of them were severely weakened and eventually died after being taken advantage of by those demons. But there were also the lucky ones, like them, who were forced to smelt stones. It's hard to imagine better how many people died in all that time. To believe that the temple and family, who are supposed to protect the weak, were actually kicking something like this out. Where is all the justice of this generation anyway? Sirkoni inquired about the work itself. The man pointed to the balloon and said that they had used it. It is a special machine for refining stones that work through black magic. It can be used to create a magic stone so that it can store mana just right. At that moment, the protagonist touched the Togo ball. Julian didn't understand at all what the old man was doing. Winchin swallowed that medicine just like they did. and walked through the door, which means he can do the same thing they did. After which, he already had a magic stone in his hands. Vincent asked if it could hold information about the place. Julian replied that of course, and that would also be strong evidence. After which, with the help of the magic stone, he began to gather information from this place. Rozan treated the man, talking about how he was too pathetic. Did he really mean that some kid was able to straighten them out like that so easily? Helk replied that he was sorry. Afterward, Vincent, Raven, and Serkan came to the priest. The priest just wanted to start yelling at them again. However, he was immediately silenced by the main character when he slapped him on the cheek. Somehow he's too unscrupulous for someone who's lining his pockets at the expense of innocent lives. As of this moment, this establishment is closed, and they go to the Tower of Judgment, Jaramil, for sentencing. He didn't want to upset them, however. It wasn't that simple. The color of the sky began to change, and you could also smell the smell of rot. Edmund's plan is just beginning. Something happened that even the guy didn't expect. He decided to take off his nasty shell. After which, this unfamiliar man decided to introduce himself again. This is the real Edmund. He is also the creator of Rank 1 Nightmares. Vincent asked Julian if he knew anything about it. But this was the first time even Julian had heard such a thing. It seemed to be some kind of secret clan, but in the event that he suddenly found out about everything that happened here, he would 100% want to kill everyone here. The priests and Helk asked Edmunds for help. If they want help, he'll give it to them. He summoned a huge snake. Edmund gave thanks for all that Rosen and Helk had done. The protagonist asked the creator of Nightmares what he was trying to accomplish. He doesn't even know. You could say they are a special organization that dreams of a better world. Undead began to emerge from the ground. Could it be all the residents who have died here in all this time? Edmund proposed to the king of assassins and the heirs of a famous family to become powerful puppets, after which the undead rushed to attack. With a single swing of his sword, the protagonist was able to deal with several. It seemed to Raven that there were too many of them here. Looks like I'm gonna need my little sister's help. They felt the familiar mana. Mr. Vargog kept asking her to check on things here, so she came here. But they must be in a state of emergency, Helga asked, wondering if his dead guy friends were over. It just can't be. Suddenly, Helga heard the screams of people who decided to run away from this place. It was only natural, for the building was beginning to collapse. They had to run faster if they wanted to live. Had she really forgotten that he had one more in reserve, and the names of the corpse of the 7-star warrior? And the butler noticed from the mask that it was the same Lenzothor buffoon. Helga stated that there was nothing to fear here. All the undead will die, especially if you get rid of the necromancer. Helga's whip bound Edmund, but he only smiled. Julian stated that he is a leech, and Helga wanted to tear him apart. Vincent shouted to the commander for her to stop, for there was a lich in front of her. A lich is an undead that cannot die until its core is destroyed. There's no point in even trying to attack it because it won't help. But its sphere of influence will only expand. There was already an enemy behind them preparing to attack them, after which he struck where they were standing. The butler backed up his master. Fortunately, Helga and Vincent were fine. However, it was a powerful blow. Helga asked the boys if everyone was okay. Edmund was glad to have another addition to his collection. He even gave thanks for it in advance. They would become part of his precious army of nightmares. After which they were attacked by a snake, a warrior brought back to life by a powerful necromancer. Serkan was told he could become many times stronger than his old self. Turns out they weren't lying. She remembered what they said about them being a 7-star warrior. It was all a hoax. He mentioned for Helga that wherever he was, his duty to the Valthican family was to protect his master's children. If he has the ability to ensure Prince Raven's safety, he will put that above all else. This jerk is almost saying he wants to run away from here with his master. In that case, Helga asked him to take care of Vincennes as well. The protagonist must leave together with Ramen. However, Vincent wasn't going to run anywhere. They would deal with the bastard. Helga said that from now on he would be the second Vargon. The boy asked what that meant. This guy is just like Vargon. He also smiles sinisterly when he has a plan. It looks really weird from the outside. I mean, he probably already has a plan to defeat the bastard. Edmund decided to attack because he thought they had been talking for too long. As a soldier, he accomplished absolutely everything he was supposed to hear. It's going to be different from now on. The protagonist advised him to memorize it well. Against him is Winchin Adenka, the 7th prince of Adenka. With his bare hand, Edmund was able to block this sword strike, and wondered if this idiot really thought he had the strength to win. That's why he won't fight him. Vincent was supported by Serkan, as well as Helga, after which they jumped on. Edmund didn't understand how those bastards even dared to tie him up. At that moment, he was attacked by an equality who made a lightning strike. Thanks to this, Edmund was knocked right back to the ground. Raven cheered and asked how he felt about such a blow. However, Sir Khan mentioned for his master that this was not the end. I guess that means they are all his opponents. 2 7-star warriors of some sort and the heir to Valthican. These forces were enough to bind his legs. But they must be crazy to go against Edmund. Helga wasn't entirely sure, of course. But since he said he'd be fine, she'd have to trust it. There's something that makes you believe in young Mr. Vincent's words. If Vincent said that everything would go well, then so be it. Edmund stated that they are trying and believing for nothing. The Vincent Adenka they have so much faith in must be lying dead by now. The protagonist asked Julian how much more he had left. Everything is going according to plan. But he needs a little more time. A huge hand appeared from behind Vincent. That blow hurt him. Whereupon this clown started laughing. It seemed to him that even his head lived separately on its own. He released a multitude of swords. It's not over yet. We need to buy some more time for Julian. Vincent stated that he would tear him apart. The boy engaged the double cut of the great sword. But only then did he notice that there wasn't even a scratch on that monster. After that, the clown threw the guy off his body. It's too bad he still can't catch the balance. At this rate, it will soon really be the end. There was an explosion. Raven immediately turned his attention to where Vincent should have been. However, he immediately changed his mind, for they had put their trust in him. Raven was sure he could handle it. Now he must concentrate on his opponent. Edmund wanted the little guy to come over here. Raven called him a stinking undead and said he was on his way. Meanwhile, the clown's head joined his body, calling this prince pathetic. He kept laughing. However, Vincent was still firmly on his feet. The clown wanted this guy to finally come over here. And at that moment, his arm was cut off. It finally happened. Julian was able to transfer some of his divine power to him. Adenka family chain technique. Chains of divine power. The chain is one of the key sword-wielding techniques of the Adenka family. It is also the sword used by Merlin. Adenka swords are divided into several types. There are 7 in total. Righteous, heavy, fast, circular, explosive, piercing, and chain. The chain sword is not as colorful or distinctive as the others. However, one who wields it can easily channel his energy directly into the sword itself. With Winchen's ability to overlay different skills, it's just the perfect sword technique. As he gains new powers, he will grow stronger each time. This technique really is perfect for him, as if Arslan himself had left it for the protagonist. But he couldn't understand how a warrior could have divine power. It simply could not be. Let him consider it an honor, for he will be illuminated by the power of the Holy King. Teacher Merlin Paleco's sword-wielding technique, climbing the Great Wall. But now, he's using divine power through the chain. Ascension of divine power. The clown didn't understand at all where he got this kind of power from. That was the end of him. After that, the body fell to the ground, and before that, there was a bright flash of light. Raven noticed that the energy of not living was gone. Now Sir Khan is even beginning to fear Prince Vincent. I thought Helga said he looked like the second Vargon. Meanwhile, Edmund, he didn't realize what had just happened. Could that brat really have defeated him? The main character appeared behind them, saying that Edmund's vanity was over. So he advised him to turn himself in nicely. Those arrogant idiots from Adenka who were always bragging about themselves. He'd spent 20 years coming up with a plan to get rid of them. But his entire plan to destroy Adenka was shattered in splinters, because of the one he himself had long despised. It's really unforgivable. The whole of Maltius was beginning to get the squeeze. It's a revenue stream that belongs entirely to him alone. Instead of letting his plans crumble, he'll just destroy everything around him along with them. Some stranger called him a fool. He knew that voice damn well. As soon as the plans went awry, he started doing something unimaginable. It seems the title of strategist was unnecessary for him. What a fool Edmund is. Edmund didn't understand why he was here. His whole body was shaking. Helga didn't realize who he was, or when he had just had time to show up. Juliana told the old man to look at what was in his hand. He had a lich core in his hand. I wonder if that core belongs to Edmund. Edmund tried to stop him, saying that nothing was finished yet. Everything was just ahead of him. He asked for another chance. However, the unidentified man told him to just shut up, after which the core was destroyed. Even though everything was already decided, he was still trying to stop it somehow. It's a nightmare. He didn't want this to happen. Edmund didn't want to die. Raven was struck by this sight as his body exploded into small shards. Helga turned to him as Vargon II and asked what he thought was going on right now. Looks like Edmund was just a pawn that was simply taken advantage of and disposed of at the last moment. Sirkon inquired as to why he was here. The unknown man was happy to see Sirkon's butler. Raven wondered if the butler knew him. His answer was obvious. It's Daimar Halam. the next head of the Halen family. Daimar also stopped by to say hello to his nephew. Guards surrounded them. Still, for a meeting of nephews and uncles, Daimar had brought too large an army with him. Julian noticed that these men are soldiers of the Halam family. This is Viola family territory, so it's unclear how they were able to get here so quickly. He recalled Silvira's words that though he bordered the Halam family, they had no conflicts at all. That being said, there was no record of Maltius ever paying tribute, and also Versa's words that she was too old to do something like that. Besides, there were a lot more responsibilities. At some point, she found an easy way to get what she wanted quickly. However, she supports Vincent for his correctness. Halam was behind it all. Looks like he finally figured it out. Mom wanted this, to bring all the darkness of the family into the world. If the nephew has already figured it out, shouldn't he back off? What Vincent saw here was a father with a 2-year-old daughter. And Daimar probably doesn't know what happened to him. He was brought here and sacrificed for nothing. And does Daimar really mean for the protagonist to just give up after everything he's seen? Daimar didn't want to discuss with him what was bad and what was good. Let him forget everything that happened today. And then no one will get hurt, Raven asked, wondering if he was threatening them. As a cadet, Winshin did absolutely everything he was supposed to do. And now being Winshin Adenka, he is something else. The man asked what else he was up to. He's her son, too. 2 piercing pairs of eyes appeared. Isn't that what Mom thinks? All the knights tensed up as soon as they saw Versa Halam, or the giantess Versa. Damore certainly hadn't expected to see his sister here in Maltia. She was pleased that Vincent had noticed she was here too after all. He realized it when Sir Daimar showed up. Mama wants to change the current state of affairs in the Halam family, doesn't she? He stated that sister would be making a big mistake if she tried to stop him. Didn't they know that magic stones aren't created so quickly, and that this would be a new power for Halam? The Halam family are warriors too. Is he really trying to justify the power gained by killing civilians? It's all Edmund's fault. But since he's dead now, it's not worth worrying about anymore. She realizes that it's been a long time since they've seen each other. But has he really forgotten about his sister's peculiarity? How dare Daimar stand there and lie right in front of her? It was a terrifying pressure. And there's that look again. A look as if despising everything about him. Those eyes full of killing intent. She's always one step ahead of him. And Daimar was getting damn tired of that look. His arm was cut off in the same instant he attacked his sister. And Khan did it. It was a devastating blow. Daimar admitted his guilt. I guess he was a little overzealous. His sister was already standing in front of him along with Khan. With just one sword stroke, the once dark sky was clear again. He is a descendant of the Arslan family and father of Vincent Adenka. Khan Adenka, the living embodiment of all of Adenk's fighting prowess. Khan asked his lady what he should do. Daimar, her silly little baby brother. It pained her to see him like this. Versa is here to right the wrongs of the Halam family, so Damore Halam is going to have to pay for everything he's done here. The priests of Gaia also arrived, accompanied with the Dark Knights of Adenka. Damore wondered if she'd planned it all out from the beginning. All she wants is to get the Halam family on the right track. The man asked if she didn't feel sorry for their father at all. It was difficult for her too. However, Versa replied that her father should also pay for many things. Khan began to worry about Versa. However, the woman replied that everything was fine. It's late, but it looks like it's finally time to do what she's wanted to do for so long. She also ordered the capture of the Halam family warriors. The head of the family and Lady Versa are here now, so resistance is pointless. And Dulan has declared that the local Gaia temple is henceforth closed. They must not count on escape. They will have to actively cooperate with the Jermil court, especially if they don't want any leniency. After which, the priest noticed Prince Winshin. Dulan began to worry as the prince once again found himself at the center of a mess. That was just the way it was. The protagonist asked the principal what's up with his promotion. Helga doesn't dispute that he played a huge role in all of this, but only as Adenka's successor. His assignment was to protect Gaia's priests at all costs, and now that they were injured, there might be problems with the advancement. However, Dulan replied that there was no need to worry about that. He addressed the dear priests of Malta. Dulan inquired about their escort from Prince Vincent. He hoped they had been pleased with everything. If things keep going this way, they'll end up in jail with the Viola family. At worst, they'll just get rid of them. The priest stated that they were completely satisfied. This wasn't the fighting prowess of some rookie there at all. A warrior with 8 stars so definitely. And even higher still. Dulan noticed that they were very pleased with the escort from Prince Winshin. They even gave it all 10 points out of 10. In that case, even their strict Dean Vargon would be able to approve it. Vinchin Adenka successfully passed the exam to advance to the 8th rank. Usually there are some speeches at the promotion ceremony, but it's all very long and boring, so she decided to skip that part. Helga congratulated the protagonist, for henceforth he had become an 8th-ranked cadet. Raven congratulated Winchin as well. Versa suggested that the Lord leave. Khan agreed, and the Dark Knight noticed that Sir Daimar was walking too fast. Daimar now realized that from the moment she had sent Winchin to Maltius, that was when the plan had begun. If Versa had come to observe everything in person, then he would have hidden everything more thoroughly. If he knew she was coming in person, he would have stashed all the evidence beforehand. But no, she decided to send Vincennes instead. Did she really think everything would go according to her plan right up until the very end? He immediately recoiled from the knights, let Versa watch closely, specifically on how her plan would fail. He was already too close to Vincent. Helga began to curse herself for relaxing. Serkan was also running out of time, Daimar one step ahead. Prince Vincennes is in danger. The man believed this was his big chance. Everyone must have relaxed after the arrival of the great Khan, Daimar asked, watching the end of all her carefully laid plans. Helga and Serkan tried to at least have time to thwart the man's scheme. It would seem that it was already too late. Fortunately, however, it was Versa who came to her son's defense. At that moment he realized that with that sister knew everything. Versa hoped to the last that he wouldn't, whereupon the man's body fell right in front of Versa's eyes. Helga was a little shocked at what was happening. That's pretty ruthless, taking your own little brother's head off. Winchin didn't even have time to react, and she was on her way. There was a reason she'd been made great, but there was something that didn't hide from his gaze either. His mom's hands were shaking. Winchin held a magic gem in his hand that was created with his life force. It's a kind of evidence that preserves all these atrocities they committed here. One less problem now, so she thanked him. With this magic pebble you can do anything, but it wasn't. The main character asked to imagine that it was his gift for his mom. She hadn't expected to receive a gift at all in a situation like this. Winchin knew it wouldn't compare to losing his mom, but he still wanted to give her something. If he's surprised that he's so comforting to her, he's trying. His mom is actually nicknamed the Great One. However, the protagonist asked to see her hands shaking. Those same great warriors certainly wouldn't react like that. Mom's too fragile for that. She felt so warm in her heart. The night of the same day, the Viola family estate. Khan impaled the captain of the knights. The other knights were also shocked that he got away from him so easily. Evidence has come to light that the head of the Viola family is involved in all the atrocities that have been going on in Malta. Thereupon, Kana took off his cloak. He advised them that they had better not stand in his way. However, the knights were not going to give up so easily. They rushed into battle. With deft movements, Khan was able to deal with all the attackers. But the knights never ran out. They kept attacking. The head of the Adenki family did his job with precision. After the bloody event that he made with his own hands, he went on. After that, he entered the huge hall, saying that all the evidence had been transferred to the Jeremial Court Tower. In front of him was the head of the Viola family. This man, too, awaited instant execution. But Khan decided to mercifully give him a chance, let him pay for his sins by committing suicide. However, the head of the family ordered the man to be finished off. Behind him, the assassin was already looking to finish his business. However, Khan didn't even have a problem not turning towards his opponent, but cutting him in two immediately. Surprisingly, his sword was clean, no blood. Khan stated that he made his own choice. Let him reap the rewards of his labors. After that, he attacked the man. Time Mom put 2 sugar cubes in the tea. Versa asked Vincent if that much sugar would be enough. The protagonist replied that yes, and thanked his mother for it. She apologized, for she thought he probably wanted to ride back with his companions. Vincent replied that there was nothing wrong with that, because it was the right thing to do. She remembered him saying that then. Watching him fight for his ideals made her realize a lot of things too. Versa thanked Vincent. Thanks to this guy, she had the determination to face what she thought was right again. And the protagonist replied that he had nothing to do with it. Mom did it all herself. Vincent wondered if she was all right. She would be labeled a traitor by the Halem family. She was pleased that he still dared to worry about her. It was not he who had blown up the factory with the magic stones. Vincent didn't even know what he should say to that. And Julian remembered that they were the ones to worry about. But even with that, he's so much like his mother. Vincent can consider it her reward. But she has something to tell him. About his mother, Sarvana Heasley, and of the fruit of heaven. Vincent wondered if his mom and the celestial fetus were somehow related. Sarvana was chosen by the heavenly tree and took the fruit for herself. It's a bit of a long story, and it was a long time ago. Khan was then a distinguished cadet of the 1st rank, who was due to graduate from the fortress very soon. There was one ritual to be performed. Then Versa and Sarvana came to help him with his mission. It was necessary to kill a monster that lived near the Nile Falls, not far from the Purple Fortress. Sarvana was incredibly beautiful and very strong. She was as good as Khan himself with her skills. Sarvana was disgusted by the fact that she had been grabbed by such a nasty thing, after which the monster prepared to eat her. One moment she was yelling about nasty things, and then her face changed, telling him that this was exactly what he expected to hear. Versa threw a punch, after which it was the turn for Khan. Sarvana rejoiced, for it was just a wonderful attack. Mission accomplished, and Versa replied that it was not yet. They would finish when they returned with the pearl. Khan took the pearl. Versa didn't understand why the hell they needed that pearl in the first place. That stuff stunk too bad. Khan doesn't know. Hunting these waterfall clams is kind of a tradition. It goes back to Arslan's time. There's something else strange. This whole outing is certainly an adventure, but a cadet of the first rank can handle it with ease. And this waterfall, it's so cold out here. How can water even flow in this weather? Where the river starts. Sarvana was always bright and painfully cheerful. But she was also very curious and noticed things that others could not. What if this whole mission actually has a very different purpose? Khan asked, wondering what this was all about. Maybe the founder Arslan himself had something in store for them. For example, there may be something hidden inside the waterfall. Khan asked, and how she suggests them to explore this waterfall. Let him just look at that strong current. Sarvana replied that everything has a solution. These two called the Sarvana crazy. They won't be able to stop her. If they go around the wall, they can see what's inside. There's definitely something in there. Her gut never deceived her. They'll thank her later. Suddenly the girl began to fall. Versa tried to stop him, for it was dangerous. But then she rushed after Khan, after which the three fell into the water. Sarvana had already woken up in a cave. So this cave was behind the waterfall. She rejoiced, for her guess was true. Suddenly she was grabbed by the ear by Versa, who asked if she wanted another smack on the head. They almost all died. Is it so hard to be a little more careful? Sarvana apologized. She seems to be unharmed even after being pulled in by such a strong current. It's a miracle she survived. However, this is no miracle. He was the one who saved her. Was there really a person there? It was this creature that they called the Tree of Heaven. And he himself actually looked like a dragon. The dragon inquired, and which of the three men was the one who could see the truth? Could it be that he is now talking about that prophecy that was passed down to the Adank family? He asked me not to say they knew nothing at all. How unlucky for them. In that case, there's nothing he can do. He'll have to kill them. If he hits them with this attack, they will definitely be finished. How did a dragon end up in the Purple Fortress in the first place? But that's not important right now. First of all, they must survive. Sarvana shouted that they should run. However, the dragon wasn't going to let them off that easily. The waterfall got even stronger. Now they have nowhere to run. These human kids should just accept their deaths. Vincent was surprised that there was a dragon there, and asked if he meant to say that such a creature existed in this world. Versa asked, and what was so amazing about it? Isn't it the dragon bone that holds onto his purple lotus? Only his father and Raelsa knew about it. Vincent wondered what else Julian could have expected. One didn't even have to try to hide something from the mistress of the Adank family, the protagonist asked, and how on earth they managed to survive. In fact, Versa wanted someone to tell her that too. Sarvana alone seems to know how. Now they had nowhere to run. Human kids should just accept their deaths. It looks like they have no other choice at all, so they'll have to fight. The three of them advanced to attack the dragon. Sarvana and Versa were the first to strike from different sides. Following behind them was Khan. He used the God Kick, a dance of swords. However, the dragon managed to reflect that punch into the wall. That's pretty impressive. It was actually the strongest sword technique of the Adenka family. But how could he manage it so easily? Anyway, everyone has a limit, and so do people. Versa felt him squeezing her body. Could this be Mana? I couldn't even breathe. Because of Versa, and Sarvana fell to their knees. The dragon noticed that this man was not as simple as he seemed at first glance. The dragon's power didn't work on him. This guy's strong. It's a shame to kill him. Who knows? Maybe the child will become a great warrior in the future. However, Khan was unwilling to give him even the opportunity to kill them. Suddenly, a seal appeared in front of him. He didn't even have time to throw a punch. The dragon's shell began to dissipate. The mana-wielding abilities of humans they use, they only mimic the dragon's. As powerless a warrior as he was, it was too early for him to try to compete with her. She was sorry, but it looked like it was time to say goodbye. There was an explosion. In front of Khan was Sarvana. The dragon didn't understand at all, and how she was able to get rid of her magic. But now she realized what was wrong with this little girl. The dragon guessed she was the same Heasley. Sarvana asked how she knew her last name. It's not that hard. Versa was watching it too. At that moment she began to lose awareness. And the dragon replied that the Heasley family had been chosen by her. That was all Versa knew. When she came to her senses, they were already outside the waterfall, and in Sarvana's hands lay the heavenly fruit. So this heavenly fruit really did exist. It seemed to be the one that founder Arslan had left for the Crimson Fortress. However, after that, Sarvana became weaker and weaker. Her once powerful strength had disappeared in just a few years, and in recent years, it had become quite difficult for her. It was hard for Julian to hear such news about his mom, even though he knew it. But even in this condition, Sarvana did not eat the fruit. She wanted Khan to eat it. However, this power came at the cost of the Sarvana's health. So Khan too could not accept it so easily. Vincent's mother was not a simple woman, but the love of his life. And after decades now of struggle, Sarvana left them. At her will, Khan did eat the fruit, and she stayed in his heart forever. Still as beautiful as she was then. Many emotions can be felt on the mother's face: envy, longing, and pity. Vincent wondered what his mom was like for Versa. Versa respected her and envied her at the same time. Sarvana tried to calm Versa down by saying that everything was fine. She's not some toy. Sarvana just silently comforted Versa with a hug while she cried. Versa asked if Vincent could do one more thing for his mother. The boy inquired as to what it was all about. The woman wanted him to destroy her family, the Halam family, the Crimson Fortress, Nile Falls. Now the boys saw what this famous waterfall was like, and the current was strong. Afterward, he noticed Vincent take out a purple lotus. The guy engaged his united with all gods absolute cut. Lightning strike. Julian wondered what he was even doing. What would he do if a rock flew now and blocked the passage? But the protagonist didn't even realize what Julian was talking about right now. The waterfall hasn't changed at all. However, they know one thing for sure. They won't get through with simple methods. The dragon that lives inside the waterfall was clearly looking for the one who sees the truth from the Adenka family. There definitely had to be a connection between Arslan and this waterfall. Vincina's real mother used a method quite different from the one Arslan had prepared. When she took out the sacred fruit, she was weakened and died young anyway. Then the key to get into the waterfall is still hidden somewhere. They are obliged to find out what truth lies beyond. Daimar Halam died on the spot. The head of the Viola family was also executed by Khan under the testimony of Jeramiel. Even Vargan admitted that too much had happened. Helga asked what would have happened if she hadn't gone. There would have been trouble, Vargan asked. Then who was it they had whining about not wanting to go anywhere? Helga only laughed and asked if that had ever happened. In the end, everything ended well. Really, it must have been a great tragedy for Versa. They were brother and sister after all. Under these words, he remembered his dead sister. Meanwhile, Dulan ran as hard as he could with the Holy Grail. Further down the road, however, was a dead end. Nelik was there with his subordinates, who asked if it was the right time for him to surrender. Dulan called him a priest, but then Nelik corrected him to his reverend. But that doesn't really matter now. This is what he must do now. First, Dulan would give the Holy Grail to the best priest and leave this world to follow the teachings of the Holy King himself. He grabbed the man by the throat, after which Nelik was preparing to kill him. Suddenly, blue lightning struck all the priests who were behind Nelik. Nelik didn't understand what it was at all. The blade was already under his throat. Looks like he could use a surrender himself if he doesn't want to lose his head. For Merlin will now defend the Holy Grail as the paladin of the priest Dulan A. Another guest arrived at the waterfall and inquired as to why she had been called here. That was Hannah Adenka, the third princess of the Adenka family, a distinguished cadet of the first rank. Hannah guessed that this was also where the castle mission had taken place. She, too, would soon have to defeat the sea mollusks. That's actually true. But for now, Hannah doesn't have enough points to get this assignment. Missions that require first-rank cadets are very rare. The difficulty must be significantly different. Vincent inquired if she wanted to try to do the task with him, a mission that was signed with Mom's name. It's worth a listen to see what it's all about, Hannah asked. And what needs to be done? First of all, Vincenz needs to go to Halem. Now that his uncle's dead, Vincenz probably won't enjoy going there. That's why he needs Hannah. He would like her to join as his chaperone. That way she just might earn some extra points. He wouldn't offer it to her, knowing he'd get nothing in return. So Hannah asked what he wanted. Vincent replied that he wanted a portrait. He remembered the very time he had studied with Julian and when he had seen his portrait. Hannah drew it. Doesn't she think the previous drawings are too old? The blade was immediately near his throat. She used the feature of the crazy Machilean sculptor. Hannah asked if he was joking. But he was actually more than serious. It's a very valuable memory to him. However, even Julian doesn't think it's that valuable, which is what this guy's even doing. It was impossible for a painting that had been kept for so many years to remain the same. Did Julian think the protagonist didn't know that he had preserved it with special magic? Plus, he's changed quite a bit, too. Wouldn't she be able to paint another portrait for him? Hannah put the blade away, speaking of letting her come when she changed terms. Then she'll think about whether or not to accept it. Crimson blood dripped into his glass, so Damar's dead. He seems very upset about it, and the man only hoped he had gotten rid of anything that might suggest he was involved in the case. The butler asked what he meant. Hasn't he heard more than once Gafonso Halem, head of the Halem family? The butler mentioned that of course he had heard. All of this is just pure arbitrariness of Lord Daimar himself. They handled it in a way that minimized the damage to the Halem family in every way possible. Versa had always questioned his methods. Even when Garbos showed his teeth, she wasn't the least bit surprised. In that case, he'll play with Versa, and now Vincennes. They have one more secret weapon left. Yongan blood. He's looking forward to the moment when Versa gets here, straight into his father's arms, and also Winshin into the arms of his grandfather. It's happening again. Just like that time, Vincent versus Kagan. After some battle, they decided to increase the distance between them. Julian was watching the whole thing. What happened in the first place? Vincennes is definitely finished this time. Let him attack. Another participant intervened in their fight. It was at the moment when the two men decided to cross blades. That was quite a blow. Raven stood between them and wondered if they had missed him at all. Kagan told Valtican to mind his own business. Raven mentioned that he was actually the one who was going to defeat Vincennes himself. Then you have to deal with him first. Raven would just as soon want to compete with Kagan as well. Vincent tried to stop them and asked if it mattered now. Had they forgotten why they had come here? How in the world did things get this way in the first place? Valkia Samion was, of course, present, just like Winshin's father, and also Raven's father. Versa mentally pleaded with Vincent to hurry up. If he's late, their plan will end in failure. 2 weeks ago, the Crimson Fortress. Helga was fine with the two of them riding together, and Hannah didn't expect her to agree so easily. Helga asked, wondering if she hadn't heard. The two of them would leave for Halem tomorrow. However, Hannah stated that her sword was not meant to guard anyone at all. There are more suitable cadets of the first rank. Helga touched her shoulder, telling her not to piss her off. She really didn't like that. Hannah should know how Helga would feel if they bloody Adenkas got out of this fortress for a day, but Hannah still wasn't sure. Helga replied that she didn't know anything. It was an order, not a request, so no refusals. Eventually, all of these things happened, and as far as he knows, his dear sister doesn't want to be in debt at all. That way she'll be closer to the assignment, and he'll get the portrait. I can't believe he planned this too. What a rascal. Hannah agreed to paint him this portrait. Vinchin mentioned that she had promised to do it herself. Helga hoped that this time everything would be without incident. However, in reality, even the protagonist wasn't very confident about it. In that case, they would just hope for the best. He must remember that this is a dangerous mission. And Vincent told Vargon not to worry. Even Halem can't hurt him. Besides, it's not just anyone going with him, but his little sister, who is a first-class cadet, and also Siri. She's an outstanding elementalist. Wilson asked the young master how he was doing. Winshin had almost forgotten about him. Winshin's friends also fled to him. It was a good thing they weren't late. The boy wondered what they were doing here so early. Only then did he notice that the boys had given him a low bow to absolute glory. Selvira told the boy to be careful out there. Raven asked the protagonist not to forget that he himself had promised that as soon as he returned to the mission, he would spar. Season and Harmon thanked Winshin, for because of him they were able to accomplish more. The protagonist also gave a low bow to absolute glory. He asked to wait for him. Hannah reported that it was time to depart. Vargan reported that it was not a good time to interrupt them. Helga wondered if she was sure she was all right. After all, she hadn't been so abrupt before. Hannah replied that emotions only distracted from the task at hand. As an Adenka warrior, you always have to give up something. After which they hit the road. The boys wished them a good journey. Vargon asked if the two of them were sure they could handle it. Helga wondered what was wrong. Whether the Hannah is in order. At one point she became very cold, taking control of all her emotions, caring only about completing the task. To put it bluntly, she's like a sculpture. He doesn't even know if it's a good idea to leave them alone together for long. They're brother and sister after all. They'll remember how they behaved when they were kids, and time will fly by. The weapon was right next to his face. Hannah wondered if he really wanted them to finish each other off. After which she put that weapon away. Vincent wondered what she was doing. Julian was also creeped out by Sister Hannah's actions. The girl only remained silent. Vincent didn't understand what she was even doing. But it wasn't really what they first thought. It seemed they had enough trouble with martial techniques in Adenk, but it was hard to keep up with themselves. Hannah advised him to try to keep his hair clean at least once in a while, and after that, she was busy with the portrait, and now it's finally ready. The portrait was drawn exactly as the protagonist posed. Hannah handed him the long-awaited portrait and asked if he was now satisfied. Vincent thanked her. He wondered and wondered how she had ever managed to paint such a detailed and stunning portrait in a shaking carriage. Julian recognized that her drawing skills were amazing, and they say she had a gift as a child. Now they're even. And Hannah owed him nothing. Vincent replied that he would cherish the portrait. The protagonist asked why, with such talent, she refused to continue painting. Julian thought she had just given up. He must know what it's like to be named after a famous family. A lot of things have been decided for her. Perhaps becoming an artist turned out to be something of a luxury for her, but they don't have to, because everyone has to become a warrior too. So there's no particular reason to deny your dreams. If Hannah was missing something just because of her own last name, he wanted to give it to her. A multitude of locals demanded the expulsion of Gafonso Halem. These turnips were feeding to quell the protest. They were not to let them get into Durson. The residents wanted to free Halem from the tyrant. If that's what it is, it's Hylem. Were not Halem called those rich lands that prosper by trade? But such lands are only for those who own it. And so, there is currently a civil war going on in Halem. A cruel tyranny reigned in Halem, causing the rulers to lose the support of the people. To overthrow the current head of the family, they organized a so-called Civil Revolutionary Association, and actively organized protests with guerrilla movements. Those who wanted to escape it all hid in the central city in Durson. Julian had heard about it, of course, but he hadn't realized it was that serious. It felt like it had all started recently. More recently, a leader of the revolutionary movement was executed, which has caused even more anger from citizens. They'd better be in Durson too, and as soon as possible so they don't run into the revolutionaries. She knows a shortcut. Wilson. Well, it seemed a lot more dangerous here than in Malta. Even the prince had his hair cut short. Though it seems Princess Hannah is well aware of the situation here. Maybe she's been here before. Hannah tried to think of what to say to that. They were approached by knights who asked who they were. Vincent learned that this armor belonged to the Knights of Hale. The knights had never seen such garments, so they wanted to catch them. The protagonist ducked and tried to explain that they came in peace. But since the knights noticed that the guy had a sword, they thought all these people were partisans. Looks like it's too late to address the issue with words. Looks like we'll have to deal with the issue on our own. After which, he attacked the knight. Others couldn't figure out what it was. At the same time, Vincent beat up some more knights. Another knight attacked him from above. It was a powerful blow. Wilson and Sari started to worry about the prince. Hannah stopped them, telling them not to fall for it. Vincent is safe. After that, he jumped at the knight. His body felt so light. Those mana pills he had taken at the camp and the Reincarnation reception fully supported his body. The new knights have arrived. Plus, there were too many of them. And they noticed that these guys had defeated the Hylem soldiers. And they need to call in more troops. Now they're trapped. There were too many knights. It looks like it's never going to end. What are they supposed to do now? It looks like they have nothing left. She showed a blue gemstone medal from Halem. The knights learned that it was the medal of the highest military position. Hannah Adenka gave her name and also mentioned that she was from the Purple Fortress. She needs to get into the Durson. Hearing this name, the knight and realized that she is the granddaughter of the head of the family. Whereupon the knights began to retreat, for she is the benefactress of Halem. Vincent didn't understand what had prevented him from waving the medal in front of everyone from the start. They fought for nothing. There must be a reason for that. At the same time, the main character wanted to ask about this medal. As there suddenly they spotted a smoke grenade. The guy's arm was grabbed by someone. This stranger wanted to take Winchin somewhere. That's the kind of grenade the guerrillas use. Well, just then, Hannah noticed that the main character had disappeared somewhere. The knights all searched, but there were no tidings from the 7th young lord. She ordered a quicker search for Winchin. They couldn't have gotten far. Hannah hoped it wasn't too late. Sari tried to reassure her mistress, talking about how everything would be okay. However, she thought she had to hurry, for Winchin might be in danger. The revolutionaries must have kidnapped the young gentleman, so it must be ordinary citizens, not some trained soldiers. In fact, they began to act after they learned her name. Now that they knew that Winchin was her relative, they would show extreme hostility towards him. Sari wondered why. In fact, Hannah was the one who arrested the leader of the Revolutionary Association and handed him over to Halem. At the same time, the protagonist was plunked down in a shopping cart. He was caught by a girl who couldn't believe she'd been handled so easily, after which she told the others to depart. The girl asked if he had been able to retrieve the loot. The brown-haired man replied that the war supplies of the Halem soldiers were now in their possession, all thanks to the protesters who had turned their attention to them. They were approaching the mountain tunnel that leads to the Vatican grounds. It must be dark, so they had to be careful. That way they could blend in with the merchants and Halem wouldn't find them. The man inquired who it was. The girl replied that he was Hannah Adenka's younger brother. I mean, he'd probably make a great hostage to negotiate with. However, something was bothering him. Is it exactly normal for them to do such bad things? She asked her uncle to pull himself together. He had barely escaped from Maltia, and now he wanted to live as a slave to Gafonso. The man inquired as to how she had managed to capture a member of Adenka's family. She actually just told him to follow her, and then suddenly attacked him in a smoke screen. It wasn't a big deal. But that's kind of weird. Does she really mean she just did it? At the same moment, the man was attacked by the protagonist. As it turns out, his name is Cal. After that, he started on this girl too. The man asked Haman what she was saying. The ringing of the carriage made it impossible to hear anything. After that, he saw a blade near his face. Vincent's orders were to drive the wagon to its destination, and then he would not touch him. The protagonist must meet the leader of the revolutionaries. The man agreed, but he asked me to put the sword away. He only knows how to drive a carriage. Only then did the protagonist notice that the man seemed familiar to him. I mean, he was in a hobo camp. There was a man standing in front. The two didn't understand at all what the man had forgotten there. The man decided to turn the carriage around, because it was dangerous. But because of this, the carriage was destroyed. Hamona woke up. She was worried about Kalya and Uncle Subin. Men knew he'd run this way. It's a small road occasionally used by some of the townspeople. Halem's soldiers wouldn't have guessed. On his arm was a blue Halem armband. She called him a traitor, and asked if he was going to sell out the innocent citizens of Gafonso. The man wondered if he was talking about himself. She is, after all, a revolutionary, who decided to rebel against Gafonso in Halem territory. He wanted to show a true citizen who humbly abides by the laws. The girl guessed it was a blessing, and he swallowed it. His body began to transform. There was already a huge monster in front of Hamona. With this incredible power, they will definitely be finished. With this power, they'll be able to turn over 1,000 traitors, and if he catches them, he gets even more grace. At that moment, Vincent intervened. The stranger was surprised that he was able to deal with his attack with just one swing. Who was he anyway? You don't want this monster to introduce himself, but in that case, he should be the first to give his name. He only got angry, asking who else he had to introduce himself to. This guy is nothing compared to the power of grace. At that moment, he was crushed by a boulder. Vincent knows that mana is powerless against the dragon's power, so he deliberately started attacking with his sword to destroy the tunnel. Now you're finally putting the puzzle together. The way they were able to put this kind of power into little pills, and the dragon's blood that Tiluan used to attack Winshin. All of this was created in Halem. Otto Halam should expect a lot more than you bargained for. Hamona suddenly attacked him from the back. However, she clearly did not expect resistance. She asked who the hell he was. They caught him on purpose, and now he's trying to be a hero. Still though, either way, he's in cahoots with Hannah Adenka. They're all the same. People like them don't care about anyone else. However, another person came along and stopped Hamona. She's not his equal. Winshin inquired who he was. This is Laurent Halam, the leader of the very same revolutionary association that was recently arrested and executed. The forest on the outskirts of Halem. Could this really be the same Vincent Adenka? Saying he disguised himself as a Kalya, blew up the Viola family's factory, and massacred the priests. However, Hamona didn't understand what was wrong with him. What the leader was even thinking since he had brought him here. Cal asked if she still doubted him. He is actually the hero of Maltia who saved them. His rumors took care of Suben's daughter. Then he shouted the address of the green-roofed house where his daughter was. He begged to at least pass her some food. That time, Winshin ordered Seri to go to one place immediately. Namely, where the man's daughter was. Really raises Haman's wariness, but the man thinks he's really here to help. Even the uncle recognizes that. Perhaps Vincent will show his true colors and give them to them very soon. It turns out, this guy says, that he saved the people of Maltia. However, the protagonist replies that his mother and father took care of everything themselves, and he just started. Survivors of the Togo camp say quite differently. Among them, too, are those who come from Maltia. or are somehow related to it. Laurent wanted to thank Vincennes on their behalf. However, he heard a shout that they should finish him off. It was an old man Baron. The Baron didn't understand how he could have brought Adenka here. Now he knew everything. Does he really propose to get rid of the brave warrior that took down one of the perverts? Laurent reassured Barome, saying that there was no need to worry, as everything would be fine. The old man is extremely wary of outsiders. What the hell happened? Vincent heard that the leader of the Revolutionary Association had been executed. But how come he survived? It's really all about dark magic. Barome is one of those who escaped from that vagabond camp long ago, cleansing its magical stones. He's got a talent for dark magic. Maybe he's heard of reanimating the dead. Bromine used it to create a fake body for Laurent, and then right before the execution, they switched the body. This kind of magic was used by Elder Tillowen. Laurent suggested that we go talk in private, and the old man watched this guy in silence. Laurent knew that his sister had sent Winchin here to level Halem. This is probably her way of trying to punish herself and her whole family for what happened. The protagonist asked Sir Laurent why he had cut his eyes. Laurent asked him head-on why he thought so. Looking at those rough scars, it doesn't look like they were left by some dodgy warrior. Even if he did, there's no indication that he resisted. Whether he did it on his own remains to be seen. He couldn't bear to see what had happened. He couldn't look at the poor citizens who suffered his own family's rest. And he didn't want to see it all with his own eyes anymore. Vinchin thought there was some other reason. The prince is too perceptive for a common warrior. I can see why the sister sent him. He had already seen Grace work. This drug not only gives inhuman powers, but is also addictive. The Halam family used it to divide the citizens. The more some citizens passed on to others and worked for the Halem, the higher their ranking became, and the more favors they earned. They were treated like mercenaries, became dependent on it as more and more citizens left and the front line moved back. He is no longer able to watch what the current Halem is turning into. So until the authorities pay attention to his people, he's not going to look at them anymore. Laurent gave up his eyes to become a symbol that would unite those who remained. The protagonist recognized that this act was admirable. Laurent thanked him for it. Two monsters appeared there and saw that Laurent Halam, it turns out, is indeed alive. The protagonist didn't understand how these devils and traitors were able to find them. But it can't be, because no one else knows how to get here, except for the members of the movement themselves. If they catch Laurent, they can become first-class citizens. Vishen immediately moved forward to attack and told Laurent to hide. He struck out at that monster. That's to be expected. Not even a scratch on him. The terrain is quite flat this time. There are no features to take advantage of, so he wondered what he should do. He asked what this guy was thinking about so much during the fight. Vinchin was thrown backwards. Julian said, looking over there, "The master is in danger. His head will suffice." Vinan managed to push Sir Lorraine away, after which they are overtaken by an attack. Fortunately, the main character was okay, however his arm was injured. Moster noticed he was holding up pretty well too. But how long would it be before he could fight them? Besides, he has no connection to this man whatsoever. If he gives the Lauren to them, they won't hurt him. But he won't. After all, they're not immortal, so there's a chance to defeat them. However, we'll have to fight at the same time, protecting the blind Laurent. In such a situation, it will be very difficult to deal with these two. In that case, this guy's just gonna die with him. Situations couldn't be worse. At that moment, someone intervened in their battle. Those few blows shattered the monsters. There was a lot of blood in front of the protagonist, as well as the remains of a monster. Surprisingly, it was Hannah. She hadn't expected Sir Lauren to be alive at all. Laurent, of course, recognized that voice. It was Hannah. She immediately rushed past the guy. She wouldn't even think that Laurent Halem could continue to live so shamelessly. Vinchin stood in his defense. He tried to stop his sister and asked what she was even doing. Hannah rarely shows her emotions. But what makes her so angry now? At this point, Loren inquired if she was still drawing well. Her sword fell, whereupon Hannah herself fell to her knees. Who cares at all if he can't see what the paintings are anyway? Laurent apologized to her. The subordinates also came running to the leader as they heard the explosion. Hamona asked the leader if he was all right. They also saw one of the Blessed Ones, but it is unclear how she ended up here, and in such a sitting position. Only then did she see that it was Hannah Adenka. Laurent tried to reassure them. He really is all right. Hannah wanted to speak up for his then. However, Hamona punched her in the face. Why the hell did Hannah even come here? She almost got their leader killed. Emotions are not important to a warrior. Just accomplish the tasks at hand, and if you succeed, you will be praised. She had been taught that this was virtue and honor. Then Hamona burst into the building, talking about how they had found them. We have to run. However, she already had Hannah behind her. She attacked the Jamona. Perhaps it was after she gave up on her dream that the rest of her life became unimportant. She turned to the Honorable Sulphur Laurent Halem. Hannah asked if he could come forward as one of the witnesses to the illegal and violent demonstration that took place in the center of the Dersona. Hamona screamed that it was all lies. This girl just wants to take and kill their leader. Hannah claimed that he would only be asked a few questions. After that, he would definitely be released. The girl asked who would even believe that. There was no way they would give up their leader. Another person showed up there and asked who would even try to get rid of him. It was the head of the Halem family. He just came to pick up his son. Gafonso wondered if he should stop resisting. Let him finish everything and go home. Laurent replied that this was not feasible. There's no way they're giving up, and are willing to sacrifice anything for the well-being of all of Halam. Gafonso mentioned that losing his eyes and forcing his own beliefs on people doesn't seem like something right. Perhaps in that case, he would be willing to sacrifice his niece in the name of faith. He taught her how to draw, didn't he? Laurent can only imagine how sad his grandfather will be if this little girl remains as blind as he is. Gafonso really hoped the man knew what he was talking about. Then Sir Laurent obediently followed Gathons. A few days later, it was decided to execute him. The people demanded that Laurent's execution be cancelled, for he was a hero of the people. Fortunately, they switched the bodies in time. With the reanimation of the dead, everything was executed perfectly. They only stayed alive because of Bahram's dark magic skills. The old man said that they must hurry, for they must not be seen by anyone. Laurent agreed and told him to lead the way. Suddenly he heard a vivid cry of protest. It was Hannah. She didn't understand why they were going to execute him. They said they wouldn't kill Laurent. Why they decided to execute her uncle. And at that moment, the execution began. He mentally apologized to his niece. Laura's father's words on before picking him up really did make common sense. Had it not been for the old man Bahram, Laurent would not have escaped execution. Although he is now the leader of the revolutionary movement, he is of no real use after losing his eyesight. To completely disguise his death, Laurent did not inform his niece that he was alive. But it was noticeable that she wasn't all right. That time, Gafonso praised Hannah for a great job. However, the man did not understand why she was so depressed. She had successfully completed the mission. Usually, heroes who punish villains don't look like this at all. A warrior is praised for a task well done. This is called virtue and honor. A warrior doesn't need that emotion. She'll make a great warrior. Laurent asked the protagonist if he was really going to follow his sister's orders and level Halem. That bastard took advantage of Hannah so brazenly. Julien will never forgive him. Winston decided to join Sir Laurent's movement as well. In that case, Laurent asked me to do something else for him. She's meeting Laurent's father, Durson, Halem Manor. The knights immediately demanded that he give his name and follow directions. This is the residence of the Halem family. Vincent Adenka gave his name and also mentioned that he was from the Purple Fortress. He has been given a mission. He has come to see his grandfather, Gafon's Halem. The knight informed him that they would accept him after a little inspection. We'll have to wait a little longer. However, the protagonist only got angry and asked how this ordinary soldier dares to keep him waiting, especially when Vincent is the guest of the head of the family himself. Though for some reason it took a little time, but his visit is made solely with the permission of the head of the Halem family, or whether a soldier considers himself superior to the head of the family. Vincent was sick of hearing all this chatter, so he just wanted to be brought to peace and heads. The knights tried to stop him because he can't just barge in like that. There were already many knights inside. He didn't even realize why there were so many soldiers inside. Besides, they looked too serious. And the protagonist wondered what so many knights were doing here. The subordinate explained that it was all because of Hyde's meeting. This event is named after the flower that represents Halem. At this event, competitions are held between Halem and invited masters. However, due to the revolutionary movements that have arisen, the event may well be disrupted. Fearing this, virtually all troops are constantly on alert. That's why they're hoping for Winston's understanding. He understands now. His grandfather had just decided to put soldiers where they were not needed. If that's how they decided to get away with it, they'd come up with something winning. Even so, what good would it do to place so many soldiers in the headboard of a house near the entrance where guests are usually greeted? It's all a test, to be ready for any danger. A knight arrived who wanted to escort this guy. He hopes they get by without any antics. Does he mean to say that Vincent, who is the Prince of Adenk and a cadet of the Purple Fortress, provides a danger to the head of the family? But that's not what he meant. The boy asked what they were so defensive about. How can they call themselves knights when they can't speak a word or two? Why waste troops to defend yourself against a guest? This knight may be free, for Vincent will reach on his own. However, he was attacked by a knight saying that he could not pass. The protagonist wondered if that was his whole answer. Since they are so eager, perhaps he should become the very danger they are so afraid of. He felt that this energy was too strong for an ordinary boy. So it was all true. And he had indeed been able to free Maltius. The head of the family finally came out and told her to disperse. He was glad to see Winchin. Gafonso then told him to come up and welcomed him to the Halem family. It seems the head of the family got a little excited and asked if Vincent was disgruntled. The boy replied that there were some. Gafonso apologized. He had heard so much about Vincent's amazing abilities that he wanted to see if it was true. Turns out, it wasn't a lie. There is an awesome energy emanating from the head of the family, or to be more precise, sheer malice. It's perfect for a warrior family. Gafonso wanted to look at Vincent. Of course, he would not explicitly say that he wanted to look at his son's executioner. Winchin had the same thoughts. In fact, he came here to overthrow Gafons. Gafonso asked what had brought him here. Vincent replied that it was a secret. He has secrets, even from his grandfather. You have to know the difference between work and personal life. Once again, this guy had him hooked. He was totally right. However, Vincent could tell exactly from whom he received this assignment. It was Mom. Did Versa really think this boy was a real son and decided to introduce him that way? Gafonso heard that he did a great job recently. It seems that he and Versa decided to correct the bad behavior of Gafonso's son. The protagonist replied that he was just lucky. His son, however, is dead. Looks like the conversation has gone the wrong way. But it's too drawling for Gafonso to attack them now. No need to worry, because if it weren't for Vincent, Gafons would have to get rid of him himself. Anyway, Vincent arrived a little later than expected. As it happened, they had hit it off with some members of the revolutionary movement. It turns out those bastards even dared to attack his grandson. But it wasn't like that. Just a little late, and he was fine. Dogs who dare to bite their own master. And it's time to teach them a lesson. Recently, they were able to capture some gorillas. Gafonso chopped off everyone's hands and feet. Now they'll regret for the rest of their lives that they dared to go against a man. Those rats should know their place. Perhaps Winchin thinks the same way. Still, the protagonist is somehow uncomfortable keeping secrets from his own grandfather. He must be wondering what Winchin's assignment is. Winchin should attend the Hydes meeting. This news he had in no way expected. Plus, there are quite a few people who are hoping for Winchin. When Laurent revealed that their next step was the day of the Hydes meeting, his father is very wary and defends the Durson with all his might. So Vincent will be the bait. The following individuals would like to see it all. Commander of the Purple Fortress, Vice Commander, all representative cadets. Dulin, the second-ranking priest of the Gaia Temple, and father and mother. He'll do it. The perfect bait that Gafonso can't take his eyes off of. Last night. There's no time. So by tomorrow they need to contact the people Winchin just listed. Siri and Wilson didn't expect him to want to attract anyone. The young gentleman must be out of his mind. Hannah understands this plan. It is whether Vincent is sure they will listen to him. If something goes wrong, he could be in danger. This is too reckless. The protagonist asked if she was really worried about him right now. Hannah replied that she wasn't. There's no need to worry because everything is under control. The only problem is dexterity. Each of them will have to be contacted in different places without being caught by Gafonso. Hamona said to entrust the case to them. The revolutionaries have a secret contact hidden away. It can be used to use the magic mail. In this case, the guy is just hoping that Grandpa will appreciate his gift. Dulin didn't even expect this to happen in Halem. Merlin inquired of the priest of Dulin what the letter was about. Duran inquired if Merlin would like to walk with him. Vargan asked the director to calm down. Is she really going to tear down all the mountains at all? Something similar happened to her cadet. And she, as headmistress of the Purple Fortress, didn't even know about it. I can't believe he didn't trust them that much. He didn't even ask for help. Who's behind all of this? Vargan replied that it was Elder Tillowen. At the end, Tillowen seemed like someone had remade him. Helga wondered if they did all of this. There aren't many organizations that can influence the Council of Elders. Nightmares. That's the organization the necromancer Edmund was talking about. It seems that Versa's younger brother was also a member. Helga asked Vargan what it would all add up to. It's not clear at this point. But one thing he knows for sure. Winchin talked about going for the spark. Then it's their job to turn it into a flame. Versa thinks they should have made a plan too. Khan wondered if these flames would not set her own family on fire. The man asked her one last time. Would Versa really be able to handle it? She only looked at him sadly. He's so kind. Versa replied that it was all right. If it could atone for even a little bit of guilt to the people of Halem or Hannah. both in front of Khan and the Servana. Vincent wondered if he was going to continue to sit here like this. He should have gotten ready before the guests arrived. Gafonso laughed. The protagonist inquired as to what made him laugh so much. The old man asked if that was all the grandson wanted to say as well. I guess this guy thought Gafonso would get scared of something like this and make a mess of things. Halem is a region that thrives on trade. Samion, Valthican, Adenka. A trade district that connects the territories of the three main fighting families. Even if things get too intense, and they have to cut ties with Winchen's father and Adenka in general, it wouldn't be a big loss. They can simply form relationships with the rest of the territories, as Versa did. In reality, the families themselves will try to take over the Halem. After all, Halem wasn't some shabby little place that some kid who decided to play with fire could just get rid of. The old man asked Winchen what he was going to do now. The guy only smirked and asked if that was it. Then what's he going to do to you in that case? At the same time, Sirkon was looking for the young master. And there was equality, almost like a madman, laughing looking at the letter. In the main castle of the Samian family, there was an explosion. The man didn't understand what was going on here. And why is Prince Kagon so angry? In fact, he was really pissed off by Winchen's stunt. Raven told the butler to contact his father. Kagon also ordered that his mother be notified now. They're on their way right now. Of course, they're going to Halem. He still sometimes dreams about that day 500 years ago. Then let's engage in a heavy Yangtze sword. And Kajin used the gentle destruction of steel. The two clashed in a duel. For the spectators, this wind was too much. After another explosion, they decided to run away. Meanwhile, Kajin didn't understand how this one-armed man's sword became so heavy. Davinus saw his sword path. The man shouted that this was the end for Kajin. Of course next Kajin pierced Deven. False justice and an unfinished feud with Samion. Perhaps Arslan knows how to untangle this poorly woven thread, to overcome the Samion family and face the truth. That's all Arslan has left him beyond 500 years. What does Arslan expect of him anyway? But after that, it was Hannah who woke him up. Given today's day, she had come to wake Winchen a little early. Of course, he hadn't expected to see his sister here. He doesn't really have time to agonize over these dreams. Today is the eve of the Hides Assembly. Halem, Durson, on the eve of the Hides Assembly. This year marks the 200th anniversary of the founding of Halem. Mass celebrations were held throughout the city. Residents wondered if it was true that they were real. That's the head of the Adenk family, Khan, and Lady Versa. And how did they have the sense to come here after Prince Daymar's murder? However, they stopped these conversations, for it would be terrible if they heard them. Mentally, the old man cursed Winchen, and Hannah really didn't expect him to bring his father and mother here. Versa greeted the head of the family. Gafonso asked with what courage she came here. If she had thought even a little about her brother, she would not have come here. The woman mentioned that her brother died at her own hands. In response, the old man wondered what her real goal was. Did she want to take over Halem? Was the name of Halem ever so valuable as to commit patricide to obtain it? Gafonso demanded that she stop insulting Daymar. The man who loved his child so much ended up blaming all his sins on his dead son. He thought those two were just pathetic freaks. They were turning him inside out. Versa turned to Vincent. As planned, he should attend the Halem gathering and strengthen the friendship between their families. Afterward, she touched Hannah's shoulder. Versa apologized for not being able to protect them. But things are different now, for her mother had come to finish the rebellion she could not immediately complete. The rules of the Hides Assembly are simple. Fight dozens of contestants at a time. The last one standing wins. Hannah told the guy he had to be careful. Not only heirs of noble families participate there, real wars are also involved. It's going to be hard to survive alone. Kagon, Raven, and Sirkon arrived there. Kagon Samion introduced himself as the 6th Prince Samion. Raven greeted Father Vincent. The old man clearly didn't expect them to actually arrive, and the protagonist was glad that they had arrived. Kagon almost didn't even recognize Winchen with that hair. Raven asked them where he got his haircut. Vincent replied that it was his sister's. Vincent thanked them for responding to his letter. Kagan explained that he hadn't come here because Vincent had called him. He just didn't want to miss a good opportunity to appease Vincent. He was glad that Vincennes had finally kept his promise, for he had sent him a letter of challenge. That was enough for him. Julian wondered if these guys were going to be all right. Vincent wanted to introduce them. They were his friends who would participate with Vincent together in the assembly. Who would have thought they'd actually come? Samion and Valtican. Raven mentioned that Vincent really didn't look like his father. Kagan advised to watch his language in the presence of the head of the family. Khan recognized Fonciano's son immediately. Raven's character was too similar to his character. Raven was surprised that Khan knew his father. They've known each other a long time. They've known each other since they were kids. It turns out they can see each other again after a long time. His father probably feels the same way. Fonciano lands a body shot. It had been too long since their last meeting as well. Khan has even aged a lot since that meeting. The head of the Valtican family, Fonciano Valtican. Meanwhile, the two of them didn't understand what the head Valtkian was doing here. It wasn't part of their plans, was it? Khan remarked that they had not received notice. It's all because he came here to see the event where his son would shine. How could he have missed it? So he's just a caring father. Now you can see why equality is so free-spirited. Valkia was standing on the roof, so they met separately. She jumped to her son, talking about how they hadn't seen each other in a while. The woman also greeted old friends. Hannah clearly didn't expect to see the head of Samion here. Valkia. Khan inquired why she was here. Fonciano was glad to see Valkia. Her son once lost his peace. Shouldn't she be present to restore Samion's honor? Fonciano wondered if she thought she could overpower his son. Khan mentioned that his part could be tainted twice. An amazing event. The rulers of the continent gathered in one place. Julian was nervous because the situation was out of control. They couldn't handle it. But that's also true of Gafonso. He didn't understand at all what was going on or why they were all gathered all in Halem. The problem now was something else. If something happens while they're all together, the city will turn into a battlefield. Therefore, Gafonso wanted to kick them out immediately. To begin with, he greeted the esteemed magisters Samion and Valtican. The truth is that Dursun is not in a position to entertain them properly right now. So they will officially invite them later. Fonciano asked if he was being kicked out in the presence of his own son. How dare he insult Samion? It's clear now that it's impossible to kick them both out of here. Now that the magisters are assembled, he's essentially standing on a diplomatic landmine. Does this guy really want to ruin Gafonso? That brat dared to mess with him at all. Because of him, Dursona is overrun with tourists. He can't hold them back. The Revolutionary Army, Khan and versus subordinates. There's no telling how many of them are already hiding in the city. He urgently needs to think of something. The old man asked how things were going in the Revolutionary Army of Citizens. Butler explained that their activities were quite organized. After Mr. Laurent's death, they expected the Revolutionary Army to collapse. But in fact they are gaining strength. Yet they destroyed their leader. What the hell is going on? Looks like the tramps have been persuaded. Vincent won't leave them alone. He'll use them as a tool to threaten Gafonso. There's no other way out. Looks like we need to ask the Nightmare for help. However, the butler began to argue that they were too dangerous. The culprit of all this damn thing is Vincent, so they must favorite and means to deal with him at the Hyde meeting. Helena, Vargon, and Silvira wondered about Vincent's hair. Silvira, on the contrary, thought the hairstyle suited him very well. Vargon asked why he had suddenly cut his hair. Hannah came up to them afterwards. They were beginning to guess that Hannah had helped him with this. Silvira approached the main character, talking about the festival going on there. If he didn't mind, she would like to invite him. However, they were suddenly interrupted by an equal who was looking for Vincent. He hadn't eaten yet, after all, so the guy suggested they go together. There are a lot of goodies there. Vincent agreed. Helga was amused by the fact that it looked like equality had taken Vincent away. Hannah asked if this was the entire staff of the fortress or not. Vargon replied that the representative cadets who had left on missions should gather here tomorrow. Descendants of the three main families gathered in Dursun. The Hyde meeting was no longer a simple event for Halem. It has become a proxy war for the power of noble families. Before coming here, Vargon also met with a delegation from the Gaia Temple. Small noble families, ordinary tourists. Rumor has it that new forces will gather here by tomorrow. Actually, he forgot someone else. Vargon already knew who that mana belonged to. Behind him stood the Lord of the Sixth Tower, Helios. Helios and Vargon had not seen each other for a long time. Vargon may not be pleased with him. However, the Tower Lord will make him an offer again. He could take the position of Vice Lord of the Tower that his late sister held. Meanwhile, Equality asked why they weren't eating. The food would get cold that way. Their parents sat opposite the children. It was brought here by an equal. It's an invitation to an important event. Fonciano mentioned that it's been a while since they've had a gathering like this. It must have been years here since then. He's in a good mood, so he only suggested we have a sit-down for old time's sake. Khan was fine with that. However, he suggested that we table it for later. Today their children are the protagonists. What a cruel joke. Lucky me, after all. The masters look like old friends. However, it seems different to Julian. Competition is a warrior's instinct, and right now, they were facing an unlikely opponent. Vincent had a bad feeling for this training camp. This event had better not be delayed. Kagan could get indigestion from one spoonful. We must remain calm. Every word and action must be careful. Raven raised his hand, addressing his father, saying that he had a question for the masters. Fonciano responded that he could ask anything. He feels that all the masters are really strong, so it was equally interesting to see who would win if they fought. Sometimes a peer should keep his mouth shut. Kagan's words were true. Even Julian realized it was over. That's a pretty serious question. She was curious too. Khan offered to find out which one of them was stronger. Helga asked if the Lord of the Sixth Tower really wanted to make Sir Wagon Wits the Lord of the Tower. Helios knows full well the feelings Vargon has for the Mage Tower. Jaliso asked, but didn't the man admire his sister? The consummately talented Lady Varnelli. She was well worthy of the position of Lord of Fable. Helios has a high regard for the man's abilities. He has gained real combat experience through a rough life as a mercenary, and has reached the level of a fifth ring. The tower is on a new path, and it needs a man like Sir Vargan on it. Helga immediately asked, who even said they couldn't take their Sir Vargan away so easily. The old man asked if she could fulfill the dream Vargan had been striving for all his life, a position Sir Vargan had always admired. Helga didn't know what she should say to that. Meanwhile, Equality didn't realize what had happened. Kagan couldn't understand what the idiot was talking about at all, and Vincent was trying to figure out what the discomfort was, but then they only laughed. Vincent and Kagan were confused. Valkia thinks that if they had seriously fought, she would definitely not have lost. Khan advised her not to think that she could have won. A warrior's strength is to protect. Now that they had something to answer for, it would be irresponsible to throw away their power because of their feelings. It was as if Valkia knew she should have finished him off when he was not yet a bright child. One day she'll have to settle the score with Khan. No more draws. Worrying her about it is not something to be believed. Khan is also eager to defeat her. In fact, it's actually kind of gratifying. One day they will cross swords, and if they meet their end by the blade of another, there will be no great joy for them as in wars. Fonciano asked his son who he thought was the weakest among them. This question is a test for children. The handle of the sword was handed to them. The War of the Masters begins. Raven recognized without a doubt that Daddy was the strongest. That's his boy. Valkia asked Kagan what he would say. The weakest is Lord Adenka. Lord Valthakan possesses true sight that sees through. Valkia has Kasak. But as far as Kagan knows, Lord Adenka has no special attributes or blessings. Being at peak level, he can't create any variables. Naturally, Lord Adenka is the weakest. But it's not. Samyon is the weakest. Khan asked his son why on earth he thought so. He recalled the same feeling of discomfort he had felt earlier. Valkia Samyon's energy was at its weakest. Among the three Aru that had just emitted, the one emanating from the head of the Samyon family was the weakest. Is it really true? Kagan didn't understand what the guy was talking about now. It was like this. These two have 9 stars and she still has 8. However, Kesak's blessing makes them roughly equal. It turns out it has image-enhancing properties. That's what balances the 3 of them. So if she reaches 9 stars, she'll be leveled up like she's at the 10th star. If it's Kagan's mom, she can definitely reach the 9th star. However, when a person reaches the Death Star, he dies. He would be able to realize this when he reached the full maturity of the 9th star. The feeling of not being able to go any further. This is the limit of man, and beyond it is the realm of the gods. Khan praised Winshin for his excellent answer. Kane's age aside, it was impossible for even an adult warrior to work with mana above the 9-star level. She thought he was just a frisky boy. But there's a monster growing in the Prince of Adenki. Kagan mentally cursed Winshin, who had messed it up again. Raven had a new question. Kagan and Vinshin immediately wanted to shut him up. Raven must be tired after his long journey and want to rest. Besides, his parents probably want to have a good time, for which they led Raven away with them. Fonciano was glad they were already friends, like they had when they were young. Khan recognized that it was true. Raven reminds him too much of his father. Valkia added that even in her lack of tact. Now that's something Fonciano didn't expect to hear. Meanwhile, there was a meeting between Laurent and Versa. So Laurent really is alive. Laurent would like to say he's glad to see her again. But looking at the current Halem, he refrained. Whereupon he opened a box containing a certain object. The woman began to claim it was a means to overthrow her father, the Eye of Athenia. Meanwhile, Vargan refused the Towerhead's offer. Helios asked, wondering why. He believed that the new way for the Magic Tower was to manipulate events, like this gathering of goodwill in favor of a particular family. It seems the Magic Tower he once admired no longer exists. Moreover, if the man wasn't here, the Fortress Master would threaten the Academy in just a day. Helga started to argue that it wasn't that bad. He has no excuses, for it's all his fault. Jeliso had come here to see Prince Vincent and his sword that he used to dissect magic. The old man had heard that he was studying at the Crimson Fortress and hoped he could meet him there. He was glad to see Vargan again. Vargan advised the master to enjoy the feast. After that, they left. The other man in the cloak asked the old man if he would let him go so easily. Helios asked what they could do if Vargan didn't want to. They will just leave him alone. But what if he resists them as much as the Varnelli do? In that case, they'll just send him straight to his sister the same way. It's getting late, so it's time for them to leave for their meeting with the head of the Hallam family. Maria, who was the chief reporter of the Voice of the Wind, welcomed all the spectators. It is now located in Dursun, in Hallam. There is also a meeting of the Hedavas taking place here. This gathering is unprecedented in scope, and this is due to the fact that distinguished guests who will go down in history have arrived here. The direct heirs were also present here. Someone was surprised at how many people had gathered here. Another person couldn't believe that this fool was actually performing on such a grand stage. It's really great, a stadium city. Such wealth must have been gathered squeezing the outskirts of Hallam like in the old days. First of all, the rulers of the continent. The heads of the three great families accompany their princes. And now the participants of the gathering are entering. Fonciano asked his son to look into the magic crystal. Meanwhile, the old man wondered why on earth she was here. Versa explained that she was also from Hallam. She thought that dear father would be lonely without his kin. Gafonso asked if she thought she could keep him under surveillance and restrict him. This man understands things all too well. He did not understand why Versa was preventing him. If Hallam gained more power, it would be beneficial to her and to Khan, without whom she could not live. The current state of Hallam is different from the path they desire. It's funny to watch her try to portray virtue. Even if Gafonso is steeped in blood, her hands are unclean as well. Everything she has enjoyed so far. Doesn't she know that it was all obtained through Gafonso's methods? Even the seat next to Khan, which she took by pushing out Winchen's mother. She knows, and she doesn't even deny it. So this is redemption for her. He only tisked when he heard her talking utter nonsense. The man turned around, telling her to do what she wanted. Even if he is thwarted by Versa, Vincent will still die. 200 years have passed since Hallam blossomed to its present splendor. It is true that now, under the guise of revolution, violent gangs are here to wreak terror. Like the blooming flowers of hides, Gafonso hopes that Hallam can bloom again through this gathering. The meeting is officially open. Raven wanted to get started as soon as possible. Hallam will indeed flourish again, but free from the evil deeds of Gafonso. Let this guy smile while he can. The next time they meet, Vincent will already be a corpse. Who will win, given the fact that princes from three great families are involved? The countdown has begun. 3, 2, 1. Tribute to the Hades. These kids are focused on the battle for their family's pride. So while they are busy fighting each other, they will deal with Vincent. The arena is already filled with people who obey his orders. Before they try anything, they destroy Winchin. At that moment, Kagan and Raven reacted. The three of them dealt, all of them, with the enemies who wanted to attack the protagonist. Raven didn't want to be interrupted, especially worms like this. The Eye of Athenia from the first chapter of Hallam, one of the magical artifacts created by Athenia. Athenia, Hallam, and the Dragon King Abeltan. Athenia loved the powerful dragonborn warrior Abeltan. She persistently courted him, but their love ended tragically. And it all happened because of racial differences. Various offerings and magical artifacts that Athenia created for Abeltan can be found throughout Hallam. One of them is precisely the Eye of Athenia. She created it for the sake of anticipating any dangers that might prune Abeltan. He threw the object straight into the wall. Any object touched by this shard becomes translucent, showing its other side. Vincent should take him to the arena tomorrow. Versa asked the protagonist if he knew why they were doing this. They'll expose grandfather's misdeeds in front of everyone, like some sort of magic crystal maeltium factory, for the sake of processing something like dragonborn blood. An enterprise of the scale of a maeltium is necessary, and Grandpa wouldn't put a business like this outside of the Dursons. He's afraid of anything he can't control. The processing facility is undoubtedly located in the Dursun. As far as Versa knows, there is only one place where such a huge facility could be hidden. Main Arena Dursons. When they would fight in the arena, a few magic crystals would check their status. If it appears that they are unable to fight, they will be immediately teleported out of the arena. You need to take out as many enemies as possible and survive to the end. Suddenly, another person asked what would happen if they accidentally killed an opponent during a match. In that case, isn't death in a fair fight inevitable? Here's the real problem. To open an entire arena with Eye of Athenia, you must hold it in your hand and infuse it with mana for a certain amount of time. In other words, having to sit still in the center of the arena. Especially among Gafonso's henchmen who want to kill him. The only way to avoid all of this is to defeat them all. It is not safe to use the eye while the arena is swarming with enemies. But he can't handle the entire elite of Halem alone. Kajin wondered what Vincent was thinking about. Could it be that he was nervous? That's why he needs these guys. The guy mentioned that he had suggestions for them. As mentioned, this meeting has turned into a war between the heads of the houses. Therefore, he wants one of them to be the winner. How about we deal with Hylam's soldiers first, until it's just the three of them? However, that was not in their plan. Even the old man didn't understand what was going on or why they were helping Vincent. The knight shouted for them to just attack. A chain appeared around the main character's sword. He used his swordsmanship, after which he struck his opponents with lightning. These are simply the awesome fighting skills of Prince Vincent of Adenka. As recently as last year, he was considered a coward, but there's no trace of that past bully left. This little guy shouldn't even think he can make a difference. However, even the protagonist's block didn't help counter this attack. Punk kids like this guy are just playing around. When it comes to real combat, the difference in strength is obvious. He'll just kill the protagonist and get a bounty on his head. At that moment, he was pierced. It was Kajin who told this guy to pull himself together. He's the one who's going to get Vincennes killed. It would be highly problematic if he died at the hands of someone else. Suddenly, Vincent shouted that someone was behind Kajin. However, the girl was overtaken by a spear. It was an equal. He replied that now was not the time to think about it. The father shouted that his son was great. Just think he's got that fool helping him. They shouldn't be lagging behind either. Winchin allied with princes from other houses. So he did. Well, it's to be expected. This guy is dangerous. No matter what, they have to kill him here. At the same time, he dealt with some more enemies using the ice walk. Winchin could get caught up in this man's eyes again. We need to finish this quickly. Suddenly he was attacked. It was the same night he had met at the Halem mansion. This guy has caused too much trouble, so the man will have to destroy Vincina Adenku here for Halem's honor. And the protagonist already wanted to see what he could do. Kajin also dealt with his opponents. The guy was full of confidence that this arena was only for the worthy. They'd better step aside. At the same time, Equality threw his spear. The other participants couldn't even do anything with this spear that was rushing forward. The man found himself behind Raven to deal with the brat. Well, in the same second, the spear changed its direction and struck the man. The principal defeated the Hylam soldiers. It was very impressive. Now there's only one guy left. Exactly who Vincent was facing. They were rather heavy blows that left Vincent only had to dodge. At first, he thought it was a master with 5 stars. But perhaps he has 6 stars as well. This man has as much mana as a muscle. However, that also means it has plenty of weaknesses. Vincent activated a chain attack, Silver Rain, Rising Dragon. At the same time, Kajin and Raven broke the man's weapon. After the man hesitated, the 3 of them struck. However, it was as if some sort of shield prevented it from even hurting him. Kajin didn't understand what was wrong with the man. He didn't even move. He's felt it before. It's just not possible. The mark of the Dwarf King. He took Winchin's hand first, and afterward he flung it away from him. Some looked on with bewilderment and even alarm. Khan has been watching this fight closely. Vinchin was still holding on even after such a powerful blow. Kajin and Raven attacked the attacker. However, the knight didn't want these brats to interfere with their fight at all. Raven didn't understand what had happened. Why he didn't even flinch from their attack. Kajin was too annoyed by this high-level defense feature. This kid is trying to destroy the honor of Halem. An honor that everyone built with their own blood. However, Winchin didn't understand how he even still dared to talk about honor after causing this bloodshed. This guy's too young to understand anything. A warrior's valor lies in following orders. Even if those orders are to capture people and chopping off their limbs. A small sacrifice is always necessary. This time it is Vincent Adenka who will be the victim. Let it be a fertilizer for the honor of Halem. He didn't want to hear all this nonsense. Since when did the valor of this era become so twisted? It's not even a warrior's code. Strength is only meaningful when it is used to protect others. And this man calls oppressing others honorable. He will not allow scum like this man to tarnish the honor of warriors. Let him just try to do it. With their collision, an explosion occurred in the arena. Gafonso sensed that something was wrong. Why is Vincent so obsessed with winning? And these people are acting like it's going to start as soon as Winchin wins. Only then did he begin to understand. The blood of the Dragonborn is stored underground. Are they really going to show it to the world? But that's just not possible. How can they even uncover an object that's deep underground? Only then did he remember that very look in Vincent's eyes. The old man really can't predict this bastard's actions. We can't let our guard down. He called the butler with him for a moment. But it wasn't until the man was walking that Hyeon didn't realize why the Verasa was just standing still. Wasn't the plan for her to stop Gafonso if he tried to destroy the evidence? What if Winchin is really just a decoy, and they'll try to figure out the existence of the underground facility through his actions? If the old man moved now, he would lead Versa straight to the dungeon. If Winchin is really up to something, it can't just be left like that. The woman asked if something was wrong. Shouldn't the father hurry up? He shouted Versa's name and asked how dare she. The woman replied that she could take over the event, so the father could step aside. It's not like he's going to cheat her right in front of her eyes. He is completely helpless in this situation. Versa suggested to keep watching. Soon the outcome would be decided. Time Man demanded that Vinchin Adenka not run away. He was attacked. It's actually maddening. He demanded again that the brat stay out of it. The man then delivered another devastating blow to the arena. Doesn't he even want to deal with them? This man has been ignoring them from the beginning. The freak was only targeting Winchin. The only way to break through his defense is to pierce the Dwarf King's line with an absolute cut. And he knows it. If the enemy takes Winchin down first, he doesn't have to worry about the others. Julian thought they should dodge his attack, create an opportunity to use an absolute cut. He knows it himself, but right now they are up against a warrior with 6 stars. The enemy won't open up that easily. Suddenly an idea popped into his head. He shouted to the Equinox to pay attention to the sky. He didn't understand what this guy didn't mean, because the weather was nice. Well, after a second, he figured it out. The man asked what the bastard was up to already. At that moment, Kagon took his blows. Vincin this, Vincin that. The man completely ignores their presence. He will be the only winner at this meeting and the biggest star that everyone will come out to pay attention to. So let her stop ignoring him. Kagan began throwing him continuous punches to break through his defenses. At the same time, the main character jumped up. The man immediately reached for it, not realizing what he was doing. Suddenly, an equality who was using his feature stepped on his shoulder. Let him fly if he wants to. After which, he threw the spear. The men didn't understand why he jumped into the sky. When he was already at a sufficient altitude, he used an ice walk to get down. Hannah guessed he was planning to use an absolute cut. At this altitude, Vincin will be able to do it without interference. Moreover, it will not give the opponent any blind spots for evasion. The knight realized he should run, and he was the one who spoke of Hailam's honor. There were only 2 people in their family worthy of the word. However, he betrayed them and submitted to Gafonso. And he still dares to stammer about valor. The guy used an absolute cut after that. How men were cut off. The crowd was ecstatic that all of Halem's soldiers had fallen. The princes had indeed won. Helga was glad Vincin was able to do that. That must have been the brothers' plan all along. Even if it was a temporary plan, it still worked. The Dwarf King's defense becomes too dangerous when reinforced. 2 tags appeared behind him. There was another explosion. It's finally just the 2 of them. Now it seemed to be time to start their fight. Kagon and Raven demanded to finally end it. It's time for the final battle. Winchin's battle alone. Now everything depends only on the protagonist. However, there is a flaw in this plan. There is no guarantee that Vinchin can defeat them all. There was no need to worry, for he was determined to win. For the honor of Adenka, versus regrets and dreams, she entrusted everything to him. She mentally begged Winchin to win. The old man noticed that they still hadn't made a move. What are those bastards even up to? Just let the bastard brat die. Kagan wanted to deal with Faltican first. Raven asked if that was all he could do. Let him show something more impressive. In that case, he'll give it his best shot. Raven, of course, didn't mind. He had gotten into the excitement. And Vincent saw this as a good opportunity for Thing to strike, especially when they hitched. He used an impenetrable heavy sword technique, a Milan, with the power of lightning. It was expected that he wouldn't be able to defeat them with a single punch. Kagan called the guy a creep, but it's pretty impressive. Raven can't lose either. He didn't even think about giving Vincent time to take a breather. At the same time, they were attacked by Kagan. The Red Emperor's power flow increased. If anything, those 3 jumped back. If this fight drags on, Kagan won't last long. This guy's looking for a quick win. If Winchin doesn't put his best foot forward, he's going to lose. He too liked the idea of fighting at full strength. Let them attack together. Kagan used a red full moon. Raven used penetration. And Vinchin used the 3rd technique, giant lightning. After the collision, there was a massive explosion. But even so, Vincent was still on his feet. The protagonist assumed it wouldn't be without injury, but this wound is pretty deep. He immediately wanted to know what had happened to the others. Is it really a draw? That's to be expected, though. Samion and Valthican are not so simple. But why is there only silence everywhere? There was a powerful explosion, yet no shouting or even applause could be heard. Now it's clear that something is wrong. Vinchin engaged a double sword strike. Raven realized he didn't have the strength to dodge. Even Kajin thought it was the end. However, the main character's punch was aimed not at them at all. The two wondered what had happened and why he had missed. However, there was something they didn't even expect to see. What's even going on here? They seemed to be trapped in this arena. The mages didn't understand what was going on either. However, some thought that it had only gotten more interesting. The villagers were indignant. For how long must they wait? They are not setting up a battle. Let them resume fighting sooner rather than later. There was a huge dome. Versa didn't understand what was going on either. He'll finally see him die. Didn't Gafonzo say the next time we meet, Vincennes will be finished? The old man has a small announcement to make. There was an error with some of the spells that were used for the meeting. The magic tower has requested a short break from maintenance. For the safety of the spectators, they temporarily sealed the arena with a barrier. So they have to wait a little while. That scenario did not happen in the investigation. The woman immediately asked what was going on. The old man replied that this insurance. He asked Damar's friends for a little help. Once the barrier disappears, then they will see a scene where the three will be destroyed. More precisely, it will look as if the princes were destroyed. She immediately grabbed her father by the throat. Versa demanded that he them slowly get the kids out of there. What a pity. Versa had failed miserably in pinning her hopes on the child of Sarvana, whom she envied so much. Doesn't she realize at all that her father and just helped? Now only her children are left in Adenka. She shoved this old man aside, for she realized she needed to stop this by any force if necessary. The butler informed the lord that Lady Versa was on her way to the arena. Gafonso replied that there was no need to worry, for it was too late to go now. What a mess that greedy old man made. Khan mentioned that the waiting was getting tiresome. He decided to bring some alcohol. Valkia asked, wondering why all of a sudden. He's suddenly looking for alcohol, which isn't like him. Khan had heard that there was a lot of rare alcohol in Halem. Dirty liquor that was smuggled in without their knowledge. These two seemed to get the point. Kajin wondered what he meant about them being locked in here. After that, this rift started to disappear. It was amazing that the rift that was caused by the special attack had started to recover. Was that even possible? It looks like these three are trapped by a mage with powers beyond Winchen's comprehension, and the enemy continues to cast a spell to seal the rift. And despite being seriously injured, the teleportation spell outside the arena doesn't work. From the beginning, they weren't going to let the heirs out of here alive. If someone that could use such powerful magic appeared, they wouldn't be able to deal with all those injuries in their current state. In that case, it's dangerous, and we need to get out of here fast. The new priority is escape at all costs. However, it was already too late. Kajin and Raven have been captured. Surely this must be the first time they are meeting. Helios greeted Prince Winchen. He also introduced himself as the master of the magic tower. So a man so powerful, he's helping Gafonzo. This particular attack is very interesting. Could it really be that she was able to create a rift in his own magic? The protagonist wondered why he was helping Gafonzo. However, there's no reason for the guy to know that, because Winchen will die here. First, we need to avoid the attack. A direct encounter with the Tower Master's magic is too dangerous. However, the wound in his side prevented him from doing so. And after that, some hand grabbed him by the throat. Helios replied that there was no need to worry, as he wasn't going to kill the guy right now. Faking each other's honorable deaths with their own blades. That's how far this deception will go. Vincent wondered who was really behind all of this. The Council of Alenka Elders, or Samion. How naive he is. The customer is above them. And since Vincent already has a wound on his side, they can make it a little deeper here. At the same moment, the main character grabbed the sword with his teeth, after which he used blue lightning along with the plumbing of the sword's possession. And after that, there was a giant lightning bolt. There was a small explosion. Helios had time to recoil. However, because of this savage, his arm was injured. Vincent engaged the sword made of underground marble. The old man tried to counter this attack with his magic. It was to be expected, for his magic had been shattered. And for that, he paid by his own hand. He was surprised that his strongest defense magic was broken. He who interfered in their duel must pay for his deed. And above the old man were already Equality and Kajin. Raven demanded that they stop interfering. How sick he was of these kind of ignorant morons. Helios didn't realize when they had just managed to free themselves. It was a great chance for the protagonist to use all his power. However, he didn't think of giving up so easily against those damn brats. The orb that the old man had created was huge. Helios didn't care about control or anything else. He would just turn it all to dust. It's dangerous. The old man's magic must be stopped. But if Vincent uses his absolute cut in this state, he will self-destruct. Helios really wanted Vincent Adenka to die. Suddenly, someone was able to break through the barrier. The man appeared right in front of Vincent. Only then did he realize it was Laurent. The boy wanted Laurent to back off, for it was too dangerous, but Laurent didn't even think of doing that. With just his hand, he was able to destroy Helios's magic. The old man didn't understand how it happened at all. Raven was impressed. The same can be said for Kajin. How was this man able to block that magic with just his hand? The protagonist asked how he got here. After that, the gap disappeared. It was Vargun's doing. The man fell to the floor and was glad he could manage. Laurent made his way inside. Helga asked Vargun if he was all right. It was a very complicated barrier spell. The slit inside was most likely created by Vincent. Vargun praised her for a job well done. Now they could save the children. Vargun apologized to the patriarch, but with his current strength he could only buy time for one person. Helga asked, but would it be all right? They were the ones who had probably called Ser Laurent after all. Versa mentioned that everything would be fine. With Laurent's current power, he could do that. Laurent took off his hood. Vincent demanded that Laurent move away. It's not safe to be here right now. He turned to Vincent and the noble princes. Laurent asked that they simply watch him defend Halem's honor. I didn't understand what was on Laurent's mind at all. The old man guessed from the scar on his eye that it was the same revolutionary. But how could he have survived? However, Laurent had no talent for martial arts. Even before losing his eye, he was weaker than those boys. Helios doesn't know how his magic was blocked, but Laurent Halem is very confident. Laurent insists that he remove that magic immediately. It was an unexpected turn of events. Grace. Laurent stamped the old man into the ground. Because of this, the magic barrier began to collapse. Graffonso rejoiced that he would finally see Vincent's death with his own eyes. However, there was a very different view. Laurent is alive. The old man didn't expect Laurent to survive at all. The others didn't know what kind of monster it was, or what happened inside. This was supposed to be a test of magic. Could it be the dead Laurent? Laurent Halem introduced himself. He is the leader of the Citizens' Revolutionary Corps and a member of House Halem. He has important information that he wants to show everyone here. As expected, these guys are going to unleash Grace. Something began to happen to Laurent. The audience didn't understand what was happening. Someone shouted that the man had turned into a monster. That's Grace. A grace created by purifying the blood of dragons. It's the secret weapon of the Halem family. The old man yelled at him to shut up. He won't let all his secrets out. But even so, his sword could not pierce Laurent's skin. Laurent the blind man had never studied martial arts, but he was able to fight off the sword of the head of the martial clan. It's all about creating an invincible army with the power of dragons to dominate this gas continent. Because of Gafonso's ambitions, nearby cities were exploited. They became laboratories for the sake of creating Grace. He should shut up right now. The old man shouted that it was all slander. He speaks nonsense without proof to overthrow his father. However, Vincennes has proof, and he's about to show it. The old man couldn't believe it. It's an Athenian magic artifact, after all. He didn't want to admit that now all his secrets were coming out. Vincent doesn't even think about stopping even when he hears that damned old man's pleas. Everything happened just as they had planned. There was a factory downstairs. People were shocked by what happened. Dragons, a race thought to be extinct, is here in such numbers. And they're still alive. They were kept alive to continuously extract dragon blood. It's horrible. The prestigious Halem fighting family committed such cruel acts. This is the evidence. Halem was capturing Dragonborn and experimenting on them to turn their blood into weapons. As part of these experiments, they distributed Grace only to those who were loyal to them. They separated the citizens. If it's really true, the Halem family certainly won't go unpunished. Gafonso asked to be heard by everyone. All this will be confirmed by Vincent Adenka, which is the seventh prince of the family, and his mother, Versa Halem. He kept yelling about how it was a setup and a lie. He asked Helios what it was. It's not like they agreed on this. Let him get up right now and get rid of these people. Suddenly, the real head of the sixth magic tower appeared there. Helios. He was pleased to meet the head of the Halem family. Raven didn't understand where the old man had come from. He hadn't even felt anything. The tower has fallen on hard times. Helios had heard that some people were willing to go to great lengths for their evil deeds. But he didn't expect someone to go so far just to impersonate Helios. He wanted to apologize at least in this way by burning this forgery. His body trembled, for he couldn't believe that he had made a deal with a fake tower lord. How could it even be possible? If it's the real Helios, they've been fighting an imposter all this time. If it was a true tower lord, he wouldn't have left Vincent no chance, and he certainly wouldn't have lost an arm from an absolute cut. But then the captivating magic wouldn't disappear even after his absolute cut. Could it be that the lord and the magic tower are also their enemy? Suddenly, Sir Laurent fell to his knees. Grace has side effects. The evil spirit of a great demon is used in the purification process. If you take it in large quantities, you can fall victim to a contract with a spirit. The more he takes, the more he gets used to it. He loses his mind and becomes bloodthirsty. Everything happened just as Laurent said it would, but his own Sam was transformed before his very eyes. Gafonso recognized that Laurent had won. However, the old man would not go away so easily. Let him not forget who created this grace. It is with the help of this old man that people like Laurent can gain inhuman strength. Suddenly he was attacked by Laurent, causing Gafonso to crash into the wall. The others started running as soon as they saw that the monster had gone berserk. Why did those crazy people from Halem create so many monsters? Winchin shouted for Sir Laurent to come to his senses. Now the heads of the three great families have taken up the fight. It's already their fight. Those present noticed that the heads of the three great families wanted to destroy this monster. Was this really Sir Laurent's plan? Reveal all of Halem's misdeeds and be defeated by the heroes. Vincent remembered the very words Laurent had said. The man had asked him to simply watch while he defended Halem's honor. Would it be for him to fall asleep forever with Halem's atrocities? He felt sorry in front of Sir Laurent. The protagonist apologized for his rudeness to the respected heads of families. Even if this is the best option, Vincent just can't stand by and watch. He's taken Laurent on. Valkia understands Winchin's feelings for his uncle. However, after making a deal with the evil spirit, he turned into an unintelligent monster. The best option is to end this fight quickly. If they go back to the audience, there will be a slight misunderstanding. That's why Vincennes should step back. Khan inquired if he had a plan. Since this is a deal with an evil spirit, Sir Laurent still has a chance. Vincent had already saved a man once before who had made a contract with an evil spirit. It was Malone, and he promised his mother to destroy Halem. He asked for the opportunity to keep his promise to her. The monster was already behind him, preparing to attack. He seems to have completely lost his mind. However, he was thwarted by Khan, who stopped that punch with just an arm. Khan inquired if they could only give 3 hits to his son. Valkia was surprised that he was going to this lengths for his child. When Fonciano thought about it, he remembered that Vincent is the 7th. Then he is the son of the same woman, Sarvana. If so, maybe he should get his hopes up. The man agreed to give Vincennes that chance. Valkia replied that Khan would owe her for that. The man replied that he would be sure to pay for it later, after which he attacked the monster. He leaves the rest to Vincennes. A little earlier, the main character asked how to deal with someone who has accepted grace. Doesn't sister think it is possible for her? Hannah had handled those monsters that had attacked Vincent and Laurent after all, so he was curious to know how she had done it. There are 2 methods to consider. The first is suppressing physical strength. Although mana resistance is strong, these are still biological scales. If they are crushed by a rock or hit by a cannon, they cannot reappear. However, she did use a sword. Hannah used the second method. Grace are like a degraded version of real dragon scales. They are not as tightly packed as the real ones. There are very small gaps. If Vincent is fast and observant enough, he can spot them and pierce the scales, targeting the main body. But of course, it's not an easy task. Hannah's blessing is from the crazy sculptor Makelian. She does this thanks to a blessing that gives accurate and fast fencing. Strike 1. As for speed, the Galactic Wanderer manages it easily. The only thing left is the eyes to catch the gaps between the scales. And for that, he has Julian, the eye of a god that memorizes magical patterns seen in the blink of an eye without error. That was the second strike. The next one is the last chance. He felt the sharp pain again. Winchin's body is at its limit. If he used this ability now, he wouldn't be able to get out alive. Isn't Julian going to stop him? Julian told him to just shut up. Julian knew how to stop Vincent. He doesn't want to upset Hannah again. After which, the monster attacked the protagonist. Finally, Julian found these places. There are 4 gaps from shoulder to chest. You just need to draw your sword through that area. Vincent sees the path of the sword that was shown to Merlin. This is the last chance. If the guy fails, he can't save Laurent. He struck the monster, however it wasn't deep enough. At the same moment, the monster wanted to finish him off. Raven worried for Vincennes. Kagon tensed as well. Khan was ready to enter the fray. But if this continues, Sir Laurent will die. Fortunately, that was enough. The monster's shell dissipated. The spectators rejoiced that the monster was defeated. Prince Adenka had saved them. They really were able to do it. But it's not over yet. They mustn't relax now. Now, with the whole world watching, he has a chance. We need to take down Gafonso Halem. Halem is mad with ambition. The flower of hides bloomed on the bitterness and blood of many, adorning only its petals. But not everyone submitted to the time off. There are those who have kept their honor, those who followed the path of truth. Vincent addresses all those present who hold the honor of Halem and hear this. It is time to rise up. The woman immediately turned around and asked why they were standing up. This is huge news after all. We need to write an article and publish it right away. But isn't this a serious political crisis? If they're wrong, they'll all be fired. Maria asked if they have no journalistic spirit at all. They see a sensation but are afraid to write an article. And if they don't do it now, another editorial will overtake them. The article in Whispering Wind should be the first to come out, so they should act immediately. They will publish their article faster than anyone else. Let Vincent Adenka wait for the scoop. This guy could really do it. He took down a dragon-like creature in just 3 blows. Fonciano admitted that it was indeed incredible. It was to be expected from his son's rival. As it turns out, this guy fainted standing up. It's just like old times. They used to faint after a grueling workout, too. Valkia asked if this was the time to laugh. We need to cure him immediately. Khan called out to Helge. Helga, Hannah, and Vargon ran to Vincent and Laurent. Again, he made trouble. We need to get to the priest Dulin immediately. Hannah remembers where he was sitting. After which, Vargon activated the teleportation circle. Fonciano remembered that Khan always kept an eye on his relationship with his equal. But it turns out he's the same way, because he's proud of his son. It really is. Now Khan understands his feeling. After that, Halem was plunged into chaos. Versa Halem began a purge of everyone connected with the incident. After Vincent's speech, revolutionary citizens who had been hiding throughout the city spilled out into the streets and began sudden protests. Everything that happened at the meeting was covered in the articles, and Gafonso's power could no longer maintain its prestige. He dreamed again of that moment when Kajin stabbed Davin. The protagonist is awake. Hannah was in his room. Could it be that he was having that nightmare again? Vincent should have consulted the priest. It was the same dream, but something was bothering him. Vincent inquired how long he had been unconscious. Hannah replied that he had been passed out for about half a day. Everyone was very worried, whereupon he immediately asked if Sir Laurent was all right. Versa noticed that he had developed scars. Laurent didn't understand what had happened, for he was supposed to die there. Vincent thought otherwise. Julian and Vincennes didn't understand what Hannah was doing now. Hannah replied that it was an ineffective, dangerous, and useless decision. But she also gave thanks for saving her uncle. Hannah probably feels the same way. He almost hurt that kid again. Now don't let Laurent take his life so lightly. He still has an important role to play. He is to be the head of the Halem family. Surprisingly, Gafonso was alive. Let them hope that's the end of it. None of them will leave Halem alive. Fortunately, he was caught by Helios, who suggested ending it there. It would be better if Gafonso quietly disappeared from here. The old man asked how dare Helios attach him. That fool Edmund was blabbing away, and now their existence has been revealed. Oh, it would be a shame if they got leads through Gafonso. We can't let the situation escalate. For their nightmare, Gafonso only laughed. Without Edmund, who was their strategist, there seemed to be no one to think anymore, and his story is nearing its end. The Hales will get Helios, the thing they worked so hard for. It was created from a huge amount of blood. She became the new source of power for the Wizards of Helios. Helios teleported away from the impact site. He was eager to see if Gafonso could withstand the magic of a Verkimagus, after which he attacked the transformed Gafonso. Of course, he wasn't that easy to defeat. He doesn't seem to realize what's going on at all. Gafonso will kill anyone who gets in his way. But more than anything, he wants to kill Vincent Adenku. He needs to feed on that bastard's blood. Suddenly, he felt an eerie feeling. He didn't understand what it was at all. Looks like Gafonso forgot something, namely whose power he was borrowing. The dark shadow began to dissipate. Davin's face showed there. Gafonso didn't understand at all what the bastard would do here. Davin appeared right in front of his face in just 1 second. It was too fast for Gafonso. He realized that he might die here, after which he reached for the water. It would be nice if he could escape like that. However, it was already too late. It was the end at the hands of the great Archidemon. After which Davin looked at the grace that remained in Gafonso's cloak. The Tower Lord noticed that the great demon smiled. Helios was even surprised that Davin could smile. It looked like something good had happened. Well, that's not really true. He was just having a nightmare. It's that scene again. It repeats itself every time. But this time it's different. He's been spotted. Kagan and Davin began to repeat that the one-armed Davin was there. The rest of the audience also repeated those very words. The protagonist began to be consumed by nightmares. Vincent woke up screaming. It's almost time. Hannah wondered if he was having that nightmare again. Maybe he should talk to the priest about it. They will meet again soon, with Vincent Adenka. Julian said a few more days of rest, and he would make a full recovery. In the past few days, Winston can't forget this dream. The protagonist asked if Julian was sure he hadn't dreamed while Vincent was unconscious. Julian said several times that he didn't see it. What kind of dream did he have? In response, Vincent asked Julian if he wasn't curious about his past life. In fact, Julian guessed. The chief surgeons are clearly skillful. From Samyeon, he has a fateful connection with the hero king Kajin Samyeon, and he definitely knows the founder Arslan. Even a fool could have guessed based on such clues. It felt as if Arslan looked down at Julian. At that moment, Julian didn't realize who it was. Vincent inquired if Julian knew his name. Once again, Julian felt a sharp pain. That's weird. It's happened before. And it happened in the family library. In the end, the main character failed to reveal his real name to Julian. If it's also Arslan's doing, there may be a reason why Julian shouldn't know his identity. Vincent turned to Julian, talking about wanting to find out the meaning of his nightmares as soon as possible. What happened in a past life and to them now? What truth is left of Arslan? We need to move on, Kisteni. Julian advised him not to overdo it. If Vincent dies, it will all be for nothing. This time with Julian would also try. At that moment, his room was invaded by someone through the window. Vincent had time to recoil. Because of such a frontal attack, Vincent thought it was the remnants of Gafonso's army. He was able to dodge Damien's attack, and that's impressive. Looks like the skills Vincent showed at the meeting were real. Damien was a full-force puncher, too. He called out to the fool to follow him, for they needed to talk. Julian asked if he knew about the naming ceremony. Direct descendants who stayed in the fortress. 4th, Abel Adenka. 5, Damien Adenka. There shouldn't be any extra eyes here anymore after all, so the guy wondered what they wanted to talk to him about. There was already a blade near his throat. Abel for annoyed that Winston asked such a question. This fool must be kidding. Vincent's body hasn't fully recovered yet. He can't fight at his full strength. At that moment, the blade was batted away by Hannah. He obviously didn't expect Hannah to be here. Her mission is to protect the 8th-ranked cadet, Vincina. If Abel continues, Hannah will intervene, even though they are from the same family. Hannah must know what the rise of Vincennes means. It's as if he said he would take part in the struggle to become the head of the family. That's literally what he's saying with his actions. Vincent had never thought about it. A weight that neither one-armed Davin nor stupid Vincent needed to carry. It's a power struggle among direct descendants. He really only had one goal, to defeat Samyeon and fulfill Adenka's mission, and to reach the truth that Arslan left behind. That is all. This cocky kid talks about what he won in a friendly exchange. Demian replied that it's fun when he gets more opponents to fight after all. But didn't Winston ever find this mission strange? Winston and Hannah Po wondered what this guy meant. In those 500 years, hadn't Adenka never once defeated Samyeon? If the difference in strength between the two families was really that great, the Samyeon the protagonist knows could conquer Adenka by force alone. After the friendly exchange, he didn't experience anything special either. That is why he seeks the truth. Even the previous champion, Dae's second sister, thought the same and hypothesized. Perhaps the assumption itself is wrong. Adenka's blood defeats Samyeon's blood. It may not be that simple. Damien asked what the mission was about then. A much stricter condition is required. A variable that has not occurred once in over 500 years. Perhaps it is the head of Adenka who should defeat the head of Samyeon. Damien wondered if he would still be able to accomplish his mission. But it doesn't really matter. No matter what stands in the protagonist's way, he will move forward towards the truth. Even if it's Samyeon, even if it's all of them standing in front of him, they heard the familiar and a voice. She can't just let it go. It was Mom. Did Vincent dare to push her children aside and encroach on her place as head? In his defense, the Kana immediately rose to his defense and asked to be heard. Versa told Hannah to step back. Of course she couldn't take that kind of pressure from her mom. Vincent had only become so arrogant because she treated him well. Had he gone blind because of the reputation she had earned here? Versa never once thought of this insolent and unworthy man as her son. After which Versa said to follow her. She tried to stop him. He mustn't go. Mom is angry, so who knows what she'll do to him. Vincent replied that everything was fine. Nothing would happen to him, so there was no need to worry. She didn't understand at all why he was so sure. In that case, it's time for them to go. Meanwhile, Julian was thinking about what the best thing to do was. Versa reached out to touch Vincent. Julian asked him to do something. Her hand touched his cheek. Mom's anger subsided and she asked if he was hurt. Thanks to his mom's game, Vincent is saved. At the same time, Julian didn't understand what was even happening. As it turned out, Mom could use her own ability on herself. She could actually make her eyes react to her own lies. It turns out all those words she said earlier were lies. Now that they were talking about it, he remembered that the magical artifact that reveals the truth is called the Eye of Eternia. It turns out the first head of Halem, Eternia, also had a specialty, just like her mom. There are no clear records, however she believes it too. Winshin asked why she thought so. Because she never ended up with the Dragon King Abeltan. Dragon King Abelan was a hero of the dragon race who was loved by Eternia. All magical artifacts, including Eternia's eye, were created for him. Although he possessed the blessing to control water and was a powerful dragon warrior, in the end, the differences of their times prevented them from being together with Eternia. The reason for their separation was probably not a simple difference in races. The activation of this blessing cannot be undone. As soon as Versa wants to read something, it instantly distinguishes between truth and falsehood, even the true feelings of a loved one. It is more like a curse than a blessing. Versa wondered why he was so obsessed with his duty and the truth that lay behind it. Why he is willing to risk conflict with his 6 brothers. Perhaps he's possessed by the ghost of the man who couldn't defeat Samion. She didn't even know what to say to that. It didn't feel like a lie. Versa laughed. Vinchin is indeed mysterious. Since she only speaks for her brothers, Hannah doesn't seem to be interested in fighting for the head title. Even in that situation, she didn't show any hostility towards Vincent. That's right. Hannah has no such intentions. The elders and small families who later entered the race for the next head were in a hurry to find a new candidate to represent their interests. And that candidate was Hannah. She was a diligent girl. Hannah was well aware of the great burden for the things she had been given. So she wants to take responsibility, even at the cost of suppressing her own emotions. Vinchin asked if he proved that he was a better candidate for head of the family than she was. Would he be able to take away the burden she had to bear? Versa was surprised that he wanted to relieve Hannah of the burden, and whether that desire was sincere. Not everyone is obligated to follow a warrior's dream, and there's no reason to belittle other dreams. If there's something this kid lost to Adenka, he wants to help her get it back. Why don't she make sure with her eyes whether his determination is sincere or not? She doesn't really want to do that. He probably already has plans. A method to free Hannah from all of this. It was so wonderful here. Now she must return to the fortress, where more work awaits her. Helga didn't want to go back. Suddenly she heard a question. Would she like him to arrange for her to stay in Halon a little longer? She immediately looked up and asked exactly how. It was Vincent's and Julian. In that case, she gives them a new assignment from now on. Here at the Francis Museum, they must find the treasure of the Dragon King Abeltan. Hannah wondered if Vincent was up to his old tricks again. They must report to the commander of the fortress after completing the task. She will be specifically waiting for them in Halon. Now let them begin their search. The artist Francis has hidden something. Find the Dragon King's favor. She called him again at Vargon II and asked if he seriously meant it. It is said that Francis Ilam's treasure is hidden there. The mercy of the Dragon King will manifest itself wherever the light reaches. This saying is also passed down. Does he really believe that? It must be a hoax. If it really existed, Halem would have captured it long ago. He also asked for Hannah to be assigned as his guard. Helga asked, well, why Hannah again? The remnants of Halem's army may be hunting Vincent. He's very afraid. How can the man who dragged the 3 great houses into a meeting at Hyde's and escalated everything at all be scared? Now that Helga mentioned it, a level 1 cadet's report should be accepted personally by the fortress commandant. Doesn't that mean Winshin can stay in the He until the sister completes her mission? But I've already come here. Especially to broaden the outlook and understanding of the guys, why not show them something interesting? Helga asked if she could stay here for a few days after the report is turned in. It felt as if Vargon was angry. Helga realized that it obviously wasn't going to work. That bastard Vargon had set her up the second time. But Vargon was glad that Helga had finally started to act like a real commandant of the fortress. Then you should really add an art gallery tour to the official curriculum. It really worked. She mentally thanked Vargon II. Hannah wondered where the treasure might even be. Vincent wondered if she didn't find the assignment odd. If the treasure really existed, Halem would be the first to seize it. The objective is to find the treasure and protect the Venekna. In doing so, the priority remains the fulfillment of the mission. Laurent is intact, and Gafonso has retreated. Still, nothing has changed. I'm surprised that such a wonderful gallery has been left unattended. We should ask Sir Laurent to do something about it. Could this be the work of Francis Alom, the owner of this gallery and the greatest artist of his time? It is no exaggeration to say that his masterpieces alone support Halem's tourism revenue. His skills are really impressive. Even Vincennes, a layman, understands something. However, Hannah mentioned that the piece is not Francis's. As expected, impromptu doesn't last long. Lack of knowledge immediately makes itself felt. This is a masterpiece, a portrait of the mother, a portrait of his mother that Francis painted in his 20s. It is characterized by the subtlety and realism of its style. He mostly painted portraits of people close to him, and his realism amazed everyone. Therefore, some believe that Francis inherited the blood of the Dragon Eye as well. Dragon Eye was known for his outstanding eyesight and agility. This gave him a natural talent for the arts. Not only the paintings, but this entire gallery was built according to Francis's designs. It is said that even at this time, they were not yet able to analyze his designs. Perhaps it was because of the treasure that was left behind by Francis that the rumors of the Dragon King's favor began. Vincent noticed that she knew quite a lot. Until yesterday, he didn't even know the name of this Francis. And if you asked 100 knights about him, they would all just say they didn't know him. But Francis's work is a bit disappointing. The portrait he received from his sister when he was 9 years old was much better. If sister had continued to draw, she would at least be drawing at this level. Hannah asked what he was trying to say with that. The sister is holding the sword, but she's looking the other way. A sword that swings in different directions won't protect anything. The result of a haphazard swing of the sword, relying on the judgment of others, nearly killed Sir Laurent, doomed the inhabitants to suffering, and allowed Gafonzo to take advantage of Hannah. Created an army of countless consumers of grace to take over the continent. The sister is not going for her dream. She's not wielding the sword correctly. She's just a cranky child. But what is she even capable of? She decided to let her anger out. In fact, she could have spoken out even more strongly. Hannah asked what the point was. Did he really just want to make fun of her? However, she recognized his rightness. Hannah is indecisive. So what about Togo? What should she even do? Expressing her emotions in this way, doesn't she feel relieved? Not everyone needs to be a total warrior. And it's impossible. That's the role he decided to take on. Vincent will fulfill Adenka's mission. To do so, he is willing to happen even his father and Valkyrie. That is his goal. So what does the sister want to accomplish? She didn't even know what she should answer. Suddenly, the protagonist noticed a shadow. As it turned out, there was a magic circle underneath them. The grace of the Dragon King will manifest itself wherever the light reaches. It's not just a rumor. You just have to channel mana into that symbol. Hannah tried to stop him. The magic circle began to sparkle. After that, they fell down somewhere. They are going down, so something needs to be done about it. He decided to use his specialty, after which the protagonist landed on the floor. He felt a pang of pain. It looked like Vincent had definitely overextended himself in the meeting. It's going to be a long time. He would immediately want to see what was wrong with his sister. Hannah came down unharmed without any effort. The girl asked why she was so surprised. Even now, she is the best cadet in the fortress. This level of difference in the village is quite natural. Julian laughed because of the fact that Winchen's pride was hurt. It was bold to say that he would fulfill her role as a warrior instead of herself. But he still wasn't experienced enough. The boys were surprised as soon as they saw Hannah smile. Hannah asks if he knows what this place is. Vincent isn't quite sure, but perhaps the blessing of the Dragon King Francis does exist. The architectural style matches his work. But why would he want to leave something like this for art galleries? It might be too strange to think that Arslan arranged this too. However, Julian would say that this is unlikely, because their timelines don't match. Francis was active 200 years ago. He was a contemporary of Atenia and Ableton. There is a difference of 300 years between the time of the main character's life, that is 500 years ago, and the time of the Dragon King's life. The Halems were not yet such a significant family back then. 200 years had passed since their family had blossomed to its current greatness. If the Halem had reached their current scale about 200 years ago, there would be no reason to set up something so far away from Adenka. Then for what purpose was this place created? Hannah asked to see it. These are Francis's paintings. There's a dragon on the left. This may be the Dragon King Ableton. Then the right side is probably Athenia Halem. It turns out these are very rare paintings, even for those times. But why are they in this place? Perhaps they could have created the place themselves. If so, what exactly did they leave here? The ground began to shake after his movements. Something began to rise. As it turned out, a guardian had begun to form there that was incredibly strong. He hit the floor beneath him. Hannah jumped on his arm. The girl told him to back off, for he couldn't do that. There were already cuts under her footsteps. She'll take him on. Hannah attacked this guard. His resistance is futile. In one deft move, she blew his head off. Hannah isn't just fast. Each attack is precisely aimed at the guardian's weak spot. This is the skill of the best cadet of Hannah's Crimson Fortress. If you destroy the guardian's core, it will cease to function. She needs to find out what Francis left behind here. But just as Hannah was about to deliver the final decisive blow, he changed the direction of his attack. Only then did the girl realize that this attack was not directed at her. It was for Winshin. What a cunning creature this creature is. It decided to use the protagonist to distract Hannah's attention. Hannah yelled for Winshin to duck. However, the guy is not going to let that plan come to fruition. The power of this guardian goes beyond Winshin's defensive abilities. We need to be even faster to stop him. She used Adenka's exploding sword technique, 5th style, supernatural reflection. This attack was then redirected to the sender. She breathed a sigh of relief. But unfortunately, that wasn't the end of it. Hannah realized that from the beginning, this was just a distraction to create a gap in her defenses. At that moment, Vincent stood up in her defense. His body could not withstand this power. Fortunately, he was able to fend off the guard from himself. The protagonist shouted for Sister to make a move. Let her destroy the core. She used a crazy sculptor. The guardian didn't want to give up so easily either. However, Hannah was faster. She decided to create a circular sculpture, whereupon the girls struck a blow. A mad sculptor. It really is divine power. The guardian stopped. Vincent no longer felt the mana emanating from him. Hannah wondered how he was able to resist the guard's sudden attack. Even she had missed his blow. Vincent hoped his sister would protect him. That's why he didn't focus on the beam to begin with. Because of this, the guy was able to read his movement and put all his power into one block. His sister protects him, and Winshin protects her. So you can't even imagine what he's been through all this time. She remembered those words about how he wanted to fulfill the mission to the family, and was willing to even surpass his father and Samian to do so. Perhaps it might actually be feasible. He didn't even realize what he was talking about. Suddenly, another huge beam appeared there. It was so huge that even the townspeople could see this light. They didn't understand what was happening, but it was coming from the direction of the Francis Museum. Helga hoped they weren't going to destroy it. However, the core was definitely destroyed. But now it's clear that it's something else. A teleportation gate appeared in front of them. Could this be the very gate that guardian was trying to protect? Looks like it's time to find out what Francis left behind. The boys went through the gate. Only then did they see that they were right above the museum. Winshin remarked that the exterior of the museum looks almost like a protective symbol, after which they went back the way they came. Hannah was worried about Vincent. The protagonist asked Julian if he was able to memorize this symbol of protection. Julian replied that he had clearly memorized it. A trident and a wave with a crest. Only one creature owns a symbol with these features. It's the god of the tides, Forsadina, a blessing that allows you to control water, wielded by the Dragon King Abeltan. If Vincent could master this blessing, he might be able to reach that waterfall in the Purple Fortress and enter the dragon's lair, which hides behind a waterfall. Now, however, Hannah watched as he tried to get a feature. Even if she's standing right in front of him, she still can't believe it. To receive a blessing by controlling mana like that. Water mana is the type of mana that is closest to a person. On the contrary, it will even help his current body condition. Almost there. The magic chains look exactly as they did in Julian's memories. And now he could do it. The boy had a new blessing. Winshin asked Hannah if he'd done well. Hannah asked if her praise was really that important to him. In fact, he is weak to compliments. So it will be nice to receive her recognition, to gain a power that was only spoken of in legends. Of course, he's done well. Let him continue to hone that power to achieve his goals. Something Julian was getting pretty excited about. Vincent asked that the Hana keep this power a secret. It seems everyone will be jealous this blessing. Hana asked if the guy really trusted her. They say that by sharing a secret you can become friends. It's that kind of thinking that gets you stabbed in the back. The protagonist believes that Sister would not have stabbed him in the back. In order for Sister to go after her dream, Winshin's dream must first come true. If this guy wants to push her out of the line of succession, it won't even come close with this current power. Let him prove it if he could. She demanded that Vincent show off his new Dragon King powers. The protagonist will do it with pleasure. He can't wait to check it out himself. The blessing of the god of tides, Forsadina. However, something happened that they didn't expect. The power of blessing is not activated. Vincent can definitely feel the water filling his body with mana. But why doesn't anything happen? If I recall, the god of blessing did not appear in person this time. He usually appears directly. It's unclear what's going on. They even found a device that could have been left behind by the Dragon King. There's something else they haven't found. Hannah had a hunch. When Vincent pressed the portrait of Abeltan, it was the Guardian who had been summoned. If so, there may be something hidden in Athenia's portrait as well. Hannah clicked on the portrait. Another guardian would appear. But there was no need to worry, for this time they would not be caught off guard. And so a new portal appeared before them. It seems the purpose of the teleportation portal has changed. Hannah asked if he was thinking of going right away. Vincent thought that perhaps there was a clue there to complete his missing blessing. Therefore, there was no reason for him to delay. After which they entered the portal. There was a crystal in the main character's hands that illuminated the darkness. She doesn't even know how far they traveled, but it was very dark here. This place doesn't seem like some ordinary place. Maybe it's a space that was created by magic. This freezing cold marriage, is it really that time again? Some kind of shadow appeared there. They both noticed it. There was something in the darkness. Behind Hannah was a monster that Vincent had met before when he was exploring the Holy King's dungeon. She cut through that shadow with ease, however, and wondered if he thought she would be caught in such an ambush. From the remnants of the large shadow, smaller copies of it began to appear. Hannah was surprised that her attack didn't work. Vincent tried to get rid of those shadows too, but eventually they were surrounded. Julian didn't understand what these creepy creatures were. That's what it feels like when you cut into it. No more doubts. Vincent asked his sister if she could keep secret what would happen after that fire went out. She agreed. The crystal was extinguished. There was a dark red mana around him. The maids of honor must do their duty. Let them guide the protagonist of the prophecy according to the Dragon King's plan. Vincent wondered what they were doing. He had told them to lead him, hadn't he? She didn't understand at all how this guy was able to master Samian's scarlet power. The protagonist described himself as a truth seeker. It was a risk, but it paid off. Everything happened just as he thought it would. These guys were guarding Arslan's plan. One of the shadows greeted the truth seeker. Vincent inquired if he is the head. Biolam, the assassin, appeared before him. They were expecting a seeker of truth here. Hannah wondered if you were the one who couldn't speak. The protagonist replied that he had come here following the instructions of the Dragon King Abultan. So he asked to be given back what he had left behind. She will willingly give it to the seeker of truth. This is the plan that was left behind by the Dragon King. The grace of the Dragon King appeared in her hands. The Lord had said it was the final key to overcoming the path. Julian noticed that this ring looked a little odd, and Hannah noticed that this ring wasn't complete. Biolam replied that it was true. This ring was left by the Dragon King for his successor who would one day come here. He divided the ring into 2 parts and entrusted them to the shadows. Vincent wondered where the other half was. It should be in the hands of, it's true, his successor, not an imposter who pretends to be the successor of the Dragon King. Hannah had time to react and blocked her blow. Adenka's exploding sword, 7th style. The explosion, separation of worlds. Vincent may have figured out the secret, but it wasn't enough for them. The unworthy are trying to desecrate the prophecy. She has ordered them all killed. The shadows immediately moved to attack Hannah and Vincent. She tried to dodge every shadow, but there were too many enemies. If things continue like this, she won't be able to protect Vincent. In the event, he'll just keep chopping them up. Biolam appeared in front of him, saying something he clearly hadn't expected. Hannah yelled for her not to do it. The weapon was right in front of his eyes. But it was a gloriously perfect opportunity for him to test his hunch. Biolam stopped. Hannah didn't expect her to stop at all. The boy wondered why she was hesitating. Hadn't she called him an imposter to be killed? Let him finally do his duty and kill him faster. Only then did Vincent realize that she couldn't kill him. In fact, he had met shadows like her before. Vincent nearly died in the face of their crushing power. For the sake of preserving their prophecy, they are able to unleash absolute power. In other words, they could have killed him at any time, but they didn't. Even with the obvious evidence of the ring missing, they clearly have another reason not to kill these two. She really can't deny it. It's true. Biolam could feel the power of the Dragon King emanating from him, albeit faintly. It seems that Forstina's blessing has made itself felt. The blessing possessed by the Dragon King is present in his body. They can sense that power. That's why they couldn't kill him right away, because he might be related to the Dragon King. So Vincent must use this to his advantage. Vincent stated with a confident look that he was the Dragon King's successor. Julian asked when he had become one. However, he didn't know about the incomplete ring or their existence. 200 years had passed since the death of the Dragon King. His legacy must have been interrupted and forgotten. Not everyone could make it here under ideal conditions. Probably no one would be able to do it in the future. She just couldn't believe it. That's why he'll go and find the other half of the ring. Biolam thought that was unacceptable. How could they trust this man? He might not come back. They have made an oath of life with the Dragon King. If they let the unworthy one go, they will be destroyed by the oath. It is indeed a rule that vows must be honored, which means they must die here. Hannah told the boy to stand by. She got into a fighting stance. However, the protagonist stopped her. In that case, how about this? He offered to make a new oath between the shadows and Vincent. Biolam asked if he even realized how much responsibility there was for this. If the protagonist doesn't find the ring, he will give them his life. Julian and Hannah tried to stop him. The choice is theirs. Whether they stay here at all, shackled by an unfulfilled vow for eternity, or they will risk their lives for a chance 200 years later. Hannah and Winston can't defeat them anyway. And if those mysterious shadows decided to kill them, he'd rather honorably pass away with his own hands. His blade touched his neck. Biolam stopped him. In the face of these unknown creatures, he has no fear at all. On the contrary, Vincent takes advantage of the situation to turn the tide. Although it is the enemies who hold people's lives in their hands, the initiative belongs to Vincent. If they kill these two here, they may never get a chance to honor the treaty again. In that case, there was nothing left for her to do but agree to enter into a contract. She made a wise decision. He must swear on his shadow. Vincent swore at his shadow. After that, the Biolam began to pull the protagonist's shadow into itself. They must leave this place, find the other half of the Dragon King's grace, and return. It is a contract made at the cost of their lives, and it must be honored. As collateral, she will take his shadow. The deadline is the 7th new moon from now on. He must fulfill the treaty by this time and reclaim his shadow. 7 new moons is the maximum amount of time you can live on Earth without a shadow. If he does not return his shadow by this deadline, his body will collapse and he will die. There's no need to worry about it because it won't happen. In that case, she will wait for him here. Biolam will wait for the boy who sees the truth. Finally, they were able to return. This feeling is too strange, not having a shadow at your feet. They only have 7 months. In that time, Julian must find the treasure without any clues. In any case, from the beginning, their goal has been an artifact called Chonghua. He's even glad. The path they need to follow is becoming clearer and clearer. Now there's another problem looming. Hannah heard everything. The main character tried to explain all of this in some way. Hannah only turned around and talking about how they need to find the grace of the Dragon King. They have a long way to go. Winston asked if she didn't have any questions for him. And what should she even ask him if he asked her to keep a secret? And Hannah's just honoring his request. Julian was glad to hear such words from Hannah. Vincennes thanked her. Suddenly they heard the commander's voices. Helga wondered why Vargan II was so eager to destroy an old building every time he saw one. They'll explain everything later. She came down with a whip. They must check one thing first. Helga asked if his mission was over already. Vincent answered that there was no need to worry to see, not yet. These guys are excellent cadets. Now she wanted to hear the interim report. Helga asked who would introduce him. Of course it would be the Hannah. But the girl replied that it wouldn't be. That right belongs to Vincent. He took control of the situation with his skill. Helga was at first surprised that Hannah had said that. Afterwards, she thought that he had already convinced Hannah too. Either way, they need to shut the place down. If any gawkers fall into those pits, it will be problematic. Helga said to leave the little things to her. And after the report, they should go to Versa. Don't they have anything to discuss? Winston greeted the head of Halem, and also the hero who slew the tyrant. Laurent asked that the guy shouldn't be so formal. It was embarrassing for him. Besides, he was only the temporary head for now. Versa mentioned that he would have to get used to it. He is now the ultimate authority in Halem. And Laurent replied that he is just a common blind man, and the power belongs to the citizens. He will create a civilian organization that will divide territories and powers, forcing them to compete. So power will be divided among the civilians. That way, even if someone like his father appeared, the goodwill of people would be able to stop him. It's going to be a hard road and a very slow one, but at the same time, it's the furthest you can go. Just like the path his mother is on right now. That time in the carriage from Maltia, she asked Vincent to destroy her house, and he did it beautifully. She'll reward him for that. In her hands was a magic scroll. More specifically, it is a scroll that leads to the homeland of the dragon people. It was left by the survivors of their kind. They wish to express their gratitude to you to Vincennes. The protagonist was surprised that he was the one they wanted to thank, and not the two of them. Laurent appointed Winston Adenka as their ambassador to the dragon people. In negotiating with them, Winston's words will be Laurent's words. Vincent's will become his will. The time would come soon. He repeated Vincent's name. The home of the dragon people. If this is where the Dragon King lived, it must still exist. He thought about the grace of the Dragon King, and the clue about the remaining fragments. Juliana found that this light seems to change the destination of the portal. We are probably destined for the transportation portal in the basement gallery. Vincent asked if Julian could use this scroll. Such complicated magic is beyond his ability. If he could, he would have gone to the magic tower himself. But instead, they have a talented mage. He remembered her. Siri didn't want to go anywhere. Julian and Winchin wondered. The two immediately asked why she was refusing. Hadn't she learned all the magic from Sir Vargon? Or maybe she doesn't know how to handle that scroll. And Sari replied that was not the problem. Vargon's teachings were excellent. It's because of the young master. He was overexerting himself again. Just like when he saved Sir Laurent at the meeting. Winchin replied that it was just a small scratch. If he goes to the priests, he'll be fine. But Sari decided to demonstrate that this is an unusual scratch. It was really painful for him. He could see it all for himself now. His magical circuits had just begun to recover, and now they were corrupted again. And he's about to go to an unknown place with a body like that. She absolutely will not allow it. Either he fully recovers or seeks another mage. Julian was upset that he'd been kicked out, and Vincent noticed that she was very angry. Finding another reliable mage other than Siri is impossible right now. And it's true that his body hasn't fully recovered from the overexertion yet, so we'll have to postpone the departure for a bit. They were approached by an equal who asked Vincent where he had been. Raven looked everywhere for him. He thought Winchin would leave without saying goodbye. The protagonist asked if all the people from the fortress had left. In fact, Dad asked him to come home for at least a week. His son had never lived so far away from him before, so Equality will stay in the Vatican for the time being. Kajin couldn't wait and had already left. He asked me to pass on this message. Valkia asked if her son was sure it was okay to just leave like that. Halem and Adenka got bogged down in business, and there was no chance of meeting again anytime soon. He had already said everything he wanted to say. The next time they meet, one of them has to die. That's exactly what Vincent wanted. Raven asked that the protagonist not forget him. Their duel is not over yet. Equality held back this time, because they were after the evil old man. But next time he would surely find out which of them was stronger. Next time, they'll have a duel that nothing can stop. That was how the Halem incident ended, and a new chapter began. Versa stared into the water. A week later, he took off the blindfold. It's time to go. I have no reason to delay. Their target is the land of the dragon people, Dragon Grove, after which the Siri must activate the scroll. But she also asked that the young master promise not to overexert himself in the Dragon Grove. The boy agreed. Is this servant really a disciple of Deputy Commander Vargon? The day has finally come when all her efforts will pay off, and she will be able to help her master. She's sure to do her best. It's a portal to the Dragon Grove. Helga wished them a happy journey, only they must not return too quickly. Wilson thought about how he was sure to get an incredible reception. Hannah replied that they were finally going ahead with the mission. Senori reported that this portal is incredibly unstable. It's impossible to move them all. The protagonist asked how many people he could carry. According to her calculations, it would be no more than 2 people. Wilson wanted to go as the young master's direct personal servant. However, he was overtaken by Hannah, who also wanted to go. From the beginning, her mission had been to protect Vincent. Siri asked for a quick decision. The passageway will close soon. Helga told him to take the mage as well and leave. Hannah didn't understand why the fortress director had chosen to do so. In fact, it was obvious. In such a situation, the Maha must definitely accompany Winchin to control the portal. In other words, the members of the expedition have been determined. Winchin and the magician. Just the 2 of them. Hannah wasn't sure about that choice. However, she was reassured by the protagonist, who promised to be sure to return alive and find the blessing of the Dragon King. Their mission is not yet complete. He will not let it end in failure. In that case, Hannah will believe in his return and will wait. After which the 2 entered the portal. Through the portal, they were thrown down. Vincent asked the girl if she was okay. Sari replied that she was fine. Only then did they see that they had appeared in the dragon forest. It was so quiet in this place that you would have thought no one was here, but that's hardly the case. Sari asked what he meant, and the boy replied that there was no need to panic. Winchin Adenka introduced himself. He had come at the invitation of the dragon people. From behind the trees, 3 dragons that were armed showed up. The man asked if he was really Vincent Adenka. The protagonist replied that he did. He had heard that young master had a purple lotus. If it wasn't too difficult, he would like to take a look at it. Siri was surprised that they had just arrived and were already being interrogated. However, after what had happened in Halem, such caution was understandable. This sword is the purple lotus. a blade that was forged by master blacksmith Hansen, and which accompanied his father, Khan Adenka. It also marked the beginning of Vincent Adenka. Furthermore, it contains the blessing of the Dragon King. The three of them looked at each other. Their benefactor has arrived in the dragon forest. They must blow the welcoming horn. The man did as he said. Siri sighed, for she was glad that their tension had finally subsided. Vincent wanted to see how the dragon people received their guests. Suddenly, something popped into his head. They immediately turned to see who dared to throw a stone at their benefactor. It was Miguel and Olivia. The main character notices that this child has no left arm. Miguel demanded that he get out of the dragon forest. After that, he threw another stone. Let that Gafonso dog go back to Halem. Guy wondered what could have happened to this kid. Another fool, he immediately plowed Miguel to the ground. The man asked what he was even doing. The boy shouted that these were the same scumbags who had killed mom and dad. Olivia screamed at him not to touch her with her baby brother. Siri walked over to Olivia and asked if that wasn't too cruel. They're children, after all. Miguel bit the finger of the man who wielded it. Because of the sudden pain, he had to let Miguel go. He grabbed Olivia's hand and ran. Meanwhile, the main character didn't realize what had just happened at all, and Siri noticed that the young master was bleeding. They were approached by a so-called mother who apologized for the children's rudeness. These children were deeply traumatized people. She apologized for them to Prince Vincent. He recognized the look immediately. She looked exactly like the portrait Francis had drawn of her mother in her 20s. It's a portrait of the mother. She looks exactly like the woman in the painting. The woman noticed that the young gentleman seemed to recognize her. It was an amazing coincidence. One artist painted a portrait of a woman with her face and called the painting a portrait of her mother. Over 200 years ago. She hasn't introduced herself yet. She is the matron of the Dragon Forest, Naimer Ilom. The guards spotted the carriage. Mother's carriage was approaching. The gate opened. It was announced that the mother had returned with her benefactor. They greeted the benefactor with full honor and humble respect. Seri noticed that there is a huge number of dragons here. It's amazing. Winshin noticed it too. Not only are there a lot of them, there's another problem. They're all armed. Not only with weapons, but their spirit is as sharp as a blade. And the way they look at Winshin, it's not friendly at all. Even that guy named Miguel earlier. Their hostility is too obvious. The protagonist had a bad feeling about this invitation. It's not an easy gratitude. There's a hidden agenda here. Julian and Seri noticed something that struck them. Vincent asked what she had noticed. It was a huge tree under which the city was located. Even Julia had never heard of or seen such a tree. Naimer explained that it is a 1,000-year-old tree. It gives them strength and a place to live. That's where her castle is. She welcomed them into the Dragon Forest. Miguel was angry that they had decided to let humans into the Dragon Forest. They had clearly lost their minds. However, even the matriarch came to greet them. Olivia didn't think they were bad people. That woman even defended her. Miguel told her not to fall for it. She'd rather remember how their parents had been murdered. The people of Halem were trapping dragons. It was a trap. Was the peace agreement a lie? Did they really think humans would make a pact with monsters like them? And they came in completely unarmed. How stupid. The knight has ordered the capture of anyone who might be useful in extracting the blood. Lord Gafonso awaits. Miguel ran to the Pope and demanded that the bastard let him go. He tried to get the gun away from Daddy. Olivia pleaded for Daddy to get up faster. However, he was grabbed by a man. This child is too weak to have blood extracted from him, so let him get out of the way. Miguel yelled that until he got his daddy back, he wouldn't stop stopping him. In that case, the man will help that child come to his senses. The boy screamed in pain. Olivia had seen all of her brother's suffering. To avoid conflicts with humans, they stayed here in the Dragon Forest. But some dragons stayed in Halem. They never stopped striving for peace, dreaming of the day when they would be free to roam the world. One day, and they would live with humans. Those dragons were captured by Gafonso to extract their blood. Most came back alive, but their bodies were exhausted after much suffering, and some never came back. Of course, the protagonist noticed that the soldiers were all heavily armed, and he could sense the hostility towards him. Had the dragon not been preparing for war with the Halem? That was until recently. In order to save everyone who had been captured by Gafonso, they were planning an invasion of Dersona. If the dragon soldiers stormed into the very center of the city, Halem would be destroyed. Still, Halem is a shopping center that is connected with the interests of many noble families. The strongest warriors from different families will be mobilized to protect this land. If that were to happen, the dragons would go on a path of annihilation. Thanks to Winshin, as he broke Gafonso Halem into formation, They were able to stop the self-destructive war plans. Naimer thanked him for protecting the future of the dragons. Sir Kalbeck, however, entered there and argued that they should invade Dursena as they had planned. They cannot shame the honor of their descendants. They must not be recognized as cowards who surrendered before men, for the sake of the part they have to fight for. Was this misgiving about conflict among the dragons themselves? The mother replied that it was unacceptable to bring an army into these chambers. It's the mother who's out of her mind. Canceling the war plans, that's absurd. They have contributed so much sacrifice and oppression, and the people have not paid for it in any way. They owe it to the humans to leave a lesson in defeat at least once. The dragons have an obligation to show that they can ram their way down people's throats. They will punish anyone who tried to gain and abuse their power. Even if it is Halem, the Council of Elders of the Great Families, and their most hated enemies, Tower 6. That's to be expected. Helios was in on it too. His mother asked, wondering what he would do after his revenge. Even if they by some miracle managed to take revenge on all their enemies, countless blood would be spilled. What would they even be able to gain from such revenge? To give in to anger and jeopardize her entire mouth? That's a decision she can't make. If the mother is not going to follow through, she should back off, until this matter is resolved. She was furious that they dared to raise a sword against their own mother. Kalbeck immediately went on the attack. Mother wasn't going to stand in one place and wait to be attacked either. Ciri tried to stop them. Winshin managed to block the blade. Like Kalbeck, Naimer didn't expect it either. That's disappointing. Could this be the very force the dragons are going to start a war with? Naimer's scales began to disappear. There was a look of incomprehension on her face. Vincent Adenka. Could this be the same man who overthrew Gafanzo? Kalbeck recoiled. The prince's courageous decision to free his captive kin is a matter of deep respect. But this is a matter of dragon kind. If the man interferes again, this sword will have to be stained with blood. Naimer demanded that the prince retreat. Kalbeck is the strongest swordsman among the dragon kind. The prince must not fight him. The protagonist asked Ms. Naimer why she called him here. She wanted to express her gratitude. If it was just a matter of gratitude, one could just send a gift. But she created a scroll and personally invited Winshin, even knowing that not everyone would be happy to see him. So why did she call him in the first place? It seemed to him that every action of Mrs. Naimer was a plea to stop this war. It is unthinkable to ask such a thing of a benefactor, who has already done so much for the dragon people. Let her just ask for it already. If the lady does, Vincent will resolve the conflict between humans and dragons. He will destroy the 6th tower that made an alliance with Halem, betraying morality and justice, and fulfill your duties as a warrior of Adenka. It's his duty. What if Winshin Adenka is who she thinks he is? Even if there's even the slightest chance he can stop this war. She asked Prince Vinshin to help them, so that the Dragon Forest would not go down the path of self-destruction. That's what he'll do. However, the man doesn't trust the prince. He doesn't know if Winshin really has that kind of will or power to accomplish all this. In that case, he will simply prove it by his own efforts. The other dragons didn't understand how a human could even possess it. It's a forced awakening of dragon blood. There's no doubt about it. This boy had inherited Ableton's true strength. Kalbeck asked how he was able to get that power, and Vincent wondered if it was enough for Sir Kalbeck to be sure. However, he is still inexperienced. In his current state, he wouldn't be able to defeat the 6th magic tower, much less Kalbeck. The protagonist asked what if he fully mastered this blessing and surpassed Kalbeck. Will he again cover himself with the pretext of honor and start a suicidal war? Then the man won't be able to stop the protagonist, let alone the magic tower. In just 1 month, it will bring this force together and challenge Kalbeck. Let this duel decide if they will continue this war, or will Kalbeck trust Vincent and return to the path of peace. A week later, he was sitting by the Ableton Falls. Julian wondered if it was really possible to complete the blessing with such a primitive method. Didn't Mrs. Naimer say that the dragon Oka King Abeltan often trained in this place? You need to feel the energy with your body and accept it. This is the perfect place to awaken the blessing of water. Julian noticed that the people of the past were amazing. Sir Kalbeck willingly accepted the challenge. The fight is only 3 weeks away. To prevent the dragons from becoming extinct, he must become stronger and show them a trustworthy leader. Once again, a rock flew into him, which the guy managed to catch. Of course, it was Miguel, who wondered how he was able to catch the rock with his eyes closed. Vincent remarked that he was pretty well coordinated, so he would make a great swordsman in the future. He was about to tell Olivia to run. However, noticed that she was already sitting near the Ciri. Ciri replied that he could join in and eat too. This recipe they got from the dragons. According to this, the boy should like it. Olivia replied that it was very tasty. Miguel tried to stop her because maybe this food is poisoned. The protagonist reported that he had heard about his situation. And about his parents, too. Miguel had been through a lot. Vincent knows it's not enough to redeem people, but he will fight so that children like Miguel will never suffer again. So he asked if Miguel could trust him for once. The child may have already wanted to make a decision, but he remembered his father's last words, specifically the words that asked Miguel to run. So he threw back the arm of the protagonist. Even his father trusted the men and was captured and afterward killed. Miguel will never believe such people. Captain Kelbeck will kick out Vincennes, after which the boy ran away. Seri has seen it all too. It seemed to Seri that the young master was especially worried about this boy, Miguel. It would take time for him to open his heart. Meanwhile, the guards didn't understand why they had to guard an art gallery. They're just guarding it because they've been told to. Suddenly they noticed something dark and ominous flying towards them. They didn't understand at all what it was or where it came from. That evil spirit seemed to go through their heads, whereupon the guards fell. Meanwhile, Miguel approached the portal. If it hadn't been for the damn gate, nothing would have happened. He wanted that gate broken. But just before his eyes, they activated. Why had it happened so suddenly? He, old man, walked through them along with an evil spirit who greeted the little one. He is here for the first time. The old man asked the little man to show him the way to Vincent Adenka. Now, Vincent finally realized why his blessing was incomplete. The force that controls the energy of water has two components, the power of acceptance and the power of letting go. Before, he had only tried to let go. It was like trying to draw water from a dry river. You have to let it be accepted into you. The drops of water began to rapidly approach directly towards the protagonist. A huge torrent of water formed around him. With that, he was one step closer to completing the blessing. At that moment, he saw Miguel leaping at him with a gun. The protagonist managed to jump away from the point of impact. He jumped right back to the purple lotus. Julian and Winchin sensed it. It's a demonic contract. He demanded that this man get out of the dragon forest immediately. Julian didn't understand what evil spirit Davina had forgotten in the dragon forest. What a nuisance. Why is something sinister bearing his name from a past life? Suddenly, he noticed the guy disappeared from his sight. Vincent found himself behind him, talking about how he needed to figure this out right now. Sword strikes are ineffective against Dragonborn. The best way to stun them is to strike them with the flat side of the blade. He informed Miguel that it might hurt a little. At this point, another man decided to intervene in the fight. Miguel and Winchin jumped away from the point of impact. They can't end the fight that quickly. The protagonist asked who he was. The stranger asked how he got the Dragonborn victim. It will be problematic if she is already subordinate. He recognized the man. Barome from the Revolutionary Corps. The one who had created a fake body for Lord Laurent using black magic. They met his for a moment, but this guy even remembered his face and name. However, does he really think he can just stand idly by? Vincent recoiled again. After all, he's no different than Gafonzo. This guy is just as likely to try to take the family away from the kid. They crossed their blades. Miguel needs to come to his senses. Barome wanted this guy to fight him too. He used devastation. He'll have to duck. But if he does, this guy is going to get hurt. There was an explosion. When the desolation magic hits, all the moisture from the person's body evaporates. Does he have some sort of water elemental blessing? Winchin asked if the Barome is the one who created Grace. The strength of the Dragonkin lies in their strong resistance to novels. Converting that into magic is no easy task, but it's different with black magic. It is a sinister energy created by sacrificing life force. It can damage dragon scales, the goblins that attacked Vincennes, Elder Tilowan's fake body, and the magical stone factory in Maltia. Every event of Nightmares and Grace showed the traces of a powerful black magician. That black magician was a bar, the black magician of Nightmares. He'd figured out so much. So there was another reason to hasten his death. Meanwhile, the child did not understand why this man had protected him. The old man said Winchin Adenka's goal was to take Gafonzo's place for himself. Moreover, he is also the grandson of Gafonzo. When he needs power, he will definitely start stealing it from more dragons. Doesn't the boy want to drive the humans out of the dragon forest before that happens? It was like hypnosis. But why is this man now defending him? Didn't the old man say he was the same as Gafonzo? Maybe this person is completely different. However, the evil spirit told him not to hesitate. All people are evil. If he trusts them again, Miguel will be betrayed just like his father. He's supposed to protect Olivia. Vincent noticed his mana suddenly surging. It's time. Barome doesn't even need to get involved in all this. He ordered Miguel to destroy Vincena Adenku. Suddenly, he was stopped with the help of trees, whereupon the old man on the verse struck. It was Kalbeck. The protagonist certainly didn't expect Kalbeck to decide to help him, and in fact, they can't let trespassers walk around in the forest, especially a man like that. He was fed up with these useless lizards, so he contrived to attack them. Kalbeck stabbed the old man with his blade. If they really think it's going to end that way, then let them not even dream about it. But the man mentioned that his life is not, exactly over. Mother praised Sir Kalbeck for doing a good job. His swordsmanship is still amazing. Vincent shouted that this wasn't the end. This man has the technique of creating fake bodies. After that, the old man used devastation. His body was desiccated. Didn't that lizard recently say invasion was impossible? Other warriors swarmed to protect the captain and chase the intruder away. It's time. These are the sacrifices he has prepared. Lord Deven should enjoy them wholeheartedly. A multitude of shadows began to fly out of his mouth. As soon as they saw Davin's evil spirit, they immediately wanted to run away. But why did so many of them show up? However, it was too late. His friends asked if he was okay. In response, the dragon asked how he could be okay if his family was dead. How can they stand up to the vengeance of the people? These cowards must drive the people away. I was demanded to get my families back. Wouldn't he also try to stop his revenge? The other dragon asked him not to. He too was grabbed by the throat. It was the mother. The dragons demanded she let them go. Anger was justified. Nymer asked them to wake up. They must not let themselves be manipulated by an evil spirit. Miguel's body was also dried. This was noticed by the main character, who was worried about the boy. The mother told me that this boy was still alive. Does he think it's funny? Barum asked, isn't it funny, watching them fight each other? If you stir up their anger in their hearts a little, they will come at each other at once. It was exactly the same with Hylam. They didn't even realize they were being played by a nightmare and happily fought each other. If Vinch and Adenka hadn't interfered, they might have continued to please Lord Davin. The protagonist asked if this whole nightmare was really for this Deven. To see him reappear on this earth is their dream. It all makes sense now. So this dream is called a nightmare. In that case, Vincent will wake them up from this silly and idiotic dream. Barum replied that he could try it if he could do it. He used mass devastation. The shackles that were made from the root of a 1,000-year-old tree had faded. The mother noticed that her children had lost their minds again. Don't Dragonborns have any pride at all? How could they even let Gafonso's grandson walk through the dragon forest? Namer shouted that it was dangerous. Suddenly he was struck by an overwhelming spiritual energy. Only then did the old man notice that the devastated land was beginning to recover. But how was that even possible? The gazes of the dragons, who had been fighting each other for only a few moments, were now drawn to something else. It was 200 years later. It happened, an event that brought tears to her eyes. She turned to her son Ebeltan. Finally, there was someone who inherited his power. The summoned goddess placed her trident on the devastated land. The blessing of Forsadina, the power that leads the Dragonborn. It radiates a collected spiritual energy. It could forcibly awaken the strength and spirit of the Dragonborn. This is Forsadina's first technique, Marine General. All Dragonborn must greet the new Dragon King with a dragon roar. Everyone praised the king. We must cover him with all our strength. The old man noticed that Lord Davin's control was completely gone. Now it was time for Barom to wake up from his slumber. The Lord's power is absolute, and it should be impossible to break the contract with him. What kind of trickery did this guy use this time? Vincent reported that he had made a promise to Nymer to make those who oppressed the dragons pay, and to resolve the conflicts between the two races peacefully. He asked if they could trust the man and lend their power. They will all follow the heir to the Dragon King and drive out the invaders. The protagonist will all lead the battle. And now everyone must attack that cursed old man. Barum wanted to use the very technique to keep them from reaching him. However, this black magic will no longer work. He used the gifts of Forsadina's blessing. Tidal wave. A tidal wave shattered Barum's attack. The old man asked how dare he throw himself into the devastation. What a stupid death. But it wasn't what he thought it would be. The protagonist pierced the old man. His example was followed by the other dragon warriors. He quickly jumped out of his body. Did that brat forget that he can use corpse resurrection magic? He's gonna kill him this time. Winchin told him not to make a mistake this time. Behind Barum was already Sir Kalbeck. The man chopped off the old man's arm. This is the end for the invader. Are they really going to lose to such a lowlife? Many spirits of Davin's vengeance appeared in front of him. Had the Lord come here to save him? The old man was so grateful to him. But even at this point, he was wrong with his conclusions. Barum cried out that this was not the end. He would return these pests to Lord Davinu as his faithful servant. An evil spirit was trying to take over the body of his follower. Is this spirit trying to force a contract? He asked that the Lord not abandon him. Barum can still fight. He had been so sure of the Overlord all along. His body was transformed. Julian didn't understand how a human could even make a contract with such a cruel spirit. He had completely turned into a monster. The master had indeed abandoned him. Why did the Lord do this to him? He began to emit black smoke. The smoke caused the trees to wither. Did the spirit power of the place strengthen the black magic? The order was given for everyone to retreat and not to touch that black smoke. It would dry up their bodies. Miguel doesn't understand anything. Ever since that old man spoke to him, his memories have been hazy. He noticed Olivia lying on the ground. She was struck by black smoke. Miguel immediately ran to her and asked her to hold on. Meanwhile, the pus was spreading. If it continued like this, they would all die. The mother ordered everyone to stand back. She put up a seal to defend herself against this attack. Vincent thanked Mrs. Neimer. They must hurry and eliminate the enemy. If this energy spreads to the dragon forest, the 1,000-year-old sacred tree will wither away, and then all life in the dragon forest will lose its strength and die. They must break the vengeful spirit's contract with their mystical urinary blows. But Julian thought that was impossible. The spirits of vengeance were breeding endlessly through Miguel's life force. There are at least dozens of them. If he didn't destroy them all, they wouldn't be able to stop him. In other words, even if they do lethal damage, it won't be enough. Is there no way at all? But there is actually a way. As the heir to Abeltan's power, perhaps Vincent can use it. The essence of Forsadina's blessing was an ultimatum technique that passed to the strongest warrior among dragons. Abeltan's ultimatum technique. It's the only way to defeat this monster. Miguel asked Olivia to wake up. Olivia just wanted him to try the sandwich Siri had given her too. They'll talk about it later, but first we need to run away. The tumor's already gotten to them. Fortunately, a barrier appeared around them. It was a Siri who was just looking for these children. The girl asked if they were okay. Vincent noticed the pus approaching from above. It was cut by Kalbeck. The mother was still maintaining the barrier. One sword strike is enough to dry up the hand and blade. Is he really that helpless in this situation? He requested that Prince Winchin inherit the sword of Abeltan. His mother was also surprised that he was bowing down to the man. They couldn't even stop one enemy from invading this place, let alone a war. He apologized for them having to rely on an outsider. But now they have no other choice. They are about to entrust the secret machinery of their race to a man they considered an enemy. His heart must be full of anxiety. The man asked if he could trust the prince. Could dragons trust him with their future? Siri yelled for Miguel to run. We can't let them catch up. Miguel asked why she was helping them. He hated them and threw stones. 'Cause the prince said so. The prince once said that strength is needed to protect others. That's where part of it comes in. He wondered about the power to defend himself. The image of his father surfaced in his mind. Miguel must save himself and protect Olivia. A huge flash of light appeared in the sky. Siri sensed the prince's mana. Could he too become like Winchin? Using the seal, he was transported directly to the enemy. Kabelk only inherited the principles, but since Abeltan's time, no one has been able to recreate the technique. So now it all depends on Mr. Vincent's skill. Forsadina's blessing grants two powers. The first, the sword that releases the sea wave energy that the prince had already demonstrated. And the second is a sword that absorbs energy. The dragons noticed that the energy shared by the young master was coming back, a shattering blow filled with compressed energy. It is said to be able to swallow the world like the Black Sea. If it wasn't for this guy, Vincent Adenka, the plan would have succeeded. And this technique is called the Black Sea. He attacked the monster. All the water turned to rain. Olivia woke up. Siri and Miguel rejoiced at that. Her dried face recovered. Olivia asked her brother why he was crying. Miguel put his arm around Olivia. Olivia replied that she was having trouble breathing. The energy is restoring the dragon forest. Mother asked Kabelk if he still hated humans, or if his opinion had changed. He would never forgive them for their crime against the dragon people. Winchin has seen so many human casualties due to the foul thoughts of villains. Because of this, he dreams of the disappearance of all the villains, and if he even has to bear his sword for that, he will do so without hesitation. So he asked that Cheese Kabelk entrust him with the sword of the Dragon King. However, now he wants to believe in this boy. He wanted to drive those monsters out of the dragon forest. That was all Kabelk could teach. The sword of the Dragon King was perfectly inherited by Vincent Adenka. Finally, the Dragon King's power is now completely his own. However, there is something else he must remember. When the protagonist leaves the Dragon Grove and tries to use his sea, it will be hard to expect the same power as before. Vincent inquired as to what he meant. This place is filled with pure mana and energy. It's all thanks to the 1,000-year-old tree. Even if Vincent tried to use the energy from outside, it wouldn't be more than a quarter of what's here. While he is in the Dragon Grove, then let him absorb as much energy as possible. It would help him outside the grove at least a little. The protagonist wanted to start immediately, but Kabelk replied that that was it for today. Looks like the prince has a guest. Vincent asked if he wanted to practice together today as well. Miguel didn't mind. His eyes even lit up at the thought of it. Miguel should move even faster. Julian laughed, for the boy had been so stubborn before. Now he was so compliant. Vincent mentioned that without one arm, it's easy to lose balance after a sudden movement. He should always anticipate his next move. Kabelk asked if the prince had ever trained a man without an arm before. He's very good at it. Of course, Vincent had to lie that he had. He knew someone in the same situation. In reality, the guy was just using old experience, but it seemed to be noticeable. Miguel has been wondering one thing for a long time. Why Vincent has no shadow? So he had to explain this whole situation. The Mother of Dragons recognized it as well. Abelton's blessing. The prince found it at the underground gates of Dersona, a paired ring that was split in two. Vincent actually came here looking for the ring. If she knows anything about it, he asked her to tell. Perhaps it's destiny, too. It's the only relic he left behind. If this was the item Wincham was looking for, then he could have it. It was indeed the Dragon King's blessing. Julian was surprised that it had really been left in such a careless place so easily. Vincent asked if she was sure he could just accept it. After all, it must be a relic of the Dragon King. That's why it makes sense to give it to the prince. If it was left with Nymer, it would just spill out in a drawer. After all, he's a hero for saving the entire dragon race, so he'll accept it with pride. The protagonist put a ring on it. He would use it in a way that would not dishonor the Dragon King's name. Once again, he sat under the waterfall. With the ring, the fear of death because of his pact with the Reaper was gone. The 7th waning moon proposed by Biolam was 6 months away. In that time, he should absorb all the power he can get here. 6 months later. Vincent gave thanks for all the time they had spent here. It's actually the mother who is worried that they haven't taken enough care of them. Here, the protagonist inherited the power of the Dragon King. He has found trusted friends, and also a great mentor. To wish for more would be greed. Vincent brightened their future. In that case, he's being sent back. The dragon said goodbye to the prince and told him to come again. The dragon people would always be happy to see him, and so they went through the portal. Ciri was glad she was back safe and sound. But the main character suggested that they go back and rest. They had been through a lot. There he spotted Hannah, who was eating. A bonfire burned after her. Vincent asked what the sister was doing here and why. Meanwhile, Helga asked why he was here. Don't be so intimidated. Isn't this just a visit to an old associate? The first heir of the direct line. A strong candidate for the future head of the family. Carmen Adenka. Even if he had once been a cadet, it was no longer appropriate to address him so famously now. Wouldn't the commander even salute the Prince of Adenki? She greeted with sincere honor and mortal pride. Helga asked what brought the gentleman here. Isn't his younger brother about to complete his training? He figured he'd at least bring him flowers. He also wanted to find out where Hannah was. Vincent marveled at the thought that she might have guarded the passage all these 7 months. And the Hannah hadn't expected him to return just now. Hannah's mission is to protect them. She followed it blindly. You should have at least sent a letter. Then she wouldn't have had to suffer in vain. Would Vincent now condemn her mission? The two were surprised that she had changed a bit. Vincent asked if she had changed. Hannah told him that the 7 months here had not gone to waste for her either. She's been rethinking a lot of things. After Winchin left, the soldiers who were guarding the place were attacked. They couldn't open the gate to the forest. So Hannah decided to stay here and protect this place. She felt anxious and angry. This was the first time she had experienced such emotions. Of course she noticed the ring on his hand. And now she's at peace, because their mission didn't fail. And because he came back safe and sound. Now it's time to fulfill their assignment. Wilson was glad that Ciri was alive. Hannah noticed that his boyfriend had grown a lot in that time. It seemed to Winchin that in 7 months he had probably grown a bit. But that wasn't what she was talking about. That aura is impressive. Theoretically speaking, he's about the level of a 3rd star. But his aura is different. He must have trained hard in the Dragon Forest. Of all the 3-star warriors she knows, he's the strongest. But after all, there are descendants of other great families among the 3 stars. The talents of Kagan and Raven are also outstanding. He knows that. But Winchin is stronger than they are and will remain so in the future. Winchin thanked me for the praise, and Julian melted with joy. Biolam appeared there. She couldn't believe that the Dragon King's heir had really returned. Before the waning moon descends 7 times, the one who swore by her own shadow has returned. Now she too must fulfill her vow. Biolam began to unleash the shadows. The shadows followed to Winshin's side. He kept his oath to the Dragon King and his own. As a reward, he will receive the legacy of the Dragon King, and will bring back his shadow. Julian was glad that they had advanced another step. This, it turns out, is the true grace of the Dragon King. Now they're finally free. Winshin asked to be told what the ring was, and why Abeltan left it here. They don't know the details either. But what is certain is that it will lead Winshin to Cheonghua, that it contains the power of the first head of the Halem family. It turns out it's also a magical artifact of Athenia. Let the truth be revealed to him. Finally, all business in Halem is completed. Time to return to the Purple Fortress. 1 week from today, Crimson Fortress. No one seems to be thinking of meeting them. They've arrived on the exact day they're supposed to. Of course, they were greeted by their older brother. Finally, he saw his younger ones. Julian knew who it was, Carmen, the first of the direct heirs. He is the cruelest and most cunning of the other brothers. Malone is far from him. That man is a monster. Since this is the first son, they do look alike. Among the 8 children, he resembles Kana Denka the most. He laughed with Togo that Vincent didn't recognize his older brother. This is typical behavior for an idiot. Julian didn't want to hear it. Hannah wondered why her brother had come here. Carmen replied that he had been away for quite a while. He came in advance to congratulate Hannah on her climb. Let him continue to develop in martial arts like this flower. The protagonist asked Julian what the impertinent man was trying to accomplish. It's a threat. Power in Adenk is now divided between 2 factions, the eldest and the second heir. In martial arts, the strongest is the second sister. But in terms of influence, the older brother dominates. Hannah's powers are the only factor that can upset that balance. If she gives up power for her dream, the situation will change. He wants her supporters to remain in the gray zone forever. Hannah replied that she wasn't interested in these political games. Doesn't she care what becomes of that crippled man from Halem? Carmen has the support of 2 of the 4 elders. Influencing the power in Halem is not a problem for him. He really wanted to see how long this softling could resist. If she doesn't want it, then let her just wither away in her flower pot until it consumes all of Adenka. The protagonist stops Hannah by touching the bouquet. He used his blessing. Winshin made the wilted flower bloom again. The protagonist will not allow a man like him to become the head of Adenka. Wilson to Sari didn't understand what Lord Carmen was doing here. Sari asked Wilson to keep quiet. Carmen heard from Abel that Vincent had also decided to participate in the struggle of the heirs. Understanding one's place is also a sign of intelligence. But where does the lowly disenfranchised blood go? The protagonist asked if he had enough merit to quibble about Adenka's right of inheritance. If memory serves him correctly, Sister Dea was the only winner of a friendly encounter from their family. In the entire 5-year history of Adenka, that means he lost to a direct descendant of Samion. His sister's awakening was a great misfortune for him. Vincent can't even imagine how many times Carmen has been compared to her. He immediately shoved the guy off of him. It wasn't really his fault that in 500 years no one had been able to defeat Samion. Well, why now? Deja is just an abnormal creature. He didn't want the bastard to compare the 2. Siri asked the gentleman what he was doing. Hannah told her not to get involved, because it was dangerous. She had never seen her brother so angry. No one could stop him now. Vincent felt the power of Adenka's firstborn on his body. Carmen didn't want to stop there, and he was going to kill the guy. He used the god's blessing on the warlords, the dance of the wounds of the early sword. He laughed with Togo that Vincent had talked so much, and was that really all he could do? Of course it isn't. Training in the Dragon Forest had strengthened not only Forsadina's defense, but also the properties of the other blessings. He created his clones to attack the enemy. Carmen recognized it as a galactic wanderer. This guy is much faster than he had heard. Carmen couldn't even keep track of him. Vincent noticed that he had lost his balance, so this was a great chance. The protagonist engaged the linked punch. Waves of the sea tide. A Millen's heavy sword technique. Double slashing with a heavy sword. He was surprised that Carmen was even able to resist this attack. After which he grabbed the Vincent by his clothes, talking about how this idiot had gotten himself caught. Only then did he realize it was a trap he had successfully fallen into. An explosion happened, causing them to now fall downward. Carmen asked him what had happened. Let him brag again like he did before. Vincent used the blessing of protection. After that, Carmen flung him right back down to the ground. Vincent realized that this guy was better at everything than himself. Is the gap between generations really that big? The man screamed that he was finished. At the last moment, a shield appeared there. It was magic. Vargon intervened in their sparring, saying that this was a good place to stop. It's just sparring between family members. Carmen asked how he dared to block his path under that title. Does Vargan really want to die? Vargan intervened precisely because he is the deputy head of the fortress. Lord Carmen arbitrarily entered the fortress and wreaked havoc here. Whatever first son he may be, this is a clear abuse of power. Fortunately, there was no one in the damaged buildings, so if Carmen left now, Vargan would not report to the head of the family. Perhaps he himself will realize that he'd be better off avoiding his father's unnecessary attention. Carmen doesn't know how long it will take, but he'll be back, having earned the right to become Adenka's rightful heir. And at that moment he'll send Winchin straight to his low-life mother. Neither the protagonist himself nor Julian has ever seen her face. However, the Sarvana Heasley they have heard of does not deserve such insults. They'll remember it too, and for insulting his own mother, he'll pay in full. After that, Carmen disappeared. Vincent was too arrogant. He was intoxicated by his newly acquired power and had forgotten his place. It's not like he's even at the beginning of the path to challenge them yet. He needs to get Heaven's blessing right away. This will be the beginning of his journey. The treatment has been completed. Due to the characteristics of the young gentleman's body, there were no serious injuries. Vargan replied that it was a dangerous provocation. The Carmen's fighting skills were far superior to Vincent's. As annoying as it was better to focus on training inside the fortress for now. However, the guy mentioned that he needed to go to the waterfall immediately. Without an official report, it's a violation for both parties involved. Let him consider himself lucky it ended this way. Still, his training in the Dragon Forest seemed to have paid off. The level and density of mana had become incomparably higher than before. He has something to report about what happened there, especially what concerns Mr. Deputy Fortress Master. He learned that the purpose of the nightmare was to revive the great demon Davin. So said a man named Barum. Nightmare is a fanatical sect that worships the great demon. Moreover, it's hard to imagine how far their influence extends, especially when they have already established roots in Samion, Adenka, and Halam. Meanwhile, the priest didn't understand what was going on here, and why isn't the treatment working on her? Furthermore, the dragon warrior Kalbeck directly called the Magic Tower an enemy of his people. If the Magic Tower has teamed up with the Nightmare, then Mrs. Varelli's sudden death could also be their handiwork. He needs to leave immediately. Helga walked in, informing her that there was something to discuss. Vargan will hear it later, and he announced that he's going on vacation. Helga asked when he would be back. Skipping out is her role. Vincent asked the principal what happened. Helga reported that Hannah had just gone to the waterfall. The protagonist wondered if she had decided to take the seal-breaking tests. She asked for a pass to be issued as soon as possible. Hannah had completed all the necessary tasks in Halem's mission. Helga asked, but why so suddenly? The girl replied that she no longer wants to live in dependence on others. She wants to become stronger to protect her loved ones. Hannah has grown up a lot. In that case, Helga has suggestions for him. How about he joins her assignment as an assistant? But the Lord is partially under house arrest right now. Besides, you can only assist in seal-breaking trials from the 2nd rank. It's so convenient that Dean Vargan has taken and left. She'll discreetly change her name on the list and no one will know a thing. Siri wanted to go along with the prince, and Winchin thanked the principal. The priest asked if she was sure she could let them go so easily. If he deigned to keep quiet, everything would be fine. Vincent has returned alive from the tomb of the Holy King. He is most likely the truth-seeker from the legends of Adenka. Perhaps the very fortress that was founded by Arslan is meant for him. She mentally asked her ancestors if Helga was doing everything right. Hannah also got rid of the monster near the waterfall. Mission accomplished. She remembered that very moment when Vincent was trying to see something behind the waterfall. He was obsessed with his mission in the Adenk. If there really was something behind that waterfall, that's what you'd expect from a sister. She had already defeated the shell of the waterfall keeper. Hannah asked what those two were doing here. The headmaster sent them to the Hannah to help. Siri is an outstanding spirit mage, so she will definitely come in handy. But the assignment's already done. A little distraction wouldn't hurt. Hannah asked, but how exactly he was going to cross that turbulent waterfall. He asked his sister to step back. Come to think of it, Lady Hannah hasn't seen it yet. The power that the Lord has recently received. For Sedina's blessing, it is the power to control water. Julian noticed that there was indeed a cave behind the waterfall, and right there is the heavenly blessing. Siri wanted to go too. She would make sure the Lord didn't do something reckless. Hannah was of the same opinion. Vincent supported her dream after all, so she wants to support him too. In that case, he would gratefully accept their help. Julian was also really looking forward to this moment. They will commandeer the heavenly blessing that was left by the founder of the Arslans, the western port of Adenka. They were preparing to sail. If they're not ready, Sir Carmen will give them a beating. Carmen informed the chapter that they were going on an expedition to suppress pirate archipelagos. The sea is still uncharted territory for people, so they should take their time and act with restraint as well as perseverance. Carmen said that they have a plan ready for several years. First, they will drive out the pirates who have taken over the archipelago, and make the sea lane the property of Adenka. When they take control of the sea, Adenka will have an even more powerful influence than Samion has had in the past. Carmen is sure to succeed in this voyage, and the man will prove that he is the one best suited to inherit Adenka. That's to be expected from the future head of the family. With such an achievement and the pressure from the elders, they won't be able to refuse. No matter how strong father is, he can't withstand all the external pressure. No one will be able to belittle Carmen by comparing him to others. He won't allow it. Khan inquired why on earth he wanted to become the head. But Carmen did not answer anything. Khan hopes he'll hear back when the guy returns. Carmen asked his father to wait and asked what that meant. Why did he even cut off the phrase? The subordinate reported that everything was ready. He was angry that those lazy worms were just now finishing everything. He should have finished before his father got here. They must succeed at all costs. I can't believe it's all wasted again. Vargan thought the sister had left a clue at home. There are only books here. Sister was a man of honor. If Vincent's words were to be believed, the tower had been overrun by nightmares. She would resist them. In that case, she would surely have left an encrypted clue. Now the only thing his sister had left for him was a will. What did she want to leave him? Or she didn't leave anything at all. Only then did he notice that there was a magical seal. It's amazing that there's such a large space hidden here. I wonder if there really is a dragon hiding here. According to Mother, it is. According to legend, Zhonghua chooses his own master. Hannah asked how he was going to get one, and the protagonist was sure that he would choose him. They heard the question. What makes you so sure? Where are they even looking if it is on top? Vincent asked who she was. If she says it, maybe he'll realize it. The guy didn't realize at all when she managed to get behind him. The three of them immediately jumped away from her. His movement is pretty good. Julian heard the spell she had just cast. It wasn't a human language. In that case, we should assume she eats the dragon that guards the prophecy. He's not that stupid after all. Vincent Adenka has given his name. He is the heir of the Arslan bloodline and the one who is called the Seeker of Truth in the prophecy. He has come for Zhonghua. It's all because of that brat Arslan. She's been here for 500 years. But he was wrong about something. Those who are allowed to enter here are not of Arslan's bloodline, and of the Heasley family. Heasley. This is Winchen's own mother and Sari's family. She grabbed Hannah by the throat. In other words, she has no right to be here. Any creature that does not belong to the Heasley must be destroyed. This is the treaty between the dragon and the Aslan. Her name is Annalyn. They must die here. She was attacked by the main character who took Hannah. Vincenz asked his sister if she was okay. Hannah apologized for only slowing him down. How dare a human even speak against a dragon? She warned him that if he got in her way again, she would kill them both. So it's best if he backs off. Vincent cannot do this because Hannah is his sister. In that case, he'll just die. The protagonist involved an absolute cut. Annalyn wasn't wrong after all. Her attack was chopped up. Annalyn laughed. Siri and Hannah didn't understand why she was suddenly laughing, or what was even going on. Julian thought the dragon must be crazy. So he really does know the technique. So the prophet Arslan believed in wasn't lying. Julian asked if he had a friend who was a prophet. But the protagonist heard about it for the first time. Vincent inquired who the prophet was and if she remembered his name. It was so long ago, she needs time to remember. She recalled. The name was very familiar to them. His name is Julian. He didn't understand what she had just said at all. How he could even be a prophet.